Chapter 87.2. I really can't believe you've become an elite squad. Why would you make such a risky choice? The voice was filled with concern. Sitting at a desk in D Squad's office, I rubbed my forehead. Director Ho. Yes. If I've been rude in any way, sir, I sincerely apologize. Why exactly are you here? Why are you sitting in D Squad's office, as casually as if you were a coworker visiting from the next department, when we're about to vacate this place? Pardon. You've never been rude, Solium Nim. Honestly, you should have more confidence in yourself. This man is no ordinary character. Director Ho, with a slightly disappointed look, acted as though I'd refused a simple lunch invitation from a coworker. That made it all the more terrifying. I expected him to either target me or ignore me completely. Why is he acting so neutral? To be honest, Director Ho had the authority and had made a more shocking proposal, so rejecting him could have easily offended him. Any rational person would have chosen his side. Naturally, I was leaning more toward that side. At least, until I asked this question. Director, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask what iteration this project is on? Iteration. Ah, you're asking which one this is? Yes, that's correct. If that's what you mean, there's no specific number. It's a new initiative. I see. Thank you. In that moment, I made my decision. Let's cut ties. A new project in a ghost story company. 9 times out of 10, a project like that's established due to a high-grade, unidentified ghost story. It's definitely A-grade or higher. At this point, we're not talking about ghost stories that simply correlate with risk levels. The projects are based on fears so devastating that no individual could handle them, utter despair with no way to predict or prepare. These aren't just fears of death or disappearance, they're existential, higher-level horrors. And now they've dangled wish tickets as rewards, the kind that would make any employee lose their mind. It's probably S-grade, isn't it? This project seemed poised to be the company's top-tier mission for the field exploration team. On top of that, this was the first trial run, meaning there was no prior data available. It's a suicide mission. No matter how good the perks were, the premise was flawed from the start. If I were guaranteed to be the team leader, it might have been different, but honestly, even as a team leader, it'd be a hollow title. As if the dream team of employees handpicked by the director would ever listen to someone like me, who hasn't even been here a full year. Besides, with the director involved, the team leader would just be a middle manager, caught in the crossfire and barely surviving, or not surviving at all. I don't want that. I'd already accumulated nearly a third of the required points. I didn't need to take such a gamble for a wish ticket. Besides, staying with D Squad had another practical benefit. This way, if Supervisor Park Min-seong or Assistant Manager Eun Hage returns, they can naturally rejoin D Squad. It's much easier to bring someone into a spot that's been kept open and flexible. So, it was a multifaceted decision. But since I couldn't explain all this, I simply said this. This seemed like the better choice for more people, so I had to go with this side. My apologies. In that moment, Director Ho's genial expression seemed to falter. And then he spoke. Kind-hearted people are always the hardest to understand. Wait, just now. Tack. Well, if you ever change your mind, feel free to reach out, Solium Nim. With that, his voice faded. Director Ho casually nodded at me, smiled, and left the office. Just now, that didn't seem normal. Mr. Rowe dear, I detect the scent of pestilence on that man. Pestilence? Be sure to take extra care with sterilization if you invite him into a personal space or studio. Pestilence, meaning a plague. I mulled over Director Ho's identity for a moment before shrugging it off. First things first. Focus on the urgent tasks. For now, I needed to reorganize and prepare for what I'd need before officially joining the elite squad. Solium SSI. AG. S-Squad Leader. Chief Lizard entered through the door that Director Ho had just exited, holding out some documents. Director Chong asked me to pass these along, saying, perhaps it's worth checking out. Yes. Understood. Please, a little warning next time. I quietly exhaled as I took the documents and read the title on the first page. CTRL C 1603. Unregistered Exploration Testimony Number 21. Security Clearance, C. Huh. Am I allowed to read this? Yes. It appeared to be a pre-registration exploration report that required C-grade security clearance for access. It seemed Director Chong had given me special permission to read it. That's even scarier. But refusing to read it felt even riskier, so I took a deep breath and began reading. What kind of exploration record could this be? Ad leaflet introducing a new product released, confirmed to be from c. 1603. Product name, Good Child Chocolate Bar, Cinnamon Churros Flavor. Features, packaging depicts a caricature of a child's face wearing a suit and a mask with tree branch-like goat horns. The character on the packaging resembles the company's field exploration team uniform. Be cognizant in checking staff with a similar mask design. Wait a second. Isn't this me? Chapter 88.1. During exploration missions into the darkness, it's only natural to encounter absurd events or chilling experiences. Being chased by ghosts, public transport suddenly heading to some unknown destination, or people on the street staring at you the moment you step outside your home. But over time, many employees say they've grown accustomed to such things. Even I've gotten a little used to it, I think. After all, the previous ghost story, despite involving contamination and items, was one where I managed to clear a high-grade mission by losing my limbs. But certain types of eeriness never become familiar. For instance, a ghost story that suddenly recognizes me. I nervously flipped through the documents. The report even included a crude sketch of the packaging drawn by the exploration staff who filed it. Oh, it seems the artist sacrificed aesthetics in favor of conveying key information. It was terribly drawn, but you could still tell exactly who it resembled. Braun. Speak freely, friend. Doesn't that look like me? Taking into account the artistic style, as well as the mask and hairstyle, it seems we've reached the same conclusion. Even the product name was Good Child, and the flavor was Cinnamon Churros. That's the blue mascot from the theme park. And the ghost story it appeared in. c. 1603. Why did I show up in that ghost story? I instinctively glanced at my tattoo but stopped myself. Then I turned to Section Chief Lee Jahian, who was staring blankly at me, and asked. This hasn't been officially added to the manual yet, correct? Yes. Phew. That was a relief, at least. If Director Chong went out of her way to show me this in advance. A favor. A debt. Probably both. Once this is officially recorded as an exploration log, any identifying descriptions would be censored with black squares, depending on the security level. A with grave. ES. Instead, the research team would likely jump at the chance to conduct experimental exploration, claiming they needed to figure out why such phenomena occurred. Maybe they'd send in someone dressed like me. Or they'd send me in without any information. Kwok Jae-kong might even notice and shove me back into the theme park. What a nightmare. If it came to that, asking Director Chong for help would mean cementing my fate as a loyal employee under Director Chong's wing, 30 years of service. Why is it that no matter how hard I try, I'm surrounded by so many ways to get screwed over? That's just the nature of ghost stories, I guess. Anyway, I should be grateful I learned about this now. Even if I ended up indebted to Director Chong, this was better than having the research team sink their teeth into it. And since she showed me this in advance, is the darkness we're exploring this week related to this case? I do not know. Do you think there's more than a 50% chance it is? Yes. As expected. If the director's giving me a heads up, it only makes sense for me to check it out myself. c. 1603. If I'm going to face mental torture as a coward in a ghost story anyway, I might as well make it count. That principle has never wavered. Let's confirm it. And this time, I had a solid companion. The widely recognized brute force exorcism expert, Section Chief Lee Jahian. Though, thinking back to the clown ghost story, his fearlessness could lead to some questionable decision-making under pressure. Well, if it's just one-on-one, I could probably find a way to persuade him or find an escape route. Lately, I'd even gotten better at handling conversations. So having a fearless squad leader as my partner wouldn't be a bad thing, it's actually quite reassuring. But there was one more variable. Solium SSI. Yes. Would you be requesting additional support staff? Ah, right. Squads in the field exploration team operate with a 3-member standard, so this time, our squad would get 1 extra member for support. I suppose this is like a pre-run for the elite squad. Usually, they just assign someone randomly, but, is it possible to request a specific person? Yes. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'd prefer not to go through Director Chong. Is that still possible? No. Good thing I asked. That could have doubled my debt. I suppressed a sigh but couldn't hold back a lingering question. It was something I'd always been curious about with Chief Lizard. Pardon, squad leader. You tend to give very concise answers. Is there a particular reason for that? Yes. The lizard briefly looked skyward before refocusing on me. It's based on feedback to only provide detailed answers when explicitly requested. In what situation did you receive such feedback? On the third day after I started working here, during an exploration mission into the darkness. So that's why. Even without a detailed description, I could vividly imagine the situation, like a picture forming in my mind. Squad leader, if it's not an urgent situation, I'd appreciate it if you'd speak more freely when it's just the two of us. Understood. And then, Section Chief Lee Jahian began to explain. If you wish to specify the traits of the support staff, report it to me, Kim Solium SSI. While specific names cannot be designated, you may request preferred characteristics for the candidate pool. He's voluntarily explaining things. Mr. Roe dear, you have a knack for conducting interviews. Thanks. For a moment, I felt a surge of confidence, but the important thing was what Section Chief Lee Jahian had just shared. So while I can't pinpoint exactly who should join, I can specify the kind of person I'd prefer. After some thought, I decided on one characteristic for the support staff. I'd prefer someone from among the current junior employees. There was an implicit meaning behind this. All current junior employees were my peers. Not because I feel isolated in the group chat or anything. Well, to be honest, there was something suspicious about this exploration, so I didn't want someone too high up the ladder, or rather, someone overly familiar with how the company worked. It'd be nice to make more acquaintances, too. I figured it was about time to expand my network within the company. Yes. Section Chief Lee Jahian readily approved my request, and I found myself feeling a little excited. Who would the new face be? Chapter 88.2. A few days later. I met Jang Hyoan, who was standing in front of the D-Squad office door, looking at me with a welcoming expression. I'm Jang Hyoan, from F-Squad. A familiar face. It wasn't a bad result, though. Since he wasn't a superior, the exploration would likely feel more relaxed. I smiled and extended my hand to Jang Hyoan. Nice to see you again. Let's have a good exploration today. Of course, Solium SSI. I'll do my best to contribute to a clear. Jang Hyoan enthusiastically shook my hand. He was definitely a good guy. Ooh, yes, let's work well together. When I turned, I saw another employee stepping off the elevator, smiling broadly as she approached and greeted us with a slight bow. A cheerful-looking woman, about my age, wearing a pony mask. This is the support staff from I-Squad. The manual for this particular darkness recommends an even number of explorers, so 2 were assigned as support. My name's Kang Yihak, nice to meet you, supervisor and fellow employee. Right. Jang Hyoan, who had quickly bowed his head, suddenly exclaimed in realization. Oh, you're the one who's always chatting in the group chat. Yes, haha, embarrassing as it is, that's me. Ah. Kang Yihak, is it true you received 40,000 points? Haha. Now I remember. When I joined the group chat, she was the one actively digging for information, prompting me to hold back a little. She seemed to dominate the group chat's atmosphere. More focused on extracting benefits than fostering camaraderie. That same peer now smiled and extended her hand to me. Wow, the top new recruit. Nice to meet you in person. Let's work well together. Yes, likewise. I shook her hand lightly. Straightforward. She's less sharp than I expected. I had anticipated someone more calculating, but she gave off an easygoing vibe. There was no sense that her questions were laced with ulterior motives. Yes. Well, if she's genuinely a good person, I can be thankful for that. It's much easier to work with decent people than deal with someone like Baek Sahyun, who was an absolute menace in a team setting. People who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand, screaming internally at ghosts while being stuck with a sociopath as your only companion. Ugh. Let's move out. Yes, sir. Section Chief Lee Jahian strode forward, and we quietly followed him to the vehicle. I got in the driver's seat and set up the navigation app. We're heading to Gyeonggi-do, right, sir? Yes. So, this darkness was taking us entirely out of Seoul. Judging by the exploration report I reviewed earlier, someone might misunderstand it as just a weird candy store ghost story, but C-1603 was far bigger and gloomier. To enter this ghost story, "Oh, we gathered late because we need to wait until sunset, right?" "That seems to be the case." I kindly answered Jang Hyoan and started driving. To enter this darkness, both the time and location needed to align perfectly. To access Kuru C 1603, we had to travel to a residential area on the outskirts of city, Gyeonggi Province. The neighborhood, once a trendy alley business district in the early 2010s with popular restaurants and cafes, had since become quiet and desolate. In this area, promotional posters for local stores were occasionally spotted on utility poles. In the center of the poster, a QR code was printed alongside the phrase, "Visit the death lane of city." Do not stare at the text on the poster for too long. For convenience, the company had pre-secured a poster, covering everything except the QR code. "Supervisor, I'll scan the QR code for you." "Ah, thank you." When scanned, the QR code directed to the download page of an event app certified by the city local government. It was noted that the app could be downloaded only if the user was under 40 years old. A short while later, we reached our destination. After parking in a public lot, we stepped out and began walking along a quiet alley. It was the twilight hour, as the short winter day gave way to dusk. While many restaurants and cafes still remained, the alley had a stagnant air typical of once trendy districts past their prime. "Activate the app now." I looked at the screen. After an opening featuring city's old logo and mascot, in a slightly outdated design. When the app was first launched at this location, just before twilight, a navigation feature was activated to guide the user. The app began directing us. "Head toward Death Lane. Follow the arrow." My current location appeared on GPS, like augmented reality displayed on the smartphone screen. "Let's walk." Keeping our eyes fixed on our respective phone screens, we moved together. Follow the arrow. At first, everything seemed normal. The app guided us along one of the main alleys, gradually leading us toward the outer edges of the district. But as time passed, the path began to distort. Follow the arrow. It directed us through narrow gaps between houses, into buildings through front doors and out the back. Sometimes it even led us to dead ends, only to make us double back. The dim alleyways grew darker and eerier, and an uncanny unease began to creep in. The nape of my neck felt cold, strange murmurs without proper grammar reached my ears, and shadowy figures seemed to flicker just out of sight. "Stay calm." But I couldn't turn my head. While following the app's navigation, do not take your eyes off the screen for more than 3 seconds or deviate from the guided path under any circumstances. Failure to comply will result in being classified as missing. In silence, we kept moving, carefully avoiding bumping into or startling each other. Follow the arrow. I just saw something Shoo. After about 16 minutes of walking in silence, the faint twilight glow completely vanished. The already dim alley was now plunged into total darkness, all light gone. Only the glow of our smartphone screens illuminated the residential area. Tack. Ta-ta-tack. One by one, lights began to flicker on along the dark alley. The street-side shops lit up. Yellow and blue lights from the signs bathed the alley in an eerie glow. But this wasn't the familiar, worn-down district we'd seen earlier. Rustle, rustle. The bustling figures of shadowy people filled the alley. The signs, though seemingly familiar at a glance, bore distorted and unrecognizable names. The various shops lining the alley had their doors wide open, welcoming customers. Ding! The app displayed a celebratory message. "Congratulations! You've arrived safely. Welcome to Death Lane." Have we arrived? Yes. We had successfully entered. Right into the heart of the ghost story. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. 16th Avenue. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR C 1603. A street lined with shops where beings other than humans solicit customers. Explorers who access this alley through the smartphone app must never close the app. Walk slowly. We nodded silently and followed Chief Lizard, stepping deeper into the strange alley. Chapter 89.1. Death Lane. A grotesque alley whose name seems inspired by once trendy hotspot districts. If a civilian casually downloaded the app from the flyer and got caught up in this, they might initially be confused. The first area they encounter, the main alley of Death Lane, is filled with street vendors, making it seem like a lively night market at first glance. But upon closer inspection, confirmed items sold at Death Lane stalls. 1. Beaded strap. A strap made of crimson string and ivory beads. Touching it leaves salt and ash on the hands, and the beads writhe and vibrate. Employees who touched the strap later complained of prolonged distress, claiming to hear cries for help, sobbing, and the voice of recovered after a short-term memory erasure procedure. 2. Traditional bubble gum. Gum with reversed lettering printed on it. A balloon inflates inside the throat rather than the mouth. Removed just before suffocation. 3. Floral slippers. A civilian who tried on these slippers under the vendor's insistence reported seeing fire, blades, and beneath their feet, followed by. They then disappeared, sobbing, into the alley. 4. Picture frame. Displays an image of a close relative being murdered. By this point, anyone would understand. To leave here safely, I must avoid looking at anything. The items being sold are all unusable by a normal person, yet the vendors actively solicit customers. The best strategy is to act disinterested, like someone with a destination in mind, and quickly pass through. However, as you escape from the flashy signs and bright lights into smaller alleys, the strangeness grows stronger. Because it never ends. The alleys grow narrower and narrower, eventually becoming so tight that no person could fit through. If you reach that point, it's over. That's right. You can't simply walk out of this lane. So, what should you do? It's simple. Just as you followed the navigation guide on the app to enter, you must use that same navigation guide to exit. Ding. It's begun. I glanced at the new event page that popped up on my smartphone app. Death Lane Step Count Challenge. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 10,000. This is it. The very thing that lures people into the ghost story and, at the same time, the most straightforward and safest lifeline for escape. If you successfully complete the Step Count Challenge on the smartphone app, you can leave the alley. This is the only way out. But while I, the coward, was busy thinking about this, the ghost story resident in my pocket seemed fully immersed in the night market atmosphere. Ah, it's been a while since I've visited a place like this. Isn't this a rare spot for a show host to visit personally? There's certainly a charm to exploring such a lively night market. Why not pick out something that suits us, friend? The quality may not be ideal, but a piece or two for keepsakes wouldn't hurt. No. Let's buy something from elsewhere. I should get something better for a friend. How touching. Very well. This brawn will also think of something that suits a friend. And then, at that moment, got something special to show you. One of the street vendors grabbed my arm. Over here Eve got something even better. Let me show you. Come inside. Behind the vendor, there was nothing. No open door, no shop, no space. Yet the vendor insisted again. Come inside. Don't look directly. Without closely examining the vendor's face, I just needed to calmly and naturally refuse. I barely managed to open my mouth. But before I could speak, Chief Lizard grabbed the vendor's arm. Tightly. The vendor flinched as the red vertical pupils of Section Chief Lee Jahian focused on them. The vendor averted their gaze and quietly released my arm. Then, as if nothing had happened, they began soliciting another shadowy figure. So that actually worked. I just realized something new. Even ghosts seem to mind their manners around the lizard. Thank you. Yes. Physical exorcism, nothing could be more convenient. Come to think of it, I was supposed to receive some equipment from Section Chief Lee that enhances physical strength as a custom parent item. I'll have to bring that up after this mission is over. For now, though, Chief Lizard remained quiet, likely because this was a situation with real threats. He refrained from giving instructions that would only make someone with nerves of steel pass out. Oh no. Instead, he simply said one thing. In cases where more than 4 people enter, it's standard procedure to split into pairs and explore new paths if possible. Mr. Roe dear, choose a pair. Ah, I see. Since I technically outrank the others, the squad leader likely wants to balance the pairs by assigning me to a different one. What a shame. I'll miss the lizard's strength. The convenience I just experienced was almost addictively sweet. Still, it was expected. At least I had already entered with Section Chief Lee Jahian, so if things went south, I could rely on him, like during the exhibition Darkness. So, I need to pick someone to accompany me from a batchmate. I spoke politely. Since we're acquainted, may I go with Mr. Buffalo? Yes. It seemed logical to stick with someone familiar for ease of movement. Especially since I need to check that chocolate packaging. Besides, I figured Kong Yihawk might prefer to pair up with the squad leader. Kang Yihak interjected. Oh, wait a moment. Would it be okay if I went with Mr. Buffalo instead? Huh? Since you two were originally on the same squad, it wouldn't feel right for us support staff to split you up. Plus, I have something to discuss with Mr. Buffalo. Kang Yihak diplomatically explained that, since this wasn't a high-grade ghost story, it should be fine for 2 junior employees to follow the manual together. If both of you are okay with it, it should work just fine. Yes. The lizard nodded. Move in a group of 3. Pardon, sir. Mr. Roe Deer, Ms. Pony, and Mr. Buffalo. Move as a group of 3. Kang Yihak managed to respond without losing their friendly demeanor. Oh, thank you, but... is it not going to be risky for you to go alone, Section Chief? Yes. Well then. At this point, further persuasion was futile. A group of 3, huh? Before leaving, Section Chief Lee approached me. Mr. Roe Deer. Without warning, he handed me something. If a problem arises, press this. A small, round brown object dropped into my hand. A button. I'd used the same thing during the Tuesday quiz show. It was Assistant Manager Eun Hae's communication device. You've made contact with Assistant Manager Falcon. Yes. She asked me to deliver it to you yesterday. I nodded slowly. Thank you. Yes. And with that, the lizard vanished into the depths of the alley. Chapter 89.2. Well, let's move as well and make our way out of this street vendor alley. Yes. Yes. I began walking with my 2 fellow rookies. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 9,130. Walking through the eerie, brightly lit vendor alley while keeping the app running turned out to be more mentally draining than expected. Especially since you couldn't afford to let your guard down for even a moment. Hugh. Jang Hyeon began to lift his mask slightly to wipe away the sweat that had accumulated underneath. Wait. Be careful. I stopped him immediately. It's best to strictly follow the anonymity manual here. Mr. Buffalo. Yes. Jang Hyeon slowly lowered his hand and wiped the sweat off without removing his mask. One of the street vendors, who had been observing him closely, resumed their sales pitch. Whisper, whisper. Phew. The vendors in this alley have an aggressive tendency to sell their goods and claim payment by any means. To avoid getting caught up in this, it's crucial not to reveal any personal information, appearance, or vulnerabilities. The company's manual was precise. The moment you fail to follow this, you'll be passively drawn into their sales trap. Like those people hovering at the far end of the alley. This place is incredible. I had no idea it was here. Huh? What's that? It looks so real. Real. I'll buy it. That's the one. Yes. It's a real person. The problem was that they had no masks or information to hide their identities. Huh? Wait, why does that person have 3 eyes? Huh? Oh, right. Humans always had 3 eyes. My bad, I must have been mistaken. I'll go buy another eye, honey. Ayo. Yes. Sure. Trade it for an ear. They followed the vendor into the alley and disappeared. It's too late. That's how they go missing. A chilling fear ran down my spine. But I couldn't show it, not in front of my fellow rookies. Instead, I clenched my teeth and feigned composure as I kept walking. For now, let's just get out of this tree. Mr. Roe Deer, over there. Jang Hyeon pointed with a trembling hand. It was a person walking right past us. A high school student with a nervous expression, glancing around anxiously. Damn it. This is... Jang Hyeon hastily rummaged through his bag and pulled out a black cloth mask. He walked straight up to the student and handed it over without preamble. Wear this. What? This could go horribly wrong. I immediately stepped in. Stay calm. Put on the mask quickly, and no matter what anyone says, stay quiet and keep walking. What? Oh. Try not to look around. Act as if you're just here for a casual stroll. Whether it was due to the influence of my silver heart badge or something else, the student, sensing something was off, hesitantly took the mask Jang Hyeon offered. Do not turn off the Death Lane app and complete the 10,000 steps. That's the only way out. The student, their face a mixture of suspicion, anxiety, and alertness, glanced at us before turning and running in the opposite direction. Ah. Jang Hyowon looked like he wanted to call out but hesitated, eventually giving up. The student had already disappeared into the distance, and Kang Yihak was just watching with a calm smile. And I could guess the other reason. By the way, Jang Hyowon muttered incredulously. That student, wasn't that the uniform of Sekwang Technical High School? Indeed. In this space, you can witness all sorts of things. Dead friends, family members who disappeared in childhood, victims of major accidents, pedestrians in 1980s attire, or even students from schools that don't exist in reality. Countless customers, onlookers, and products flow through this alley. But it's best to act as if you didn't see anything here. Staying unnoticed is the basic rule of the manual. Ah, got it. Jang Hyowon took another deep breath. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, no need to be too tense. Just like the manual says, let's act like we're casually exploring this alley as if we're out with friends. Kang Yihak had a point. The manual strongly recommended maintaining a natural demeanor, as if you were just visiting the district with acquaintances. Still, let's stay cautious as we move. Yes. We continued walking through the crowd, trying our best not to bump into anyone or draw attention. Step, step. With every step on the alley's cobblestones, the app's counter ticked down. And when the 1,000-digit number changed, don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 8,999. A gap between the street vendors came into view. A passage. It was a path leading into a narrower alley. Beyond it, the street vendors disappeared, replaced by formal shops selling various daily necessities. We'll turn here. At that moment. Oh, since we're entering a new alley, how about we try to be even more natural now? Kang Yihak chimed in. Could you elaborate a bit more on what you mean? Kang Yihak grinned. Let's try to score some rare finds. There are a lot of exploration records about finding good items here, so why not do a little market browsing ourselves? It's the most natural thing to do, after all. Shopping, plain and simple. But the manual specifically advises against that. Jang Hyowon was right. While purchasing items deemed useful for exploration wasn't outright prohibited, it wasn't encouraged either. Any risks associated with such purchases wouldn't be eligible for workplace injury compensation. That bottom line sounded shady, but there was a clear reason why the manual discouraged it. The likelihood of impulsive buying was high. The longer you walked, the more this street would tempt you with appealing shops and goods. Employees, gradually losing their reason in this bizarre place, often ended up snatching up dangerous items without a second thought. Even when payment didn't involve ordinary currency. And yet, Kang Yihak brought this up anyway. What's her angle? She definitely had some hidden motive. Ah, politics. Life's unscripted variety show. But if you back down, it turns into a documentary. We can't have that. Let's go, Mr. Roe dear. Sigh. I'd hoped meeting new people might be refreshing, but here we are again. Well, no choice. I flashed Kang Yihak a grin. Sure. Browsing sounds fun. Oh. You're on the same page, supervisor. I knew you'd agree. Yes. Then I casually raised my hand and pointed toward a certain shop I was all too familiar with. How about that one? Fresh meat butcher shop. A shop displaying live organs and body parts. Identifiable by its red and blue lights and the blood-stained apron of the shopkeeper seated in front of the glass window. The goods look promising. Let's head inside. I took a step toward the butcher shop. This is what you call the "you can't reason with a lunatic" strat. Chapter 90.1. In the ghost story Death Lane, each alley has its own theme. Just like how shops in real life often cluster together by type, forming a commercial district. Of course, these alleys appear unpredictably, and their occurrence rates vary. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 1. Street vendors. 2. Bookstores. 3. Pets. 4. Jewelry. 5. Everyday goods. 6. Lighting. 7. Meat. Currently, we were in the alley that sells everyday goods. But somehow, I was heading straight for the most uninviting shop in this alley. A butcher shop displaying hanging, writhing organs and flesh. Wriggle, wriggle. Think of it as a haunted house. It's fine. Nothing here looks like its original form in life. They're just parts. I'll pretend this is an animatronic attraction at an amusement park. Wait, no. Thinking about amusement parks just reminds me of cheerful theme park, and that's even scarier. See, calm down. I can't back down now. Feigning composure, I took steady steps toward the butcher shop. Fresh meat butcher shop. Beneath the red and blue lights shining on the glass window, the shopkeeper, who had been sharpening a knife on a stone, raised their head. A hulking figure in a blood-soaked apron. Upon closer inspection, a skinned cow with only chunks of flesh left on its head stared back at us. Creak. It gestured toward us, as if inviting us closer with the promise of good service. Supervisor, wait. Kong Yihawk stepped in front of me. Haha, I don't think we need anything from this shop. Let's check out another one. But the shopkeeper's already signaling us. It'd feel rude not to go in. Ah, quite right. It's good manners, after all. No. Realizing her voice had grown too loud, Kong Yihawk quickly lowered it, speaking urgently. The manual explicitly says not to enter meat-themed alleys. She was correct. Manual entry, meat-themed alleys. Upon discovering a meat-themed alley in Death Lane, do not enter. Stay in the previous alley. If entry is unavoidable, e.g., being chased by a vendor, block out sound using earbuds and walk 1,000 steps as quickly as possible to move to the next alley. Alpha Beta S. If a companion gets caught up in a vendor's sampling offer, leave them behind and move ahead at a faster pace. Just reading these instructions was enough to send chills down one's spine. That's true. Oh, so you remember. Then. So. I want to shop. And with that, I strode toward the butcher shop. Mr. Roe Deer. I'm sorry, Mr. Buffalo. You're free to run if you want. But I could hear the footsteps of both my companions following me. Apparently, they decided to stick with me. Huh. I thought they'd bolt. Maybe I'm the one who wanted to run the most. But if I stopped now, I'd likely end up dragged around by Kong Yihawk's schemes again. So, I kept moving forward. Eventually, the three of us stood side by side in front of the brightly lit butcher shop, with its grotesque display of writhing body parts. Of course, I was at the front. Ha. The skinned cow stared at me. Yuck. I couldn't look too closely. I unfocused my eyes and glanced near the shopkeeper's neck, but the sight of pulsing veins made me quickly shift my gaze to their blood-stained apron. The apron was somehow less disturbing. Hello. Do you offer fresh packages by any chance? N.O.D. You have a lot of good cuts here. Could I see the front limbs? Thud. The skinned cow's head moved, opening the glass door. From within, the front limbs were pulled out and displayed before me. Still writhing, still alive. An animal's paw. A primate's hand. A primate's hand. Tentacles. An animal's paw. A primate's hand. And then, a trembling human hand, with a ringed finger, desperately scraping against the glass floor. Ugh. I had to hold it together. Feigning indifference, I looked down at the display. There wasn't a suitable left hand among them. What a pity. Having endured this mental torment, it'd be nice to get some kind of reward out of it. Pushing aside thoughts of assistant manager Unhage, I paused for a moment before speaking to the butcher. Something with sturdy bones would be better for a rich broth. Do you happen to have anything with eyes? Thud. Having already been declined once, the shopkeeper's movements grew rough. I could faintly hear my companions holding their breath behind me. I, too, took a deep breath to suppress my fear. The display. The front limbs were cleared away, revealing rows of eyeballs before me. A black scare eye with violet irises. A fist-sized blue eye. A lens with bits of flesh still attached. A white, trembling eye, unfocused. And a desperate dark brown eye, gazing at me. Ha. I closed my eyes briefly, then opened them. That one looks good. I pointed to the first one displayed, the black eye with the glinting violet iris. I'd like to buy it. No need to cut it up. The skinned cow stared blankly at me before extending its hand. A clear gesture, payment was required. Kong Yihawk murmured in a small voice. Supervisor, maybe you should subtly check what form of payment they want. No need. I retrieved a box from my tattoo inventory. Thud. A heavy box filled with corn and carrots landed in front of the shop. I'll pay with this. When attempting barter at this butcher shop, the items must be food consumable by cattle. That's right. While the shops in Death Lane often use peculiar currencies, we don't have access to them. So we have to rely on bartering. Since each shop accepts different goods, I'd stuffed my tattoo inventory with a mix of daily necessities, jewelry, and snacks, including a box of vegetables. Of course, some shops demand something no sane person would willingly give, but this should suffice here. How much of this would you like? The butcher extended its hand to take the entire pile of vegetables. My companions, who had been silently horrified by my inventory trick, suddenly looked relieved. Oh, the trade went through. Hold on. All of it. I frowned and interrupted. That's too expensive. I mean, no matter how fresh it's been packaged, there should be limits. It wasn't easy for me to bring these here in such good condition. And Mr. Roe dear. My companions now stared at me as if I'd lost my mind, but I kept talking. Did you raise the price just because I selected it? Or is this a general supply issue? N.O.D. I see, you've been struggling. But even so, this goes over my budget. Hugh. I let the silence hang deliberately. The shopkeeper remained silent as well. The skinned cow's head seemed to blankly watch me before finally moving toward what appeared to be the cash register. It returned holding a handful of rusted coins, with all numbers and letters printed in reverse. The local currency. Yes. Success. Not all shops accept bartering, and in those cases, you need coins to escape. Ah, how perfectly scripted. The joy of a well-prepared performance. Smiling, I accepted the coins. This change will do. Thank you. I'll take my purchase now. The skinned shopkeeper excitedly rose and began packaging the item I bought. The wildly rolling black eye was sealed in transparent liquid and handed to me in a plastic wrap. I tried my best not to look too closely at either the coins or the item. Thank you. And then. Drip. Blood splattered from the shopkeeper's apron onto my face. And onto Jang Hyeon's face as well. Chapter 90.2. Jang Hyeon, wearing his buffalo mask, stiffened and lowered his head. He was likely fighting the urge to vomit. Damn it. I jumped in and started talking. Ah, my friend here seems a bit weak from hunger. We should head back soon so he can eat something. Please, please. The skinned cow peered intently at Jang Hyeon. Just as he began to break into a cold sweat, frozen stiff. Thud. The shopkeeper dropped an item in front of him. It was one of the ears of corn I had used as payment. Thank you. Jang Hyeon, with trembling hands, took the corn. The shopkeeper stared blankly at him for a moment before returning to their seat in front of the butcher shop's glass door. We made it. We quickly walked away from the fresh meat butcher shop. At the same time, I glanced at Jang Hyeon, who was gripping the corn tightly. More specifically, I looked at what he was wearing. Was it the mask? It seemed the shopkeeper had mistaken him for a buffalo. As expected, the masks from Daydream Incorporated were no ordinary items, they worked like dream essence collectors. Phew. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 7,999. Our steps only stopped when the next alley came into view. I immediately checked on Jang Hyeon. Are you okay? Huh? Oh, yes, well, since the blood was all cleaned off and the cuts were neat, I think I'm fine now. Isn't it more horrifying that they were so clean yet still alive? But fear points differ from person to person. Best to respect that. At least he seemed okay now, which was a relief. His complexion looked fine too. Just as we were about to move again. What was that just now? How did you manage that trade? Kang Yihak finally started asking questions. All right. Let's go all in one more time. I deliberately asked back in a casual tone. What do you mean? That thing you bought. The manual clearly says to avoid meat-themed alleys, but you handled it all so smoothly, like you were prepared. I was prepared. But I couldn't admit that, so I replied. It was obvious. From the manual's description of meat-related shops, I figured it'd be like a restaurant district. The problem usually comes from eating things, right, Nigerian Naira? I lifted the bag containing my purchase. But this is a butcher shop. I assumed I could just buy without eating anything. And judging by the display, I spun the bag around to show them the bizarre black eyeball. Since it's alive, I figured it could be used for something else. For example, organ transplants. Exactly. Explorers don't buy food at this butcher shop. There's a record of an employee successfully attaching a tongue purchased from the fresh meat butcher shop into their mouth. It functioned perfectly, enabling movements impossible for humans. If you attach a fresh, still living part from this shop to a missing body part, it becomes functional. Sometimes, it even carries over abilities the original part possessed. Of course, blindly approaching this shop without knowing that and trying to buy something is absolutely insane. So I rambled on. In places like this, it's vital to make creative inferences from limited clues. No, it's not. Trying to gain an edge through wild guesses is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Everyone knows that such moves are a last resort when there's no other escape. But I had no choice but to act calm and crazy. After all, lunatics always have their own impeccable line of logic. I succeeded with my inference. Is there a problem? There were bound to be plenty. Sure enough, Kanye Hawk stared at me with her mouth agape. Yep, she's baffled. Wow. Whoa, that startled me. You're absolutely right. Her eyes gleamed through the pony mask. Wow, I see now. To achieve high rewards, you have to think differently from the crowd. I've been too cautious, worrying about risks this whole time. Life is all or nothing anyway, isn't it? Haha. Exactly. Wait a second. Something's off here. Alright, let's move forward. Wow, it's been a while since I've met a superior worth emulating. At that moment, it hit me. Silver heart. I still had the silver heart badge pinned inside my pocket. And I used it while rambling nonsense, so it ended up convincing her. The issue was that this situation was still bizarre. The silver heart isn't a brainwashing tool, it's a persuasion tool. Its effectiveness relies on both logical validity and emotional resonance. So logically, this kind of absurd rant shouldn't have worked. I'll make sure to support your endeavors from now on, supervisor. Haha. I get it now. This person genuinely believes the insane logic I spouted made sense. What kind of person is this? A cold sweat trickled down my back. I turned to my one last hope, a sane colleague. Mr. Hyoun, at least you. Yes, I'll support you too. Where did this go wrong? Jang Hyoun's face was lit up with the look of someone thinking, wow. I've been helped again. How lucky. He was already fully convinced. Congratulations. You've earned the trust of your colleagues, friend. Sure. But something feels off. For now, the only option was to keep walking and get out of here. First, escape. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 6,999. Surprisingly, the next alley went smoothly. So did the one after that. These are lighting shops. Don't look directly at the windows, or you'll risk going blind or getting burned. Let's pretend we're chatting and avoid looking at them as we walk. Got it. The alleyways were lined with all sorts of bizarre and mystical shops. Still, since I knew the manual by heart, it felt like taking a pop quiz after memorizing the textbook. Of course, the stakes were death if I got even one answer wrong, so I stayed hyper-focused. Oh. A pharmacy. Shall I try buying something there this time? What do you think, supervisor? You okay with it, Mr. Buffalo? Yes. I'm fine with it. The items don't seem particularly valuable, so let's keep moving. Ah, right, gotta save our bullets for the big stuff, haha. Why does it feel like they expect me to make bold purchases again? And the worst part? It seemed like they'd fully support me if I did. That was the most nerve-wracking part. Meanwhile, the shop I suspected might have the chocolate I came here for wasn't anywhere to be seen. It was exhausting, sneaking glances around without making eye contact with the shopkeepers. Hugh. Then, at that moment. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 4,999. Supervisor, a new alley appeared. I stopped and looked at the narrow gap between the pharmacies. From within, a foul stench wafted out. Ugh. It was a cramped back alley, barely half the width of the street vendor alley, but overwhelmingly dark. Whoosh. The alley stretched ahead, lined with rickety side doors. A few gas lamps flickered faintly, barely lighting the way. In that dim light, thick, sewer-like sludge oozed from pipes beside the doors, only to disappear into the darkness. And beneath the gas lamps, leaning against the walls, were skeletal, hunched silhouettes. Glance. Clad in filthy, tattered uniforms, they stared right at us. Taking everything into account. Even if this wasn't a ghost story, the atmosphere screams turn around and get out immediately. The alley exuded a chilling and eerie vibe that made any normal transaction seem impossible. This isn't in the manual. Right. At this point, even Daydream Incorporated hadn't conducted an official exploration here. It was an unfamiliar and unknown alley to the staff. The problem was, I have to go in there. Tears welled up. And the fact that I wouldn't even have to convince my teammates to enter this insane place also made me want to cry. With a heavy heart, I turned to my companions and said, "We're going into that alley." Their responses: "Understood. Looks like a black market spot. High profits guaranteed. Please, let me be the only lunatic in this group." Chapter 91.1. A grimy back alley. Even within the noisy, bizarre night market filled with non-human entities, this dark and foul-smelling place felt distinctly out of place. Under the flickering gaslights, strange figures in uniforms fixed their hollow eyes on me as I stood at the mouth of the alley. My, this looks like the kind of place you'd rather avoid stepping into with polished shoes. But I had to go. And I couldn't let my teammates notice that I was momentarily frozen by the sight. Slosh. I stepped into the back alley. My teammates followed close behind. Glop, slosh. Walking between narrow walls under dim gaslights, we passed rows of tightly clustered side doors. It was surreal. The scene felt like stepping into a poorly stitched-together image meant to stretch endlessly with its strange side doors. As we walked between the doors, I stared at us from both sides. Ha! Figures in filthy, stained uniforms. Their abnormally thin black bodies stood silently against the walls, their heads turning to follow us. A star is always subject to attention. But even stars need a break. As always, this brawn could relieve that burden for you. I felt like screaming and begging him to do exactly that, but no. It's fine. I couldn't use lights out now. I'll save it for when I truly need it. Of course. Right. I had to endure this. Stick to the plan. I swallowed hard and kept walking. Just as the chill creeping up my neck made my legs stiffen to the point where walking became difficult. Huh. My teammate's exclamation snapped me out of it. The endless side doors, the figures in uniforms, and then just one. A door, slightly ajar. The door was protruding slightly. From the crack came an inky darkness. Wow, seriously. It was straight out of a horror movie. My eyelids twitched from the tension. But I had to say this. There's a door slightly open over there. It seems like a welcoming sign. Let's go in. Yes. Ah. I see. Shouldn't they be questioning this nonsense? But I had to do what needed to be done. Taking a deep breath, I approached the single open door. The closer I got, the stronger the urge to run, but I resisted. I bent down to peer into the narrow crack of the black door. And came face to face with a bloodshot eye. Calm down. I had anticipated this. No panicking, no stupid moves. I carefully slid something I had prepared through the door crack. A pack of cigarettes. My hand trembled. It felt like something icy grazed my fingertips. Creak. The door creaked open wider. Phew. In this alley, entering shops was generally prohibited, but the use of addictive items like alcohol or cigarettes occasionally allowed for temporary exploration. Beta Epsilon. I did it. Retrieving my now empty hand, I clenched my teeth. Wow, I could cry, seriously. Opening a business contact's door with a simple 5,001 investment. You're amazing, supervisor. Right. I'd rather have someone else persuade me to that degree, honestly. I'd be able to just go ahead comfortably like them. But since I was the one who had done the persuading, I could only trudge forward in regret. Ugh. The bloodshot eye was gone, but a faint scent of cigarettes lingered. Better than before. I sighed in relief and stepped inside. It was pitch black, but I could vaguely make out shapes. Stacks of boxes and items draped in black cloth formed a maze-like space. The musty scent of a warehouse filled the air. Ah, if this is a discount warehouse or overstock store, we could find plenty of valuable items. Too bad it wasn't. Pushing past the boxes, I finally spotted what I was looking for. Mr. Roe dear, over there. Yes. A second door stood deeper inside. It looked similar to the one we just entered, but it was less worn and much cleaner. I guess I'll have to open this one too. At least I wasn't at the back of the group this time. I stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled hard. A dazzling, colorful light pierced my eyes. As my vision gradually recovered from the flood of light, the space before me slowly came into focus. A dazzling scene filled my eyes. Elegant chandeliers made of crystal and brass, deep-toned wooden structures forming the interior framework, and walls adorned with golden frames and thick, glossy green velvet curtains. But the most striking element was the 3 ivory torsos lining the walls. Each displayed an unfinished suit or dress, with disembodied gloved hands meticulously measuring and tailoring the garments in between. My teammates gawked, their mouths hanging open. This place. How could such a scene suddenly appear after that eerie back alley, one might ask? To put it simply, that was truly a back alley. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 38, Boutique Back Alley. We had entered this lavish boutique through the filthy back streets. Naturally, we weren't legitimate customers. We were nothing more than thieves who'd slipped in through a slum-like area filled with vagrants and dismissed laborers, bribing our way in with a pack of cigarettes. But irregular methods in ghost stories weren't exactly new. If things go south, we'll just bolt. If caught trespassing, we'd likely face a gruesome fate, but that's when I'd rely on brawn to erase our presence and escape. The backdoor exit is ready, after all. That's why I'd saved my request to brawn until now. I stepped forward. Whoa. Please, don't be impressed, everyone. Despite my nervousness, the gloves tending to the torsos reacted in unison. Fweep. With a light whistle, the gloves suddenly attached themselves to the bodies of mannequins clad in sophisticated navy uniforms. They resembled the figures we saw in the alley but were far cleaner, neater, and more detailed. Even the heads appeared. The mannequins' painted faces stared back at us. Chapter 91.2. Ugh. Don't make eye contact. I quickly averted my gaze. It was eerie but bearable. The mannequin bowed deeply, its posture polite, and gestured for me to follow. Of course, following it would result in certain disappearance. Assistant Manager Choi went missing after following the directions of a mannequin clerk. These were the last words in the last communication from the employee. I think I'm heading to the membership registration corner of Boutique Street. Additional note, a vagrant wearing the missing employee's broken glasses was later spotted in the back alley of the boutique. Presumed to be the employee. Refer to Exploration Record number 145. It implied the assistant manager had been forced into labor for debt repayment upon being exposed as a trespasser, or perhaps the membership registration fee never got paid. Either way, I tried not to imagine what those grotesque figures in tattered uniforms once were. That's irrelevant now. The only thing that mattered was this. Membership registration was dangerous and must be avoided. For now, I'll try to buy something at the non-member price. If only members could purchase, I'd bolt. My life was worth more than what I came for. But as I raised my hand to gesture goodwill, the mannequins flinched as though a signal had appeared on their printed faces. They bowed again. And I knew exactly why. I turned my arm to check. Beneath my raised shirt cuff, a familiar Latin word peeked through. Socius. Does this count as membership verification? The mannequin bowed deeply. Now this was unsettling. This is the second time already. The theme park membership tattoo left by the mascot had granted me authority within another ghost story. Socius. The Latin term for companion, member, kinsman. As Braun had said, the word's meaning seemed to carry universal significance across different places. Even the Fox counselor had recognized it. Why did it leave this on me? Before, I might have seen it as sheer luck and moved on, but things felt different now. I'd experienced firsthand how devastating contamination could be. This thing is powerful, but it's bound to affect me just as strongly. This was no ordinary mark, summoned through some verified ritual. It was an unpredictable, potent symbol etched into my skin. Still, the membership verification had already succeeded. If it was dangerous, I might as well use it wisely. Show me the items. The mannequins nodded once more and moved toward the torsos they had been working on. They pulled back the curtain behind them, revealing a glass display case as if by magic. New. Inside was a sleek, elegant suit, similar in style to the one I was currently wearing, though its deeper hues and peculiar sheen gave it an otherworldly quality. The mannequins clasped their hands politely and looked at me, as if asking if I liked it. It begins. I raised my hand. Hold on. I'm mostly looking for small, giftable accessories. There was one important rule to remember here. You must never be greedy. Attempting to take something beyond your means would undoubtedly result in a price far too steep for any human to bear, whether in barter or currency. So I needed to narrow my scope. I'd prefer something casual and easy to wear daily. The curtain fell, and when it rose again, the contents of the glass display had changed, as if by magic. Gone were the torsos. Instead, there were 3 or 4 upper body mannequins. Around their necks, arms, and fingers, accessories gleamed under the light. I scanned them carefully, picking out the lightest and least conspicuous item. A thin silver ring. Its elegant engraving was delicate, and it looked as though it required the least material to craft. In other words, it appeared to be the cheapest. How much is this? The mannequins simultaneously raised their hands, pointing at my companions behind me. Of course. According to the standard form of barter in this boutique is human lives. Assistant manager successfully posed as an existing boutique member using mind-disrupting equipment. Purchased item, ring. Cost, 3 civilians, 1 aged 35, 2 aged 21. For government audit purposes, this exploration record was transferred. Full document access limited to C-level security clearance. Mr. Roe dear. You excuse me, but what exactly is happening right now? Ah, I see. Please wrap it up. The mannequins moved with precision, delicately removing the chosen ring from the glass case. From somewhere, they brought out a silk string with an elegant tag and tied it to the ring. Then, as if inviting me to inspect it, they presented it to me. On the tag, fine script was written in impossibly tiny, elegant letters. Rather than risk treading the direct path to death lane contamination by trying to read it, I turned to my reliable friend. Braun, would you mind reading this? No problem. It says, specialized tailoring, eternal luster that never fades. The craftsmanship of a noble artisan, always present. Sounds like the kind of pitch that'd appeal to nouveau riche or social climbers. Oh, but let's keep that between us, friend. Right. As expected. Never fades, always present. Those keywords were exactly what I had anticipated. They suggested abilities tied to durability and permanence. I recalled that in the exploration record mentioning the purchased item, ring, there was a separate wiki entry describing its origins. A large-scale mental contamination incident. The sole surviving company employee from that incident had reportedly traded 3 civilians for this boutique's ring and worn it to survive. How could I not think of that? The event was connected to the merch that I owned. That one catastrophic train accident, all because of the Silver Heart employee. The only surviving Daydream Incorporated employee from the Tamara Express disaster. They claimed to have lost the piece of equipment, a ring, immediately after the incident. The ring was suspected to have played a decisive role in their survival. This incident was documented under the Disaster Management Bureau's human error cases, and it held the longest entry, even adapted into a short story for the company's wiki. A ring crucial enough to ensure survival without contamination during such a massive disaster. To provide coherence and narrative depth to the ring's origin, the boutique entry was created as its source. In short, the accessories and garments sold here are indirectly verified by the wiki. When worn, they supposedly provide resistance in situations that disrupt the steadiness of one's mind, such as mental confusion or brainwashing. In short, this could be powerful mental defense equipment. A must-have for someone like me, who'd narrowly escaped disaster due to contamination before. I raised my head. Perfect. I'll take this ring. Chapter 92.1. The mannequin staff lined up neatly and began clapping in unison. It was an enthusiastic response to my decision to purchase the ring. Meanwhile, the 2 colleagues who had followed me stood there, dumbfounded by the situation. The ring I had chosen, paired with the 2 humans deemed suitable for barter. Clap, clap, clap. The mannequins stopped clapping and, as if preparing to finalize the payment, began walking toward the 2 standing behind me. I raised my hand. However, I'd like to propose a change in the payment method. The mannequins halted abruptly and turned to look at me. Yes, it was true that this boutique accepted humans for barter. It had been done before, and the transaction was still viable. But why did they accept humans in the first place? If you think about it fundamentally. Labor. Whether as grunt workers or as individuals promoted to become mannequins like these, the wiki had already detailed this fact. In other words, humans were accepted because they provided definite operational support for the boutique. So, aside from labor, what else could offer definite support to the store? Even in Daydream Incorporated, the answer was obvious. Resource procurement. I reached into my tattoo and pulled out an item. The most valuable substance I had prepared. I'd like to pay with this. A gold bar. Even in a ghost story, the sudden appearance of capitalism's shining star caused my colleagues behind me to stir. Honestly, after nearly emptying my balance on that alien shop, I debated whether or not to use this. Good thing I grabbed it on my way through Zhangyo. Gold and silver are classic staples in ghost stories. Unlike silver, which is primarily used for exorcisms, gold carries a more universal symbolic weight, often associated with greed or ritualistic offerings. It's a versatile currency. A with tilde Nigerian naira. So, will this suffice as payment? A mannequin wearing a more formal uniform approached me. It bent its head low over the small gold bar and politely extended both hands. Success. It worked. I'd been prepared to flee if this failed, but the situation couldn't have turned out better. I placed the gold bar in the mannequin's hands. The mannequin stepped back, then returned from behind the glass case, holding the ring in even more elaborate packaging. The silver ring I had purchased now rested on a velvet cushion embossed with an intricate snake design. Even the cushion is included. Since taking the cushion didn't prompt any reaction, I stored everything in my tattoo inventory. Next, 2 other mannequins stepped forward, each holding a rectangular velvet box. Though the boxes were identical in shape, their contents were different. The one on the left contained an elegant, traditional pouch with an opening that revealed coins printed backward. Change. It was an additional profit. The pouch's weight was noticeably heavier than the coins I'd received at the butcher shop earlier, and the coins themselves were larger and thicker. Clearly, they were of a different denomination. This must all be mine. Already leaning toward the more practical option, I glanced at the other box. Inside were various small trinkets, accessories, though calling them that felt like a stretch. They didn't seem wearable or worth gambling on for potential mental defense properties. Clearly, they were trying to pitch some additional sales before handing over the change. The universal currency seems like the better option. But just as I reached that conclusion, one particular item caught my eye among the trinkets. A small ribbon hair tie. Its material was unclear, but its sleek, dark brown sheen looked expensive. Interesting. Can I take that as well? I pointed at the hair tie. The mannequins clapped again and removed half of the coins from the pouch before presenting the remaining change to me with a bow. Thank you. I accepted the neatly packaged items and stored them in my tattoo. Wow, I've been thinking about this for a while. That ability of yours looks incredible. What kind of equipment are you using? Indeed. I turned to Kanyahawk, who was grinning slyly. Did she not realize I could have bartered her and the other colleague away? Ha! Let's try this one more time. I decided to attempt one final gambit, act like a lunatic to avoid being messed with. Fixing my gaze on Kanyahawk, I spoke. I'm curious. Excuse me. If I were to sell one sentient being, how much gold could I get in return? After a brief silence. Huh? Why would you even think of something so illogical? Ha ha. Kanyahawk laughed heartily. You'd probably get a few more gold bars by selling kidneys or corneas instead. Is this a normal way of thinking? It clearly wasn't. So, I gave up arguing. This was getting seriously unsettling. I just have to endure this until we escape from this ghost story. Instead, I decided to offer my colleagues a carrot. Here, take this. What? I divided the change from my pouch into 3 parts and handed some to each of them. I'm lending this to you. If you use it, repay me in gold. If you don't use it by the time we leave, I'll take it back. Thank you. Jang Hyoan was the first to bow his head in gratitude. I could brush off Kanyahawk as someone utterly beyond my comprehension, but I couldn't understand why Jang Hyoan was so calm. What on earth did you go through on the round-off team? At the start of this mission, I'd thought, this is going to be a reliable exploration with my sane colleagues. But now, I'd reached a point where I actually missed Beksahian. At least that guy was predictably awful. Here, I was practically bathing in cold sweat. When I noticed Kanyahawk raising the coins to inspect their surface, I quickly intervened. Don't look too closely. Got it. Kanyahawk murmured in a slightly dazed voice. Gold never fails, does it? Excuse me, Miss Pony. Jang Hyoan quietly interjected. Isn't it dangerous to make such conclusions? There are many things more valuable than gold in this world. Haha, well, Mr. Buffalo, let me give you a tip as a fellow colleague. What do you think is the most valuable use of a wish? A wish. To save people and benefit the world, I'd imagine. There are so many people in the world. No, it's more efficient to endlessly produce what's scarce and valuable. Kanyahawk declared, spreading her hands wide. And that is none other than the Midas touch. Chapter 92.2. What? You mean the hand that turns everything it touches into gold, from Greek mythology? Exactly. Koreans really know their Greek and Roman myths. Kang Yihak grinned. Of course, I wouldn't ask for everything I touch to turn to gold. I've already thought about a specific part of the body where it wouldn't interfere with daily life. To my surprise, Jang Hyeon's gaze turned cold, reminiscent of the time during the new higher orientation when he raised his hand to ask about wish tokens, his suit and hair drenched in blood. Then why not just ask for 100 billion or 1,000,000,000,000 in your bank account? But Kang Yihak didn't falter. What? Why waste a one-time wish on that? Besides, paper money turns into worthless scraps if this country collapses. But gold. Kang Yihak leaned her pony mask closer to Jang Hyeon. Gold never loses its value. Even when diamonds, dollars, and every other currency in the world collapse, gold has never once deviated from its upward macro trend. It's the perfect capital. Let's hear it, shall we? Our batch leader, the fastest to become a supervisor, and the record holder for the quickest point accumulation, Supervisor Roe Deer, you agree with me, don't you? Before I could respond, Kang Yihak continued without pause. No need to answer, really after all, you brought gold bars, didn't you? You've just seen how useful gold can be as an item. That's when it hit me. Gold is money, and money is power. That's the rule in human society. Kang Yihak wasn't hiding any ulterior motives. At all. This person is just absolutely obsessed with money. Sure, most people want to make money, but someone willing to weigh their soul on a scale to sell it off like this was overwhelming. Perhaps the silver heart and the commercialized atmosphere were amplifying her behavior, but I had a feeling this was her true, unfiltered self. She'd probably harbored these thoughts beneath her friendly demeanor even before we entered this ghost story. She's dangerous. Once we leave this place, I'll make sure to avoid her. For now, I crossed my arms and maintained a neutral expression. Well, I've heard your point. I wish you success in making lots of money. Haha, yes. First, let's get out of this store. I declined the staff's offer to escort me out, claiming I'd look around a bit more before leaving. As soon as the employees reverted to their floating, disembodied hands form, I rushed out through the back door. Oh, Thailand body yes. Hugh. The dark alley lined with tightly packed side doors. Who would have thought this bizarre place could feel comforting? Let's complete the objective, then quickly find a relatively safe and manageable alley to finish the remaining steps before the path narrows further. Fortunately, having easily covered 1,000 steps at the boutique, a new alley appeared without much trouble. Do not give up on your body. Remaining steps, 3,999. The path between the narrow side doors was about the same width as the previous alley but felt much more manageable. This place feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? Dim lamplight flickered softly from utility poles. Under the starlit sky, the glow of yellow light spilled gently from the signs and windows of small shops. It feels strangely nostalgic. The atmosphere resembled a quaint alley in an old residential neighborhood, exuding a cozy and comforting vibe. Of course, letting my guard down here could lead to being lured into one of the shops, where I might end up missing, or worse, losing my sanity. I recognize this place. Confirmed sections of Death Lane. 12, Old Shopping District. This alley was frequently mentioned in the manual and appeared often in exploration logs. It was also considered one of the safer paths. And it happened to be my destination. Let's move to the next alley. Got it. We stepped into the quaint, nostalgic alley. It was almost deserted. The air carried a subtle, mysterious vibe, like Christmas Eve or New Year's night. I walked past the small, modest shops with my colleagues until I stopped in front of one. It was a stationery store. Not the kind with just a few school supplies and toys for students, but one that sold snacks, much like the shops near schools in the 2000s that offered tteokbokki and cheap junk food. I glanced at the display stand. Where oeting and tteokbokki should have been, stacks of buckwheat jelly with intricate lotus patterns were piled. And above it, the store sign. Sweet Stationery. Found it. This was the store said to sell chocolate bars wrapped in packaging that matched my description. Who? Now that I was here, the tension was mounting. I turned to look at my colleagues. Mr. Roe Deer. Gah. I nearly jumped into the air. Barely suppressing my startle, I turned my head to see a white lizard head staring blankly at me from the shadows beside a utility pole near the shop. Squad leader. How many steps do you have left? I alternated between glancing at the stationery store and the lizard before finally regaining composure. Were you waiting for us here? Yes. How many steps remain? We have about 3,900 steps left. Have you nearly completed your 10,000 steps, squad leader? Yes. I determined this alley had the highest likelihood of encountering fellow explorers, so I waited with 500 steps remaining. It seemed he had anticipated my likely arrival at this stationery store, given that our reason for entering this ghost story in the first place was tied to the snacks reportedly cited here. He almost gave me a heart attack. Still, having him give detailed answers was a relief. My opinion of the lizard as a superior fluctuated between plummeting and rising again. At that moment, Kanyahawk chimed in. Wow, squad leader, you're really reassuring. While we're here, could we check out that shop next door to rack up some steps? The shop she pointed to sold knit goods like gloves and scarves, and it had already appeared in exploration records. She even rattled the coins I'd handed her earlier as if to emphasize her point. The lizard fixed his red, vertical pupils on her. You have the currency for this place. Yes. Supervisor Solium secured it for us. Truly amazing. D-Squad members are all so capable. I've learned so much from you. Haha. I see. The lizard quickly gave instructions. Enter in pairs. Do not engage in activities contrary to the manual. Return to the alley within 10 minutes. Got it. Yes, sir. Kang Yihawk swiftly dragged Jang Hyoan toward the shop selling gloves and scarves. Well, since this alley and shop were relatively low risk according to the records, it made sense for Li Jihian to let them go. It worked out perfectly for me. Now I can check out the destination without sharing any secrets. I stood in front of the glass door of the stationery store. Li Jihian followed closely behind. I'm going in. Yes. Ding. I stepped inside the stationery store. Time to find the Good Child chocolate bar. Chapter 93.1. The inside of the store smelled faintly of dust, but it was warm. It had the cozy atmosphere characteristic of an old space. As if living up to its name, Sweet Stationery Shop carried a faintly sweet scent that felt almost comforting. The tension that had stiffened my shoulders began to ease. No, that wouldn't do. Stay alert. I bit the inside of my mouth once and moved forward again. Narrow shelves lined the walls like a maze, each one packed with various snacks. At the very front of the large display in the center, the names of popular products were written. Forget-me cotton candy. Softy cookie. Taste of the sun chips. Carrot. Of course. Reverse bubble chomp gum. Nostalgia candy sold out. I walked quietly, scanning the snacks with my eyes. I didn't see the Good Child chocolate bar, but I recognized a few familiar names and packages. Some of them were relatively safe and useful. All right. Since I'm here, I might as well spend my change. They were decent as items, or I could resell them for some extra income. The last time I parted ways with Agent Bronze, the atmosphere hadn't been too bad. Maybe I could restore my sales route for creepypasta snacks through them. Considering I'd been stripped of everything down to my last gold bar, I needed a way to make money. You're picking quite a lot, friend. Be careful not to rot your teeth. I quickly picked out a few snacks. Then, I turned to glance at the lizard that had been following me in silence, taking slow, deliberate steps. Section Chief, is there a snack you'd like to have? I'd like to offer one as a token of gratitude. Yes. Surprisingly, Li Jihian didn't refuse. After briefly scanning the surroundings, he grabbed a snack. Reverse bubble chomp gum. Blow it like a balloon in your mouth, and your body will grow as big as a building. Certified original by Cheerful Research Institute. Beware of cheap knockoffs sold at street stalls. Are you sure about this one? Yes. Did he want to turn into a giant lizard? I pushed down my unnecessary imagination. Let's just pay. Holding the selected snacks in both hands, I headed toward the cash register in the back of the store. On the way, I scanned the entire interior again, but the Good Child chocolate bar was still nowhere to be seen. I reached the counter first in the end. Hello. The employee sitting at the iron counter gave a slow nod. Likely the store's owner, they wore a sloppy casual outfit and had a hat pulled low over their face. At first glance, they seemed like an ordinary stationery shop owner, but 6 arms tapped against the counter. Phew. I made sure never to look at their face and instead carefully placed my selected snacks on the counter. Then, I quickly pulled out my coins. Here you go. I didn't want any misunderstandings about this being a barter transaction. I recalled the first recorded successful purchase at this store in the Dark Exploration records. Purchased item, carrot. Of course. 1 PC. Cost, memory of the second day of a family trip in 1997. Right. This stationery shop traded in memories instead of money. From happy recollections that made you smile just by thinking of them, to horrifying traumas you wanted to forget. The type of memory loss depended on the snack purchased. That's why the exploration records ranged from heartwarming to downright eerie. I had no desire to gamble on what I might lose. Especially not in this creepypasta world, where every bit of knowledge in my head was crucial. I just need to find the good child chocolate bar. I considered asking the owner directly. However, since the packaging featured something that seemed suspiciously like me, I didn't want to risk drawing unnecessary attention to it. Kindly tell me the location of the chocolate bar. Squad leader. I barely stopped myself from grabbing my direct superior by the collar. But the store owner merely pointed to a shelf without a care, still lounging deeply in their chair. Phew. So, the illustration on the wrapper wasn't similar enough to me for immediate recognition. I'd seriously settle for having half the liver of a lizard. T/N, in this context, liver equals guts equals courage. Maybe I should have bought some at the fresh meat butcher shop. Muttering nonsense under my breath, I leaned down toward the counter to collect my purchased snacks and remaining change. And then, I saw it. There was something behind the counter. A life-size cutout and decorative papers, hastily stashed away. A sign, and a blue box filled with chocolate bars. Theme park collaboration, new product launch. Good child chocolate bar, cinnamon churros flavor. Oh God. Found it. I quickly examined the wrapper. It depicted my hairstyle, mask, and suit far more accurately than I'd expected. Had they removed the promotion display after the event ended? No. It looked more like they had rushed to hide it. Wait a moment. I looked at the chocolate bar's packaging again. And then I realized. That product didn't use me as an advertisement model, nor did it decorate the packaging with a character that just happened to resemble me. It was. Please find this good child. We are waiting for eyewitness reports. It was a missing person advertisement. Cold sweat dripped down my back as I took a step backward. That means. Ding-ling-ling. I stiffly turned my head to look toward the counter. The store owner was holding the telephone. The ringing sound was connecting somewhere. Click. The moment the call connected. Here you are. I turned around, grabbed Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, and bolted. Here you are. Here you are. Here you are. I didn't even have time to cuss. I could barely breathe as I sprinted across the store, putting as much distance as possible between me and the counter. I reached for the door I had entered through. Why are you over there? Clack. The door locked. I turned my head to look back at the store owner standing behind the counter. I'm leaving now. Please unlock the door. A short silence. It's okay. The store owner's voice echoed in my ears. From the telephone in his hand, black liquid had begun to drip, pattering onto the floor. Thicker and thicker. Drip. Drip. The once thin trickle of liquid began to pull together, twisting and distorting midair like clay being molded into shape. I came to take you back. Taking the shape of some mascot costume animal I had definitely seen before, somewhere. I desperately yanked on the door handle. But it didn't budge. Damn it, this son of a... Let go of the handle. The moment I released the door, Lee Jae-hyun slammed his left fist into the handle. Crack. Thud. Like a lie, the handle snapped off and fell to the floor. The door burst open with a kick, revealing the alley outside. Without hesitation, we ran. My door. A furious, gushing sound erupted behind us. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water mixing with the store owner's enraged voice chased us down the alley. My spine went ice cold. Braun. You seem to be in need of my help, friend. Exactly. Lights out. For Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun too. Even him. Very well. Consider this my gift. Snap. Chapter 93.2. A cheerful snapping sound came from the plush doll, and once again, heavy darkness blanketed over me. That familiar sensation of fading away. Lee Jae-hyun's vertical pupils darted toward me. Mr. Roe dear. I'll explain later. Just run. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water crashing against the alley walls was getting closer. Shit, shit. What happens if we get caught? No matter how much I thought about it, I had no way of knowing. The unknown outcome made it even more terrifying. I gritted my teeth. Running was the right answer. Coming here in the first place, thinking I could figure something out, that was the mistake. This was a ghost story. Seeking the truth wasn't the way to solve things, it was a shortcut to death in this kind of world. I should have just ignored it and moved on. No, no. I can regret it after I survive. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 3,441. I needed to last 400 more steps. Whatever the next alley is, I have to run that way. From behind, I could hear the alley's residents chattering as the floodwaters swirled around their ankles. Wow, how fun. What is this? The mascot is coming in a parade on the water. So fun. So fun. In Waterland, you can ride the flume ride. Eat the chocolate bar and win a trip to Waterland. Let's find the good child. Wow, the good child. That guy. Motherfucker. Who? Where is he? I don't see him. Cold sweat ran down my spine as I pushed through the ghostly crowd, making my way down the alley. Oh, of course. Even when all the lights disappear, a star remains a star. And a star's fate is to endure their obsessive fans' relentless pursuit. If they know the star's defining features well, wouldn't they only search more persistently for those defining features? I recalled the illustration on the chocolate bar's packaging. The mask. I ripped off the mask I was wearing and shoved it into my tattoo. Then, I pulled out a cap and mask, jamming them onto my face. As my movement slowed, the water behind me surged closer. In my lowered gaze, I could see the flood right there at my heels. No. The speed difference was too great. In that case, I checked another direction. Above. Squad leader, the utility pole. Yes. I grabbed onto the nearby utility pole and climbed up quickly. I had never climbed anything so desperately fast in my life. Whether my palms got scraped or not, I had to, somehow. Made it. Water surged into the spot where I had just been standing. But I had successfully climbed up to just below the power lines of the utility pole. Ha! I steadied my grip, nearly loosening it in relief. For now, I'm safe. Just as I was about to twist my body and brace my legs against the alley wall for stability. Thuck. From my suit pocket. My phone slipped out as the screen lit up. Splash. It fell into the water surging below. The screen cracked as it hit the stone pavement, and water seeped in, causing the app display to flicker. Do not give up on your body. Remaining steps, 3,210. And then. The screen went black. Mr. Roe dear. All that was left of my shattered phone was a dark, blank screen. The black, writhing masses in the shape of grotesquely moving mascot chunks filled the narrow, dim alley, peering into the shop windows one by one. My phone was carried away by the current. It drifted along the alley, moving, until it vanished among the crowd following the mascot-like lump. The rushing water brushed past the utility pole I was clinging to. Along with my escape route. I'm screwed. Mr. Roe dear. Frozen in place, I turned my head. Right below me, gripping onto the utility pole with one hand, the lizard extended something toward me. It was his perfectly intact phone screen. Death Lane exit. Follow the arrow. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun had successfully completed his 10,000 steps in this moment. I stared blankly at the navigation screen already activated on Lee Jae-hyun's phone. And then. Take this. Sir. The lizard held out his phone to me. Follow the app's directions and escape. A lifeline had been thrown my way. The app does not recognize a change in user. As long as you don't deviate from the guided path, you can escape. I reached for Lee Jae-hyun's phone. But then. I clenched my teeth and refused. I can't accept this. Section Chief. That strange black water. It was definitely looking for me. It's still searching this alley right now. I had barely evaded it by removing my mask and suppressing my presence. However, if I follow the app's directions, I won't be able to avoid encountering the black water, because I can't deviate from the path. While following the app's navigation, do not take your eyes off the screen for more than 3 seconds or deviate from the guided path under any circumstances. RN. Failure to comply will result in being classified as missing. This rule applied just the same on the way back. So, the probability of me escaping safely without disappearing is extremely low. For me to have a chance at survival, I needed to hide in another alley first before activating the navigation. I think finding another way out would give me a better chance of survival. Lee Jae-hyun's vertical pupils stared at me in silence. I see. Yes. So, squad leader, you should take the phone and escape. Then, he turned off his phone. Had this lizard lost his mind? What are you doing? I am following the two-person team protocol from the manual. What kind of nonsense was that? Then why were you trying to hand me your escape route earlier? You would have been left alone, not in a two-person team. I followed the priority order in the manual. If you require a more detailed explanation, request it after we escape. Lee Jae-hyun spoke in his usual flat tone. From now on, all conversations and questions will have less priority in favor of our survival and return. Mr. Roe dear, devise a new escape plan based on what you know, even if it is not documented in the manual. Dear God. Understood. I barely managed to answer. A moment later. We climbed down from the utility pole. And we started walking again. Across the alley floor that had just been swept by the flood. Without navigation. Without an escape plan. Chapter 94.1. A person who lost their phone in Death Lane and desperately tried to return to reality. I can say with certainty, I am not the first. The dark exploration records documented a variety of tragic and eerie ends met by such individuals. For detailed records on employees and civilians who went missing in Death Lane, refer to the document filed as Escape Attempt via Alley 16. For now, let's recall the common premises first. 1. Attempting to blindly follow someone else who is receiving navigation from their phone always ends in failure. The app's navigation could not be shared. Ultimately, every attempt ended with, at some point, the person I was following simply disappeared. As these failures accumulated, people abandoned the idea and instead started looking for escape hints from within Death Lane itself. There were all kinds of methods. A store that promised to open a back door out of the alley if you sacrificed a limb. A passerby who claimed you could escape through a manhole. A shoe shop insisting that if you wore their shoes, you'd see the exit path. Fortunately, I don't have to try all of these methods to reach the conclusion. All of them failed. Yeah. A cruel truth, deduced through inductive reasoning. 2. The residents of Death Lane have no knowledge of the way back to reality. Everything they said was a deception. It was no different from stopping a random office worker in Seoul and asking them directions into a creepypasta. The residents here never had that knowledge in the first place. I need to abandon any expectation or plan of escaping with someone's help. That meant I had to think of an escape method assuming I wouldn't receive any new hints at all. Hugh. Squad leader. Yes. I forced myself to open my mouth. I'll brief you on what I've figured out so far. Now, the third premise. 3. From now on, it is impossible to enter new alleys. Normally, for app users, a new alley would appear every 1,000 steps, and they could choose whether to enter it or not. But with my step tracking app broken, that rational system was gone as well. We're trapped in this alley. It was possible the scenery would change as we walked. But we had no control over it. As outsiders to this ghost story, we were fundamentally unable to find the path forward. Therefore, we must find a way to escape from within this alley. Yes. And now, the fourth premise. Also, we must escape before dawn. A time limit. Naturally, most members of this company's field exploration team had nerves of steel. Some even deliberately tried to stay longer in certain alleys, experimenting to see if they could increase the Dream Essence's grade. There were times when the research team requested this at a corporate level. For instance, seeing how long they could last without walking, maximizing the time spent in Death Lane within the limits of their phone's battery. The result? Total communication loss. And this communication loss was not the kind where someone was later found in some grotesque transformation, like the forced laborers at the boutique back alley. Us. It was a complete disappearance. Even a staff member who attempted to stay overnight in an inn, maintaining radio contact with dedicated equipment, ended up vanishing. Exploration team member, yes. I've entered a place called the Goldfish Eyes Inn. Just in case, I'll be taking turns standing watch with supervisor. Exploration team member, what did I pay for lodging? Oh, well, I just used a dead body. That person was already dead anyway, so I put the body to good use. That's all you need to know. Exploration team member, anyway, I'll try staying up all night like this. If my dream essence grade goes up, I get proper points for it, right? Exploration team member, the sun is rising. Exploration team member, the sun is burning the alley. It's on fire. Everything's burning, everyone's running. I can't ESC, connection lost. I never wanted to experience something like that. This is driving me nuts. Walking through Death Lane without my phone, all these thoughts running through my head, reality was beginning to sink in, brutally and unmistakably. The fact that I could become just another entry in those records. Time constraints, spatial constraints, method constraints. I barely managed to report to Lee Jae-hyun with a calm tone. Overall, no matter what method I come up with, it will amount to a reckless gamble. Yes. Lee Jae-hyun remained composed as ever. Aren't you worried about our current situation, squad leader? No. Worrying serves no purpose in resolving the issue. Wow. So basically, as long as I can present my insane idea convincingly, he'll go along with it without a word of complaint. Just like my fellow new hires who had been with me earlier. Wait. Where did they go? Lee Jae-hyun had told them to be back in 10 minutes when they entered the shop next door. If they really came out after just 10 minutes, that means they were there when the alley was hit by the sudden torrent. Could they have been swept away and dragged under by the current? Supervisor. Ah. When I turned my head, I saw Kang Yi-hak and Jang Hyo-won running toward us, waving their hands. Judging by the paper shopping bags in their hands, each adorned with a ball of yarn design, they had successfully completed their purchase. Ah, there you are. Kang Yi-hak beamed with a broad smile. Phew. Looks like your shopping went well. Ah, yes. The store owner seemed desperate for money. He was so eager to meet our budget, he nearly sold us his own hat. Really, just a fantastic shopping experience. Then, after a quick glance at Lee Jae-hyun's face, Kang Yi-hak suddenly pretended to check her phone and hastily added. Oh. Wait, how did so much time pass already? I'm so sorry. You told us to be out in 10 minutes, but we got too absorbed when we found something useful for our exploration endeavors. Truly, our apologies, squad leader. Yes. Her excuse was obviously rehearsed, but at least it was better than nothing. They must have been so engrossed in haggling that they didn't even notice the flood outside. Meanwhile, Jang Hyo-won, standing beside her, looked slightly pale as he glanced warily at his shopping bag. Mr. Bison, is there a problem with the item you purchased? Oh, no. It's not that. It's just that among the things they were selling, some of the yarn wasn't actually yarn. There were these weird strands that looked like veins mixed in. Good lord. I mean, of course, I didn't buy any of that. Also, thank you so much for the coins, Mr. Roe dear. I'll make sure to repay you in gold once we get out of here. Come to think of it, shouldn't we be heading out soon? Oh. Have you been counting your steps while walking around this alley? Can you share your remaining steps from the app? Lee Jae-hyun, expressionless, gave an immediate answer. No. Pardon. Aya. This damn lizard. I swiftly and discreetly kicked Lee Jae-hyun's shin at an angle where no one else could see. Chapter 94.2. Then, maintaining a completely natural tone, I said. We were just walking slowly to check something. Have you both reached your step count? Oh, we're almost there. We did a lot of pacing back and forth while browsing in the shop. A bit of a shame, really we could have checked out 2 more alley options. Kang Yi-hak clicked her tongue regretfully. On her phone screen, the remaining step count was clearly displayed. Don't give up on your body. Remaining steps, 1,052. Well, since we've already spent all the money you lent us, we might as well check what the next alley looks like before heading back. Haha. Yes. Did you know? There was exactly one way for someone who had lost their phone to successfully escape this place. A method recorded multiple times, thoroughly verified, and confirmed as fact. I had almost been presented with a similar opportunity just now. And that was to steal someone else's phone. Supervisor Park Do-jong got into a scuffle with a merchant during a transaction. In the process, he sustained 3 hairline fractures to his left rib and had his phone destroyed. Successfully returned after seizing a civilian's phone. I stared at Kang Yi-hak's phone, dangling in the air without protection. then said, "Yes. Please return first. Squad leader, would it be all right for them to go back on their own?" "Yes. I sent my 2 batchmates away." "Well then, we'll head back." "Thank you." "Haha, see you at work tomorrow. We can talk more about our spoils then." The 2 of them walked down the alley and suddenly vanished. They must have entered the next alley. Don't do anything you can't handle. That's an undeniable act of evil. If I went that far, I might not be able to use my silver heart anymore. Even if that weren't the case, if I later realized I could have survived without stealing a phone, my mind wouldn't be able to bear it. Unless it's the absolute worst-case scenario, don't go that far. The moment I cross that line, my corruption might accelerate. I traced the silver ring I was already wearing, grounding myself. "Oh, Mr. Rowe dear, you chose dignity. What admirable restraint. Some guests will resort to the most disgraceful acts just to gain attention. That too is a kind of noble professionalism, but isn't it contestants like you who truly win over the audience?" Beta. "All right. Thanks. Though, honestly, I'd rather not be compared to that." I took a deep breath, trying not to recall the chaos of the Tuesday quiz show. I was already trapped in a ghost story. I didn't need to relive the time I nearly died in another one. Instead, I focused on combing through my mental records, searching for any clue in this alley that might help. "Mr. Rowe dear." Fwick. Li Jihian grabbed me by the nape and yanked me through a shop door. Then, after pulling me inside, he immediately dropped to the floor. "There's water." I lifted my head. We were inside an unmanned laundromat. Beyond the cheap, printed glass door, the alley was filling with water. Shush ha. From the narrow gap between 2 residential buildings, not an alley, black water seeped through, pooling and congealing into a familiar, mascot-like shape. A slithering dragon character. That doesn't look like the real mascot. Unlike before, it didn't radiate that sharp, intelligent presence. But that only made it more eerie, more menacing. It doesn't look like I can negotiate. Indeed. Trying to converse with a parade balloon is a foolish endeavor, friend. The water mass jerkily moved its limbs, its grotesque gait carrying it back down the alley. Luckily, it didn't peer into the laundromat. Phew. Scattered across the damp floor in its wake were chocolate bars, likely washed out of a stationery store during the flood. Then came the residents of Death Lane, the ones entranced by the parade, rushing toward them. "Mine. It's mine. Send me to the cheerful theme park. Let me win. Let's find the good child. Let's find the good child." A chaotic mix of pedestrians and merchants swarmed in, tearing open the chocolate bars, desperately searching for what was hidden inside. Probably theme park tickets or membership passes. Just like my tattoo. Socius. If they see it, they'll rip my skin off along with it. The classic ghost story scenario flashed through my mind, sending chills down my spine. I opened the glass door slightly the moment the water mass disappeared from view down the alley. Clink. Fortunately, the Death Lane pedestrians who were frantically rummaging through the chocolates didn't look this way. I swallowed hard, flicked a coin, and summoned a third hand into the air. The translucent hand crept carefully through the narrow gap of the glass door and snatched one of the chocolate bars that had bounced toward the laundromat from the alley. The moment the third hand came back inside, I quickly grabbed the chocolate bar and stuffed it into my other tattoo. Phew. If I'm already stirring up trouble, I might as well gather information to analyze. Thankfully, whether it was due to the silver ring doing its job, I felt no strange hallucinations or noises, nor any fervent craving for the theme park. I'll examine it more thoroughly once I'm back in reality. As I pulled my hand out of my tattoo inventory and deactivated the third hand, I recalled an item I'd been carrying around all this time without trying it even once. The most expensive item in the alien shop. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. I took out that item. A small, red button. Right, Braun had said something like this. Yes, Mr. Rowe dear, you can think of it as an emergency escape. Emergency escape. Should I press it? Considering the price, it felt like I should save it for a higher grade darkness, but with disappearance looming over me, maybe I was better off using it now rather than risking everything. Alright. Let's see what happens. Before I pressed it, I showed the button to Section Chief Li Jihian. Squad leader, this is. Do you require my advice? Huh? Do you require my advice? Yes. Do not use it. A chill ran down my spine. You know about this button, squad leader? Yes. Does something bad happen if I press it? That depends on your perspective. Could you be more specific? That is not possible. However, in our current situation, I do not recommend using it. Hugh. In the end, I put the button away again. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun might not say everything he knows, but he doesn't lie. And the fact that he's someone who can also purchase items from the alien shop made me even more uneasy. He's the reason I got the link to the alien shop in the first place, with his account. All in all, forcing the use of this item right now felt like setting up my own grim final entry in the exploration records. Oh dear, you're not pressing it. I was curious to see what would happen. How disappointing. Really? A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me. It felt like realizing that a rope ladder I'd thought appeared out of nowhere was just a drawing. Leaning my back against the laundromat wall, I stifled a sigh. In that case, all our remaining options are shots in the dark. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun looked at me. I drummed my fingers nervously on my arm. Like, maybe if we destroy an entire house, we can create a gap in the concept of the alley and escape. Wait, don't do it. Yes. I'm going crazy. I quickly stopped the lizard from punching a hole in the wall with his bare hands, then sank down to the floor. Is there really no other way? Either we die, or we escape. Is there truly no more reliable option than betting on some extreme long shot? Certainly, the methods for leaving a ghost story. Ah. I jumped to my feet. Mr. Roe dear. Squad leader. This might work. There's a way we can try. First, we get out of here and move. Lee Jae-hyun grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back. Step away. I turned my head. Through the laundromat's glass door, I saw a dark shape. It was watching us. A mass of black water. Found you. Chapter 95.1. Water poured into the laundromat. Gurgle, gurgle. I stepped back to avoid the water seeping through the gaps in the glass door. But there was no place to hide in the unmanned laundromat. Only a few washing machines were running on all sides. Damn it. This way, sir. I immediately stepped up onto a washing machine. At the same time, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun climbed onto the one next to it. But that was it. Where do we go now? I scanned the high, small window on the left wall. It had bars, but if Lee Jae-hyun tried, he could probably rip it out. A faint, resounding melody echoed in my ears as the sound of rushing water filled the room. I recognized the tune. It was the theme song for the cheerful theme park. The water that filled the laundromat coalesced into a massive form. A dragon in the park mascot costume. Found you. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the seemingly mindless water mass before me, sounding like it came from the other end of a phone line. The vibrations traveled through the water. Found you. Cold sweat dripped down my back as I stared at the black streams and masses of water occupying the laundromat. How did it recognize me? I had taken off my mask and was wearing a hat and a face mask. Kidnapper. It recognized Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The black water mass raised a forelimb and pointed at the lizard standing on the washing machine beside me. I am not. Kidnapper. I am not. Are you guys just gonna do this forever or what? No, that might be a relief. Honestly, it wouldn't have been surprising if this water mass suddenly unleashed some creepypasta ability. I still hadn't forgotten the torrent that had surged and swallowed the alley, sweeping away my phone in its madness. I'm not even sure if brute force exorcism would work on water. Hugh. If words could get through, at least. B.A.D. I am not a kidnapper. I took off my face mask and put on my deer mask again. Then, I rolled up my sleeve to reveal the tattoo. Socius. Trying to appear as calm as possible, I met the water lump dragon's gaze. Mr. Mascot, were you looking for me by any chance? The water mass wavered. And then. Goodchild. Its voice became clearer. Yes, it's good to meet you too. I gestured to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun not to come down, then carefully climbed down from the top of the washing machine myself. Ugh. The water sloshed around my feet, but aside from the theme park melody becoming a little clearer, no other bizarre symptoms appeared. All right. I can do this. I approached the water mass. Letsgo. A vibration emanated from my tattoo. It seemed to resonate with the figure before me. The dragon's forelimb moved closer. Playmore. I held my breath. I'm sorry. Then gently pushed its forelimb away. I'm not a child anymore, so I can't stay in the theme park. I have work to do. Silence. I'm fucking terrified, fuck. But I endured and calmly spoke while meeting the dragon's gaze. Even so, when I want to have fun or spend time at a great water park, I'll make sure to visit you. I raised my wrist to show the tattoo. That's why you gave me this, right? So I can come whenever I want. The water mass nodded slowly. Thank you, but, I'm not sure I know how to get to the cheerful theme park. At work, the method to enter the theme park involved a board game, and the structure of the park varied with each game. If I could avoid that, it might actually be safer. It would be better to revisit a place I'd already been. What if I accidentally end up at a different theme park without you? Is there a way to prevent that? ITSOKAY. Even if I go to another theme park, it's fine. ITSOKAY. Strange. Would replaying that board game change anything? Well, if that was the case. PROMISE. Who? I suppressed my trembling and extended my hand to the water mass. Yes. I promise. I hooked my pinky around the waters. The clammy sensation sent shivers down my spine, but nothing else happened. After releasing our pinky lock, the water mass pressed a claw to my tattoo. It seemed to be checking its attachment, and soon, satisfied, it withdrew its forelimb. At that moment. Fwick. The laundromat door burst open under water pressure, and something flew in, landing atop the water mass's forelimb. A small, black, rectangular object. My broken phone. ITSYOURS. With trembling hands, I picked up my phone. Thank you. I was worried I'd lost it. GOODCHILD. The water mass's form crumbled. PROMISE. The water receded. And, as if the video were being rewound, it flowed back out through the gaps in the laundromat. SRRRRK. The water receded from the alley in reverse. In no time, the alley became eerily quiet, with no traces of water left behind. Inside the laundromat, where black water had once filled the space, only a few chocolate bars, printed with my likeness, were left scattered like golden flakes. And I survived. Ooh. I collapsed onto the spot. Good heavens, friend. Did you really promise to visit that second-rate theme park again? Yes. Honestly, I couldn't even imagine what might have happened if I'd refused to promise. They might have ripped out my organs and hired me as the second version of the Blue Dragon mascot. At least I avoided that. With a membership, I'd be treated as a guest there. That was better than being dragged there or dealing with unpredictable outcomes. My mind raced. Should I talk to the company and schedule a board game run? Judging by the interval, I'd probably have to go within 6 months. In the meantime, I'll prepare items and gear. All right. What mattered was that I got through this ordeal. I got up on shaky legs, stifling a sigh. If I knew this was gonna happen, I wouldn't have run earlier. Chapter 95.2. But honestly, who in their right mind would have stayed and tried to calmly negotiate instead of running away in that situation? I'd bet a gold bar on nobody. Hugh. Just then, Lee Jahian casually hopped down from the washing machine behind me. I asked without thinking. Squad leader. If I hadn't stepped up earlier, would you have tried to oblige her? I mean, eliminate that water mass. Yes. As expected. The timing had been perfect, and if I'd stood there frozen at the stationery store, things would have gone disastrously wrong. Guess running away back then was the right call. Should I laugh or cry about this? But let's focus. We're still trapped in this alley. The only upside was that I had come up with a potential way to escape. Squad leader. I dusted off the hem of my suit and stood before the laundromat's glass door. I've thought of an escape method. If a few conditions are met, it might be possible to try it, even in this Death Lane alley. Understood. Yes. And the first condition is... I scanned the shops along the alley. The object the stationery store owner had used to make their call, the one that had put us in this mess. A telephone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A little while later. Clink. We entered a shop in the shadowed alley, its windows emitting a surprisingly cozy glow. By coincidence, it was the same shop where my colleagues had enjoyed their shopping spree earlier. True to its sign, handmade knitting, the shop displayed cozy sweaters, socks, and scarves, but mixed in were odd, tattered, and damp fibers. Ugh. I tried to ignore those as I examined the shop's layout. After hours of dodging the stationery store owner's wrath and exploring countless shops in the alley, I finally found what I was looking for. There it is. Another door. On the wall opposite the one I had entered, a large door stood. It was bigger than the one I'd just come through, which meant that must be the main entrance. And beyond it lay an unknown street, not part of Death Lane's alleys. This was what the dark exploration records often referred to as, subsequently marked as missing. Occasionally, a door on the opposite side of a Death Lane shop would be discovered. Entering it was strongly discouraged. To date, no return records exist. The fear evoked by the question, where do explorers who stray from the path go, is met only with the chilling answer, we do not know. The terror of vanishing. Hugh. I quickly averted my eyes to avoid glimpsing the neon sign beyond the frosted glass door. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyun was scrutinizing the socks, selecting one confirmed to be safe. I took it to the counter. Hello. The shopkeeper, knitting with 6 hands, glanced at me through their primitive glasses. Once again, I subtly kept my gaze on their sweater instead of their face. I casually handed over the socks and spoke. Please ring this up. Oh, and may I use your telephone for a quick call? Without stopping there, I casually placed a few extra coins on the counter. The elderly Death Lane shopkeeper picked up their analog telephone and handed it to me. Thank you. Who? With this, I've secured all the conditions. 1. A telephone. 2. A door leading out, away from the alley. And 3. A means of transport. I examined the rotary dial of the old phone. Of course, dialing a real-world number on a Death Lane phone wouldn't guarantee a connection. There were sporadic records of calls that seemed to connect, but they always twisted bizarrely, as befitting a ghost story. Sometimes someone would impersonate a relative and burst out laughing when caught, or the line would connect to a family holding a funeral for the caller due to warp time. Horrifying. So, what I intended wasn't a call for help. If anything, it's the opposite. I raised my finger and clumsily spun the rotary dial. 66666644448,282. The number made no logical sense, and ordinarily, the call wouldn't even ring. BRRR, click. Incredibly, it connected. I steeled myself against the sound of the other party's breathing and spoke as calmly as possible. Hello. Is this the taxi company? I'd like to request a cab. Location confirmed. A husky voice responded, polite yet faintly mocking and condescending. Please state your desired time of service. I'd like it to arrive right now. Please state your destination. Exit 1 of Seoul Station. Understood. Dispatching a driver. I moved the receiver away from my ear briefly. A few seconds later. Your ride has been dispatched. Have a safe trip. Click. Beep beep beep. The call ended automatically. Thank you. I returned the phone to the shopkeeper with a polite bow and handed the bag of socks to Lee Jae-hyun, concealing my trembling hands. Hugh. Done. As one might guess, that was no ordinary taxi service. A mysterious taxi number that transcends time and space. It's a ghost story. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Hellfare Taxi. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR C8282. A taxi ghost story that appears when called at night using a specific number. Anyone who rides this taxi would be cursed without fail. There's no normal way out of Death Lane anymore. In that case, I'll leave, even if it's through another ghost story. A few seconds later, a faint honk sounded beyond the shop's main door. Honk, honk. The taxi had arrived. Chapter 96.1. The ghost story taxi calls for us. Beyond the shop's front door. Honk, honk. If we board it and follow the manual properly, we can definitely get to Seoul Station. The problem is figuring out how to get into that taxi. It's parked outside the shop's main door. That's precisely why I sought out a shop with a front door, because the alleys of Death Lane are too narrow for a taxi to stop. So, to hail and board the taxi, we need to step beyond the front door. But there's no telling what kind of scenery will unfold outside that door, nor whether Lee Jae-hyun and I will make it out unscathed. That's why I prepared a countermeasure. Using a product from this shop. I plan to stop by here anyway, and since this shop has a front door, it's killing two birds with one stone. I swallowed hard. Squad leader, let's proceed as planned. Yes. Lee Jae-hyun reached into the paper bag he was holding and quickly ripped the packaging open. Along with the cozy socks, a small ball of yarn was revealed. It seemed the handmade shop included it as a freebie, likely for patching up the socks. But now, it would serve a different purpose. Let's begin. Avoiding the shopkeeper's gaze, I unwound one end of the red yarn and tied it firmly to the leg of a display case. Then, I halved the yarn ball, handing one half to Lee Jae-hyun while holding the other myself. Though it would restrict our movements, it was safer for both of us to hold the yarn directly. Let's go. Yes. Slowly unraveling the yarn, I stood with my back to the opaque glass door and walked backward. As soon as my back touched the glass, I groped for the handle below. Click. The door swung open, letting in a sudden gust of wind. And a raw blast of horn sounds. Honk, honk. Don't look back. Matching steps with Lee Jae-hyun, I carefully continued walking backward. Thankfully, I had a reliable guide to act as my eyes. Keep walking backward in that direction, friend. It's nighttime, so there aren't many pedestrians. Pedestrians. No, don't dwell on it. Fixing my gaze on the shop interior, I kept walking backward without glancing at the dark surroundings. The yarn connecting me to the shop served as my lifeline, keeping me tethered to Death Lane. As long as I hold on to this, I'm not considered missing. Slowly, steadily, without rushing, I retreated. Thud. I bumped into something. Honk, honk. The taxi. The blaring horn reverberated through the car, making my body tremble. Cautiously, I reached back, my hand brushing against the smooth surface of the car. Just a little to the left. I adjusted my hand and felt a sleek groove. The handle. I grabbed it, pulled the door open, and slipped into the taxi. There wasn't even time to take in the clean, modern interior. I moved over to the seat on the other side and immediately made room for Lee Jae-hyun, who entered right after me. New beta. As soon as he was in, he tossed the remaining yarn out and slammed the door shut. The sheer force made the entire sequence happen in an instant. Bang. I finally lifted my head. In the driver's seat sat a man in an impeccably pressed, eerie uniform, wearing a peaked cap. Please take us to Seoul Station. The estimated arrival time is 43 minutes. The taxi glided forward smoothly. Phew. Leaning back into the seat, I let out a deep sigh of relief. We made it, for now. Transitioned into a new ghost story, success. Of course, since this taxi was itself a ghost story, I couldn't afford to relax. I quickly recalled the relevant wiki entry. The infamous ghost story called Hellfare Taxi, a name that suggests nothing but trouble when it comes to the fare. The taxi is typically described as a black luxury sedan of German make. While the model varies with each call, it can be identified by its scarlet taxi sign and the golden inverted cross ornament hanging from the rearview mirror. I glanced at the driver's mirror. There it was, the ominous golden inverted cross, swaying lightly. Confirmed. Phew. Even though everything was going according to plan, tension crawled up my spine. Was it because I was trapped in the confined space of the taxi? The suffocating realization that I was now inside a ghost story where escape was impossible added to the pressure. Tick, tick. The meter climbed. 10,000. 10,100. 10,200. Fast. Mr. Driver. I had to start talking quickly. The less interested the driver became in the passenger, the faster the vehicle would move, and the meter would climb rapidly. And as the meter increased, taxi passengers are cursed with a curse equivalent to the amount displayed on the meter when they disembark. That's right. This taxi didn't charge money as a fare, it assigned curses instead. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly a curse but more akin to supernaturally induced misfortune, which made it even more chilling. However, if the driver maintained steady interest in the passenger and drove slowly, the meter would rise gradually, and the resulting misfortune would be manageable for the passenger. In the opposite case, the moment you step out of a wildly speeding taxi, you're hit with an unbearable curse. And no matter how fast the taxi went, it wouldn't reach the destination early. All taxis arrive precisely on time, unaffected by the vehicle's speed. My allocated time was 43 minutes. For that duration, I had to consistently hold the driver's interest. If the vehicle speeds up, there's a higher chance of strange phenomena occurring inside, like the windows shattering, or so the records say. I had no intention of experiencing that. Fortunately, I'd read the records and knew what kind of conversations could pique the driver's interest. The problem. The taxi is operated by a team of 4 drivers who work in shifts and refer to one another by numbers. While their appearances are completely identical, subtle differences can be observed in their interactions with passengers. Each driver also displays a unique preference for specific topics of conversation, adding a distinctive flair to their service. Since they looked the same, you couldn't tell who was who. And if you asked directly, "Which number are you?" they would take offense and eject you from the taxi. And anyone ejected becomes a missing person. Thus, the only way to figure it out was through conversation. In exploration records, the following keywords were identified as subjects of interest for each driver. Number 1/Olympics, elections, pets, games, social media. Number 2/war, mafia, action movies, vampire legends, firearms. Number 3/fine dining, farming, economic recessions, slum tourism, luxury goods. Number 4/the afterlife, religious experiences, pandemics, mass murders. The standard strategy was to determine which driver you were dealing with as quickly as possible through the first few exchanges. But if you have as much information as I do from the records, there's another option. A conversation method to exit the taxi in the best possible condition. Mr. Passenger. The first question was here. From the front seat, a low, slightly mocking voice flowed from the driver, who was steering the car. How was your day? Chapter 96.2. It was a regular workday. Aha. The driver never explicitly stated their preferred topics, only asking questions. But the meter answered for him. 10,500. 10,700. 10,900. 11,200. Out of control. Goodness, does this driver not understand the concept of small talk? Friend, if you'd like, I could step in as a skilled broadcaster to spice things up. No need. This was expected. I quickly and nonchalantly responded with my next line. But I almost died on the job today. Thunk. Nearly became fresh produce myself while trying to buy some meat at a butcher shop. The meter stopped. 11,300. Fortunately, the shop owner turned out to be a vegetarian. I bartered some produce and got out. Even won the haggling match and got some cash. The driver's fingers tapping on the steering wheel slowed. The vehicle's speed decreased. And what happened next? Phew. I headed for the back alley. It worked. What am I doing? Weaving as many correct keywords into my answers as possible. The goal was to say something that interested any of the 4 drivers. A strategy one called, "You're bound to like at least one of these topics." And luckily, my current situation naturally allowed me to bring up all kinds of sensational material. The last 6 months have been full of ridiculous adventures, after all. What kind of work will you have tomorrow? The conversation topics seemed endless. I plan to take a break and reflect on everything that's happened. It's been quite eventful. I kept steering the conversation toward stimulating, talk-worthy topics, no matter what the taxi driver asked. I kept weaving in nightmares, food, blood, violence, survival of the fittest, mascots, cooking, fortune-telling, ghosts. All seamlessly blended into casual conversation. Eventually, the car moved forward as slowly as a bicycle. I kept talking non-stop, enough for Braun to marvel a few times at my ability to fill the air. By the time my voice was nearly hoarse. We've arrived. The taxi came to a stop. We've reached your destination, Seoul Station. Click. The lock on the back door released, and the tinted window rolled down, revealing a familiar view. It was the nightscape of Seoul Station. Ha! I was so relieved I could cry. Though I wanted to leap out immediately, I first needed to settle the fare. I looked at the meter. 29,700. 29,800. Click. The driver stopped the meter. 29,800. I did it. Going under 30,000 was usually only possible for short, 10-minute trips. This level of fare meant there would be no permanent damage. Time to settle the fare. The taxi driver extended a hand behind him. In that hand was a check. Minus 29,900/code 1. I carefully took the old-fashioned paper check, stamped with a wax seal in the shape of a snake. The back of the check had a description of the curse the passenger would receive. Fare code 1, illness. 3 days of high fever, headache, hemoptysis, and chills. Good. This is totally manageable. Far better than disastrous bankruptcy or the death of those around me. Thank you. I clutched the check and gave the driver a deep bow before finally escaping the taxi. Ha! The winter air felt unbelievably refreshing. Knock, knock. The driver's side window rolled halfway down. Mr. Passenger. I nearly passed out right then and there. Yes. That was an enjoyable conversation. I think my colleagues would also be interested in your stories. In the darkness, the driver's gloved hand tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel. Let's meet again after retiring. I'll buy you a drink then. I swallowed hard. Had he caught on? The taxi drivers were inspired by a well-known and terrifying motif. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. Conquest, war, famine, and death, serving as literal doomsday taxi drivers in this eerie wordplay ghost story. Given this context, that comment was enough to send chills down my spine. Still, I nodded calmly. Yes. But the horsemen of the apocalypse wouldn't retire until the end of the world. I'd be long gone by then. I'd look forward to it. Best of luck on your shift. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Tiresome work. The taxi window rolled up again, and the black vehicle ghosted away from Seoul Station in an instant, leaving only the crimson afterimage of its taxi sign behind. Nigerian Nairobes. I glanced down at the negative check in my hand. At that moment, the check burst into flames, and I began coughing up blood. Q. The high fever and pounding headache scorched through my skull, but it was bearable. And there, watching me, was the lizard. He, too, was dripping blood from his snout. Yuwug. Not exactly a pleasant sight, but I couldn't help swallowing my bloody saliva as I spoke. This should clear up in 3 days. That seems to be how the rule works. Yes. And thank you for not prying or questioning me back in the taxi. It meant a lot, cough. The lizard watched me, his expression unchanged, even as he coughed up blood. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Take a sick leave. Yes. A little while later. After waiting for the hemoptysis to subside, we called another taxi to return to the company dorms. Though the thought of another taxi ride was unsettling, there were no further incidents. Aside from our raging fevers, both the section chief and I safely made it home. I didn't expect squad leader Lee Jae-hyun to be living in the same dorm building. We parted ways in front of the building. Take a sick leave. Yes. Thank you. We'd save the detailed discussions for later at the office. Phew. And so, I made it back safely. Even a company dorm could feel like home. When I opened the door, the warm indoor air greeted me like a comforting embrace. It was almost euphoric. Feeling this ill, I just wanted to jump into a hot shower and crash in bed, but there was one more thing I had to do. I noticed a pair of shoes in the entryway that weren't mine. Baek Sahyun's dress shoes. Chapter 97.1. When I saw the shoes at the entrance, my first thought was that Baek Sahyun had finally returned to the company housing. Took him days to muster the courage. Or perhaps he'd heard some rumor that I hadn't returned from today's ghost story and rushed back. But I'm back now. I was contemplating how to deal with whoever was currently in the room when. Oh dear, Mr. Rowe dear. There seems to be a slight misunderstanding in your recollection. A misunderstanding? Those shoes have been in the same spot every evening, friend. What? No, I was sure there was nothing in the entrance when I left on the first day. Wait a second. I recalled the last time I saw Baek Sahyun. At Sekwang Technical High School. Amid the chaos between the Disaster Management Bureau and the Field Exploration Team, I'd seen him fleeing with an item in hand. And the effect of that pen-shaped item he was holding. Hypnosis. I looked down at my hand. The silver ring. The mental defense item I'd purchased today. Aha. That explained it. Baek Sahyun hadn't been leaving earlier or returning later than me. He hadn't been commuting from elsewhere either. He'd been returning to the dorm all along. He'd simply placed a suggestion on me, ensuring I wouldn't notice him. But now it doesn't work on me. Thanks to the silver ring shielding my mind, I'd finally seen his shoes after days of being oblivious to them. Seriously. As if being sick and exhausted wasn't enough, now I had to deal with this nonsense at home. Oh, what a perfectly pieced-together deduction, like a beautiful puzzle. But, isn't it a traditional and moral lesson for deceivers to pay the price? There was a hint of sly amusement in Braun's voice. Normally, I'd have been horrified by that, but... Braun. Yes, friend. How about we try something fun? You'll like it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Phew. The moment the noise from the entrance died down, Beksahian cautiously got out of bed. What the hell was he doing, taking so long to go to his room? It had been days since leaving Sequanghai. He'd been lying low in the company housing, keeping as quiet as possible. All to avoid being noticed by Kim Solium. At first, I just thought I was already fucked. Waking up in the morning to realize a psychopath in the neighboring room bore a grudge against him. To avoid any potential confrontation, he'd used the fountain pen to ensure Kim Solium wouldn't notice his presence. It really is a great item. That psycho hadn't noticed a thing. Still, Beksahian had been desperately avoiding any encounter, staying quiet even in his room to prevent the suggestion from wearing off. He'd considered applying a stronger hypnosis but feared the consequences if it failed. Even so, maybe it's time to go for a more daring suggestion. The hypnosis had held up for days. He was starting to think it might be worth the risk. Like making Kim Solium protect him in a crisis or tricking him into handing over valuable items and believing he'd lost them. Besides, he'd heard a few things from Jang Hyoan that Kim Solium's latest ghost story involved alleys filled with various equipment and items. I'm jealous. Beksahian clenched his fist briefly, thinking of his fellow new hires at the round-off team. He needed his own chance to secure items. More chances. Maybe he could subtly hypnotize his colleagues and swipe their items. But I can't do that right now. The fountain pen could only apply hypnosis to one person at a time. Since it was currently being used on Kim Solium, it couldn't affect anyone else. The situation was getting under his skin. I knew it, I'll need to squeeze more out of Kim Solium. The timing felt perfect. Time to plan. Once Kim Solium fell asleep tonight, he'd use the fountain pen too. He was mid-thought when he opened his door to get a drink of water. And froze, horrified. Kim Solium was sitting in the dark kitchen. At the dining table, surrounded by what looked like snacks, he was examining their wrappers. And in the center of the table sat a plush rabbit doll on a cushion. The same creepy toy Kim Solium always called Brawn and carried everywhere. What? Cheap looking. Flinch. Yeah. I suppose that's part of the concept. It was a stationery store, after all. This godforsaken psycho. He was talking to the doll again. Why hasn't he gone back to his room? Why is he still out here doing this bullshit? Beksahian shuddered and was about to retreat to his room but paused. Wouldn't this natural encounter be a good opportunity? Without needing to try anything specific, this seemed like the perfect moment to reinforce the hypnotic suggestion. Beksahian made up his mind and pulled out the fountain pen. Then, he quietly stepped forward. Sure. But even items like this have their own effectiveness, Kim Solium said. Beksahian froze mid-step, the fountain pen in his hand. Kim Solium continued speaking, his back turned, talking to himself like the lunatic he was. Like my roommate's fountain pen passing by behind me right now. Ah. Paralyzed, Beksahian felt his blood turn cold. Brawn, did you know? My roommate tried to brainwash me and take control. Yeah. I even prepared a gift to repay the favor. Kim Solium's voice was slow and deliberate. It wasn't because he was calm, it was because he felt like he'd cough up blood again if he spoke too quickly. With acute Omicron beta. But the low, hoarse voice, tinged with the scent of blood and pain, only made his words sound more menacing and weighty. Don't you think that's rather rude? Kim Solium set his snacks down on the table and turned his head. And someone that rude doesn't deserve to be a roommate, don't you think? Their eyes met. Chapter 97.2. Shit. He'd been caught. How? No, that didn't matter now. The fact was, he'd been caught. Absolutely, utterly caught. I'll leave. Without even thinking, Beksahian stammered in a trembling voice. Supervisor. You're right, I'm not fit to be your roommate. I'll leave immediately. I swear I won't come back. Kim Solium frowned. Ugh, my head's pounding. Don't you know any etiquette? Why are you shouting in a shared building this late at night? Shit. Internally cursing up a storm, Beksahian begrudgingly shut his mouth, hating himself for doing so instinctively. Brawn. In the meantime, Kim Solium turned back to the rabbit doll and spoke. Hearing someone beg so loudly makes me think, maybe I should give him one chance, even if he's not qualified to live here. What? I don't need it. Kim Solium turned his head sharply. You're saying you don't need the chance to live here? Why did that sound like you don't need a chance to continue living in this plane of existence? Bek Sahian swallowed hard and answered. I need it. Really? Yes. Good. Then hand over the item. The fountain pen you were using. The one where you write something on a sticky note, and it becomes a suggestion. I don't trust you not to pull another stunt, so I'll keep it somewhere safe for now. How the hell does he know that? Even as fear crept up his spine, Bek Sahian gritted his teeth. I can't. Think about it, Supervisor, sir. Honestly, I haven't caused you any harm with my actions, have I? He spoke desperately, his voice full of urgency. I need this item. I absolutely can't give it to anyone. I swear I won't use it on you again, so please. Kim Solium responded flatly. Why would I believe that? Take a good look at yourself. Kim Solium pointed at him. I told you the confirmed entry method to get into Sekwang Technical High School. Even when you tried to kill me there, I didn't get mad. It was a simple fact. And yet you repay me with hypnosis. I have no reason to trust you. That was. He couldn't argue with that. Even if the supervisor in front of him was a lunatic, he was a skilled one. And perhaps Bek Sahian was the crazy one for picking a fight with him. What's happening? Was I wrong? Bek Sahian's mind whirled, torn between faint guilt, self-loathing, and overwhelming fear, all tangled in a storm of rationalization. And then. But since it's still your item, let me offer some compensation. Kim Solium reached for something he'd placed on the kitchen table. It was transparently wrapped in. Your left eye. What the fuck? Bek Sahian barely suppressed a scream as he stared at the small black sphere with a faint violet iris shifting within. But this isn't just an eye. It's bio-equipment. A piece of equipment with certain abilities. Kim Solium explained the capabilities of the eye. As he continued, Bek Sahian's expression shifted dramatically. Do you want it? Bek Sahian clenched his teeth. It was hard to believe, but yes. He willingly handed over the pen. With trembling hands, a mix of anticipation and confusion, he accepted the bio-equipment Kim Solium offered him. Asterisk. Hugh. That's a shitton of cold sweat. I finally ended my conversation with Bek Sahian and slumped onto my bed, battling headaches and coughing up blood. It had been a struggle to mask my pain. I managed to maintain control, didn't I? At one point, he'd lunged over to nab the eye and I almost flinched. It was ridiculous to be dealing with this in my condition, but there was no time for self-pity. I couldn't leave a sociopath with a brainwashing item lingering near me while I was sick for the next 3 days. I think I handled the carrot and stick approach well. I thought about the purple eye I'd handed over. It wasn't a threat to me but had useful features for Bek Sahian. Well, it just so happened to be a left eye, so he could use it without needing an extraction. Anyway, of all people, I ended up as roommates with that guy. Though, come to think of it, Go Yanjun and Jang Houn were the special cases, and Bek Sahian might just have the average company personality. N.E. In this place, it feels like you can't swing a stick without hitting a sociopath. The more I dwell on it, the more depressing it gets. Let's think of something positive. For example, the upcoming gift presentation ceremony. Brawn. I stood up and retrieved an item from my tattoo inventory. A ribbon hair tie, which I had bought in lieu of change at the boutique. A gift. Do you like it? I had a feeling you might have guessed it's for you. If it didn't suit his aesthetic, I'd probably end up sweating bullets trying to find another offering. But Braun's response was cheerful. It was quite obvious, wasn't it? Not realizing it would have been unacceptable as a show host, but pretending not to notice is also part of an entertainer's job. At last, even this stuffed body can be properly dressed. His tone carried a rare note of excitement. Thank goodness. Smiling, I adjusted the hair tie and neatly tied it around the plush bunny. Thanks for everything, Braun. The bunny's round button eyes gazed into the air. When I looked away, his familiar, upbeat host's voice followed. As your friend, it was the natural thing to do, Mr. Roe dear. The ribbon might have been purely ornamental, but Braun's voice brimmed with joy as it was donned like a bow tie. A neat appearance is an essential courtesy for anyone performing in front of an audience, wouldn't you agree? Braun seemed delighted as I repeatedly adjusted the bow tie for the perfect angle. At the same time, he urged me to rest. Mr. Rowe dear, maintaining your condition is a basic professional skill. Rest is essential, so it's best you head to Dreamland promptly. Gotcha. A gift presentation ceremony for a good friend, one of today's few rewarding moments. Normally, I'd revisit the wiki for a read-through, but I doubted my broken phone or my ailing body could manage it tonight. I'll get a new phone or repair this one first thing tomorrow. As long as the memorial pop socket was intact, swapping phones wouldn't hinder my wiki access. I lay back comfortably on my bed and prepared to remove the pop socket from the broken phone. Friend. I quickly flipped the phone over. The pop socket had a crack. Chapter 98.1. I don't know how I managed to get through that night after noticing the crack in the pop socket. The next day, I ignored my illness, headed out immediately, and bought a new phone. After transferring my SIM card, I nervously attached the cracked pop socket and powered it on. It works. Thankfully, the wiki was still up and running, but something felt off. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Hellfare Taxi. It's glitching. It felt like an old computer on its last legs, showing the characteristic sluggishness of a dying machine. Although it eventually restored itself, the chill down my spine remained. Right. Even merch can break. The strange reality of using merch purchased from a pop-up store in a creepypasta universe had made me overlook how reliant I'd become on my phone. Why not copy or back up the wiki content somewhere else, you ask? That would take over a month. Pages accessed via the memorial pop socket couldn't be copied or captured. Every entry had to be painstakingly transcribed by hand. And there's no guarantee the pop socket as it is would last that long. Still, no need to panic. These merch were, after all, from a creepypasta universe. I've built a foundation here over the past 6 months, and now other options have opened up. Get a new pop socket. Or find a way to repair it. Interestingly, both required the same type of connection. The Disaster Management Bureau. The pop socket's origin, of course. And I knew where items like this and the Silver Heart Badge were manufactured. Naturally, I also knew how to gain access there, the passcode, and the necessary preparations. Conveniently, I even had a temporary Disaster Management Bureau agent badge. I pressed my temples and thought. My sick leave's 3 days. Which meant I couldn't handle any follow-up tasks related to Death Lane or company work in this condition. But as long as I didn't report to work, I could exert myself in other areas if I could bear it. After all, my recovery was guaranteed in 3 days. However, I can't avoid the pain from the taxi fare-induced curse artificially. Since it's a curse, even the strongest painkillers wouldn't help. Moreover, using supernatural methods to escape the pain would only extend the curse's duration. Only actual suffering would count as payment. So, unless absolutely necessary, I'd keep my ultrapotent painkiller, Happy Maker, unused. Honestly. Thinking back to how I used it in that nightmare gave me chills. I truly felt no pain, only peace. Had it not been a dream, or if the Fox counseling room hadn't treated my contamination, I might have become addicted to it, reliving those moments whenever things got tough. I've got to be careful. All right. Don't procrastinate what I can do now, prepare while I can. I carefully removed the cracked pop socket from the phone, packed it up, and stored it in my tattoo inventory. Brawn. We're heading out again. Aha, the indomitable spirit despite injuries. What an interview-worthy story. A testament to one's passion for the industry, wouldn't you say? But if it becomes too much, just let me know. This Brawn, your perfect colleague and friend, is always ready to help. That was both comforting and chilling. Thanks. After another quick shower to wash off my sweat, I slipped on a light hoodie and tucked the gleaming bowtie-wearing rabbit plush into the hoodie's front pocket. Looking sharp, Mr. Rowe dear. So, where to now? To the place in Seoul where young people gather the most. Asterisk. I got off at Hongdae Station. It was fascinating how crowded the area was, even on a weekday afternoon. Even far from the station, there are still so many people. From Mangwon to Yeonnam, every street would be bustling with visitors. It was a stark contrast to yesterday's dead-end alley connected to Death Lane. This crowd felt almost surreal. Such a lively place, full of bright and reactive people. Oh, I'd love to invite them all to a show, delivering once-in-a-lifetime thrills and shocks. Ah. Thankfully, Braun quickly got distracted, sparing me from having to calm his excited voice. Ah, the aroma of coffee is delightful. Care for a cup, friend? Oh dear. You're staggering. Do you need support? I'm fine. Cursed with illness and now out in the bustling city of Seoul alongside this ghost story resident, it was inevitable that strange events would follow. Well. Still, the feeling of being in a lively, sunlit area was comforting. A street lined with cafes, drenched in sunlight, with not a hint of gloom to be found. It was almost impossible to imagine anything mystical or eerie happening here in broad daylight. Which is precisely why it's safe. I recalled the instructions on how to access the place that could repair my pop socket. The Disaster Management Bureau's document, registered in the wiki complete with an image of a note. Destroy after thorough reading. Where to go? A cafe with a blue roof and no sign. It's a converted house with a buckwheat flower wreath on the door. There it was. With bronze assistance, I suppressed my presence entirely and slipped into the blue-roofed building. It was a large cafe bustling with customers. Even in broad daylight, the place sparkled with all kinds of lights and decorations, and the staff busily took orders and prepared drinks. Instead of joining the line to order, I subtly moved aside, ducked, and slipped into the kitchen area. Venturing deeper, I soon came upon 2 doors at the turn of a corner. Staff only. Though both yellow doors looked identical, one led outside while the other is the door I need to open. Enter through the right-hand door only. Do not touch the left door. Once touched, the location becomes inaccessible through the right door. Carefully, I approached the right-hand door and rapped on the surface rhythmically. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. The Jajanmori Jangdan, a beat familiar to anyone who'd gone through Korea's public education. I opened the door just slightly and slipped inside. Chapter 98.2. Inside, it looked like an ordinary staff area. A mix of corridors, storage spaces, and employee lounges. Worn-out sofas, desks, laptops, boxes of supplies. In one corner, seasonal decorations were stacked. Look for an object resembling a house, such as a model of a residence, apartment, or yurt. I carefully sifted through the decorations and found it. A Hanok model. It seemed to have been used as a Chuseok holiday decoration. This must be it. I crouched before the Hanok model and reached for its tiny gate. The moment I opened it. Bam. I fell backward, landing hard on my rear. Already in pain, I felt blood welling up in my throat but suppressed it. This was not a place where I could afford to shed blood. Let's see. I got up and surveyed my surroundings, which were no longer the bustling cafe but a quiet, enclosed Hanok courtyard. The space was eerily still, with no wind and surrounded by walls. The characteristic wooden beams and ivory-colored walls of a traditional Korean house came into view. Silent. It felt like stumbling into a break room where no one was supposed to be. Suddenly. Hey. Who's there? You can't just. Kim Seabang, 1. The Hanok door burst open, and out came someone with braided hair, wearing a tracksuit. The person pointed a finger at the Disaster Management Bureau's metal badge on my hoodie. I took a deep breath and bowed my head slightly. My apologies. It's my first time here. A new Kim Seabang, huh? Must be those meddling government agents up to their weird tricks again. What if you, a scrawny Kim Seabang, stumbled upon a mischievous noontime goblin while wandering in broad daylight, Though the figure seemed ordinary, just large and loud. What's wrong? Lost your hearing? Why aren't you speaking, Kim Seabang? It wasn't human. The title Kim Seabang alone gave it away, too. That's a goblin. And this was their gathering place. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Dakibi Workshop. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Identification Code, no records found. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, no records found. A workshop where goblins gather at night to craft clubs and hats. Nearly all exploration logs occurred during the day. The Disaster Management Bureau strongly restricts information to prevent Daydream Incorporated from accessing it. Refer to the relevant documents for usage details. This was it. The goblins were said to gather here nightly, drinking, eating buckwheat cakes, and crafting their tools. This ghost story begins with the idea that some nocturnal goblins enjoy their gatherings so much they linger even during the day. If you approach the goblins idling in the workshop at midday, offer them something nice, and ask them to craft items for you, they'll often do so enthusiastically. Currently, however, they scare off and chase away anyone who isn't a government official Kim Seabang. No one who's been chased away has ever succeeded in re-entering the place. Honestly, it feels less like a ghost story and more like a modern version of a charming old folktale. Isn't that what urban legends are supposed to be? That's why the Disaster Management Bureau just quietly thanks them and takes the equipment. Some of the low-rank equipment, like pop sockets, issued to rookie agents comes from here, including the glass glove I received from the bronze-rank agent. Such harmless and straightforward ghost stories aren't even classified as disasters, they're simply labeled as common supernatural phenomena by the Disaster Management Bureau. Although, there is one troubling description. People are often warned to beware of fearsome daytime goblins, though no sightings have been reported to date. This loose end hasn't even been picked up in the dark exploration records, so it wasn't an immediate concern. Let's get this over with. I carefully unwrapped the pop socket, which I'd wrapped in multiple layers, and held it out to the goblin. I rushed over, hoping you could fix this. Ah, here's a token of gratitude. Kim Siabang, this isn't something we made, is it? What? It's not. Nope, nope. Looks like someone copied us. Haha, funny, so funny. The goblin chuckled to himself and stretched his neck forward, closely examining the cracked pop socket. Copied. But the merch from the merch box had the same effects as the originals. Apparently, the source wasn't treated as identical. I'd need to be careful. Swallowing down spit and blood, I spoke. Then, is this too difficult to repair, even for your marvelous workshop? What are you saying? This old-timer can fix anything smaller than my palm, but, you know. A sly grin spread across the goblin's face. Kim Siabang, you seem to have some good stuff on you. Oh, I did bring some buckwheat snacks. Huh? Not that. There's a delicious smell coming from you. I'm screwed, aren't I? Ah, it smells aged and divine. The goblin grinned even wider. Ginseng. Ah. I adjusted my sleeve to cover my wrist, pretending to rummage in my bag before cautiously pulling out the item. Are you referring to this ginseng, Elder? It was a piece of wild ginseng, previously used for bronze bath to release its sentience and purify it entirely. Though the cut surface had dried, the strong scent of earth and forest remained. That's it. Oh, how splendid, what a beauty. The goblin practically drooled over it. This would make a perfect tonic. How about it? I'll craft you a fine hoe or broom. Or perhaps a lovely jade ring. Whoa. Brazen yet amusing offers. What do you think, Mr. Roe Deer? Would you trust the artisan's skill? That's tempting. Why hesitate when a benevolent goblin offers you an item? Because I'm here under false pretenses. I'm not an actual agent. I'm only impersonating one with this temporary badge, so I've got to tread carefully here. The government should never find out about me. If the Disaster Management Bureau received a report of someone intruding on a ghost story they're desperately trying to control, it'd be a disaster. If today had been within 15 days of their scheduled inspection, I wouldn't have come at all. That's exactly the regular schedule for the Bureau's visit. Even if repairing the pop socket is minor, offering premium ginseng and leaving with an item though. It wouldn't be with any ill intentions, but that goblin would undoubtedly gossip about it. Aha, very true. Even if I begged him to keep it a secret, he'd likely forget and slip up later. Better refuse. I'll just give you the ginseng. Please enjoy brewing it into a fine tonic. Oh, what a kind-hearted Kim Siabang. Truly generous. The goblin beamed as he took the ginseng. Then. But you see, it's proper to leave here with something, you know. What? Which team are you from? Judging by the temporary badge, are you one of the new recruits undergoing training? What the hell was this? Ah, goblins may be loose-lipped, but you should have been more cautious. Your reasoning was sound, Mr. Roe Deer, but there's a flaw in your logic. Which was? This one's human. I barely managed to turn my head to look up. Why aren't you answering, eh? It wasn't a goblin, it was a Disaster Management Bureau agent pretending to be one. Note/S. 1. Siobang, old-fashioned term for husband, but these days older people use it to refer to a son-in-law, or grandson-in-law, nephew-in-law, brother-in-law, etc., right arrow curving left. 2. Korean goblin/takibi, often depicted wearing vibrant, traditional Korean handboks with simple designs. Their appearance is diverse and intimidating, emphasizing their untamed and fearsome nature. Takibi come in various forms with distinct traits and behaviors. Cham Takibi, mischievous tricksters. Gi Takibi, malicious and evil. Kim Siabang Takibi, portrayed as dumb farmers. Nat Takibi, unique for appearing during daylight. Go Dakibi, skilled warriors wielding weapons. Gaxi and Chongak Dakibi, considered attractive to humans. Enan Dakibi, one-eyed creatures. Oidari Dakibi, one-legged beings known for their love of wrestling. Chapter 99.1. I knew that the Disaster Management Bureau was rigorously managing the information about this ghost story, Dakibi workshop, to prevent any leaks. But that's precisely where my knowledge stopped. I had no idea that the Bureau was actually managing the ghost story. After all, not even a mention of this existed in the dark exploration records. Who would have guessed they'd go as far as conducting undercover surveillance within the ghost story itself, keeping an eye on visitors and monitoring the equipment production? A Disaster Management Bureau agent, pretending to be a goblin. Oh my, why are you taking so long to answer? My head was spinning. What do I do now? Wait a second, what have I been saying up until now? As a chilling realization ran down my spine, I mentally replayed our earlier conversation like a fast-forwarded film. Thankfully, no critical mistakes, none at all. I'm fine. I could still recover. I could salvage this. With that in mind, I deliberately displayed a slightly pale, nervous expression. I'm sorry, Elder, but I wasn't given permission to discuss such matters. I know nothing. I am but a clueless rookie who hadn't caught on that this goblin was actually a fellow agent. A ghostly goblin interrogating me about my identity had caught me off guard, leaving me fumbling to respond. Please let this work. I subtly raised my head, wearing a hesitant expression, as if thinking, what do I do about this goblin? Wow, these government Kimseabangs sure have a lot to fuss over. Hugh. Kimseabangs refer to their divisions as teams, don't they? Why can't you just tell me? Yes, well, apologies. It's just how things are set up by the government. Geez, how boring. The agent disguised as a goblin clicked his tongue and stepped back. Made it. Still, a kind-hearted Kimseabang like you who brought ginseng, I'll let you off. It seemed like the agent intended to keep up the goblin charade. The deflection worked. A classic case of teasing the junior. He was probably hoping that someday, when a senior clued me in, that guy was an agent, I'd be utterly dumbfounded. The way he sniffed the ginseng stored in my tattoo and reacted made me suspect he'd adopted some goblin-like traits. He might have even used some kind of equipment to mimic goblin behavior and abilities. After all, goblins were notoriously mischievous. Thank you very much, Elder. I gave a deep bow, playing along. Kind-hearted Kimseabang, I ought to repay your gift with some fine liquor. Come now, tell me what goblin item you'd like. You could sing a song or even dance for it. Now he was trying to reward the rookie. Perhaps he figured the ginseng I'd given him was a valuable item I'd gotten in a fluster. The most natural response would be, no, it's fine, Elder. Instead, could you extend your goodwill to the next government Kimseabang who visits? As generously as you feel today. Ho ho, really? Yes, Elder. All right then, Kimseabang. I always make sure to repay my debts. I smiled brightly and nodded, and the goblin seemed satisfied, even doing a little dance. Good. That topic seemed to have ended well. The conversation then naturally shifted to the pop socket I'd brought with me. So, the reason you're here today, Kimseabang, is to get this trinket repaired, yes? Yes, Elder. Here came the real problem. This agent had already recognized that my pop socket wasn't made here. Sweat dripped from my palms. Sure enough, the goblin-disguised agent nonchalantly probed further. Where did this item come from? I'm not sure. I received it as a government-issued gift. Lately, even government Kimseabangs have been sourcing items from other places. Risky, HM. You never know when a fearsome daytime goblin might appear. True, the Disaster Management Bureau wasn't relying solely on this workshop to produce equipment for agents anymore. Even my silver heart badge must have come from somewhere else. Fortunately, the agent seemed to misinterpret the pop socket as something from another similar workshop. A convenient misunderstanding. Lucky. Mentioning a fearsome daytime goblin at the end while staying in character as a goblin helped me relax a little. It allowed me to laugh it off and roll with it. Still, I'm screwed. This agent would undoubtedly remember me, the random visitor who showed up today and handed over ginseng. As soon as he leaves this ghost story and talks with other Disaster Management Bureau agents, I'll be flagged as a person of interest. Was there really no way out of this? Anyway, I'll fix up this trinket for you, so sit tight. Yes. The agent, imitating a goblin, disappeared into the Dakibi workshop, the tiled house, with my pop socket in hand. He was probably handing it off to the other goblins inside. I waited quietly. A dark thought crossed my mind. What if the agent pieced everything together, confiscated my pop socket, and placed an emergency call to the Disaster Management Bureau? That thought alone made cold sweat trickle down my back. Newbie. Thankfully, it didn't take long. Here, take your trinket. The returning agent tossed the pop socket lightly toward me. I barely restrained myself from cursing as I carefully caught it. The crack on the pop socket remained. However, the fissure was now filled with something smooth and glossy. An adhesive that shimmered jade green. Ah, is it fully repaired now? Oh ho, you don't just serve rice without letting it simmer first. You think an elder's craft can be completed as easily as slurping cold porridge? Wait for the adhesive to dry. Handle it like a swaddled baby for a month. While doing so, wish for what form you'd like it to take. Then, it'll transform into a splendid trinket. A month. Thank you. I carefully held the pop socket. Feels like it'd break apart if I put any pressure on it. In other words, I'd have to handle it delicately for an entire month. Which meant I won't be able to access the wiki for a month. I'd been rereading it daily, trying to commit as much as possible to memory. This disruption was unsettling. Human memory has its limits, after all. I felt uneasy, but there was no alternative. I had to endure. Getting a new pop socket seemed out of reach. At least I managed to get it repaired. That left one problem. How do I leave this place naturally? Now, young Kim Siabang, how about a bite of that buckwheat cake you brought? Let's chat about what government Kim Siabangs have been up to lately. But dear elder, I have no idea. If this conversation drags on, I'll be exposed in no time. I might not just end up on a wanted list, I could be tied up and hauled off to the Disaster Management Bureau's glass cell right now. Fine. I steeled my resolve. I'd be caught eventually, anyway. If I'm screwed either way, I'm going out with a bang. Yes, elder. I'm here because I cough. Suddenly, I coughed up blood without holding back. Chapter 99.2. Gurgling, dark clots spilled down my chin. I hurriedly wiped them away with my sleeve, feigning a panicked expression as I looked at the goblin. I am sorry. It wasn't just a stir alarm. Blood. Kim Siabang. Traditionally, a goblin's most sensitive trigger. Rattle, rattle, rattle. The large tiled house trembled. Scary. 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 Why scary? Why scary? Why scary? Egu. Quit making such a fuss. It's nothing. Scary. Who's it? Scary. Who's it? Even as the agent yelled, the house continued shaking. I paled, clapping a hand over my mouth as I retched. I'm sorry. Get out of here. Who the hell sends a sick rookie to the goblin's turf? I'll deal with that bastard myself. And no. Elder, I came here on my own, I didn't know any better. Elder, my foot. You still don't get it. Time to pretend I'd caught on. I widened my eyes, clumsily scrambling to my feet. No way. The goblin agent crossed his arms. Consider yourself lucky, rookie, that this sunbay is stationed here. Why yes, sorry, sir. I wore the most clueless, dazed expression possible, as if I barely understood what was happening, and slowly got back up. Thud. Thud. Now, loud knocks, like broomsticks or wooden clubs, echoed from the tiled house's door. The agent clicked his tongue and barked at me. If you're sick, just rest. Why crawl into a place like this? Did HQ send you? Oh. Wait, if I play this right. No, sir. Quickly, I rifled through my mental database of Disaster Management Bureau anecdotes. There was that betting culture during training. Like some test of courage where they competed to show off their competence and bravery. Good. I'll go with that. The other trainees told me to get the memorial pop socket repaired myself. The agent flinched. Do they still do that these days? I just smiled sheepishly. The agent, still wearing the guise of a goblin, seemed to suppress a laugh, then rubbed his face before waving me off. I'll let it slide without reporting it to HQ. Just get out of here. It worked. Thank you. What's your codename? It hasn't been assigned yet. I'm still thinking about what would suit me. Fine. You'll know when the time comes. The agent pretending to be a goblin gestured. Fwick. With a flick of his hand, I felt myself being gently pushed. Go and rest. Bam. I fell flat on my rear. Ha. When I raised my head, I found myself back on the bustling streets of Hongdae. The streets were as lively as ever, the sun was blazing, and the cafe with the blue roof was busy as usual. I made it out alive. Without being exposed. That was an excellent ad-lib, friend. I let out a long sigh, covering my face. I nearly sprawled out in the middle of the street. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next 2 days were spent in genuine recovery. Not being able to use the pop socket made me anxious, so I tried jotting down what I remembered from the wiki. But I stopped when I realized I might be unintentionally distorting or creating details that were never true. No. Section. Instead, I obsessively replayed the information in my mind, which made time pass more quickly. And then. Kim Solium SSI. Section Chief. 3 days later, back at work, I met Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun again. How are you feeling? I'm fine. You should schedule an additional consultation within the month, Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Fortunately, he seemed fine, too. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun didn't ask me anything further. Neither about Bronze, Lights Out ability nor about the Blackwater mascot that had chased me. Even when I shared my side of the story as much as I could, he only responded with a calm, I see. Consistent as always. Because of that, I also found it hard to ask him any questions. Besides, after 3 days of sick leave, I had too much work piled up to waste time prying. Wow, how am I supposed to finish all this? After yet another irregular escape, the entire D squad, except for 2 temporary employees, took immediate leave. The pressure from all sides was relentless. I spent the day writing reports with the section chief, doing interviews, and even calling Director Chong to express my gratitude. In the midst of it all, I had to include in my report how I'd used the taxi darkness to escape Death Lane, which left me racking my brain over how to explain how I knew to summon it. Should I just say I saw some flyer advertisement in Death Lane? But wouldn't that count as contaminating the manual? My head was spinning when. The taxi you summoned is categorized as a pending darkness under manual review. As I turned to look at Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun with a chill creeping over me, the lizard calmly added. That means it's information that can't be obtained through the company's official systems. Whoa. So, I changed the recorded caller. Who is it now? Me. Wait. You changed the report to say you were the one who called the taxi, squad leader. Yes. I was starting to grasp his modus operandi. Was this both a reward for my significant role in escaping Death Lane and you taking responsibility as the squad's leader? Yes. And that wasn't the end of it. Oh, by the way, do you recall, squad leader? You once promised me some equipment during the pantry ghost story. Yes. It'll be ready by next week. Wow. I decided to wholeheartedly respect Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. So what if he's a bit slow? He's the dream boss. Just deal with the slowness yourself. Got it, Kim Solium. I shouted at myself internally and dove into the mountain of paperwork. New equipment in the works, new team roles ahead. A new chapter in my corporate life was on the horizon. But first, another darkness awaited me. Along with a most unwelcome face. Well, long time no see, Mr. Roe dear. Research team's Kwok Jae-kong waved cheerfully at me. Would you be interested in, say, an abandoned elevator? No way. Absolutely not. Chapter 100.1. Section Chief Kwok Jae-kong of the research team. A mad scientist who once threw his subordinates into the cheerful theme park ghost story. He also served as a consultant for the Manor of the Blind incident, which had near catastrophic results where almost everyone met their end. I've been wanting to have a long talk with you, Mr. Roe dear. Finally, the opportunity has come. That crazed ghost story researcher grinned and extended his hand. Your exploits have been extraordinary. I've been dying to hear your thoughts. Thank you, sir. What a boss you'd hate to shake hands with. But I did it anyway, such is office life. I heard that once the new year begins, D-Squad will become an elite squad. With that, we'll all get so busy working as a unit that even idle chats like this before heading into darkness might be impossible. Kwok Jae-kong joked a few times about how difficult it was to call me over. And I was just too curious. Then, with a cheerful face, he got to the point. How did you manage to win over Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? He always cuts me off when I try to call you over. That's not like him, he's not usually that proactive. Internally, I screamed. Thank you, squad leader. But honestly, I didn't actively try to win him over. All I had to do was say I didn't want to. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was already a stickler for the rules and made every effort to reflect his squad members' requests. No one had made such a request before. After all, in this Ghost Story Specialist Corporation, I'm probably the only one who'd rather split the workload into n parts than venture into a ghost story solo, no matter how cushy it might be. A. With diaresis new. B. And if anyone like me did exist, they're probably long gone, dead or disappeared. This time, however, it seemed even Lee Jae-hyun had difficulty stopping it on his own. Or perhaps there simply wasn't any justification to do so. Anyway, don't worry. I don't hold any grudges about how hard it was to bring you in, Mr. Ro dear. Kwok Jae-kong smiled. It's just, isn't it fascinating how there seems to be nothing Mr. Ro dear can't do? Fascinating. I don't quite understand. You're good at your job, articulate, and you manage your reputation well, very impressive. But humans are creatures who can't excel at everything. Myself included. He lightly tapped his own chest. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. So. His eyes, gleaming with a passionate obsession for ghostly exploration, fixed on me. What's your weakness? How does it remain so hidden, even while you're diving headfirst into bizarre paranormal phenomena? I'm genuinely curious. Fuck, seriously. If I could tell you, it wouldn't be a weakness. Haha, a clever answer to a foolish question. Kill me now. He's not predicting that I'm a coward, is he? I discreetly swallowed hard. Kwok Jae-kong spread his hands wide. Anyway, I called you here today for good news. What kind of good news, exactly? Something worth celebrating. By my calculations. Mr. Ro dear, you've already earned more than half the points needed for a wish ticket, haven't you? This guy's scary sharp. And he's right. That's the truth. I recalled my accumulated points up until last week. Accumulated points, 177, 200p. Even this number alone was staggering. It was a figure unimaginable for a rookie who hadn't even been with the company for a year, so I'd never bragged about it. Even in a department where everyone openly talks about their resignation dates, there are limits. When someone's this much of an outlier, people inevitably start thinking differently. But who could have guessed? As of this week, my accumulated points had entered an entirely new, outrageous realm. Accumulated points, 277, 200p. At this point, people could start claiming it was rigged. It's all thanks to Sekwang Technical High School. Let's break down the base points per grade. A grade, 100, 000p. And I cleared Sekwang Technical High School solo at A grade. Though multiple people entered and cleared it together, I was the only one officially ranked A. Moreover, the solution I concocted was just intense enough to be recognized as a solo effort. Thanks to the enthusiastic approval of directors Chong and Ho, the development department's two powerhouses, my reward passed without issue. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. And this morning, the registration was finalized. Officially, Kim Solium had now accumulated more than half the points needed for a wish ticket. I'm progressing absurdly faster than I expected. Everything had strangely aligned, leading me here. At this rate, if I could endure just 1 year, or perhaps even less, as part of an elite squad, I might return to my original world. A peaceful 21st century Korea where creepypastas aren't real. This all flashed through my mind in an instant, but I managed to keep my expression steady, or so I hoped. Don't give anything away. Does earning more than half the points change anything? Instead of a direct reaction, I intentionally furrowed my brow slightly, giving an ambiguous response. Was I unsettled because I had earned that much, or annoyed because I hadn't earned enough? I kept him guessing. Well, it's not about change, but it opens up opportunities, doesn't it? Kwok Jae-kong smiled slyly. Have you ever heard of the Wish Ticket Simulator? Simulator? Ah. From a certain point, KTUR D718 offers a simulator tailored for promising employees with strong potential to secure a wish ticket. Right, that was one of the ghost story entries. I remembered. I forced myself to recall the increasingly blurry wiki entries while Kwok Jae-kang's voice buzzed in my ear. This company gives employees close to earning a wish ticket a chance to test their wish, to ensure it's granted in the most appropriate way. The threshold for being a promising employee was likely 250,000 points, or it could have been calculated based on the remaining time needed to claim a wish ticket. Either way, it seemed I'd been given the opportunity to try the simulator. If entering a ghost story can be called an opportunity, you could always do it later, but solium SSI, who knows when your turn will come up again. I figured it'd be good for you to do it now, so I called you over. I thought for a moment. Kwok Jae Kong, specially arranging a ghost story entry for someone. There's definitely a trap. But refusing outright wasn't an option either. This man would hound me for reasons, no doubt. Why avoid it if you're not a coward? Right. Ha ha ha. Hayek. Well, there could be other reasons to avoid it. I sighed and stood up, eager to end the conversation. If I have to face a ghost story anyway, I might as well avoid giving him any leverage. All right, I understand. When should I enter? Kwok Jae Kong smirked. Mr. Roe dear. You've really changed. You've shed that rookie aura, haven't you? Wait. No, that's a compliment. You're finally starting to feel like a proper employee here. No pointless chatter, straight to business like a real elite team member. His eyes crinkled as he laughed. Let's get you doing some proper company work. He slapped a file onto the table. This is a staff profile. One I recognized. Employee, Jang Hyeowon. Chapter 100.2. It was a photo of a gloomy, long-haired peer from the company. You've met before, haven't you? You went to the cheerful theme park together. He's part of the round-off team. He's not part of the round-off team anymore, though. I believe he was reassigned to F Squad. Oh, right, he got transferred. But he's still officially listed as someone from the round-off team. It's just a temporary dispatch to a general team. His formal reassignment won't be finalized until next year, don't you think? Kwok Jae Kong tapped the file. So, he's still eligible to be deployed for tasks like this. Tasks like this. A chilling sense of foreboding ran down my spine. What exactly do you mean by that? It's simple. Once you're done with your business in the ghost story, call that employee to the elevator and leave him there. This insane bastard. No, stay calm. I couldn't show any signs of distress. Is this darkness only accessible with 2 participants, or is a sacrifice required? Haha, figuring that out is the whole point of our research, isn't it? Just follow the instructions. It's a straightforward task, yes. Thump. Kwok Jae Kong tossed another file onto the table. The ghost story assigned to me. It's the elevator ghost story I told you about. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Roe dear. Don't forget to call the round-off team rookie when it's time. I reread the manual I'd already memorized, then tucked it back into my pocket. What did I plan to do? Hyeowon SSI, we're set to enter around 5 p.m. Take it easy until then. Ah, okay. Got it. I wasn't going to bring him along. And I knew what this meant. This could land me in serious trouble. No matter how good my excuse was, this would cause an issue. This wasn't some flexible rule I could bend and expect to get away with. But if I didn't block this entirely, it'd be meaningless. Kwok Jae Kong has likely set something up involving Jang Hyeowon. I had to ensure he wouldn't come in the first place. Even if it meant risking disciplinary action, I had a potential benefit in mind, one to address after the exploration. For now, the pressing matter was this. I had to ride a haunted elevator alone. Phew. This was the first time I had entered a haunted place alone, after being given time to prepare myself. Maybe it was better when I went in blindly, without knowing anything beforehand. My hands trembled with fear. And I had left Braun behind. The elevator in this ghost story is for one person only anyway. I didn't want Braun near the elevator. Who knew what could happen? I had asked Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun to check on Braun periodically, so it should be fine. Let's go. I entered the building designated by the company as the confirmed entry site for KTRO D718. It was a decrepit rental apartment building, with the water supply cut off long ago, though the company had temporarily restored electricity. A cold, stale odor of neglect hung in the dimly lit interior. The shadowed corridor stretched endlessly ahead of me. And there it was, the lone operating device. 5F. The elevator door on the first floor. I swallowed hard and walked down the hallway. The emergency exit signs and dim bulbs flickered as the elevator came into view. Under maintenance. We will fix it as soon as possible. Happiness Land Apartment Security Office. Despite the message, the yellowed slip of paper was barely hanging on by worn-out tape. This phenomenon commonly arises in buildings equipped with a single elevator, particularly when the elevator is frequently out of order or displays a maintenance sign. New betas. This was it. With trembling hands, I pressed the elevator button. The elevator slowly descended. 5, F, 3, 2. Ding. I took a deep breath. The doors slid open, revealing a dim, rusted interior. The floor was smeared with soot, as if it hadn't been cleaned in ages. Still, I stepped forward. Inside, I noticed something on either side, dirty mirrors smudged with handprints. Hugh. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Don't look in the mirror. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR D718. One of the ritual-based ghost stories circulating online in the 2000s. They say if you play rock, paper, scissors with your reflection in the elevator mirror and win, it will answer any question truthfully. The ghost story entry includes a gamebook-style guide on how to handle various phenomena. The doors are closing. I pressed myself against the wall without a mirror and watched the doors close with a growing sense of dread. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst. The doors shut completely, and darkness and silence enveloped me. There I stood, alone, in the stalled elevator's eerie interior. With the mirrors. The seconds stretched endlessly. I had to endure it. If I endured. Going up. Ding. The elevator began to move, despite me not pressing any buttons. It had been summoned somewhere. All the floor buttons lit up red, casting an ominous glow throughout the cabin. It had begun. Upon entering the elevator, refrain from pressing any buttons. If the elevator begins moving on its own, you have successfully entered the ghost story. 1. Play rock, paper, scissors with your reflection in the mirror until the elevator reaches the top floor. If you win at least once, proceed to 3. If you don't win at all, proceed to 13. I swallowed hard and cautiously turned my head to look at the left mirror. There, in the mirror, stood my pale reflection in the elevator. Countless versions of me. My front and back reflections repeated infinitely between the left and right mirrors, shrinking until they became indistinguishable points. Each reflection grew smaller, blurrier. I wiped my sweaty left hand on my shirt and slowly raised it. Then I muttered softly. Rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Every one of my reflections in the mirrors was showing scissors, front and back, endlessly. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, all my reflections showed fists. I repeated it several more times. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. On the 5th round, I chose a fist again. That's when I noticed something strange among my countless reflections. One of them opened its hand. Amid all the fists, a single reflection with an outstretched palm appeared in the farthest mirror. I froze with my hand still raised. Then, from deep within the mirrors, that distant reflection of me slowly turned its head. And smiled. A wide, chilling smile. Chapter 101.1. In the mirrored elevator, among the countless, ever-shrinking reflections of myself, only one anomaly stood out. A figure of me who had won the game of rock, paper, scissors, now turning its head unnaturally to look at me, grinning. Clunk. The sound of the elevator shook me back to my senses. My hand had thrown rock, while the figure in the mirror had thrown paper. I lost. Losing meant I had to try again. I had to win. The elevator continued ascending. 5F. Going up. Warning, most accounts of this ritual report that the mirror self tends to have an unnaturally high win rate in rock, paper, scissors. With trembling hands, I raised my fist again toward the mirror. Rock, paper, scissors. The reflection of my face, a twisted smirk upon its lips, turned its head to the side and changed its hand arbitrarily. I chose scissors. The reflection chose rock. Another loss. Clunk. The elevator, momentarily jolting, resumed its steady ascent. In reality, nothing had changed. But in the mirror's reflection of the elevator, the doors were slightly ajar. Suddenly, through that gap, a pale hand emerged. 7F. The elevator continued upward. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. 7F. Just once. I only needed to win once before reaching the top floor of this building, the 12th floor. Rock, paper, scissors. I chose scissors, but the ghost chose rock. I lost. Rattle. The elevator trembled slightly, but that was it. In reality, there was no further change. However, in the mirror's reflection, the door was now more open. Through the gap, an arm and leg became visible. Half of a body was now inside the elevator, almost close enough to touch me. And yet, in reality, there was nothing there. Only the reflection in the mirror displayed this eerie scene, making it impossible to look away. Please, just once. If I could win once, it would all end. 3. Congratulations. You've advanced to the question phase. This was the path forward, the least frightening and the quickest route. Please, just let me win. Rock, paper, scissors. A tie. 10F. Rock, paper, scissors. I slowly raised my head. My hand was clenched into a fist. And in the mirror, my reflection's hand was outstretched, palm open, as its face grinned widely at me. 12F. I lost. 13. You failed to win even once. You cannot disembark at the top floor. What a pity. Clunk. The elevator stopped. The red lights on all the buttons extinguished, plunging the interior into darkness. I barely held back a scream. This is insane, insane. I cautiously raised my head. In the enormous mirror reflecting this dim elevator, the elevator doors were fully open. On the floor indicator, strange numbers were displayed, 1930819F. Beyond the open doors in the mirror, only a void stretched endlessly. And then, the ghost was standing beside me. I exhaled sharply, trying to steady my breath. The ghost that had been playing rock paper scissors with me from the distant depths of the mirrors had now entered through the open elevator doors in the reflection and was standing close, staring back at me from the glass. R.S. I turned my eyes slightly to the side. In reality, the decrepit, dark interior of the elevator was sealed shut. But in the mirror, the wide-open elevator doors revealed only darkness, from which emerged another version of myself. It stood beside me, beaming with a smile so wide it seemed to split its face, gazing intently at me. You failed the ritual. You should be cautious every time you take an elevator from now on. The thing in the mirror will continue to seek you out and try to meet you. Fortunately, you still have a chance to ask a question. However. Number 6. That thing in the mirror smiled as it lowered its hand. 6. From this point onward, the entity in the mirror will proceed with the ritual. The reflection's mouth moved silently. Rock, paper, scissors. It showed rock. I looked down at my hand, which instinctively responded with rock as well, and broke out in cold sweat. If you fail to engage in rock, paper, scissors with the mirror self, it will gladly claim victory by default. In such a case, no further instructions are provided. May you find luck and happiness in the next life. I had no choice but to respond. Rock, paper, scissors. Once more, I raised my trembling hand. The reflection showed rock. And I chose scissors. I lost. Now, it was time to pay the price for defeat. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I slowly lifted my gaze. Not me. The being in the mirror would now be the one asking questions. The ghost in the mirror, shaped like me, moved its fingers to trace a question on the glass. What's your name? Fucking hell. With trembling hands, I wrote on the mirror. Kim Solium. Smirk. The ghost standing beside me in the reflection grinned. I had to endure. If you lie in your response, no further instructions are provided. May you find luck and happiness in the next life. I'm seriously about to lose my mind here. Why can't I win even once? No matter how hard I scoured the exploration records in my mental wiki, there were no answers. The focus wasn't on the rock, paper, scissors game itself but rather on what questions were asked afterward. There was no clear solution to winning the game. After all, isn't rock, paper, scissors supposed to be a game of luck? There's no surefire way to win. But I forced myself to look directly at the ghost in the mirror beside me, its gaze fixed on me like a predator. If that's the case, why hasn't it lost even once? Was it purely luck? A cliché where the mirror self knows everything I'll play because it's me. But if that were true, why have others managed to win? And why, in my case, has it even allowed ties? If it knew everything, shouldn't it have avoided ties entirely? If winning is possible, why? Rock, paper, scissors. Damn it. I hastily threw my hand out. I chose scissors. The ghost chose rock. When's your birthday? My hand trembled as I wrote my response. September 13th. The ghost in the mirror jumped up and down, gleefully. One question left. If the mirror entity continues leading the game until the elevator starts moving again. Win at least once, proceed to 3. Answer more than 3 questions, proceed to 99. I had already answered twice. My name. My birthday. I could only afford to lose one more time. It's over. 99. By the time you've reached this point after answering 3 questions, there's a strong chance you're no longer the same person who began reading this ritual guide. We wish you a happy life outside the mirror. Please do not return to seek us out. The mirror self swaps places with you. No. I can't let that happen. Chapter 101.2. Sweat dripped down my face, but I couldn't dwell on it. I no longer had control. Rock, paper, scissors. I hurriedly threw my hand out. Paper against paper. A tie. Hugh. I barely had time to catch my breath before. Rock, paper, scissors. I missed it. I failed to respond in time. Fuck. Bracing myself, I gritted my teeth and prepared for whatever came next. Nothing happened. I realized it, my hand had remained raised, holding its position, so it seemed to count as a response. Right. I was still holding paper. Hold on. I quickly reviewed the results of every game of rock, paper, scissors I'd played with the ghost so far. Could it be? Rock, paper, scissors. I kept my hand in the same position. It was a tie. Rock, paper, scissors. Another tie. And again. For the 3rd time, it was a tie. Maybe. I swallowed hard. I had figured out one critical thing. The ghost in the mirror does not choose scissors. That's why choosing paper always resulted in a tie. If I played paper, the ghost would have to choose scissors to win. But since it couldn't, it was forced to choose paper as well, ensuring a tie. But why? Why couldn't it choose scissors? There must be some hidden backstory behind this. Or maybe I was just making wild guesses. Either way, I decided to focus on the phenomenon itself. At least now I had a way to defend myself. Rock, paper, scissors. I quickly extended my hand, once again choosing paper. If I continued this way, always playing paper, I could guarantee a tie. But I can't keep this up forever. The manual didn't account for such a scenario, which was even more disheartening. The conditions remained unchanged. I need to win, just once. The solution. If that ghost is the mirror me and already knows what I'll choose, might actually be surprisingly simple. Play randomly. That's probably how everyone else got a clear. Civilians panicked in fear while playing rock, paper, scissors haphazardly, not even realizing what they were throwing. Field exploration team staff with nerves of steel, who already knew the manual and threw moves absent-mindedly. Even if someone calmed down in between and predicted their moves were being read, they'd likely have won at least one round within 5 or 6 tries. No need to keep track of what was thrown or not. R.A. But I managed to avoid both scenarios. The reason was the silver ring. Because I wore a mental defense item, I wasn't in a panic, but fear still gripped me enough that I overthought every move I made, leading to this predicament. Damn it. It's the worst outcome a coward with mental stability could produce. Should I take the ring off now? No, it's too late. I only have one chance left. How can I possibly? I wiped the sweat pouring down my temples. In the process, a button from my sleeve scratched my cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. I wiped it away along with the sweat. And at that moment, a thin red line appeared on the ghost's cheek in the mirror. My sleeve, now stained with a faint smear of blood. The blood I had wiped away, mixed with sweat, was reflected exactly. Wait a minute. Is it sharing my state? Right. The mirror reflects me, after all. Even if the ghost in the mirror acted independently, it was still influenced by the me outside the mirror. That's it. If that's true. A flash of understanding struck me. I gritted my teeth and rummaged through my pocket. The ghost, mirroring my movements, mockingly rummaged through its own pocket and pulled out something identical. But what I retrieved wasn't some grand item. It was just a pen and a rubber band. Hurry. I looped the rubber band around the pen and started fastening it to my fingers. Rock, paper, scissors. I managed to counter. Responding quickly to the ghost's sudden move in the mirror, I continued fixing a pen to each of my thumb and index finger, securing them upright. I did the same with my left hand. Hurry. Hurry up. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The ghost in the mirror repeatedly thrust its hand forward as if trying to disrupt me. I frantically kept up while securing my setup. My pen slipped several times, scratching my arms and hands with its tip, but eventually. Rock, paper, scissors. Done. I thrust my hand forward. This time, it wasn't paper. It was scissors. Fixed in place, my fingers formed scissors with the help of the pens and rubber bands. But the ghost in the mirror kept its hand fully open, still showing paper. To be precise, it has no other choice. By binding its fingers with the makeshift tools I'd mirrored onto it, the ghost couldn't bend its fingers to form a fist. This means it can't throw rock. Nor could it throw scissors. The only move left was paper. Scissors versus paper. I won. It worked. Bang. The ghost in the mirror slammed its head against the glass. Bang. 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 I froze in place, paralyzed. Bang 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 bang. The mirror cracked, ripples spreading through it, shards breaking off. But, the thing inside the mirror could not escape. The vibration stopped. The ghost, which had been smashing its head against the glass, lifted its gaze. The grin that stretched its mouth moments ago was gone, replaced with an eerie blank expression. It looked down at its own restrained hands, then its distorted face twisting in frustration. Distorting even further. Into an expression no human could ever mimic. Its bizarre, twisted face stared directly at me before suddenly. Ha 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 ha. The ghost cackled madly as it darted out through the open elevator doors inside the mirror. Going down. Ooh. I slumped down into my seat. The elevator began moving again. The strange symbols on the floor indicator disappeared, replaced by normal numbers. 12F. Ding. You have arrived at the 12th floor. The doors are opening. 3. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the ritual. Exit on the top floor and locate the nearest window. If no window is present, proceed to 7. I survived. Staggering, I stepped out into the dark, desolate hallway. Though it had been daytime when I entered, it now felt as if the sun had long since set. The grim corridor was filled with cracked windows, some taped over, others covered in graffiti. If I had entered alone before, I would have screamed and fled from this abandoned building. But now, even the eeriness brought a sense of relief. I moved toward the nearest window on the opposite side. Though it was filthy and fogged with dust, I didn't hesitate to place my finger on it. You are allowed to write any question on the window, and the entity within the mirror would respond. The answer it provides will always be the truth. The most pressing question. The wish I wanted to be granted. Will the wish ticket elixir from Daydream Incorporated allow me to return to the world I originally came from? I lifted my finger from the glass. Then, at the bottom of the window, other letters began to slowly appear. The answer to my question. Chapter 102.1. Winning against the elevator mirror ghost in rock paper scissors granted me one reward, a single question answered. But naturally, the truths revealed by ghost stories weren't always good. They might be answers I didn't like or ones that were completely useless. For example, if you asked when humanity would go extinct, you might get an answer like, long after you're dead. That would still technically be the truth. So, if I were to ask, what's the way back to my original world, it could easily respond with something extremely vague and simplistic. Instead, it was better to confirm whether the method I was already pursuing could truly return me to my original world. Daydream Incorporated's wish ticket potion. My heart pounded as I waited. The answer, guaranteed to be truthful, appeared painfully slowly on the glass window. Returning is possible. Certainly. A clear and absolute affirmation. I let out a deep sigh of relief and slid to the ground. Wow. The tension in my body finally eased. To be honest, I'd been worried it might give me an ambiguous or negative response. I tried not to think about it, but sometimes doubts crept in. What if the wish ticket potion can't bring me back after all? What if I mess up the conditions, and it works in some twisted way? Still, I had tried to suppress those thoughts. Doubts wouldn't change the fact that the wish ticket was my best chance. Even if I'm scared, I have to keep going. And believing it would work was the only way to endure the terrifying jobs I had to complete here. Now, with this assurance, I could work with even more determination. Let's do this. I could do it. I'd gather the remaining points as quickly and safely as possible. I stood up, bolstered by newfound resolve. For once, I feel motivated to work. But I wasn't out of the ghost story just yet. I still have to complete the ritual. If you have safely received your answer, it is now time to conclude the ritual and return. The steps required to return safely will depend on the number at which you won rock paper scissors to reach the top floor. If you came from 1, proceed to 10. If you came from 6, proceed to 11. Number 1 was the scenario for when the person playing rock paper scissors had won immediately and reached the top floor without a hitch. So after that, when proceeding to number 10, the story would end with something like, take the stairs down, avoid elevators with double-sided mirrors for the next 3 days, and you'll be fine. A with ring above and B. But I failed along the way. Failure made the next step scarier and more painful. Hugh. I decided to check the company-provided manual to clarify the steps. Number 11. 11. If you reach the top floor by winning a game led by the entity in the mirror, your escape process depends on how many questions you answered. First, board the elevator again. I swallowed hard and turned back to face the elevator doors. The elevator was still stopped on the 12th floor, and when I pressed the button, the doors slid open. Ding! Inside, the right mirror was shattered, revealing the grimy, rusted interior of the elevator. At this stage, you must hold the door open button continuously while inside the elevator. Do not release the button under any circumstances. Instead of looking at the mirror you faced during the rock paper scissors game, direct your gaze toward the opposite mirror. I shifted my gaze to the left mirror. The shattered right mirror no longer reflected an infinite repeating space. Instead, the fragmented reflections glinted across the elevator's dim interior, and something strange was there. I saw myself. My head hung low, unnaturally so. I was wearing a tattered suit, standing unnervingly still. It was the ghost that had played rock paper scissors with me. The reflection began to lift its head slowly. Its expressionless face locked eyes with mine, and it started to move closer. Closer. Until it was almost pressed against the mirror. You must endure until the elevator emits a sound. Do not move or avert your gaze until the sound ceases. Be aware that the more questions you have answered, the longer this phase will last. I held on. But there were limits. Even though a glass pane separated us, the ghost felt like it was creeping closer, impossibly close. My trembling hand clung to the door open button. I had to think about something else. Is that the thing that answered my question on the glass? Yes. It must have been. Bang. I nearly let go of the button. The ghost pressed its head against the mirror and glared at me. Its mouth moved soundlessly. I want to jet out, 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 I want to jet out. I quickly shifted my gaze slightly downward to avoid meeting its eyes. Sweat dripped from my chin. But through the fear, the effect of the silver ring shone through. I stayed calm, barely. Wants to get out. Because it's trapped in the mirror? My mind raced. Come to think of it, that ghost couldn't make the scissors hand gesture, could it? Why? Why couldn't it make scissors? I thought about the hand gesture for scissors in rock paper scissors. Whether you lift your thumb or middle finger along with it, the index finger always takes center stage. And when I thought about the hand gestures involving the index finger in an elevator, one action immediately came to mind. Pressing buttons. That ghost, can it not press buttons? Sure, it could physically press them by hitting them with its fist or banging its head against them, but this wasn't about physical action, it was about the concept and intent. A ghost trapped in the infinite mirror world of the elevator. A completely sealed space created by the two facing mirrors. And the warning in the manual about failing the ritual by losing rock paper scissors. Exercise caution every time you ride an elevator from this point forward. The entity in the mirror will seek you out and attempt to meet you. Was it, perhaps, because it wants to get out? Bang, 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 bang. Fuck, seriously. I tried not to look directly at the ghost smashing its head against the mirror and continued to think. Maybe, just maybe, that ghost is trapped in the elevator. Then, it happened. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm for holding the elevator too long sounded. When this sound is heard, exit the elevator immediately and use the stairs. Never use this elevator again. If possible, attach an under maintenance sign to prevent others from riding it until the next day's sunrise. Additionally, when using elevators with double-sided mirrors, do not look at the mirrors for more than 5 seconds. It will come for you. In that case. I hesitated, then stepped out of the elevator and let go of the open button. At the same time, I lightly tapped one of the floor buttons. 1F. As expected, since it was a mirror, the elevator in the reflection also lit up the 1F button. Without looking at the expression of the ghost that wore my face, I quickly bolted out of the open doors. Screech. The doors, no longer held open, slid shut, and the elevator began to move. Going down. From the 12th floor, I took the stairs down to the first floor. As I rushed down the creaking steps, I thought I heard the elevator's cheerful announcement, "First floor. The doors are opening." Chapter 102.2, Illustration. Who? By the time I emerged from the abandoned rental apartment building, it was already well past sunset. They said time flows strangely inside, and they weren't lying. It was already 7 p.m. I immediately called someone. Solium SSI. It was Jang Hyoan, who I'd told to meet me at 5 p.m. Despite making him wait for 2 hours, I smoothly delivered my apology. The reason? Well, I'm really sorry. I mentioned earlier that there might be an issue, but I must have kept you waiting too long. Oh, no, it's fine. This cafe is great. If something urgent came up, it can't be helped. Don't worry about me. Right. I deliberately told Jang Hyoan to meet me at 5 p.m. Just in case the research team found out I went in alone and decided to shove him into some other insane ghost story in the meantime. That deranged sociopath of a researcher could absolutely do it, saying something like, "Well, since it's already like this, why don't you head somewhere else? Corporate life is such a goddamn mess." In any case, I later apologized to Jang Hyoan at the cafe. Then, I explained the situation, carefully, without being overly shocking, framing it as though the research team had tried to force us into a pointless and dangerous task, and I had refused. But Jang Hyoan focused on something else. "Wait, wouldn't this put you in a tough spot, Solium SSI? I mean, you ignored a company directive." "Oh, it's fine." I spoke warmly. "If you keep this between us, I can make good use of it." And not long after. As soon as I returned to hand in the Dream Essence Collector, I was urgently summoned by Kwok Jae-kong. Feigning calm, I shamelessly explained the situation. "So, you left the round-off team member behind, is that what you're saying?" "Yes." Kwok Jae-kong stared at me like he couldn't believe what he was hearing, then let out a long sigh before laughing in disbelief. It wasn't a good laugh. It was the "I can't believe this" kind of laugh. "No, but, Mr. Rowe dear. You know this is grounds for disciplinary action, right? Do you think this company's a school, where you can just do whatever you want? Did Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun say this was okay, with ring above New Thailand bot? No, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun consistently advises adherence to company policies and field exploration manuals. Agu, if you knew that, why would you do such a thing? Quite puzzling. Kwok Jae-kong spoke in a subtly probing tone. Do you have a strong aversion to the idea of a colleague being sacrificed in an exploration? Perhaps because you're acquainted. Of course, that's what he would think. I replied without hesitation. Isn't it just frustrating? Why should I, when I'm capable of achieving a quick solo clear, have to drag along, well, pardon my bluntness, a useless burden? Kwok Jae-kong stared at me, momentarily stunned, before hastily trying to explain. No, I mean, you could just clear it and leave him alone in the elevator when it's done. That's precisely the point. Why should I bother with that kind of thing during darkness exploration, sir? I furrowed my brow slightly, as though barely holding back my irritation. Do I need to worry about whether the staff waiting downstairs might run away, or whether I can send them at the right time? None of that helps shorten the exploration time or increase the essence grade, does it? The purpose of a field exploration role is to extract high-concentration solutions as quickly as possible and supply ingredients for the Daydream Incorporated Wish Ticket Elixir. Why should I waste time on tasks unrelated to my job? But this is also part of the job. Isn't that your job, Section Chief? Kwok Jae-kong shut his mouth. He seemed at a loss for words in the face of my ridiculous MZ generation efficiency logic. Not that I'm a real MZer, my persona is all an act. Like fresh graduates just entering the workforce, I'm just role-playing here. T/N, MZ generation, a term coined originally for millennials or Gen Z people, but in a colloquial sense is just a buzzword older people use along with the connotation of young people these days. So I figured it'd be more efficient to just take the disciplinary action. More efficient, you say? Yes. I answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At the very least, I'd be sanctioned with disciplinary action during my downtime when I'm not out for exploration. Kwok Jae-kong looked at me like I was some newly discovered alien species. Of course, even he had to find this absurd. Exactly. This is the weakness you were so eager to uncover. A meticulous efficiency addict obsessed with their own rules. While it might come across as morally upright, in reality, it's just someone who loses their mind if their self-imposed principles are violated, acting with zero social grace. This kind of extreme personality is, by nature, a weakness. If it could stop Kwok Jae-kang's unnecessary provocations from here on out, the disciplinary action would be worth it. In that case, I'll await the decision on my disciplinary measure. I maintained my delusional lunatic persona to the end as I left the lab. Time to find Braun. I was quite proud of how I did. ****** The now quiet office of Research Team 1, after Kim Solium's departure. Everyone else had already left for the day. So, sitting alone at his desk and mentally organizing the events of yesterday and today. Ha 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 ha. Kwok Jae-kong suddenly burst into laughter. Left him behind because it was frustrating. Ha ha ha. How could this be so entertaining? If it were any other employee, he might have fallen for it entirely. Extreme statements paired with overwhelming performance often sound convincing. But I've observed a lot of people. In the end, actions speak louder than words. And predicting future actions based on behavioral patterns, well, that's part of the joy of this job. Ah, delightful. Smiling ear to ear, Kwok Jae-kong finished jotting down notes, stood up from his desk, and left for the day with a cheerful gait. Click. His soft humming echoed briefly in the office before fading with the sound of the door closing behind him. Left on the desk were a few sheets of documentation. Supervisor Kim Solium/Field Exploration Team. It was Kim Solium's profile file. Beneath it, hastily scribbled notes in Kwok Jae-kang's handwriting could be seen. Traits, predictable with meaningful probability. 1. Virtuous. 2. Cowardly. Chapter 103.1. Friend, your superior is a dull, unimaginative blade grunt. Yuaha. I thanked Lee Jae-hyun and went to fetch Braun. I felt a little bad for both of them because, by the time I got back, Chief Lizard had already taken the plush to his own place since it was so late. Thanks to that, Braun ended up visiting a place I'd never seen myself, and had no intention of seeing, period, so he got a bit excited. I would have preferred to sit alone on the cold tiled backstage floor of a studio. Right. In the end, it must have been boring. As Braun complained about how there was absolutely nothing in that man's house, no muttering, no humming, just silence dragging on endlessly, I broke out into a cold sweat. But it was honestly so dirty there. It wouldn't sit right with me to leave you behind in that abandoned building. As your friend, I just couldn't do that. Friend. I'm starting to get it now. Using a good friend as the angle when dealing with Braun seems to get the calmest reaction from him. Well, it's not entirely a lie. Anyway, I recalled the conversation I had with Lee Jae-hyun as I received Braun. Thank you. I'd said it while bowing my head. And I'm sorry. I did something deserving of disciplinary action and caused trouble for you as well, squad leader. Honestly, in a normal company, I'd have been smacked over the head with a stack of files for this. But even after hearing the full story, the Lizard squad leader remained composed. Yes. I just couldn't, for no reason, push a peer into a position where he was obviously going to die. I see. He stared at me for a moment and then spoke. Take responsibility for your choice. Yes. It was a little intimidating, but it seemed like he let it slide. Thank goodness. After a few more rounds of apologies and thanks, I handed over a gift box of snacks I'd prepared. Now, I was heading down the stairs of the residential building. N.E. So, are we heading back to your humble and cozy room for some rest, Mr. Rowe dear? No, not yet. I exited the building. There's one more thing to take care of. Today was the day to draw the tarot cards for the dilemma, the F-rank darkness I was managing. It had been 2 months since my last visit to the annex to check the cards. Someone else had covered for me during my sick leave, and the cycle had now come back around. Hello. I greeted the black silhouette of the security team member at the desk, received the key, and made my way down the hall. Last time, I drew the moon card in reverse. Ah, are you planning to use that trick again? Picking up the card upside down, I mean. That one. I'll use it if I have to, but I'd rather not. Oh. Something about it bothers me. When I drew the moon card in reverse, it supposedly meant the resolution of uncertainty. Indeed. What's the issue with that? The card itself wasn't the problem. Over that month, several things indeed became clearer or were resolved. For instance, my assignment. I was confirmed to remain in D Squad. After we lost 2 members, that is. But here's the thing about that. Resolving uncertainty requires first experiencing an uncertain situation. In other words, drawing a bad card in reverse implies that I would still have to experience the negative state first. To recover from or escape that situation, I'd have to go through it at least once. Aha, an interesting perspective. Quite persuasive, too. Exactly. And even if things eventually recover, in the world of ghost stories, the act of falling into a bad state carries enormous risks. I couldn't afford to forget the contamination incident. It's safer to draw something good and upright, if possible. So, please, let's not have a scenario where both cards are bad, leaving me no choice. Hugh. I entered the containment room and unlocked the dilemma's isolation. Taking out 2 black tarot cards, I placed them face down on the table. Taking a deep breath, I flipped them over. The first card. The devil. Shit. That damned devil card keeps showing up. The only surprising part was that this time, it was already reversed. Ah, the devil in reverse. Breaking free from the devil. A card of liberation. It signifies overcoming addiction or obsession, or making future decisions to conquer fears. It suits someone with your willpower and creativity, Mr. Rowe dear. I appreciated the explanation, but my attention quickly moved to the second card. The sun. The red and yellow sun burned brightly, illuminating the tarot card with vibrant colors. Isn't this undeniably good? Oh, the sun. Under the clear light of the sun, one enjoys joy and blessings in abundance. It signifies career success, strengthened relationships, and unparalleled positivity. It guarantees happiness in the near future. Some even consider it the best card in the tarot deck, but isn't unconditional success and happiness a bit boring? I'm sorry, but I could really use that kind of boring right now, Mr. Host. This is an easy choice. I reached out and picked up the sun card. With that, I secured a positive future, stable and upright. A somewhat dull choice, but I respect it, Mr. Rowe dear. Thanks. With that, I concluded the ritual. Success and joy, huh? There's no downside to that. At the very least, I could take comfort in the prediction that something good would happen within the month. Time to head back to the dorm. Sounds good, friend. And so, I headed home late at night, ending a long and eventful day. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the elevator and had to climb the stairs. Trudging up the fire escape at night is scarier than you'd think, even without creepypastas. It felt a bit unfair. Still, this truly was the last major event of what had been a tumultuous year. Surprisingly, the remaining days of the year passed peacefully. Throughout December, not much happened. Kwok Jae Kong didn't call for me unnecessarily after the incident, nor did any strange research projects get assigned to me. Looks like my MZ efficiency tactic worked. I was worried the research team might try to involve Jang Hyo-won again, but that didn't happen either. Jang Hyo-won, Solium SSI. No changes in my assignment, I'm officially staying in F Squad. It seemed he'd settled into F Squad without issue following the year-end personnel announcements. That's good news. Even though he was in the same squad as Baek Sa-hyun, well, based on what I saw at Sekwang Technical High School, it didn't seem like they were recklessly using Jang Hyo-won as bait. Otherwise, things were ordinary. I diligently entered ghost stories. There weren't any assignments involving high-level ghost stories rated C or above. As a result, the only horrors I experienced were internal screams, fear, and an increasing record of children's cartoons I watched to combat my insomnia. Chapter 103.2. On one occasion, I ran into Lee Byongjin, the manual reviews officer, in the hallway, who gave me a casual hint: the company's ridiculously busy with year-end accounting and audits, which is why things have been so quiet for you. He still occasionally brought up Director Ho, which was uncomfortable, but the information was helpful. Supervisor Kim, you must have no worries. You clear high-level darknesses and rack up points so fast. You must be disappointed there aren't more high-level cases these days, haha. I'm not disappointed at all, actually. Clearing low-level cases steadily still earned points, allowing me to catch my breath and focus my thoughts. However, during this quiet time, there was one thing that oddly remained unresolved. Squad leader, is my disciplinary action still under discussion? Yes. My disciplinary action, of course. Oh. This is quite, fascinating. Didn't you expect a swift decision, Mr. Roe dear? I did. I wasn't hoping to avoid punishment, but I didn't expect it to take this long. I thought they'd hand me a simple, swift penalty to knock me down a peg for being a cheeky yet competent newbie. Why is this so complicated? It seemed the field exploration team had even caught wind of this, judging by some curious reactions. Kang Yihak, supervisor. I heard about it, haha. You took a bold stand against inefficient tasks not covered by your salary. Kaya. I respect you. Wait, is that how the story's spreading? I was trying to come across as a morally principled character, but did that backfire too? Thankfully, it didn't seem to go that far. The development department appeared to be debating how to handle my case, whether to make an exception or follow standard procedure. Finally, in late December. The date for your disciplinary action has been set. Hugh. The official notice had arrived. Disciplinary notice. Task: perform night cleaning duties with the security team. Duration: 3 days. This disciplinary measure is intended to improve the employee's work attitude and prevent similar incidents in the future. It was such a quintessentially ghost story company type of punishment. Where are the usual corporate disciplinary measures like training, pay cuts, suspension, or demotion? So, was 3 days of punishment not too bad? Did I manage to get off lightly? Sure, but the schedule will be from December 29th to the 31st. Who came up with this? I can feel how much they wanted to make my life miserable with this choice of dates. It was like they wanted me to spend the entire year-end pulling all-nighters at the company and to start the new year here. I was dying to know who was responsible for this cruelty. With ring above. But since I'd already crossed the line once, this time, I had no choice but to comply. Hugh. So, on the midnight of December 29th, I headed to the basement level 1 of the company, into the security team's area. And I was greeted by a familiar face. Good evening, JSSI. Wow, long time no see. It was Security Sergeant J3. This slender staff member, whom I'd encountered during the Sanganim ghost story and the Hungry Hangman escape, raised a hand in greeting, looking somewhat glad to see me. Of course, the annoyance on his face outweighed any actual joy, so I quickly pulled out the bribe I had prepared. My apologies. I'll be in your care for the next 3 days. Oh, no need to apologize. The security sergeant's face brightened as he accepted the 2 large boxes of sugar and cream donuts, each containing a dozen. Finally, some payoff for volunteering, thank you. I'll enjoy these as my snacks. I brought 2 boxes so the security team could share, but since he clearly believed all 24 donuts were his alone, I kept my mouth shut. I figured it was the wise thing to do. All right, follow me. The security sergeant led me deeper into the facility, past the CCTV room. This is an area only the security team can access. I hadn't expected to return here. Swallowing hard, I followed him down the hallway. Somewhere here, I'd be doing the cleaning. May I ask where exactly I'll be cleaning for the next 3 days? Well, it's a place you've been before, so it shouldn't be too bad. I think, yeah. A place I've been before. Today's cleaning zone is the Isolation B hallway, you know, the one where they took out the contaminated employee. Damn. He was referring to the isolation area next to the security team's storage room. The hallway lined with sealed rooms, where I'd been briefly held after being rescued from the Hungry Hangman. That place definitely wasn't normal. I recalled all the strange murmurs and phenomena I'd experienced walking down that isolation hallway and gulped nervously. Cleaning the security team's area, huh? The near certainty of encountering something unusual made my heart pound. This way, to the locker room. I followed the security sergeant to the locker room, swallowing my fear. Along the way, I caught a glimpse of the security team's quarters through an open door. Sleeping quarters. Through the gap, I could see compact rooms furnished with gray standard-issue curtains, bedding, metal desks, and cabinets. Oddly enough, it reminded me of a prison staff dormitory. It looks worse than my dorm. The fact that it was underground seemed unhealthy, to say the least. Do all the security team members live here? No, just the guards, The security sergeant furrowed his brow slightly, as if deciding how much to share. Eventually, he gave a vague answer, ending the conversation on this topic. The security team is, actually, a branch of the higher-level security management department. This area is mostly for the guards. I see. Finally, we reached the locker room, and I quickly changed into the provided uniform. It wasn't the security team uniform I'd worn before. This one was bright orange and eye-catching, resembling an engineer's work suit. Cleaning uniforms, not bad, the color's nice. Was he serious? In any case, I finished changing and prepared to head to the cleaning site. Phew. Feeling like I was being led to the slaughterhouse, I glanced at the security sergeant, who was still lingering in the locker room as if waiting for someone. Cleaning usually requires 2 people per team. Surely the security sergeant wasn't going to join me, maybe it was another staff member. Then, the security sergeant glanced out of the locker room and gestured for me to look. There they are, your partner for today. I turned to see someone walking down the hallway from the direction of the sleeping quarters. A familiar face. Ro. Supervisor Park Min-seong approached awkwardly from the hallway, raising a hand in greeting. Long time no see. How have you been? Chapter 104.1. What's this? You haven't forgotten me, have you, Ro? It's been ages. The person standing in the dim hallway spoke in a cheerful tone, extending a hand. It was someone I hadn't seen in a long time, my old superior from D Squad, wearing a badger mask. Supervisor. It was unmistakable. Supervisor Park Min-seong. Someone who had been almost like a mentor to me, his demeanor was as clear and distinct as it had been when we worked together. I quickly shook his hand and asked. Have you recovered? I'm doing much better. I've started some rehab activities, and daily life hasn't been too much of an issue lately. Isn't that right, Sergeant? Yes, well, more or less. Phew. I didn't expect to run into him like this. Seeing him in decent shape stirred something in me, it was almost emotional. My tone naturally brightened. In that case, Supervisor Park Min. Call me Badger. It's just, hearing my name still triggers some issues. Yes. I closed my mouth. I'd been about to ask whether he was fit to return to work, but now I didn't need to. Looking closely, even though he was smiling cheerfully, Supervisor Park Min-seong's face seemed pale and uneasy. The parts of his face not hidden by the mask, like his cheeks and the area around his eyes, looked a bit hollow. Oh dear, today's partner doesn't seem to be in top condition. Right. It looks like he's still recovering. Is it really okay to assign someone in his state to a disciplinary task alongside me? Let's go, Ro. Let's get this over with so you can rest. Yes. But as someone being disciplined, I wasn't in a position to suggest giving my partner a different assignment. I thanked the security sergeant who had guided us, then followed Supervisor Park Min-seong, who was already wearing his cleaning uniform. Wait a second. Yes. Take this. The security sergeant stopped me and, after carefully setting down the box of donuts he'd been clutching, pulled something out of his pocket. 2 worn walkie-talkies. If anything dangerous happens, call me. I'm on night duty today. These connect to you directly, JSSI. The sergeant nodded. I felt 2 conflicting emotions simultaneously, so this might actually be dangerous, and, thank heavens for this. Thank you. No problem. In a low voice, almost like an afterthought, the sergeant added something. He glanced at Supervisor Park Min-seong, speaking so softly that it wouldn't reach him. Be careful. My hands turned cold. I managed a nod and handed one of the walkie-talkies to Supervisor Park Min-seong. Then we started walking down the underground hallway, heading toward the security team's storage area. Step, step. Step, step. Step. Row. Yes. Oh, sorry. Did I scare you? No, it's fine. Phew, that's a relief. Supervisor Park Min-seong, walking beside me, fell quiet for a moment. His voice sounded slightly shaky. It's been a while since I talked to someone outside the security team. Did I say something weird? Was it awkward? Hugh. No, Supervisor. You're still as yourself as ever. Huh? Wait a second, that's not an insult, right? Well, who knows? No way, Ro, are you teasing me? What's this? Did getting promoted give you confidence? The light-hearted tone in the conversation eased some of the tension. Can I ask how you've been lately? Of course. I've been here the whole time, just here. He muttered quickly, almost like he was spitting the words out. I didn't know this place had a treatment room, or a training facility, or, other really weird, seriously weird places. Actually, it's part of the restricted security team area, so I shouldn't say too much, with tilde. Beta. Damn. In that case, no need to elaborate. We can talk about something else. It's seriously strange. Why is this basement so deep? You know, I used to wonder why our company didn't just build an underground parking lot and instead uses a separate parking tower. But now I get it. This basement is so deep and weird that I need to get back to where I originally worked. Supervisor Badger. He stopped in his tracks and exhaled slowly. Sorry, let's talk about something else, shall we? Yes. Let's do that. I started rambling about whatever came to mind, recent trending shows, random topics, anything to fill the silence. Having Braun feed me material made it much easier. Oh, I've seen that too. It was fun. Thankfully, it seemed that internet and streaming services were accessible, and the small talk flowed smoothly without any issues. But my back was drenched in cold sweat. This isn't good. Staying in this massive, windowless, underground sealed space for too long felt like it could drive anyone insane, no matter how stable they were. Especially since Supervisor Park Min-seong might have a sick family member. I have a family member in the hospital. I hope someone could check in on her after this filming. If possible. I couldn't bring it up directly, so I tried a more indirect approach. Do you have to stay down here permanently? No. They said once I recover beyond a certain point, I can either get reassigned or quit altogether and leave. Phew. It seems like even the security team gets to go outside or move around freely at night. That was a relief. Oh, we're here. Finally, the location for today's work appeared before us. Security Team Storage Room. Chapter 104.2. Wow. It looks even more intimidating at night. I swallowed hard as I stood in front of the iron door. Then, a cold voice echoed from my pocket. Oh, this wretched place. Ayahawk. Right. This was the place where Braun had nearly been destroyed and thrown away. Braun, if you don't like it, you could always stay home next time. I'm quite alright. It's the hallmark of a professional to not project personal discomfort onto their work environment. However, friend. Braun's voice lowered. I feel like I might get depressed here. Please, do your best to entertain me. I'll do my best. This is so hard, Mr. Host. Ah, right. Here. Interrupting my internal turmoil, Supervisor Park Min-seong pulled something out of the pocket of his orange uniform and handed it to me. It was a slip of paper, like a photocopy of handwritten notes. Here, this is a work tip sheet that's been circulating among the security team. I thought it'd be good for you to read, so I brought it along. Ah, thank you. Work tips. I quickly skimmed the paper. Night cleaning duty tips. Hi there. If you're reading this, it means you've had the bad luck of being stuck with night cleaning duty. Yep, that's right. The security team area is full of crazies and contamination, and going in there at night in pairs is a surefire way to have some bizarre experiences. N beta. But don't worry too much. If you just follow these helpful tips I've written down, you'll get through this without any major problems. Hold on. This read exactly like the setup for one of those workplace creepypastas. You know the kind, where you take on some high-paying night security or babysitting job and are handed strange work rules you have to follow to survive. Several indie horror games based on the dark exploration records instantly popped into my head. This is even scarier. I swallowed nervously and hurriedly read the next part. In a way, it's worth it, right? You're getting paid extra for this. Whether you're in it for money, points, or nostalgic equipment, just think about the reward and push through. If you're doing this as a disciplinary action, good luck. I hope you're from the field exploration team. Yes. That's me. Clenching my teeth, I skimmed through the rest of the tips quickly. The cleaning was about to begin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Squish. I mopped the floor of the storage room. It wasn't overly dirty, but there were odd, colorful stains stuck in places. 1. If the mop gets dirty, rinse it immediately. It's better that way. The cleaning solution is strong, so it only takes a few rinses. Easy, right? Weirdly comforting. Thankfully, about half of the lights in the storage room were left on, even though it wasn't as bright as daytime. It was just enough to clean without too much difficulty. I can even read the notices. I briefly glanced at a sign that read, Nostalgia series always looking to be purchased / for more details, visit the desk, before focusing back on the floor. Row, if you find anything strange, don't touch it. Just clean around it. Yes. Squish. Have you done this before, Supervisor? It's my first time cleaning, but I've done other security team work. Supervisor Park Min-seong smiled. His voice carried a hint of eager anticipation. If I pass this stage, I think I'll be considered recovered enough to transfer to the security team. That's a relief. I cautiously asked. What about continuing treatment and returning to the field exploration team? Haha. Do you think that'd be a good idea? I'll give it a shot. The conversation felt optimistic. And so, we diligently continued cleaning with mechanical focus. This is easier than I thought. Aside from the exhaustion from working late at night, everything was manageable. The cleaning tips were surprisingly clear-cut. 2. No matter what happens, keep calm and just clean. Weird things always happen at night in the security team's area, but the storage room isn't that bad compared to other places. Got it. This was pretty much the core rule. No matter what happens, don't react and just focus on cleaning. Let's get through this. The cleaning in the front area of the storage room wrapped up quickly. Since the space wasn't that large, scrubbing the grime off the floor took about an hour. We've cleaned half of today's assigned area. Now, what's left is... Both the supervisor and I turned our heads at the same time. Over there. One of the 3 doors leading to the isolation area. Isolation B. Hugh. Ah, that's the unpleasant corridor you came out of last time, Mr. Rowe dear. Right. Of all places, we now had to enter the corridor where the isolation rooms, including the one I had been trapped in, were located. 3. While cleaning, do not open any isolation room doors. I mean, if you're a company employee, you should already know this, but just in case, I'm writing it down. 4. Let me emphasize again, ignore any sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Don't respond. Even if someone pleads for help or claims to be your family or a friend, it's never true. Do not open any of those doors. Chapter 104.3. Creak. We opened the door to the isolation zone and quickly closed it behind us. A gray corridor stretched out before us, flanked by rows of steel doors leading to isolation rooms. This is insane. The fact that we couldn't leave the door open for ventilation made it even more unnerving. I swallowed hard and kept scrubbing the floor. The sounds I had heard when leaving this area last time echoed faintly through the silent hallway. Hee 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 hee. Help me please help. I'm not supposed to bear I know thuman. Hee 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 hee. If a leave musty. Seriously. This was maddening. I deliberately made loud noises as I rinsed the mop, hoping to drown out the unsettling sounds. Then, it happened. Supervisor Park Min-seong stopped mopping, suddenly lifting his head. He stared blankly at one of the tightly shut isolation room doors. Isolation room B14. Row. Damn it. Row, I hear the section chief's voice from over there. No, you don't. But. I hear it. No, you don't. Let's keep cleaning, Supervisor Badger. Ah, okay. 5. If your partner starts saying crazy things, leave them and run. Got it. Don't try to help them, or you'll die too. Security team rookies, take this seriously. A with ring above N. Epsilon. Is this really the right thing to do? Squish, squish. As I mopped the floor, an odd feeling crept over me. Unease. This was different from the other darkness explorations I'd been through. There were no manuals, wiki entries, or escape pattern analyses to rely on, just the advice of an anonymous veteran. Here I was, cleaning through the night in an eerie location without any concrete information. I really felt like I was doing some odd part-time job in a creepy place without adequate preparation. What the hell am I even doing here? Step. Row, be careful. I quickly stepped aside. At the end of the gray isolation corridor, someone was approaching. Step. A person wearing a black facility staff uniform. They gave us a slight nod as they passed us and then spoke. "Oh, you're the cleaning staff for tonight." Their tone was casual. What a relief. As the supervisor and I nodded back, the staff member quickly added in a slightly awkward tone. "I'm the night patrol officer tonight. Sometimes, the cleaning staff gets startled, so I wanted to let you know." 7. Occasionally, you might run into a night patrol officer. They'll appreciate it if you give them a bottle of water. If you have one, share it. It's always better to maintain a good atmosphere when working together at night. "Hello. Would you like a bottle of water?" "Oh, I'd really appreciate that." At Supervisor Park Minseong's subtle signal, I handed one of the bottled waters we'd been supplied to the patrol officer. The officer took it and gulped it down on the spot. "Well then, see you around." With the bottle still to his lips, the officer headed back down the isolation corridor toward the storage room. By the way, the security team in this company doesn't have positions like patrol officer. Remember, don't ask unnecessary questions. My throat just keeps getting dry. From a distance, I could see the words lab faintly stamped on the back of the so-called patrol officer's uniform. Step, gulp. The sound of footsteps and swallowing disappeared, as if swallowed by the darkness, the moment the officer turned the corner of the corridor. I really feel like I've stepped into a horror movie. Swish. I resumed mopping, trying to distract myself by chatting with Braun or talking casually with Supervisor Park Minseong, all while doing my best to ignore the eerie noises coming from the isolation rooms. Finally, we were almost done cleaning the corridor. Hugh. Exchanging relieved glances, the supervisor and I smiled at each other. "Let's wrap things up and head out." "Sounds good." I think we finished pretty quickly. Oh, wait. Suddenly remembering something, Supervisor Park Minseong rummaged through his pocket and pulled out another piece of paper. "This is supposed to be a tip for later in the night. They told me to read it a bit after the shift started, so I thought you should have it, too." "Oh, thank you. What else could possibly happen? Good thing we're almost done." I stifled a mental scream as I hurriedly read the tip. But then. 11. It's time to tell you this. By now, it's probably been about 3 hours since you started cleaning, right? Around this time, you'll start hearing a crazy voice coming from isolation room B14. Wait a second. Supervisor, it's around 3 a.m. now, right? Yeah, it's about that time. Is someone there? 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 We both turned our heads. Isolation room B14. Do you want me to tell you how to get out of here? How to survive? How to bring the dead back to life? Do you want to know this company's secrets? Just come closer, come a little closer, and I'll tell you the truth about the world. I wanted to run. I wanted to fling the door open and sprint to the storage room, leave this place behind, tell the security team leader I quit, hand the remaining nostalgia candy to Supervisor Park, and never come back here. But I couldn't. So instead, I focused on reading the tip. Irium Nim. It'll start calling you by something weird and babbling about happiness and some nonsense like that. Just yell back at it, curse if you have to, it'll shut up. If you don't want to curse, just tell it to get lost. I really didn't want to. But to tell it to get lost, I opened my mouth. Wait a second. Row. Just a moment. I pulled out the first sheet of tips I'd been given earlier. There, it clearly said. 4. Let me emphasize again, ignore any sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Don't respond. Tips 4 and 11 directly contradicted each other. Which one am I supposed to follow? Contradictory rules often show up in these kinds of workplace ghost stories, but there's usually no definitive answer about which one is correct. Was it that the rules changed as time passed? Or was the second sheet itself faulty? Or maybe. Row. Supervisor Park Minseong pushed me back. Something's not SCREEEECH. The door to isolation room B14 started to open. Chapter 105.1. I stood frozen, staring at isolation room B14. Creak, creak. The rusty hinges groaned like a scream as the door to the isolation room began to open. It was a door that should never have opened. And from within, a dark figure. Run. I immediately turned and sprinted toward the exit of the isolation corridor. Beside me, I could hear Supervisor Park Min-seong running just as frantically. Survival instincts pushed my legs forward while my mind raced in confusion. What the hell is this? What's going on? In the work tips. Tip 4 said to ignore the sounds coming from the isolation rooms. Tip 11 said to yell and tell it to shut up to quiet it down. But before I could decide which rule to follow, the door opened. What on earth is in there? Guys. Both of us nearly stumbled at the same time. That voice, we both recognized it. But without looking back, we kept running, rounding the corner toward the green emergency exit sign at the end of the hallway. Cleaning tools clattered to the floor as we abandoned them. My chest burned as I gasped for air. Just as Supervisor Park Min-seong reached the emergency exit and grabbed the doorknob. Beep. Unauthorized opening of isolation room detected. Corridor lockdown initiated. Red emergency lights began flashing in the hallway. Accompanied by the cold, emotionless voice of the system, the sound of a security shutter descending outside the emergency exit echoed through the air. Park Min-seong and I exchanged looks in the momentary pause. We were trapped inside. We're fucked. Damn it. Damn it. I fumbled in my pocket. Maybe there was something in the work tips about what to do in this situation. Unbelievable. You two are the very definition of dumb and dumber. Did you trade your exploration manuals for candy? Where the hell did all your composure go? Nobs. What? The voice was dry, laced with exasperation. Annoyed, but strangely, casual. Step. This is driving me crazy. No, wait, maybe I should commend you for being cautious. Ha. A voice that was now right behind us. But there was no eerie laughter, no cold hand reaching out from the darkness, no spine-chilling phenomenon like I expected. Damn it. Ha, no, calm down. Listen, guys. I know I sounded nuts earlier, okay. But I had no choice, I needed to use an escape item. I didn't have time to explain. Just wrap your heads around it already, will you? The voice grew more urgent. What else could I do? I acted crazy to try and extract some info while I was at it, but then the item activated, the door opened, and I escaped. That voice. Snap out of it. I'll give you 10 seconds. Hurry. Assistant manager. That's right. Before I could stop him, Supervisor Park Min-seong turned around. And so did I. And there, standing in the hallway, was a familiar silhouette. Bobbed hair. Sharp, piercing eyes. A cold-looking woman in a crisp suit. Standing in the corridor was none other than Assistant Manager Eun Hage. She scanned the scattered cleaning tools we had abandoned with a faintly displeased expression. Are those supposed to just lie there? No, whatever, let's sort that out later. First, let's deal with this. The grip of Supervisor Park Min-seong's hand on my shoulder slackened. We stared blankly at her. Badger, Anne. Row. Eun Hage's face softened, a trace of an expression forming. How have you been? Calm, poised, with a slight undertone of fatigue and exasperation, she wore the face of a boss who'd seen too much. And on her lips, a sharp-edged smile. This goddamn company. Ha. She shook her head with a deep sigh, then gestured toward us. Sorry to trouble you, but can you help me out? Just open the door to the isolation corridor for me. Her voice was calm. After that, I'll handle the rest and get out. Supervisor Park Min-seong and I didn't respond. It was as if we had made a silent pact to say nothing. My head felt like it was going to explode. Eun Hage smirked wryly. Can't even respond. Well, that's a wise choice. I would have done the same. What is this? Why does it sound so convincing? Why does it feel so real? No, that can't be. Supervisor. I swallowed hard and spoke quickly, as if to remind myself, keeping my voice low and directed at Supervisor Park Min-seong. Remember. The assistant manager resigned. There's no way she's here. Wait. Is there really no way? I suddenly recalled all the strange things that had left me uneasy until now. The abrupt loss of contact with assistant manager Eun Hage. Passing her equipment without meeting her in person, unanswered text messages except for read receipts, phone calls that never connected, all of it, only hearing about her through Section Chief Lee Ji-hyun. Could it be? Is it because she's trapped here? I quickly ran through the criteria for being transferred to the isolation zone by the security team. Emergency contamination, internal anomalies, dangerous individuals, spies, disciplinary actions, and other ominous, censored conditions marked with black boxes. Plenty of possibilities. Even Supervisor Park and I had been briefly detained here once. If that's the case, could Assistant Manager Eun Hage also fit one of those criteria? Hold on, just hold on. It's possible, isn't it? I wanted to immediately interrogate this person who looked like Assistant Manager Eun Hage, confirm the situation, and figure out what had happened. But I couldn't take the risk of relying on a possibility. Let's try another approach first. I turned to Braun for help. Braun, the person in front of us, is this really D-Squad's assistant manager we worked with months ago? Braun responded cheerfully. Oh, what a shame. As much as I'm a legendary host, I'm no investigative expert. My discerning eye is sharp, of course, but alas, even my button eyes have their limitations. Outwardly, they do appear identical, but who can say? There are masters of disguise out there in the world, after all. Damn it. Chapter 105.2. I pressed further, desperate. Can you at least confirm one thing for me? Just based on what you see, what's your gut feeling? I trust you. If that's the case, I'd be happy to answer, friend. Thank you. So. I took a deep breath. Is the person in front of me, in every mental and physical aspect, human? Ah, now that's a question I can answer definitively. Braun's voice turned confident as he declared cheerfully. Yes, indeed. Ha. So, she is human. This is driving me nuts. It would have been easier if Braun had said the person wasn't human. That would have settled it once and for all. That this wasn't Assistant Manager Eun Hage. But the familiar figure in front of me continued speaking in a voice just as familiar. I'd prefer to take my time convincing you properly, but there's not much time, kiddos. Her complexion seemed a bit pale. The security team will be here soon to assess the situation. If I want to get out of here, I have to leave before they arrive. I'm not asking for much. I'll just hide for a bit. When the door opens, let me slip out. I admitted to myself. I can't figure it out just by looking. That left me with no choice but to take a slight risk. I turned to Supervisor Park and spoke directly. Supervisor. Why yeah. Don't you think encountering the assistant manager on leave in the security team's isolation area is an impossible scenario? That's true, yeah. Oh. Indirect dialogue, interesting approach, Ro. Assistant Manager Eun Hage chuckled softly before muttering quickly under her breath. They probably stuck me here, telling me to think it over until I changed my mind about resigning. In hindsight, trusting this goddamn company was my mistake. Fuck. Oh. Supervisor, if someone escapes the isolation corridor, wouldn't they be captured almost immediately? I'm not an idiot, you know. I've got an item ready. The problem is time. There's no time. The security team is probably on their way right now. I can't even confirm anything, this is driving me crazy. Confirmation. Wait. I remembered what was in my back pocket. The walkie-talkie. Pressing my back against the door, I carefully reached behind me, grabbing the walkie-talkie from my pocket without making it visible. Slowly, I turned up the volume just a notch. Beep beep beep. Currently in lockdown. Damn it. The security sergeant has been trying to contact us all this time. I immediately turned the sound off, but it was too late. I just heard a walkie-talkie. Well, whoever has it can use it as they like, but I'm curious. Curious? They don't give walkie-talkies to cleaning staff, do they? A chill ran down my spine. Did someone give it to you especially? That's odd. Cleaning staff usually just scan in and read the manual on automated devices. The system is designed so they don't need to meet anyone else. Eun Hage's voice carried a mix of suspicion and tension. That thing, are you sure it actually connects to the security team? Ro, who exactly did you meet? Sweat soaked my palms. This was the first time I'd ever been in a situation like this. I have no idea what to believe anymore. There were no hints, no clear answers. Even if this was really Assistant Manager Unhage, how could she possibly help us? Could she truly hide from the security team? Was that even possible? If I want to figure out the situation even a little more. Oh. I remembered what I'd originally planned to check, the second sheet of tips. If I read all the remaining tips, maybe I can piece together the truth. I quickly pulled out the sheet and scanned the next number. 12. If you notice a strange smell or something starts seeping from under a door, run immediately. That's always a warning sign before a door opens. Conversely, if you don't notice anything, it's usually safe. Exceptions to this will be explained in the next section. It's recommended to take a break before reading further. I moved on to the next point without hesitation. 13. Oh. The doors open. Reflexively, I crumpled the paper in my hands. My pulse pounded in my fingertips as if the paper itself were alive. Ro, are you okay? Calm down. Stay calm. Let's just think rationally. The security team is on their way, so now's the time to figure out the best course of action. Supervisor Park Min-seong patted my back, but as he did so, I felt him tracing something on my back with his finger. N. O. T. H. E. R. It's not her. I froze and slowly lifted my head. Wow. Unhage, or rather, the thing wearing her face, tilted its head toward us. How'd you figure it out? 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 How did you figure it out? He 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 he. Thud. Unhage's head dropped to the floor. And then, it stood upside down. Two legs and arms pointed stiffly to the sky as they turned to face us. Hiya. Do you believe in eerie amnesiatim? Right then and there. I fainted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ro. Ro. Ah. I lifted my head. You must be really tired. Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll take over. Supervisor Park Min-seong, holding a mop handle, looked at me with worried eyes. I glanced around. The isolation corridor looked normal, with all the doors firmly shut. Ha. I grabbed the mop handle and lowered my head. Are you okay? Yes. I'm sorry. Was it a nightmare? The whole thing didn't make any sense anyway. The isolation room door suddenly opening, Unhage turning into some kind of ghost. It was all absurd. I rubbed my temples. I'm sorry. I must have dozed off for a moment. You don't need to apologize. It's fine. You were working during the day too, of course you're tired. Supervisor Park Min-seong gave my back a reassuring pat. Let's hang in there just a little longer. We only have 2 days left. 2 days. Not 3. Supervisor, what day is it today? It's past midnight now, so it's the 30th, December 30th. Not the 29th. The 30th. Since yesterday's cleaning went smoothly, let's finish today's as well without any problems. Oh, here's a new tip sheet. They told us to read this on the second day. It's for you. Ro. Chapter 106.1. With trembling hands, I checked the work tip note. 11. Are you doing this for 2 nights in a row? Sometimes they give you a day off after a night cleaning shift, but doing consecutive nights? That's rough. Anyway, here are the tips. During the wee hours of the morning. Wait, no. I gotta stop reading. The last section of the previous note had clearly seemed corrupted somehow. While the first note might have been reliable, starting from the second sheet, the notes themselves could be traps. I firmly folded the piece of paper and shoved it back into my pocket. Then, I raised my head to glance at the tightly shut doors of Isolation B, my gaze eventually landing on one particular door. Isolation Room B14. Just what the hell is going on? Stay calm. I needed to organize my thoughts. I had clearly been in the middle of my first shift. It was around 3 a.m., nearing the end of cleaning when the door to an isolation room suddenly opened, and Assistant Manager Unhage, no, something that looked like Assistant Manager Unhage appeared. And the moment Supervisor Park Min-seong realized its true nature, it immediately did something horrific. From then on, my memory went blank. But why had an entire day disappeared, and why had it suddenly become the second night with the story ending as we finished cleaning safely? The way events were structured, it almost felt like I had regained consciousness just before this all happened. Wait a second. I glanced at the digital watch on my wrist. Just before 3 a.m. Supervisor, come with me immediately. Huh? What? After shouting at Supervisor Park Min-seong, I immediately bolted down the corridor. Reaching the metal door at the far end, still glowing faintly under the green emergency exit light, I opened it and ran outside. What's going? Bang. I shut the door the moment Supervisor Park Min-seong stepped out, cutting off his confused voice. Ro, what are you doing? We haven't even finished cleaning yet, why are you suddenly? Beep. Unauthorized opening of isolation room detected. Corridor lockdown initiated. As if on cue, red emergency lights flared, and containment shutters began descending over every door, including the one leading to the corridor we had just escaped from. Supervisor Park Min-seong's expression stiffened. Wait a minute. Ro, you knew this would happen. Hold on. I immediately pulled out my walkie-talkie, turned it on, and cranked up the volume. Then I pressed the button. If the thing wearing Unhage's face said not to trust the walkie-talkie, it was all the more reason to believe this was reliable. JSSI. Something came out of the isolation room. Crackle. The response was instant. From the corridor. No. We left the isolation corridor just before. But. I glanced toward the door leading outside from the storage room. The shutters had also descended there. We're trapped in front of the storage room's entrance. The containment shutters have sealed this door as well. Okay. That means the first level containment has been activated. Don't panic. Just stay put. I'm on my way. By the way, which door opened? Room 12. Room 6. I took a deep breath and answered as steadily as I could. I believe it was room 14. Silence. B14. Yes. An unsettling stillness hung over the walkie-talkie. I felt sweat trickling down my back. Crackle. Don't speak to anyone. Stay quiet and hide. Move away from isolation B. I swallowed hard. Understood. There's a hold time on containment shutters. Even if they're unlocked immediately, the system keeps them sealed for a while. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hold out for 10 minutes until I get there, and don't speak to anyone from now on. Click. The transmission ended. Silence settled over the dimly lit storage room, bathed in the red glow of the emergency lights. I glanced to my side. Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had overheard everything, looked pale and was carefully stepping away from the door leading to Isolation B, Alpha Nu Beta. Then. Bang. The door rattled violently. Bang, bang, bang. Something was pounding on the door from inside the sealed corridor, hard enough to shake the containment shutters. And faintly, I could hear a voice. Hey! What the hell? Someone from the corridor we just escaped shouted out. The voice was starting to sound strangely familiar. Ro, don't listen. Supervisor Park Min-seong covered my ears and pulled me further toward the front of the storage room, away from the isolation corridor door. Only when we were a safe distance away did he lean in and whisper urgently. There's no way we should be able to hear that sound through the containment shutters. That's not real. That's not. He swallowed nervously. It's really something. Just like you said, something came out. Someone from the security team would arrive in 10 minutes, right? Until then, let's not respond to anyone, no matter who tries to talk to us. Don't speak first, no matter what. I slowly nodded. Supervisor Park let out a sigh of relief and sank to the floor. By the way, Ro, how did you know that the isolation room door was going to open? It's complicated, but first, I need to ask you something. What is it? What exactly happened on our first day here? Confusion spread across Supervisor Park's face. Huh? On the first day? Yes. We just cleaned normally and, well, sure, a few things from the work tips happened, but we handled them and then went home, didn't we? The examples he listed matched everything we had experienced, up until the chaos with the isolation room. Then. Do you remember giving me the second tip sheet during the early hours? Row. Supervisor Park's face hardened. There is no second sheet. Are you sure you're okay? Could you have been affected when the isolation room door opened? Hang on, let me check today's work tips. What? I stopped Supervisor Park from pulling the note out of my pocket. Wait a moment. How did you even get that work tip sheet in the first place? Huh? I got it as part of the tips that circulate in the security team. And who exactly gave it to you? Can you describe the person who gave it to you? Of course, actually. Supervisor Park Min-seong's face turned pale. He opened his mouth as if to answer, but closed it again, repeatedly struggling to speak. Eventually, he admitted. I don't know. Chapter 106.2. I mean, I'm sure it was, huh? Was it left in the dorm room? Or maybe a fellow security team newbie gave it to me. Wait, was there even another newbie here? What? Huh? What's going on? Damn it. It's fine. Don't think about it anymore. Let's just stay still for now. Yeah. Supervisor Park curled up quietly, lowering his head. Let's just focus on getting out of here. When the door opens, we leave immediately. No looking back. Yes. Hugh. This is insane. My head was spinning. With our accounts conflicting like this, I couldn't tell what was real or fabricated. I couldn't discern reality from falsehood, nor did I know what to believe. All I had was the oppressive weight of fear in this situation. Am I under some kind of spell? But no, my silver ring was still on my finger. That should have offered strong resistance against illusions, hallucinations, or brainwashing. In that case, let's think logically. I forced myself to focus. 1. My mind is intact. 2. Everything I'm experiencing is real. 3. This is an external phenomenon unrelated to my mental state. For an objective perspective on this phenomenon. Braun. The plushie in my pocket might hold the answer. Braun. I need to ask you something. Can you help? Silence. No way. Braun. I frantically searched my pocket. Even when I called again, there was no response. Ah. Here I am, my friend. Relief washed over me as I clutched the soft, plush figure in my hand. Apologies for the delay in responding. It took me a moment to catch up, I must admit. Catch up? Why did you need time to catch up with me? Oh, because you jumped straight to the 30th, Mr. Rowe dear. The cheerful voice made an incomprehensible statement. But I'm not blaming you. Finishing the disciplinary work quickly is a valid approach. Avoiding wasted effort and welcoming the new year early, it sounds like a splendid plan, don't you think? Wait. I hastily interrupted. Sorry to cut you off, Braun, but I need clarification. Oh, I get complaints from guests as well, so as a friend, this is nothing. I'm all ears. Ask away, Mr. Rowe dear. Right, here goes. Are you saying I skipped directly from the 29th to the 30th? How? HM. You entrusted that part of your story to someone else, didn't you? No. Wait. What? To someone else? Yes, indeed. Why, that someone is sitting right beside you at this very moment. They've done a marvelous job blending in, haven't they? Truly a master of disguise, friend. Barely managing to move my stiff neck, I turned my head toward the figure Braun had mentioned. The person sitting right next to me. Rowe. You've gone quiet. I'm starting to feel uneasy. Should we talk? Earlier. When I had fled the isolation corridor, I'd assumed I had called out to Supervisor Park Min-seong, prompting him to follow me. But now that I thought about it, I hadn't grabbed his hand or even looked back to check. Which meant that voice could have lured something other than Supervisor Park out with me. If so, then the thing pounding on the door earlier, still inside the corridor, was. Rowe, are you okay? Say something. And then there was the advice from Security Sergeant J3 over the walkie-talkie. Don't speak to anyone. Stay quiet and hide. That included the person who'd come into the corridor with me, didn't it? Rowe. Oh, you figured it out again, haven't you? Thud. In an instant, the face of Supervisor Park Min-seong dropped to the floor. Shall I tell you about Irium Naimadayam? The melting figure's mouth opened grotesquely, its distorted body leaning closer. Closer to my face. Beep. The red emergency lights flickered wildly. Mechanical whirring echoed around us. The sound of shutters rising. Lockdown lifted. Shutters opening. Ah. Thanks. It's open. The faceless entity drew nearer, its voice brimming with elation. Ha 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 ha. The grotesque laughter exploded in my ears, rattling my brain until everything blurred and my mind began to fade. Reality itself went black. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Who up? I jolted awake. A dimly lit storage room. The red emergency light still flashed, sealing us inside this confined space. Shutters locked tightly in place. I stood there, clutching discarded cleaning tools, looking as if I had just escaped Isolation B. The scene before me seemed to rewind slightly to an earlier moment. In my pocket was another work tip sheet, for day 3 of my shift. I immediately crumpled it up and threw it aside. Crackle. Hello. Are you all right? The walkie-talkie buzzed, but I ignored it. This time, I remembered. Irium Nim, they said. My hands trembled as sweat dripped from my brow. I understand now. The lost story. The entity that took the form of someone I knew. The one that cried out about Irium Nim. Its true identity was Dark Exploration Records/Factions. Church of the Luminous Unknown. One of the 3 great factions in the Dark Exploration Records. They worship an otherworldly deity referred to as Irium Nim, and their doctrine centers around becoming a significant existence in this world to survive the end times. Their practices involve antisocial, supernatural fanaticism, rituals, and laws. The sect divides into 6 branches, each devoted to a different divine principle, which results in bizarre paranormal phenomena. The ultimate truth about them is... spoilers. It's the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Chapter 107.1. Church of the Luminous Unknown. If the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau seeks to eliminate creepypastas, and Daydream Incorporated attempts to utilize them. Church of the Luminous Unknown is a creepypasta in itself. They worshipped creepypastas, believing that the very foundation of the world is based on them. The followers of this group are fanatics who think that if they unearth and cultivate ghost stories skillfully and become a meaningful existence in the world, they will be chosen by Irium Nim and granted eternal life. A total doomsday cult. To be honest, of the 3 major factions that appear in the Dark Exploration Records, this is the one I feel the most distance from. It's not to my taste. Of course, I've read the wiki entries about this cult. That's why I could still access the wiki pages I had saved in my head with the Memorial Pop Socket, but the problem was that I hadn't been able to read the wiki for days. That's probably why I didn't catch on right away. But now that I've identified it, I can properly assess the current situation. The bizarre repetitive phenomena during the nighttime cleaning of the isolation room, what exactly caused this nightmare-like situation within Church of the Luminous Unknown's framework. I took a deep breath. This is a doppelganger-type creepypasta. A supernatural entity that takes over someone's life. It was one of the early creepypastas registered under the Church of the Luminous Unknown in the wiki, exploding in popularity and making the cult infamous for its eerie narratives. To be precise, it was classified as one of the cult's hierarchical ranks. This insane cult matches its members and their ranks with specific supernatural phenomena. And its name is Dark Exploration Records/Ghost Story. Story Usurper. A power of Church of the Luminous Unknown that appears in the Dark Exploration Records. Ranked as a 4th rank entity under the mimicry sect of the cult. N. Beta. It seeks to mimic others, stealing their stories to use as nourishment for its own narrative. When a person is caught in this phenomenon, they lose potential paths in their life, and if the duration extends, even their very identity can be stolen. From a wiki perspective, this is a creepypasta derived from the fear of an unknown entity replacing oneself or those around them. The most distinct sign is someone close to you acting bizarrely in their familiar form. These entities appear in the guise of a targeted person's lover, friend, or someone they feel indebted to, luring them into a false sense of security and then inducing supernatural terror. Their goal is clear. To invoke a strong psychological state in their target, such as, I wish this situation would just be over. After gaining illicit implicit agreement and acquiescence, they steal their target's stories. And I had my stories of the 29th and 30th stolen. The story usurper robs its target of the ability to make other choices or live through other experiences, claiming those possibilities for itself. As a result, the target perceives the stolen time as having slipped away meaninglessly. That's why I processed those 2 days as having been uneventful and unmemorable, and then snapped back to awareness at a similar time the next day. Maybe it's thanks to the silver ring that I only lost 1 day at a time. If I'd been less perceptive, I might have been drawn into their flow indefinitely. When you lose the ability to distinguish between truth and illusion, you end up entirely consumed by the situation. And your life is drained away just like that. Thankfully, I managed to stay mentally intact and avoid such an outcome. Oh, how fascinating. Phew, this time I caught up even faster. Brawn. From the small plush toy, I heard the exaggerated sound of a host catching his breath, followed by the cheerful voice of a commentator. You've given away another day of your story, friend. But it seems the other side used some clever tricks to guide you into that choice. So, the mimicry of people close to you was part of their strategy. That's right. At first, it mimicked assistant manager Eun Hage, and the second time, it impersonated supervisor Park Min-seong, completely throwing me off balance. It avoided reusing previously exposed identities, constantly switching forms to steal my story. If that's the case, I'm curious who you'll encounter as a familiar face on the 31st, Mr. Roe Deer. At this very moment, on the 3rd day, who could it be impersonating? The reveal is coming soon. I looked around. There was northwest trace of supervisor Park Min-seong. Naturally, there was no sign of assistant manager Eun Hage either. I was alone in the security team's storage room. At the end of the 2nd day, the lockdown was lifted. If so, perhaps it already left as well. But generally, story usurpers tend to obsess over their targets, putting in effort to completely usurp their chosen victim's life if the opportunity arises. It wouldn't have guessed that I realized its true nature. In that case, the next person to appear would be someone I already knew, someone whose presence here wouldn't feel unnatural, and someone who could relax my guard. Beep beep beep. It's been almost 10 minutes now. I'm coming. I stiffened as I listened to the voice coming through the radio. A moment later. Beep. Lockdown lifted. Shutters opening. I stood up and looked ahead. The doors were opening. The shutters blocking the way out from the security team's storage room were rising, the red emergency lights shifting back to green. And beyond the rising shutters. You're safe. That's a relief. Sergeant J3 of the security team stood there, as he always did, looking utterly exhausted, but with a faint sense of relief in his eyes as he looked at me. The other one. Oh, is he still inside? Are you okay? I stood up, and turned away from Sergeant J3. I stood facing the wall. The thing is, when religion enters creepypastas, exorcism tends to follow. There are procedures to counteract transcendental beings, a sort of mirror to their existence. Even Church of the Luminous Unknown, as insane as it is, isn't exempt from this rule. There's a way to banish a story usurper. Chapter 107.2. I recalled the work tips I had received on the first day. Irium Nim. Anyway, it'll start calling you by something weird and babbling about happiness and some nonsense like that. Just yell back at it, curse if you have to, it'll shut up. If you don't want to curse, just tell it to get lost. Weird. Even if the second sheet of tips had been corrupted, the hints it provided were accurate. Because. Get lost. The way to banish it is to completely reject it after realizing its identity. Does it need implicit agreement and acquiescence to steal my time? If I don't give my permission, that's the end of it. So. What's wrong? Get lost. I declared again, still with my back to it. Seriously? For real? After giving permission twice already? Get lost. Ro, what's with your tone? Even if something's wrong, why are you speaking like that to a superior? Get lost. Hey, wait, Ro. Isn't that too harsh? I'm just trying to help you finish cleaning. Get lost. I don't want to. But, well, I'll just stay here quietly. I mean, it's not like I said anything bad to you. Get lost. What a shame. The voice behind me warped, growing twisted. To reject the blessing granted to us pitiful beings who can't leave even a single letter's worth of impact on the foundation of this world. What a shame. R.S. If you had handed over your meager story, we could have filled it with Irium Nim's luminous grace. Irium Nim would have acknowledged us. How unfortunate. Get lost. Pity. I clenched my teeth. Get lost. The bizarre murmurs behind me began to fade. And then it went quiet. It seems to have given up targeting me. Phew. I almost collapsed from the release of tension but managed to hold myself together. Instead, I began to think critically. I couldn't hear any footsteps yet, so as soon as it moved somewhere else, I planned to run out of here and report everything to the security team. That was the plan. Beep beep beep. The radio in my pocket crackled to life. A familiar voice came through. I've arrived. I've arrived. But then, I heard a voice nearby. I slowly turned my head toward the entrance of the storage room. Standing just outside the door was Security Sergeant J3, his face devoid of expression as he looked in my direction. Is that really him? No, it had to be him. I quickly opened my mouth to explain the situation. JSSI. When I heard a voice behind me. It sounded perplexed. I turned my head further to look over my shoulder. The story usurper from Church of the Luminous Unknown, now wearing a bright orange cleaning uniform, stood there. I don't understand what's going on. It was a young man in his mid to late 20s, with black hair and a pale, shocked expression. He alternated his gaze between the security sergeant and me, his face etched with confusion. Kim Solium. It was perfectly mimicking my current appearance, staring at me with a bewildered tone. What is this? Could something like this really happen while cleaning? It was imitating me. Fucking hell. A chill ran down my spine. I quickly turned to the security sergeant and spoke calmly but urgently. JSSI, that's a Church of the Luminous Unknown cultist. Church of the, what? What do you mean? JSSI, do you know what's going on here? This seems like some kind of darkness. JSSI. Do not respond. Just listen and assess the situation silently. If you reply, you'll get caught up in it. If you need to test anything, speak to the wall by yourself, or better yet, just yell at both of us to get lost. That's the safest option. The security sergeant stared at me, his face unreadable. Beside me, Kim Solium trembled slightly and spoke in a frail voice. I don't understand what that means. What? Think about it, JSSI. I'm just here to clean for 3 days. I only realized this was some kind of darkness because something next to me pointed it out. It's more natural that I wouldn't know what's in the security team's isolation area. JSSI, please think logically. Isn't it more likely that I'm the real one? Oh, quite convincing. Right. Damn it. Anne. I feel relieved that you came. I'm sorry you've been caught up in this mess. It's disturbingly good at talking. Very fitting for a cultist. I gritted my teeth. Come to think of it, I almost fell for it on the first day when it showed up as Assistant Manager Un Hage. How did Supervisor Park Min Seong realize it wasn't actually Assistant Manager Un Hage? I tried desperately to recall that moment. What gave it away? There weren't any logical inconsistencies back then either. What was it? A sense of unease only someone familiar with the real person would notice. A nuance in the way they spoke. Or, as I frantically analyzed and pondered, another soft and composed voice came from beside me. JSSI, please don't feel guilty. Just act on your judgment. I'll accept it. Ah. I understand now. So that's what it was. I pressed my fingers against my temples and spoke. JSSI, please pay attention to the purpose behind their words. Who's trying to engage you in friendly conversation and draw you into the situation? Back then, when it appeared as Assistant Manager Un Hage, it was excessively friendly, considering the circumstances. Someone who had just escaped confinement and was trying to avoid detection wouldn't behave like that. If it really had been Assistant Manager Un Hage, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to reveal herself and convince us. She would have hidden until she could escape. Especially since she said she had an escape item and just needed to wait for the lockdown to lift. Taking the risk to talk to us immediately didn't make sense. An odd, situationally inappropriate response. So, who is unnecessarily making sociable remarks in this strange, dangerous situation? Who seems to have an ulterior motive. I spoke calmly. There's no need to trust me entirely. Just shout at that guy to leave and ignore him, that's enough to banish this ghost story. Or you can call for another security team unit. The security sergeant rose from his position. And then. It's this one. A massive, wolf-like creature's black claw came crashing down toward my head like a guillotine. Fuck. In the split second before I could even close my eyes. Thud. It wasn't my head that flew off. It was the doppelganger's. Squelch. The grotesque shadowy claw, dripping with the crushed remains of the doppelganger, rose back up with a sickening squelch and returned to the arm of the security sergeant. Are you okay? I looked down at my orange cleaning uniform, now drenched in the doppelganger's blood, and collapsed to the ground. Yes. Thank you. I survived. Chapter 108.1. The security sergeant handed me a towel so I could clean the blood off my stained cleaning uniform. I mechanically wiped it down, making sure not to look to my side. Over there lay the grotesque corpse of the Church of the Luminous Unknown cultist, their head crushed by the sergeant. Certainly not a pleasant sight. It lacks any aesthetic refinement as it stains the floor. Oh. Mr. Roe dear, something interesting is happening. I instinctively turned my head. The bloody mess of flesh and the crushed head that had been lying there was now melting away. As if time were being rapidly rewound, the bloodstains on the floor dried up and transformed into the desiccated body of someone completely dried out and unrecognizable. From the gaping mouth of the shriveled corpse, a tightly curled, aged piece of paper fell out. The inside surface of the paper, originally marked with unreadable golden characters, writhed the moment my gaze fell upon it, transforming into readable Korean. The Mimicry Sect's Scripture, Verse 4. Story Usurper. A Sacred Law. In essence, it was like a ghost story generator for the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Initiates could swallow fragments of the sacred scripture and, through ritualistic offerings on an altar, gain access to the corresponding powers. The security sergeant slowly approached and crouched down, seemingly intending to collect it. Fourth rank, huh? Hey, do you want it? Pardon me. The company. I think they buy these at a pretty good price. Just say you found it somewhere else and sell it later. JSSI, you were the one who dealt with the situation, so is it really okay for me to keep this for personal use? It doesn't matter. I don't really have any use for money. Actually, what I meant was whether it was appropriate for me to keep it after a company security intervention, but since he was offering it, I quickly took it. A with ring above N. Thank you. Several immediate uses came to mind, even beyond selling it to the company. The more cards I have to play, the better. Besides, after all this suffering, I deserve to leave with something. To be safe from any possible effects, I wrapped the item in wrapper 12B357 before pretending to put it in my pocket and slipping it into my inventory instead. Hugh. Thank you again for saving me. I owe you my life. No prob. Meanwhile, the memories of the past 2 days slowly began to return. The mundane, uneventful routine. Days that passed in a blur, with nothing noteworthy enough to write in a journal. Days that, in a year's time, I likely wouldn't even remember, what you might call skipped narration in a novel. It gave me chills. It felt like time had been drained from me. Church of the Luminous Unknown. They're the worst. There was a reason I least wanted to be involved with this particular faction out of the 3 major ones. Creepypastas blending seamlessly into reality. I never thought I'd encounter one while cleaning. Sure, I knew the Church of the Luminous Unknown had infiltrated Daydream Incorporated, but I never expected to come across a rogue entity from the isolation room without any preparation. I'm lucky to be alive. I let out a long sigh of relief. I just wanted to go home and rest. Oh, here he is. In the corridor. Screech. Beyond the door to Isolation B, which the security sergeant had opened, a man in an orange cleaning uniform collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The other cleaner who had come in with me. Supervisor Badger. Ah. So he was here on the 3rd day, too. Asterisk. Fortunately, Supervisor Park Min-seong regained consciousness not long after being moved to the break room. Huh? What? Over there. Someone pushed me though. There was an escape incident involving one isolation room. Huh. I explained everything I had experienced so far. The security sergeant, by the way, occasionally nodded when asked but otherwise showed no interest in questioning me about my knowledge of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. It honestly looked like he just didn't want to deal with it. Well, he's a tenured employee, so I guess I can't blame him. I understood. After hearing my explanation, Supervisor Park Min-seong's expression darkened. Now that you mention it, I really don't remember much about what you did on days 1 and 2. Just that we cleaned up without any issues. That's what's left in my memory. Creepy. That cult is terrifying. Exactly. The mimicry sect cultist of the Church of the Luminous Unknown had absorbed and nullified even the very incident it caused. As if it had never happened. Calm and mundane. And that's only at rank 4. A form of reality manipulation, in other words. To be honest, if I were to compare it to Daydream Incorporated's classification, it would be somewhere between a B grade and C grade, not exactly low tier. The problem is, there are countless fanatics within the Church of the Luminous Unknown who possess creepypastas classified as powers ranked 4 and above. Recalling the mimicry sect cultist from earlier, which barely resembled a human, I swallowed hard. Please, I hope I don't cross paths with them again until I've collected all my wish-granting points. Since the cleaning is finished, you should change clothes too. Ah, right. I'll go get changed quickly, Ro. Just give me a moment. Yes. I bid farewell to Supervisor Park Min-seong as he left the room. Beside me, the security sergeant was sweeping up the papers that Park Min-seong had dropped and tossing them into the trash bin. Among them was that strange work tip sheet. By the way, this tip sheet. The security sergeant spoke first, as if he had been waiting to bring it up. I was going to ask about it anyway, it's too suspicious. Was this really a tip circulating within the security team? Yes, it is. But, we would never have given it to that person. What? To Supervisor Badger. Chapter 108.2. The security sergeant murmured softly as he looked toward the doorway where Park Min-seong had just left. That person. He was completely contaminated in the Hungry Hangman case. He shouldn't be coming into contact with any form of work regulation sheets. He's already been contaminated by a similar type of darkness after all. Wait, right. Supervisor Park Min-seong was already contaminated through the kindergarten training manual, so any similar written material could be dangerous. Even if the severity differed, the fact that he had experienced a similar form of contamination made me feel queasy. Restricting access to anything that could trigger the contamination made perfect sense. But the security sergeant wasn't done. He was about to reveal something even more chilling. Supervisor Badger can contaminate any rulebook simply by reading it. What did you just say? If he realizes it, the contamination could accelerate due to overconsciousness. But so far, he probably doesn't even know. So, then. Are you saying someone intentionally gave the forbidden tip sheet to him? To make him read a tip sheet that he would contaminate? The sergeant nodded slowly. Aha, a classic trap. How traditional. My response was equally traditional, sticking to the basics. Can we review the security footage? There's no CCTV in the security team dorm area. Too much risk of something dangerous getting recorded. Whoever did this must have known about that. Probably. Who could it be? This was a perfectly targeted strike against Supervisor Badger's assignment. It wasn't just a coincidence or bad luck that led to the escape of the mimicry sect cultist. Was this a collaborative effort by another faction of the Church of the Luminous Unknown within the company? But with this method, it didn't seem like they could have helped the cultist escape the isolation room properly. It would have just caused chaos. Then maybe the goal wasn't for someone to escape. If the real target was the cleaning staff on duty that night. What if the goal was to mess with me? JSSI. Yes. Is it possible that some research team members know a lot about the underground security team areas? Depending on the team. The sergeant's eyes narrowed slightly. Is there someone in the research team you're suspicious of? A little bit. Who? I hesitated briefly. But since the security sergeant was in charge of this area's security tonight, he had the right to know. And he could be a witness to the whole situation. Fine. I decided to speak openly. Section Chief Kwok Jikang. He's the one who got me assigned to this disciplinary duty in the first place because I didn't follow his orders. He wanted me to leave a round-off team member behind in a dangerous spot, and I ignored him. A with diuresis. Oh Thailand bot S. I'm not accusing him directly, just considering the circumstantial evidence. I understand. Wait here for a moment. Beep beep beep. The security sergeant walked over to the landline phone in the break room, picked up the receiver, and seemed to be thinking for a moment before pressing a few buttons deliberately. The short dial tone rang, and then, click. Yes, Kwok Chikang speaking. I gawked in disbelief as the security sergeant directly called the section chief of another department in the middle of the night. But the sergeant's expression didn't change at all. This is J3, Sergeant of Security Team Unit 3. J3, wait, who is this again? Squad leader of B Squad, right, oops, never mind. You're no longer part of the elite team, correct? Haha, you're not even part of the field exploration team anymore, my bad. Still, how long has it been? I did hear that you're now a sergeant in the security team. Wowie, talented employees like you really stand out. Shame you can't enter darknesses anymore. Is this guy picking a fight or what? Actually, there's no need to wonder. It's obvious that he is, isn't it? So, what's this call about? Were you on duty today? That's a phone line from the security team's area, right? Is there an incident? Oh, don't tell me you're calling because you want to enter darknesses again. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Haha. I glanced nervously at the sergeant. Yeah. Just to let you know. I may not be able to enter darknesses, but I can still kill people. Just saying. And then he hung up. Whoa. Are you sure that's okay? Yes, well. The sergeant shrugged. But it probably won't have much effect. Those with higher ranks in the research team are, He carefully chose his words. They're crazy. Well, no, it didn't seem like he put much effort into choosing his words after all. I barely managed a response. Anyway, judging from his reaction, it seems like my suspicions are valid. After all, he indirectly asked, did something happen during your shift in the security team's area today? No matter how I look at it, Kwok Chikang must be involved. I thought he got tired of my so-called MZ antics and gave up on me. But it doesn't seem like it'll end that easily. This is exhausting. I'll have to rethink my approach. Regardless, I nodded toward the sergeant. Thank you, JSSI. Well, then, next time. Aha. I'll bring some snacks when I visit again. Like donuts. Okay. Turns out bribing him is easier than I thought. Anyway, be careful. You never know what that guy might do. I hesitated briefly before asking. Would it be all right for me to ask, JSSI? If you've had any bad experiences dealing with the research team or conflicts of any sort? The sergeant averted his eyes. It's not a very interesting story. A short silence. I got trapped in a strange fairy tale, and I only came out much, much later. The sergeant said no more after that. A fairy tale creepypasta caused by the research team. I didn't need more context to figure out which one it was. I could easily guess what kind of darkness had contaminated the sergeant. And naturally, a certain well-known name from the elite team came to mind. Chapter 108.3. That character. Then, the tragic exploration records of the character who ended up in the security team. The audio logs from the missing employee during the KTR-A-37 research project, confirmed under the document titled, "And They All Lived Unhappily Ever After." I could pretend not to know and dig deeper. That way, I could confirm the identity of another named character. But I decided not to say anything more. I chose to respect the sergeant's silence. A moment later, Supervisor Park Min-seong returned, having changed into fresh clothes. The sergeant turned to him and said, "Well, then. You've successfully completed the 3-day cleaning assignment. So, now, you should be eligible for security team duties." It was the sergeant's way of declaring the first stage of recovery. Really? Yes, and you should be able to go outside now. Whoa. But only after the sun has set. Then, could he go out today? Since the sun has already set. RO. It's okay. I can wait and go another day. Hold on. The sergeant typed something into the old computer and submitted a report. Then he announced, "You can go today." Whoa. From now on, you'll be allowed 1 outing per week. Whoa. Supervisor Park Min-seong's pale face lit up with life, and a smile spread across his face. It was the same expression I remembered from our days back in the D Squad. Just make sure you return before sunrise. What if he doesn't make it back on time? In that case, the company will deploy a rescue team //. Don't do that unless you want a lifetime contract. Park Min-seong lowered his head. Yes. I'll be sure to return on time. Thank you. You're welcome. The sergeant scratched his cheek. A moment later, with his outing preparations done in record time, I climbed the stairs alongside Supervisor Park Min-seong. See you again. The security sergeant raised his hand slightly to bid us farewell as we left the underground area. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow. Walking outside feels amazing. Supervisor Park Min-seong beamed, raising both arms in the air. Though it was past 3 a.m. and the streets were relatively empty, Seoul was still alive with lights twinkling here and there, and people moving about. It really feels like ages since I've been outside breathing fresh air. I can even see the stars. He was wearing a mask and a hat pulled down low, as if he was trying to hide his face as much as possible. The outdoor time allowed to him today was conservatively set at 3 hours, until sunrise. Good thing it's winter. Are you heading home, Supervisor? Ah, well. I'm planning to visit the hospital. My family member is hospitalized. Probably asleep, but I thought I'd at least take a look. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Actually, I'm saving up my points for a wish ticket for my family. Damn. May I ask which family member? Oh, my younger sibling. Super sweet. And a genius. A violin prodigy. He then enthusiastically explained how his younger sibling was such a kind and talented child growing up, having such passion and talent for the violin. With circumflex newbie. But he didn't say a word about their current condition. Anyway, that's why I really need those points for my sibling. So, if possible, I'd rather not quit this job. Then, will you be returning to the field exploration team? That seems like it would take a bit too long. He trailed off, then added in a slightly brighter tone. Apparently, there's a department within the security team that offers a lot of points. They say you can earn more than in the field exploration team. Ah. That place. There's probably a reason why they give out so much, don't you think? Yeah, you're right, but... He murmured softly. Sometimes you need to take risks to make your wishes come true. Ah, we've reached the company dorm, Ro. He patted my back. Go on in. I'll grab a taxi from here. Take care and get some rest, Ro. You've really worked hard. Then, in a lower voice, he added. Don't worry about me too much. Honestly, I knew what I was getting into when I took this job. Things actually turned out better than I expected, and that's thanks to you, Ro. Thank you. I smiled faintly and shook his hand. Whatever you decide to do, I'll be rooting for you. But if possible, I'd love to work together again someday. Yeah, I'd like that too. With that, we said our goodbyes, and he took a taxi to the hospital. Phew. I exhaled as I entered the office-tel building. If I wasn't imagining things, there was a strange hint of obsession in the way he spoke about wishes. Ah, he used to be so ordinary, but now he's finally gained some interesting quirks. Don't say scary things like that, Braun. Anyway, I can finally sleep. Getting a day off on the last day of the year wasn't bad, though I hadn't expected to spend it sleeping. I entered the dimly lit dormitory, switched on the warm and bright flashlight of my smartphone to chase away the eerie feeling, and headed to my room. Then, I went straight to sleep. I'll think about countermeasures for Kwok Chikang after I wake up with a clear head. Please, I just need some rest for now. Exhausted from the mental and physical labor of the night, my overworked body gratefully accepted the sleep. It had been a long time. A long time since I fell asleep without needing to watch children's cartoons or comedies beforehand. I enjoyed a deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that makes you feel completely refreshed, as if you had merely closed your eyes for a moment. And when I woke up, as though I had just blinked. Ah, you're awake. I shot up from bed. You've got an unannounced guest, Ro. Someone was standing by the faintly lit window. A tired face, casual clothes, hair tied back. And a missing left hand. It's been a while, Ro. I heard you were on cleaning duty with Min-seong. It was the real assistant manager Eun Hage. Chapter 109.1. For a moment, I thought I was still caught up in the Church of the Luminous Unknown's ghost story. But my fully awakened mind quickly assessed the situation. This is different. The Eun Hage standing before me was no longer the clean-cut, suit-wearing professional boss I remembered from the office. Instead, she looked more like a detective who had been on a 3-day undercover stakeout, or perhaps, a reporter. Reality hit me like a splash of cold water. What kind of situation is this? I immediately got up from the bed. Assistant manager. Yes. Eun Hage nodded. First of all, sorry for barging into your place unannounced. I can't afford to be seen right now, but I had to tell you something important. Having been missing for 2 months, she now stood in someone else's room like a burglar, casting wary glances toward the window. As if she were being pursued. When you say you can't afford to be seen, do you mean you're being tracked? Something like that. But listen to me first. Eun Hage brushed off my question and took a deep breath. On January 2nd, when you go to work, you'll be assigned a darkness. On paper, it'll seem normal. It's rated C grade, has a complete manual, and you won't be the only one assigned. But, don't go in there. Find any way to avoid it. Take a sick leave or even quit if you have to. Because. She clenched her teeth, then released them. If you enter, you'll die. Don't ask how I know. Just do as I say. Is it Kwok Chikang? Her expression gave me all the confirmation I needed. Damn it, a death notice the moment I wake up. I pressed my hand to my forehead, trying to process it all. What does that section chief have against me? We all know he's a psychopath. I couldn't argue with that. Eun Hage spat the words bitterly. But you're talented, and you've pulled off plenty of impressive stunts. This time, he probably wants to throw you into a situation where you'll definitely die just to see how you try to survive. No. So, showing off my MZ traits had backfired. Damn it. Yeah, with someone like him, I could see how he'd be thrilled at the idea of using me as an experimental test subject, throwing me into a bizarre ghost story under strange conditions. However. Even so, assistant manager, there's still a chance I could survive, right? And if he's curious to see how I'll make it out alive, wouldn't he pick a darkness where survival is at least possible? I hated to admit it, but I was an elite employee rapidly climbing the ladder. I had good connections, Director Chong liked me, for reasons unknown, and Director Ho also viewed me favorably. No matter how I look at it, I doubt a project like this, meant to throw me into certain death, would get approved with just the section chief's say-so. Being sent to a dangerous place was always possible, sure, but ghost stories by nature were inherently risky. Even assistant manager Eun Hage herself said it was C-grade with a complete manual. Something about this wasn't adding up. So how can you be so sure I'll die there? I looked at her, silently asking for an explanation. Eun Hage pressed her fingers to her furrowed brow, as if trying to suppress a sigh. There's only one thing I know for certain. She pointed at me. On January 2nd, you're marked as deceased. I confirmed it, in a darkness that shows the future. Damn. A ghost story that reveals the future. A few entries on the wiki came to mind. But even setting aside the question of how Eun Hage, who was supposed to be on leave, gained access to such a darkness. Something feels off. I checked what darkness you'd be assigned to on the 2nd, and I came here immediately. You saved my life once, so this is the least I can do. Wait a moment. Assistant manager, this still doesn't make sense. What do you mean? I've seen my future too. Remember that ghost story I was managing? The one with the tarot cards? I remember. Recently, I drew a very good card. And that prediction hasn't come true yet. I recalled the sun card I had drawn. Upright. A card that guaranteed happiness. You can't be happy after you're dead. You could be happy, and then die. This still didn't sit right with me. But seeing how anxious Eun Hage looked, and knowing she had no reason to lie, I nodded for now. Understood. I'll come up with a plan. Damn, fine. Eun Hage looked up at the sky briefly, as if the weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Then she mumbled, as if to justify herself. Ro, I wasn't planning to break into your place like this. It's just, things were urgent, so forgive the intrusion. Seeing someone who left the team is always unsettling, right? It's nothing. I was a bit surprised, but I'm glad to see you're healthy. Hugh. Ro, with that personality of yours, how do you plan on surviving in this company? Ha. My personality is average, it's the personalities of the employees in this company that are ghost stories in themselves. I mean, seriously, if I acted any less respectful toward a former boss who came all the way here to save me, I'd be an absolute lunatic. And let's not even bring up the fact that my biggest issue isn't my personality, but the fact that I'm a coward. Anyway, assistant manager Eun Hage looked relieved as she gave me a tired smile and gestured with her chin. All right then, I'm leaving. Get some rest. Wait a moment. What now? Well, about your hand. I cautiously looked at her empty left sleeve. Eun-hage casually waved her arm. What? You're still worried about this? Ro, I told you, I'm not using any regeneration potions. You use them instead. That's not what I'm talking about. I recently thought of a possible solution. You passed down some communication equipment to me, remember? Oh, yeah. I did. But that was just because I didn't need it anymore. So, I'd like to introduce you to a piece of equipment in return. I flipped the coin, which was my personal equipment. A third hand materialized midair. For the price of a 501 coin, I could use this equipment. The third hand. In other words, an item that grants the ability to grow an additional hand. How about using this as a parent item and customizing one for yourself, Assistant Manager? Chapter 109.2. And so, that evening on December 31st, I met Assistant Manager Eun-hage in front of the annex. She wore her cap low as we made our way to the twilight gray darkness storage facility where custom equipment was crafted. Kind Seed Kit / KTRU E99. A massive, rusted machine stood tall among the fake plants. It was a custom equipment crafting darkness primarily used by the field exploration team. It had been a while since I last saw it. But Assistant Manager Eun-hage didn't look too thrilled. I feel like I'm interrupting your break. No, it's fine. I was actually planning on creating some new custom gear myself. Really? Yes. I even brought something for it. The squad leader lent it to me. I pulled out the item I had prepared. Return this to me after you use it. You can use it only once. It was the equipment given to me by Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, designed to temporarily enhance physical strength. But before I could even explain, Assistant Manager Eun-hage's eyes widened in shock. You got that? Oh, do you recognize this item? Yeah, it belonged to a retired guy. Seriously, the squad leader is something else. They weren't even that close. How did he manage to borrow this? I looked down at the equipment. It was a strange bracelet, as if braided from human hair, but over half of it was already frayed and resembled a bundle of straw. That bracelet grants temporary super strength, but each time you use it, the hair fibers snap. I see. Even as a consumable item, it's still pretty useful. And he really knows how to avoid unnecessary work through physical strength. I couldn't argue with that logic. Anyway, I initially offered to let Assistant Manager Eun-hage use the item first. It's fine. You go ahead. Understood. I approached the machine's worn-out screen. Give me plants 0/2. I placed the bracelet I received from Section Chief Lee into the rusted machine. Plant information stored. Give me plants 1/2. Now, for the second item. I do have plenty of useful items by now. Let's see. Given the attributes of the item from Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, I had 3 viable options. 1. Reinforce its durability as a consumable. 2. Preserve the super strength enhancement effect. 3. Combine it with a different functionality. That should cover it. Of course, since the plant's genetic inheritance is randomized, the options could turn out completely wrong. But it was worth a shot. Let's do this. After some thought, I inserted another item from my collection and authorized the machine to combine my genetic data. Combining genetic information. Generating kit. Seed planted. Thunk. The front drawer of the machine opened, revealing the new item. It was a simple bracelet that looked like a thin wire. I carefully picked up the metal bracelet and stored it safely. I'd test its capabilities once I had the chance. Does it seem successful? So far, yes. I collected my items and stepped aside. Now, it was Assistant Manager Eun-hage's turn to customize her equipment. She first inserted her personal item, her personal equipment. It was a communication device shaped like a portable battery, capable of temporarily connecting smartphones to the outside world even within a ghost story. NBs. Apparently, the button-shaped device she had passed down to me was a result of this machine's customization process. At first, I thought it was an unexpected upgrade. Probably the luckiest moment of my life. Though Assistant Manager Eun-hage grumbled about using up her luck on something trivial, her hands carefully handled the custom battery-shaped equipment. And then, here's the next item. I tossed in my personal equipment, the coin. Clink. The coin with the glove symbol rolled into the machine's compartment and disappeared. Combining genetic information. Ro, you know it's rare for custom items to come out perfect on the first try. Assistant Manager Eun-Hage advised in a calm tone. So, don't be disappointed if it doesn't. The fact that you're trying is already enough. Understand? Yes. I turned my attention to the machine's screen. Generating kit. Seed planted. The process was complete. The front drawer of the machine slid open, revealing the new item. It was gloves. A pair of semi-transparent gloves. Their flexible texture gave off an oddly strange atmosphere. As Assistant Manager Eun-Hage reached out with her right hand to grab them, sparks flew toward her fingers. Well, look at that. Seems like the slots are full already, huh? She chuckled and brought her empty left sleeve forward. Then let's give it to the empty slot. The glove latched onto her left arm, molding seamlessly as if it were part of her skin. It took on the form of a hand made of electricity. And soon, it formed a fully functional hand. A brief flicker of emotion crossed Assistant Manager Eun-Hage's face before it quickly disappeared, as if it had never been there. Instead, she raised her new hand slowly and flexed her fingers. Crackle. A faint current of electricity sparked through the air. The sensation's pretty sharp. Must be due to the electrical signals. I like it. And the fact that I'm wearing gloves obscures its real appearance. She turned to me and grinned. Thanks, Ro. All that nonsense I spouted earlier turned out to be pointless. It worked on the first try. Looks like I'm lucky when it counts. I looked at Assistant Manager Eun-Hage, now equipped with 2 hands, and simply nodded. It's nothing. I thought it was a pretty good way to end the last day of the year. But just as the moment was starting to feel touching. Oh, by the way. Do you have any plans to use your welfare points? I can buy something for you worth up to 1,500 points. I just need you to register this under your second use record. Oh. Is she trying to erase her tracks? It's like covering up evidence. Isn't it, friend? Shouldn't we subtly coax her to reveal her true intentions? No need for that. I already had a good idea. Assistant Manager, are you working in another department now? As expected. This darkness is mainly reserved for the field exploration team. If you're hesitant to leave a usage record here, it must mean you've changed departments. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Well. Looks like I can't fool you, Ro. You're as sharp as ever. Assistant Manager Eun-Hage gave a faint, bitter smile. That's right. I've taken a leave of absence from my role as assistant manager in the field exploration team and am currently working elsewhere within the company. May I ask what kind of work it is? Or at least your department? She hesitated again but eventually let out a sigh and answered. Fine. At this point, there's no point hiding it. Ro. With an unexpected shift in tone, she continued. You know about Director Ho's project team, right? I'm currently working there. What did you just say? Chapter 110.1. Director Ho's project team. A top-secret project with an unparalleled reward, granting a wish ticket to every team member if the project succeeds. And I turned it down. The risks were too high, and it felt suspicious. But now, Assistant Manager Eun-Hage, who had taken a leave of absence, was working there. Look at your expression, Ro. Yeah, I know you were offered a spot on the team and rejected it outright. The smile faded from Eun-Hage's face. Good call. Don't ever join. It's a headache of a team. But you're working there, aren't you, Assistant Manager? What kind of work are you doing there exactly? I can't tell you. Should I push it? Let's push it. Actually, I was offered the position of team leader for the project. What? Well, I think it was more of a motivational offer, but I still turned it down. Wait a minute. Let me tell you this before you get any funny ideas later on. Assistant Manager Eun-Hage lowered her voice and whispered. Director Ho is a nut job. I don't even know what the other team members are doing. Director Ho doesn't allow us to talk to each other if our roles don't overlap. She swallowed hard. I think the only reason I was pulled into this is because I applied for a leave of absence. It made me invisible to the rest of the company, which was perfect for him to drag me in. R-E-N-G-O. So that's why you've been hiding. Yeah, it was a requirement. That explained why she had snuck into my office-tail room quietly, like a ghost. I was worried your roommate might catch me. Don't worry. He's not here. Oh. Damn, I worried for nothing. Bek Sahian had cleverly scheduled his vacation leave with the New Year's holiday, so he wasn't here. Anyway, I can't tell you any more than that. Just take it as is. And true to her word, Assistant Manager Eunhage didn't answer any of my follow-up questions, whether it was about why she needed a wish ticket, what exactly she was doing on the team, or how she was recruited. She only said, "I used to make a living uncovering dirt on crazy bastards. This isn't new to me. But those were humans, and this is a creepypasta-infested corporation, Assistant Manager. Take care of yourself, Ro." She smiled bitterly. "Don't get too invested in other people's problems. Whether it's this company or society at large, nothing will exhaust you faster. I know it sounds ironic coming from someone like me who's benefited from your help, but I'm serious. It doesn't sound ironic at all. Thank you." "Ha, you're still the same." As she left the annex, she repeated the same warning several times: "Take care of myself, mind my own business. Thanks again. And remember, January 2nd. Then, just like that, she disappeared into the night. Director Ho's project team. It already sounded dangerous just hearing about it. For now, I had too many immediate problems to deal with, but I made sure to remember it. Well, we've gathered quite the collection of intriguing revelations, haven't we? January 2nd, the swirling conspiracy surrounding Mr. Ro Deer. What now, friend? Do you have a clever plan to avoid a death notice like that? And remember, when things get tough, your good friend Braun will always be by your side." "Yeah, thanks. Think nothing of it." And so, I had my first goal for the new year: find a way to escape whatever darkness awaited me on January 2nd. And this plan worked surprisingly well as I spent the entire New Year's holiday preparing. And soon, it was time to head back to work. January 2nd. Just as expected, the moment I arrived, I was assigned a new darkness exploration mission. But it was assigned only to me. "So, you're saying the section chief has an afternoon meeting with the executives and can't join today?" "Yes. And I'm going into the darkness, alone." "No. To comply with the 3-person protocol, 2 support staff will be assigned to join you in the afternoon." "Of course. I figured as much." At this point, I suspected Section Chief Kwok Jae-kon was pulling strings behind the scenes. Is he pairing me with some weird employees on purpose? Group project villains always knew how to create the worst-case scenario. Better brace myself. But things started taking a strange turn. Before the darkness exploration mission on January 2nd was assigned to me, an announcement was posted early in the morning. It was about the restructuring of the Elite D Squad. Notice of Field Exploration Team Reorganization. Director Chong's groundbreaking proposal had finally been made public. The Field Exploration Team, which had been buzzing with rumors, finally confirmed the shocking reorganization. The entire D Squad was being promoted to elite status. The team was turned upside down with excitement. Moreover, there was one remaining spot in the Elite D Squad that would be open to general employees on a short-term basis, with full elite team benefits. Naturally, those who were curious about this staffing decision had identified the person with the lowest rank and shortest experience among the related parties. Yep. That would be me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Hello, Supervisor, happy face, congratulations on joining the elite team. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. This is the first time I'm messaging you outside the group chat. I wanted to ask about the last open spot on the elite team. This is really overwhelming." That was already my 7th message. I wished people would think logically. There was no way someone at my level had any say in personnel decisions. But friend, didn't you have an opportunity to select a colleague to work with during that exciting offer? I vividly recall that moment. That was a bus that had already left the station. I had declined the poisoned apple, so this wasn't my business anymore. I have no authority here. I spent my morning responding politely with a variation of, "I don't have any authority in this matter either. I'm just a lowly supervisor like you." Still, this influx of messages did help me realize something important. I can't just be sent off randomly on this exploration. The January 2nd darkness exploration had symbolic significance. It marked the first trial run of the newly restructured Elite D Squad. With the entire field exploration team watching, there was no way they'd assign random, unqualified personnel to me. That would ruin the image of a successful Elite D Squad launch. It's unlikely Kwok Jae-kon can mess with this. I couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly are the 2 support personnel assigned to accompany me? Then, at 2 in the afternoon. Oh, let's have a good time working together, Supervisor Roe dear. I nearly broke out in a cold sweat when I saw the cheerful staff member entering the D-Squad office. It was Supervisor Dolphin from C-Squad. An elite team member. Oh, do you know who the other staff member is? I'm curious. I'm curious too. I started having a bad feeling. And 10 minutes later, right on the dot, the door opened again, confirming my fears. We're both punctual. Through the open door came the confident steps of someone in perfectly fitting formal wear, her hair tied high, and wearing a flashy butterfly mask. It was Assistant Manager Jean Nasal from A-Squad. Oh, God. They had assigned me 2 elite team members. The sight of her, a Sunbae known for her ability-driven, cutthroat mentality, left me dizzy. I immediately prepared to bow and greet her, but before I could. Long time no see, Assistant Manager. I heard you turned down Director Ho's offer. You made another stupid choice, and yet you still ended up on the elite team. If only everyone was as competent as you, my work would be much easier. At least today, I won't have to deal with anyone whining. Right. Nice to see you too, Assistant Manager. Thank you for the compliment. I barely managed a response. I felt like my soul was about to leave my body, but my mouth continued to function in perfect corporate-mannered form. Chapter 110.2. What a hassle. This mission is in a far province. Yes, but the company is providing generous travel expenses. That's right. This C-grade creepypasta required us to travel all the way to Mokpo to deal with it. T/N, Mokpo is all the way down south of Korea in Jeollanam-do, a couple cities away from Gwangju. It's about 3 hours via KTX and 1 train transfer. Finally, an out-of-town mission. Creepypastas tended to emerge in densely populated areas, so the fact that most of our missions had been confined to Seoul and its surrounding areas wasn't entirely illogical within the company's worldview. Still, it's strange that we've almost never been sent beyond the metropolitan area before. Regardless, I obediently followed the 2 elite Sunbaes out of the office and onto the road, keeping a close eye on their mood. Supervisor Dolphin, fortunately, was quite friendly. You haven't moved upstairs yet. You'll get your own private office soon, right? It's great for privacy and focus. Yes, I'm looking forward to it, ma'am. Oh, you can speak informally with me. We're the same rank, after all. Well, you're my Sunbae, and there's a lot I don't know yet. I wouldn't want to be disrespectful. I'll continue speaking formally, if you don't mind. Wow. You're really polite. Supervisor Dolphin gave me a thumbs up, and I felt a bit of tension melt away. Yeah, she seemed like a genuinely nice person. Let's try some small talk. I smiled warmly and brought up a topic that I thought was safe, someone I had seen sitting next to Dolphin during a previous encounter, during that terrifying creepypasta involving the backhand clapping incident. How's Assistant Manager Leopard doing? Oh, he's dead. He mistreated a round-off team member and got what was coming to him. Serves him right, but it's a bit of a waste of points. I see. My condolences to the deceased. This person clearly did not have a normal sense of empathy. Someone, save me. Thankfully, we arrived at the high-speed train station. Trying to remain composed, I sat next to Dolphin on the train, maintaining perfect decorum. From this point forward, I intended to give my utmost respect to the elite team Sunbae seated next to me. I must not act overly familiar or casual, even if we share the same rank. Avoiding any possibility of being seen as rude was my top priority. Meanwhile, seated in front of us was Assistant Manager Jean Nasal. I'm going to sleep, so don't talk to me. Understood. Honestly, I was grateful for that. Oh, what a group of striking companions you have. Yeah, no kidding. And the significance of this situation? The 2 most competent non-executive employees in the entire company have been assigned to accompany me. In other words, the 2 most efficient and capable employees were here to witness everything I did. Assistant Manager Eun, how am I supposed to avoid entering the darkness and sneak away with these 2 around? I broke into a cold sweat as I realized how full of holes my plan had become. I didn't expect them to assign 2 elite team members. I had been more prepared for the possibility of getting paired with useless co-workers. Desperately maintaining my composure, I scrambled to come up with a plan B. In the worst-case scenario, I could excuse myself to the restroom and make my escape. It would be humiliating, sure, but survival mattered more. Later, I could return and claim that I had accidentally gotten caught up in another darkness, which delayed me. If I can find a suitable creepypasta from the wiki, one with an appropriate difficulty level, and clear it while collecting the necessary dream essence, it'll be believable. Being on an out-of-town business trip made this plan feasible. Alright. I think I can come up with something. I quietly sighed in relief, satisfied with the plausibility of my revised plan, and finally glanced at the destination displayed on the train's electronic board. Bound for Mokpo. Come to think of it, I'd rarely been to Mokpo before. Bound for Mokpo. Huh. The destination displayed on the flickering screen changed. Bound for Tamra. I jumped to my feet. Huh. What's wrong, supervisor? Oh, the board. Yes. We need to get off immediately. No. No, I already knew. It's too late. This was the kind of situation where, once you boarded the train and the destination changed, it was over. From that point on, there was no getting off. Memories surfaced. This was recorded as the longest entry under the human error incidents in the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's records. It even became the basis for a short story in the wiki. I knew exactly what this was. The train disaster caused by Silverheart. Just once. I knew this creepypasta all too well. Tamra Express Disaster. This document is a recorded case of anomaly ID 8008 PSYA.2002. 88, involving numerous fatalities. Due to the shocking nature of the event, we advise readers to evaluate their psychological readiness before proceeding. Reading this material may induce severe mental distress or trauma, so it is recommended to read it only when in a stable condition. Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Notice from the Records Office. The infamous high-speed train incident from which only one survivor returned, the one who's from Daydreaming. That's when I realized. Today, January 2nd, the day marked for my death. The C-grade darkness wasn't the real problem. The threat prepared for me wasn't the company-assigned, fully documented rural mission darkness. It was this train. The train, which was supposed to be nothing more than a means of transportation, was the threat itself. I looked out the window. Instead of the outside view, the reflection of the destination display flickered back at me. Bound for Tamra. Departing. With a deafening roar, the train began to move. Chapter 111.1. Bound for Tamra. What's with that? An error? But whoa, it's kinda creepy. The high-speed train passengers murmured as they noticed the change on the onboard display. But it wasn't serious, just the kind of curiosity you'd expect from people trying to pass time during a long, boring trip. At least, until they truly understood what kind of incident they were dealing with. Hey, should I record? I'll upload it to Inhyard. What? Internet's not working. Classic. Hey, try turning on your phone. Quickly. Excuse me, but mine says I'm out of the coverage area. Does yours work? What? Why isn't anyone able to connect? The murmuring around us gradually grew louder. But Assistant Manager Butterfly in front of me didn't move an inch, and Supervisor Dolphin sitting beside me just muttered quietly. Ugh, how annoying. Of all times, why did it have to happen when there are so many civilians on board? It was the textbook introduction of a darkness, a pattern any field exploration team employee from our company would immediately recognize. What the passengers didn't know was that this particular ghost story had been documented decades ago by the government, not our company. The Paradise Test, tentative name, was a phenomenon that very rarely occurred on high-speed trains departing from Seoul and bound for Ixon. To date, there had been no casualties, and its disaster classification was pending review. But that was the extent of the documentation. Because there were no casualties. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau only classified ghost stories as disasters if people had died. Thus, the official report had been closed with the assumption the phenomenon appears to have ceased after the Ixon-bound high-speed train route was extended to Mokpo. But now, it had returned. Right here, on this train. Look outside. Someone, check the view. Oh my God. I turned my head toward the train window. The view that should have shown us the outskirts of Seoul instead revealed an endless expanse of blue ocean. The deep red sky met the horizon, creating a surreal and mesmerizing scene. The train sped forward, spraying mist as it cut through the waves, gliding across the shimmering surface of the sea. This train, it's running on the ocean. How the heck? Wow. Wait, is this some kind of CG effect? Like a trial run for LCD window displays. The passengers, awestruck by the surreal, almost transcendent landscape, momentarily forgot their confusion and began admiring the view. One passenger tried to take a picture with their phone, only to panic when it failed to save. The camera expressed disaster. The introduction was exactly as described in the document I had read. Damn it. If only I had focused on the fact that I was boarding a train bound for Mokpo, I might have anticipated this ghost story's activation. But they designed this perfectly to slip past my attention. They had placed another darkness in front of me as the target to keep me distracted. Travel to Mokpo and enter the C-grade darkness there. I had been so focused on preparing for that mission that I didn't see the real threat coming from an unexpected direction. I clasped my hands together, my mind racing. Was this a trap set on purpose? Or was it a coincidence? According to the document, this phenomenon had been described as one that no one ever expected. But that was written from the Disaster Bureau's perspective. Other groups, or individuals, might have figured out its activation pattern. Especially considering the people accompanying me. The setup feels way too intentional. Pardon me, assistant manager, wake up. Ha. Supervisor Dolphin nudged assistant manager Butterfly awake. Another job. Might as well be high grade so we can file a report and earn more points. Exactly. 2 members of the elite team. In other words, people capable of making cold, ruthless decisions to ensure mission success without hesitation or remorse. This ghost story couldn't be a worse match for them. Because this ghost story tested human morality. The text on the screen changed. I lifted my head, my gaze icy. A new sentence scrolled across the screen. Marquee behavior equals scroll, direction equals left, scroll amount equals 7 to reach Tamra, offer a sacrifice, / marquee. Marquee.add event listener, finish, function, loop count ++, if, loop count greater than or equal to 104, marquee.stop, / stops after 104 loops. A sacrifice. Rattle. A window at the very front of the train car slid open. Passengers sitting nearby flinched and recoiled. Whoa, what the? That window's not supposed to open. Wait a second, why isn't the wind blowing in? Why did it open so suddenly? As if, inviting someone to throw a sacrifice through it. A few passengers, who had gotten out of their seats to investigate the anomaly more closely, now wore expressions of confusion and growing fear. What do they mean by a sacrifice? An offering. This is so weird. But nobody wanted to theorize out loud about what kind of sacrifice or offering it could be. Couldn't it just have been hacked? Let's go find a conductor or train staff. Avoidance. Most people either sat back down while clicking their tongues anxiously or moved to other cars in search of train staff, pretending to remain calm. Because they had already realized that something was seriously wrong, an eerie stillness fell over the train car. Tap, tap. Assistant manager Butterfly lightly tapped the handle of the seat across from her, drawing my and Supervisor Dolphin's attention. Don't interfere. Just observe what they do first. Understood. Yes. The assistant manager was probably waiting for someone else to act first to see what would happen. And perhaps also ensuring that I wouldn't do anything reckless. Beta S. But I had no intention of acting rashly in the first place. If this really is that disaster, it's better to stay put for now. I quietly observed to see if events would play out, as expected. After a moment. This is way too strange. Sporadic screams began to erupt throughout the train car. We found a conductor, but they're in a total panic. They're screaming that they have no idea what's happening. There are families with kids in the front car, and they're freaking out because their kids are missing. This isn't normal. We can't contact the engineer either. The control cabin is completely locked. As communication spread between train cars, people learned more terrifying details. The chaos of it all. Throughout human history, what cannot be understood has always been a source of fear. And here, it's no exception. Are you going to keep observing where this leads, friend? For a while, yes. That was the right move for now. But I couldn't help feeling anxious, so I clenched my teeth to suppress it. I watched the people standing by the train door, loudly proposing ideas to the rest of the passengers. Everyone, we need to come up with some sort of plan. Yeah, this is starting to look like a serious situation. D-ring. Everyone turned their attention to the onboard screen. A new message had appeared. First altar entrance. Altar. Fwick. Outside the window, the once brilliant blue sea suddenly turned blood red. And then everything went dark. Chapter 111.2. Ack. Through every window, the horizon was replaced by grotesque, fleshy walls covered in membrane-like textures. This. Oh my God. It was as if the train had entered a tunnel or a strange station, sliding forward smoothly through the eerie, dark space. Remaining distance, 5. Shouldn't we be doing something right now? Let's find a button or something. A button. There's nothing like that here. Remaining distance, 4. What do we do? What do we do? Excuse me. You, by the window, help me close this window. Don't just sit there. Ugh, shut up already. Thud. Remaining distance, 3. Wait, are you trying to push someone, huh? Wo. Splash. Ack. Someone fell out of the window. No. They were trying to push me, but they ended up falling by themselves. Remaining distance, 2. Shouldn't we stop the train? Someone just fell. Remaining distance, 1. Get down on the floor. Stay quiet. Why yes. 0. A sacrifice has arrived. Open the sea path. Whoosh. The light returned. Outside the window, the endless blue sea once again sparkled under the dazzling sunlight. But. Gasp. The train car was in chaos. I looked toward the people gathered near the open window, especially a man in his 30s wearing glasses, his face pale as a sheet. And the now empty seat directly in front of the window. That guy pushed someone out of the window, I'm telling you. And no. He tried to push me, but he lost their balance and fell on their own. That's right. I saw it from the side. The person who fell was acting strange, aggressive even. Still, someone died. Next to me, Supervisor Dolphin leaned in and whispered. The screen did mention a sacrifice and offering, so I guess the person who fell was processed as the offering. Pretty obvious, huh? Assistant Manager Butterfly tossed the remark as if it were nothing and then casually adjusted the equipment attached to her nails, declaring, "We'll observe the next event before we take any action. Get ready." Got it. At least, the good news was that the passengers seemed to calm down somewhat, having concluded that the person who fell was at fault. The few who had been accusing and shouting at the men in glasses gradually backed off, muttering a few parting remarks as they did. Are you okay? Don't take it too hard. Yes. I'm fine. Everyone's just on edge, that's all. Supervisor Dolphin was observing this exchange closely. Meanwhile, Assistant Manager Butterfly and I quietly inspected our equipment, keeping a watchful eye on the situation. But that was where the good news ended. 20 minutes later. Again. Second altar entrance. The train re-entered the tunnel, and the outside view turned crimson and dark once more. What the hell is going on? Thanks to their earlier experience, the passengers didn't fall into a panic. Instead, they quickly crouched down and covered their heads. It'll pass if we wait long enough. I overheard the murmuring passengers. Across from me, Assistant Manager Butterfly was now wearing a strange monocle as she scanned the dimly lit train car. Her gaze was sharp, searching for something expendable and convenient. Assistant Manager. What? Shouldn't we observe what happens if no offering is made? I chose my words carefully, phrasing them the way the Assistant Manager would prefer. We don't know if reaching Tamara is a good idea or not. It's a situation worth betting on. A brief silence. Fine. Phew. I nodded, exhaling silently. We can't draw attention by offering someone as a sacrifice. Meanwhile, the countdown on the screen continued to tick down. Remaining distance, 5. Remaining distance, 4. Remaining distance, 3. Remaining distance, 2. Remaining distance, 1. 0. Passed. Whoosh. The outside world was bathed in light again. The tunnel ended, revealing the vast ocean once more. Chapter 111.3. Ah. The passengers instinctively sighed in relief. It disappeared. The text on the onboard screen flickered and then went dark. What remained was the breathtaking view of the train speeding across the glittering sea, leaving a trail of white spray in its wake. Ah. The tension eased, and one by one, people lifted their heads, relief spreading across their faces. It's still the ocean out there. Seems like it's over, right? Everything's fine now, isn't it? This feels like some kind of event or something. Wait, did anyone sign up for an escape room experience or something like that? Tap, tap. Supervisor Dolphin whispered softly. This might be easier than expected, huh? Maybe we can clear this without even sacrificing anyone ourselves. It's kind of a predictable condition. Let's observe a bit longer. This is my order as assistant manager. Yes, yes. Another 10 minutes passed. Slightly more relaxed, some of the passengers began moving around the train car, searching for the missing children, calming down the train staff, and trying to communicate with the engineer. Just when it seemed like everyone had adapted to the situation, regaining some composure and rationality. Suddenly, without warning. Thud. The train tilted forward abruptly. What? What's going on? Passengers tumbled out of their seats, rolling across the floor. I clung tightly to the handrail and managed to hold my ground for one moment longer. Swallowing my fear, I forced myself to look outside. Specifically, I strained to see the surface beneath us, wherever the train met the ocean below. The white spray that had been rising as the train sliced through the shimmering waves was gone. Thud. The train broke through the surface of the water and began to sink. No. The windows shattered, and seawater rushed in. The conscious passengers screamed, desperately trying to swim out or cling to each other. The unconscious ones floated limply on the rising water. It was chaos, enough to drive someone insane. Isn't this the perfect moment to call for help, friend? Not yet. Submerged in the cold, suffocating darkness of the sea, I followed Assistant Manager Jean Nazel's precise hand signals directing us to escape through the windows. An empty set. But as I got closer to the exit, I felt something strange. My consciousness was fading much faster than my lungs could handle. A dizziness like I was suffocating overwhelmed me. Cue up. My mind went blank. Asterisk. Huh. I opened my eyes to the sound of the cheerful train jingle. Dee-ree-ree-ring. We were back inside the train car bound for Mokpo, the doors just having closed at Seoul Station. Next to me sat Supervisor Dolphin, and across from me was Assistant Manager Butterfly. The electronic display panel showed. Bound for Mokpo. Around us, I heard the dazed voices of other passengers. Hey, I just had the weirdest dream. You too? Me too. Something about a Tamra-bound train. Who? Hold on. Me too. What? Bound for Mokpo. Over there. Huh? Who? Bound for Tamra. Departing. The train roared to life and began moving again. Like the first time. Exactly the same. Crying, screaming, and panicked voices erupted throughout the cabin. Wait. What's happening? What the hell? Just what? Let me out. Please let me out. Mom, what's going on? What indeed? It's exactly what it looks like. I pressed my lips together in silence. Urgent notice. Recent recurrence of the anomalous phenomenon known as the Paradise Test, tentative, has revealed fatal, unpredictable anomalies. It has been confirmed that when the train crashes into the water, passengers are transported back to the exact moment of initial departure. Survivors claim they were trapped in an endlessly looping time sequence aboard the Tamra-bound train. Right. Everything here resets. And everyone remembers. All passengers retained the memory of what they experienced, without exception. So, this marked the start of the second cycle. A time loop. A classic sci-fi trope. But what makes this particular case interesting is how profoundly trapped the participants are. With collective memory stacking up for everyone involved, even the bravest among them would hesitate to act. The looming specter of eternal consequences creates a remarkable barrier to action, wouldn't you say? Exactly. That's why I need to be extremely careful. I had to stay calm. I also couldn't afford to get swept up in the panic. One thing mattered most to me now. I can convince people logically. Everyone had experienced something undeniably supernatural. They wouldn't dismiss me as some lunatic spouting nonsense anymore, they'd listen. Now, it was time to act cautiously and deliberately. This isn't too bad. I could survive this. I would survive this. Yes, I had to believe that. I steadied myself and thought about what I needed to do first. Find the person with the silver heart. Aside from me, there was one other key figure responsible for this nightmare becoming a perfect hell. That person was somewhere on this train. I needed to identify and control them. Let's find them and neutralize the problem. I remembered that they had been briefly mentioned in the short story adaptation of this event. I tried to recall the specific car and seat number where they had been sitting. It was definitely in the first car, seat number. Wait. Calm down. Think carefully. Their name, what was their exact name? Ah, hey. Supervisor. I couldn't remember. Ah. It had been weeks since my memorial pop socket broke. The gaps in my memory were finally starting to show. Chapter 112.1. The owner of the silver heart. A good person possessing a bad-shaped item capable of swaying others. This individual is a critical figure in the Tamara Express disaster, though they only receive significant attention in the final part of the short story. So the fact that I can't recall their seat number or exact name. Maybe it's only natural. I read the wiki focusing on how to break the creepypastas. After I fell into this world, the wikis that became my lifeline and that I repeatedly studied were mostly about creepypasta entries and exploration records. In short, I prioritized reading the wikis that provided information on clearing the ghost stories. I put all the supplementary content aside. Anything long and emotional, like short story-style spin-off prose on the wiki. Those ranked low on my priority list. The personal details about the Silver Heart owner were mentioned maybe once or twice within that kind of content. Remembering those exact letters and numbers several months after I first read them. Yeah, that was unreasonable. I'm screwed. No. I swallowed hard. I can still make educated guesses. And even if I don't get a hold of that person right away, I will find a way to deal with this. I do remember other wiki entries about the Tamara Express disaster. For example, urgent notices and official reports from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. I know the flow of this event by its loops, which means I can do this. I can do this. All right. I determined the direction I needed to take. It's a bit extreme, but there's no other choice. Of course, all this thinking occurred within the span of a few seconds in my head. Meanwhile, the elite team members next to me were having a completely calm conversation. Epsilon. Wow, a time loop. I've read a lot of short sci-fi anthologies like this. It basically means we get unlimited retries until we meet the conditions, right? Annoying, but convenient. What an absurd conversation. Fortunately, nobody paid any attention to us speaking calmly. The entire train was filled with screams, panic, and crying. Hook. This is a dream, just a dream, it has to be. But as always, there's bound to be someone who can't just sit and watch. Everyone. Please, calm down. Calm down. There it was. Second loop. In every car of the high-speed train, someone began stepping up to calm the passengers and bring order. Ah, doesn't someone always say that a crisis is an opportunity? In chaotic situations, there's always someone eager to rise as a leader. Exactly. And in our car, that someone was the man with glasses, the office worker. The one who, in the first loop, had argued about closing the window until the other man lunged and fell outside. At least we're all still alive, right? That's what's important. Let's take a moment to calm down and figure out what's going on. Do you have any ideas? People began paying attention, now that someone was willing to take the lead. I believe, time is repeating itself. The men with glasses began organizing the situation and calming the passengers. We're definitely caught in some strange phenomenon, but I believe we've been given this chance for a reason. Maybe it's to figure out the right way to escape. So, let's trust in that and try to figure it out. Stay calm, everyone. He probably thought things were heading in a good direction. At least until he glanced at the seat where I was sitting. Look, there are people already staying calm. Let's try to analyze the situation with that kind of composure. Damn it. The three of us, employees of Daydream Incorporated, had just been singled out. Were we being too quiet? No, this was actually good. It was time to establish a position early. This was only the second loop, and I needed to step up now. And no. It's not that we're calm. We're just confused. I quickly shook my head, forcing a nervous smile. We're just trying to process things. We were dozing off since we were on a work trip. There was no way they'd suspect me. I didn't even have to try too hard, my face was already pale. When I spoke up first, Assistant Manager Jean Nasol raised an eyebrow slightly but let it slide. I took the opportunity to press on. But then suddenly, the view outside changed to the ocean, and there was all this talk about sacrifices. Are you saying all of that was real? Yes. That seems to be the case. I swallowed, pretending to be tense. Then, the person who fell out of the window earlier. Everyone's eyes slowly turned toward the men sitting next to the window where the sacrifice was made. The middle-aged men who had been arguing before tumbling out during the first loop. His seat, which had been empty before. Now, it had someone sitting in it. I saw the silhouette of a passenger sitting there, motionless. It was the man who had fallen out of the window. He's alive. Oh, thank goodness. That's when it happened. The passenger suddenly shot up and lunged at the man with glasses. You bastard. You son of a, because of you. Let me go. Chaos erupted. The middle-aged man, dressed like a nouveau riche, spat as he shouted, his eyes filled with madness. Die. I fell because of you. It hurt. It hurt so much. His eyes gleamed with crazed intensity. Falling down there is awful. It's painful. It's strange, ache. Ugh, you a. Hayek. The man staggered and trembled before vomiting a strange, dark red mass onto the floor. Ugh. Yuck. The man with glasses stumbled backward, his face frozen in shock. Ha. Those who became sacrifices and fell out of the window exhibited symptoms resembling madness and supernatural afflictions during the next loop. After falling, they reported experiencing burning pain and endless torment from non-human whispers. Seeing it in person, the instability of his condition was overwhelmingly apparent. The men with glasses, seemingly overwhelmed, slowly backed away on shaky legs. Voluntary surrender. A brief yet noteworthy display of leadership. But now, the leader's seat is vacant. Perhaps my friend could step in and lead these people with flair. No. That's fine. This brawn will observe the situation together with you. Yeah. I intentionally took a step back. And at that moment, marquee behavior equals scroll direction equals left scroll amount equals 7 to reach Tamara, offer a sacrifice / marquee. Marquee.add event listener, finish, function, loop count ++, if, loop count greater than or equal to 102, marquee.stop, / stops after 102 loops. The onboard display changed again. The text is back. Wait, wasn't it last time when someone fell out of the window, the train had safely exited the tunnel and kept moving forward. For now, people avoided openly acknowledging the truth, mumbling instead. What do they mean by sacrifice? Well, wouldn't it have to be something alive? I mean, based on those horror YouTube videos. I interrupted. No, it could be an object. Even food offerings in traditional rites count as sacrifices. Oh. That's right. Let's stay calm and try throwing a few things out. But fear, excitement, and anxiety still flickered in their eyes. Does anyone have any food with them? Before long, the passengers holding snacks began to gather whatever could be thrown out. Fruits, eggs, meat, bread, and so on. Right on the edge of time, the scenery outside the window changed. First altar entrance. This time, the passengers remained relatively composed. Let's throw them out. Yes. Plop, plop. In silence, the food disappeared through the window. Remaining distance, 4. The display didn't react, only the countdown continued. It's not working. It's not stopping. Screams filled the train car. Even when sacrifices were accepted, the countdown had always continued to the end, but I intentionally chose not to point that out. I had known from the start that food wasn't the answer. Chapter 112.2. Remaining distance, 3. The passengers finally began to accept it. The truth. So, it really has to be a person. No way, how can we? If we don't, we'll all die. The train will sink. But who? Remaining distance, 2. Their gazes shifted. What they meant was clear. He's already not in his right mind, so why not just throw him out again? A suppressed, unspoken instinct that surfaced in emergencies. The first loop sacrifice began to panic. Spare me. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't want to. Calm down, it'll be okay. Remaining distance, 1. No. No. Just step away from the window. Ha! Ha! Whoosh! Splash! 0. The tunnel ended. The train interior brightened as the view of the blue sea returned. The ominous purple text filled the onboard display. A sacrifice has arrived, open the sea path. Near the window lay a pair of broken glasses on the floor. And the man who had been the first sacrifice. The bastard who pushed me is dead. I didn't die. I didn't die. I am Aliev. Foaming at the mouth, the middle-aged man staggered down the aisle, collapsed in a corner, and began sobbing uncontrollably. The train car was steeped in a chilling, suffocating silence. The atmosphere felt maddening. The former leader became the sacrifice. A cliché development, albeit a bit quick this time. Then, there's another one coming, isn't there? A cheerful voice that didn't suit the situation echoed through the train. Supervisor Dolphin. What did you say? The second altar will appear soon, right? We should prepare for that. Shut up already. Ack. The passengers' stress-fueled reactions burst out, but Supervisor Dolphin seemed completely unbothered. This time, let's do it properly. Find the worst person and throw them out. She pointed ahead with her finger. Let's include everyone from the other cars too. And hey, it's not like there's any guarantee they'll die, right? The last guy came back alive, didn't he? So, wouldn't it be better to throw out someone awful and let them suffer? It was madness. But in an incomprehensible disaster, sometimes madness that sounds appealing is exactly what works. A little distorted, of course. Yeah. So far, only people from our car have been thrown out. The other cars should have to do it too. That's right. Why should our car be the only one to suffer and debate this agony? Consumed by resentment and strange fury, the passengers of Car 7 surged forward en masse. Myself and the members of the elite team followed, with Supervisor Dolphin practically leading the charge. Excuse me. There's an open window here too, right? When the train fell last time, it seemed like nobody fell out from here, so. Predictably, as we moved forward, most of the passengers in the other cars had no idea what was happening. What kind of nonsense is this? Who are these people? Hey, if you don't want trouble, move along. Or else. Boom. For now, let's keep moving and see. As Supervisor Dolphin spoke, she eyed the last speaker like they were a prime candidate for a twisted logic. She quickly moved to the next car. But the moment we entered Car 3. Second altar entrance. It began again. Ah. Someone, throw someone out now. The train's going to sink. Wah. Throw someone out. We have to throw someone out the window. The shouts of panic came from the people in our car, Car 7, and echoed alongside the confused cries of the passengers in the other cars who had yet to grasp the situation. Remaining distance, 5. Who are these people? Where did they come from? These fuckers are crazy. If you don't want to die, volunteer. We need a volunteer. Well, why don't you jump out, then? We've already lost someone from our car. Find someone from another car. Fine. Then who's going to volunteer? Remaining distance, 4. Amid the chaos, a clear, authoritative voice cut through. There's no volunteer, huh? Assistant Manager Jean Nasal extended her hand. No. She was about to single out the most uncooperative person and throw them out. And if the loop restarts, she'll just keep using the same people as sacrifices. It was efficient, but I couldn't allow it. Jean Nasal was undoubtedly competent, but she clearly had no understanding of how to manage public sentiment. I raised my hand immediately. Remaining distance, 3. I volunteer. Jean Nasal turned to look at me. What? I repeated firmly. I'll be the one to fall. Why? Remaining distance, 2. It's not like it'll be a real death, right? I'll hold out and see. Then, I quickly leaned in and whispered to Jean Nasal. We need to find out what's actually happening down there. Is that necessary? We can't rely on civilian testimonies. I've prepared mental defense measures too. Remaining distance, 1. Do as you like. Thank you. I finished the brief exchange and turned to the crowd. There's not much time left. Clear the way, I'm heading to the window. You are. The crowd, both from our car and the others, hesitated but stepped aside. Good. Even though I spoke calmly, my hands were trembling. But I had no choice. According to the plan, this step is absolutely necessary. Since Plan A, immediately identifying and securing the person with the silver heart, had failed, I have to go with a more extreme approach. Everyone, stay back. I clung to the window and pulled out a painkiller from my pocket. It might not work, but better than nothing. I jabbed the Happy Maker syringe into my arm. Then, without hesitation, I threw myself out the window. Into the Crimson Tunnel. Chapter 113.1. The first thing I saw was the pulsing red. Thump, thump, thump. I realized, belatedly, that I had collided with something. Squelch. With a short, thick sound, I landed on something slimy and sticky. A foul stench. The next moment, I recognized it, the stench of decaying meat. The flesh scattered around me clung to my body, oozing. It pulsed red. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept past as the high-speed train I had jumped from roared by, leaving behind a deafening noise and a blast of pressure. In an instant, the train disappeared into the far end of the tunnel, where a flickering light awaited. To be honest, it was disgusting and a bit terrifying, but I wasn't in pain, nor did I spiral into panic. It felt more like standing alone at night in front of the garbage sorting area of an apartment complex. Good heavens. What an unhygienic environment. Are you all right, friend? Yeah. I'm fine. The Happy Maker is really doing its job. It was as if my mind had been sedated, but in reverse. Instead of the cold clarity you get from calming pills, my mind felt warmly dulled, steady. I stood up, my thoughts calm and stable. But as I brushed off the rotten flesh with my bare hands, devour your corruption. A strange voice echoed inside my head. Matching this to the testimonies of the previous offerings and the current situation, it seems. I should be feeling burning agony all over my body by now, unbearable pain driving me to claw off my own skin and flesh. And I would be forced to chew and swallow what I tore off as I staggered toward the light at the end of this disgusting, humid corridor. This whole tunnel was a testament to that horror. Luckily, I didn't feel any of that. I had the mental resistance boost from the silver ring, and the Happy Maker had numbed any potential pain. Whoo! I stood fully upright and gave my body a light shake. It didn't help much, traces of grime and rotten flesh still clung to me. As for where this flesh had come from, I chose not to think about it. Even though the Happy Maker kept me calm, it was still gross. Ah, right. Braun, are you all right? Ah, are you referring to the repetitive, radio tape-like noise? It's an annoying hum, but not unbearable. And the burning pain? Haha. This body doesn't have skin or flesh. I'm just fabric, cotton, and a pair of eyes and a nose, after all. All right. So the conditions for being a sacrifice apply only to humans. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry about Braun losing control and going berserk. Well then, does my friend have any more business in this filthy place? No. Then let's get moving. Indeed. To escape, I need to get back on that train. I began walking toward the end of the corridor. Squelch, squelch. The slime and fluid splashed under my feet, seeping into my shoes and soaking my socks red. Cast off your sins. Tear them away. Consume your sins. Could it be that the more sins a person has committed, the more intense the burning pain they feel here? In theory, a good person who falls through the window should only experience minimal pain. This ghost story focused on the train's group dynamic devolving into a chaotic, inhuman disaster with each loop. Some details, like this, could only be understood by experiencing them firsthand. B. Regardless, the corridor was longer than expected. I kept walking persistently. I hope I don't need to use another Happy Maker. Cast off your sins. Cast off your sins. Cast off your sins. Ignoring the voice, I trudged onwards. Though my legs felt heavier with each step, the light was steadily growing closer. Step, step. The intense light pouring out from the tunnel's exit nearly blinded me, making it hard to see. Almost there. I squinted and pushed forward until the light completely engulfed me. Go to Tamra. A small, gentle invitation. The strange warmth and sense of liberation felt like a soft but overwhelming command piercing through the top of my head. Whoa. That was quite an aggressive invitation. Wait just a.m. And in the next instant, it disappeared. I felt my consciousness being pulled downward, like a train speeding down a steep slope. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hook. Ack. Ack. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a clean, modern high-speed train car. My body was spotless again, and my mind. Wow. The memories surged back, and a wave of nausea hit me. My stomach churned. I didn't feel this earlier though. I had been buried in a mass of flesh that people had torn off themselves, eaten, and then vomited. I had stood up and walked through that. Stopped thinking about it. What mattered now was that I had successfully returned to this point in time. The happy maker's effects have reset to the starting point, too. I quickly regained my composure and immediately checked the number of happy makers in my inventory. Before use, 11. Now, still 11. Ah, your consumed items have reverted to their unused state. This makes sense, as you've returned to the train's departure point. Right. I had anticipated this. Good. I'm ready. Chapter 113.2. When I looked up, Assistant Manager Jean Nasol was calmly watching me. How was it? It's a disgusting, horrific place. Anyone who falls without preparation will almost certainly suffer mental breakdowns or signs of contamination. That's so. Then get up. We need to secure. Hey. Over here. This person's fine. Jean Nasol's words were cut off, and she frowned in irritation as civilians swarmed toward us. Let's do this quickly. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, I forced a weak, blurry smile. Are you okay? My God. This person volunteered to jump out. But, they're fine. Yes, I'm fine now. But, what happened after I fell? Well. After some frantic, disorganized chatter, the important points became clear. After you fell, the countdown restarted. Yeah. It was like the system reset and started demanding another sacrifice. Just as expected. I see. So, after that, did the train crash again? No. It wasn't that. One of the passengers stepped forward to clarify. Something weird happened. No one from our car fell, but suddenly the offering was accepted, and the path opened. There was some commotion from the front cars. People were saying someone fell, but everyone was so worked up and fighting that we couldn't tell exactly what happened. They even called us crazy. When they're the ones not understanding the situation. Exactly. It's so frustrating. In games, you can't let trolls like that go unpunished. I see. The tensions were starting to build. It begins from this loop. Third loop. The train cars divide into factions, and conflicts break out. Passengers pressure each other to offer sacrifices. The first instances of violence and bloodshed occur. And eventually, deaths result from fights within the train cars. I nodded calmly. Understood. It seems the number of sacrifices required increases with each altar. What do you mean? 1 person for the first altar, 2 for the second. It looks like the required offerings increase sequentially. Ah. They must have suspected as much but hadn't dared to say it out loud. I heard anxious murmuring and suppressed gasps, but no one outright denied my statement. They were simply too afraid. What now? What do we do? No. Why is this even happening to us? Hayek. Do we all have to jump out the window for this to end? Is that it? It was a reasonable guess, but I gently placed my hand on the person's shoulder. No. Calm down. There's definitely a way to end this. Hayek. Look at me. I fell, and I'm fine. There's always a way. Ah. The atmosphere began to settle slightly. I took advantage of the calm to speak gently. You said the others who fell weren't doing well, right? Could you guide me to them? Yes. This way. Following their hurried lead, I began walking down the aisle, observing the other passengers as I went. Oh, me too. Supervisor Dolphin immediately followed me, and beyond her, Assistant Manager Jean Nasol stood with her arms crossed, as if daring me to proceed. She's letting me do this. I wouldn't have been surprised if, the moment she deemed my approach inefficient, she'd pivot and start tossing problematic people out the window one by one. But that won't clear the scenario. For now, this was the most efficient and humane option available to me. Here, he's sitting over here. I looked at the person sitting in the indicated seat. It was the man with glasses, staring blankly into space. The first sacrifice of the second loop, the man who had fallen out of the window. Sir. No response. He appeared completely out of it. What on earth is down there that made him like this? It's horrific. But I placed one hand over my chest. I realized something down there. What? Gently, I lowered my hand and slipped it into the inner pocket of my suit jacket. I pinned on the small badge that had been hidden there. The silver heart. Everyone. There's no need to worry. As I spoke, I approached the men with glasses. Hick. Hick hick. Hick. It's okay. It's okay. I carefully injected him with a dose of Happy Maker. The next loop will reset its effects, so it's better for him to have temporary relief than to stay trapped in this panic. Given the chaos and terror he'd experienced, this was the most merciful option. And since the Happy Maker was as small as a pen, to others, it would simply look like I was helping him calm down through reassurance. Like magic. Hook. The man took a deep breath, and clarity returned to his eyes. A sense of calm settled over him. It was truly horrifying, but, it's over. Slowly, a faint smile spread across his face. Thank you. I feel so at ease now. He stood up gradually, then hugged me and the other passengers. Caught off guard, they awkwardly accepted his embrace, all while staring at me in awe. You brought him back to his senses. How did you do that? I am a fraud. But I kept my face calm, as though even I were amazed by what I had just done. I'm not sure why I was granted this ability, but now. I took a deep breath. I think I understand what's happening on this train. F for real. Yes. I raised my hand and began counting on my fingers as I explained. I know who needs to be thrown out the window, and how many times it must happen before this ordeal ends. And my God. What was I doing right now? Lying. And this type of scam. A staple in apocalyptic fiction. The classic cult leader tactic. A con artist manipulating people under the guise of divine guidance or prophecy. In previous loops, there had even been a cult leader who appeared in Car 6. If I could recall correctly. Fifth loop. Each train car forms exclusive factions. Some adopt superstitious beliefs and even perform sacrificial rituals, throwing victims out the window after ritualistic killings. Sorry. No. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. That cult leader role is mine now. I'm taking it before anyone else can. Kind passengers of Car 7, please lend me your ears. I stood near the train door and raised my voice. We've been chosen for a great trial. Oh my goodness. From my suit pocket, I heard Braun clapping in delight. I had just earned the creepypasta host's seal of approval. Here and now. A cult leader was officially making his debut. Chapter 114.1. The method of deception resembles a form of unethical marketing. 1. Build trust. Did he really fix that glasses guy? Even though he was completely out of it. Yeah. Look at him now, he's fine. And this guy also fell out of the window and survived. He said he saw something down there. Wow. Are you really okay? Yes, I'm fine. And so is he, he's at peace now. 2. Present the problem and its cause. So, you're saying this is like a test? If we pass, we can get out. Yes. I'm sure we'll be able to leave. Wait, is this some kind of fictional hunter scenario? Are we about to awaken abilities or something? Exactly. There's no way we'd be thrown into such a crazy situation without a reason. Right. There is a reason. Once the mood was sufficiently heated. And to escape this situation. 3. Sell the magical solution. In unethical marketing, this solution would be the product being sold. In a cult, it's the doctrine. And the method I proposed was: everyone must go out through the window at least once. What? Fear not, everyone. I smiled and gestured to myself. And to the men with glasses, now calmed by the Happy Maker. Anyone who accepts my recommendation and goes through the window will be fine, just like me. This is a kind of trial. If you're skeptical, I can try to convince you. Or, I could jump again myself. And just then, the announcement appeared again. Marquee behavior equals scroll, direction equals left, scroll amount equals 7 to reach Tamara, offer a sacrifice, /marquee. Marquee.add event listener, finish, function, loop count ++, if, loop count greater than or equal to 92, marquee.stop, // stops after 92 loops. But this time, the atmosphere was different. At least in car 7, where people had been listening to my marketing, they began murmuring and glancing at the window. So, going out there might actually be okay. There wasn't just panic and fear, there was curiosity and even anticipation. Ah, this is fascinating. What excellent work, Mr. Roe dear. But all great performers face challengers. Oh, look over there. Thwack. What a load of bullshit, you crazy bastard. The middle-aged man from earlier, his face flushed red, slammed the armrest of his seat and shouted. This was the man who had fallen out of the window in the first loop and pushed the man with glasses in the second loop. Looks like skipping a turn has restored a bit of his sanity. But he wasn't fully back to normal. That bastard pushed someone out of the window before, UGH. Crazy jerk. Get lost, you son of a bitch. His eyes spun wildly, like he might stab me any second. Jump out the window. I'm not jumping. No way, you piece of shit. You jump again. He pushed past another passenger and came right up to me. I spoke calmly. If you don't want to participate, you don't have to right now. W. What? Take your time. Besides, you're not qualified at the moment. W. What? I'm saying that even if you beg to go out the window, I won't assist you. This was another crucial step. 4. Restrict access to the solution. Why do brands produce limited quantities, create artificial shortages, and tell customers to message them for prices? Scarcity makes things seem valuable, and difficult to obtain items appear even more desirable. You give people the sense that they're close enough to grasp it, but far enough that missing out would be devastating. Only those who are qualified can go through the window without suffering. W. What kind of nonsense is this? And that's not you. You haven't earned the right to pass the trial without pain. Step back. You. The middle-aged man stammered, then stumbled back and collapsed into his seat. It worked again. The saying about fighting madness with madness was spot on this time. With all the commotion, everyone in the car had their eyes locked on me. I smiled warmly at them. But do not worry too much. Eventually, everyone will be ready. Magnificent. Over bronze cheers, the crowd swarmed toward me, bombarding me with questions. Excuse me. Then, who is qualified? I do not know. I can just sense who's ready. So, is there someone qualified among us? It was then. Am I qualified? The man with glasses, who had been sitting quietly, raised his hand and asked. Thanks to the happy maker, he was calm, free from fear and PTSD. He didn't lash out at the middle-aged man who had once attacked him. Even so, he couldn't suppress his nervousness and swallowed hard. I smiled and nodded. Yes. You are qualified. You've already proven yourself. I walked over and held his hand. There's no need to go down again. Your current calmness is the proof. You've endured it. You've been brave. Ah. Tears streamed down the man's face. The murmuring around us quieted. In its place, a new sentiment began to form, desire and agreement. From now on, for those deemed qualified and who go down, I will give a token to protect you from as much pain as possible. Then. But no volunteers came forward just yet. As expected. I had just told them that everyone needed to jump out the window to escape. No one would be eager to jump into potential suffering without any clear benefit. Friend, any clever solutions up your sleeve? Of course. Rally them again. Chapter 114.2. I nodded, as if fully understanding their hesitation. I get it. It's hard, I know. In this life, I'll go out the window one more time. I'll go. Supervisor Dolphin raised her hand. Supervisor. My eternal gratitude. But not alone. Supervisor, you should jump with me. Who? Wait, sir. Are you Sue? Of course. I'll be all right. I had planned on doing it anyway. As disgusting and revolting as it was, there was no way around it. If no one else volunteers, I shall demonstrate again. Yup. But before we do, I'd like someone else to go first. Supervisor Dolphin pointed with both hands. Right at Assistant Manager Butterfly. Seniority first. Hey, you said you'd do me a favor, right? I'm calling it in now. This isn't exactly the favor I had in mind. But fine, whatever. Surprisingly, Assistant Manager Butterfly seemed calm. It felt like the two of them had discussed this beforehand. Should I go now? First altar entrance. The surroundings darkened with a crimson hue. People instinctively froze, but Assistant Manager Jean Nazel's small, composed voice cut through the tension. I don't like repeating myself. Eek. Why yes. Please close your eyes for a moment. I'll give you the token of approval. I pretended to shake her hand while discreetly passing her the happy maker in the darkness. Just stick it in. Before I could mouth the words, she had already expertly and discreetly injected herself with the happy maker. It was as if she had anticipated it all along, likely realizing it was a pain-relieving item. Plick. The soft sound of the stick being used was followed by the leftover injector disappearing seamlessly into her sleeve. Not bad at all. Assistant Manager Jean Nazel grinned, then immediately leaned back and let herself fall out of the window. Hayek. She was smiling as she went. Thus, the first offering for the altar willingly sacrificed herself. The atmosphere in the car had now shifted into full excitement. No one found my companions suspicious anymore. They wanted to believe this would work. The feeling that things are being resolved, it's addictive. Soon after, 2 more volunteers came forward. Me. Me too. We'll go together. It was a couple sitting near the window. They had been observing everything since the first loop, the falling, the conversations, so their courage likely came from all the information they had gathered. A with grave B epsilon. Still, I didn't immediately say yes. I stared at them quietly for a few seconds, as if evaluating their worth. The couple, now filled with both anticipation and nervousness, waited as if they were being judged. A moment later. Yes. You two are qualified. Oh. When we reach the altar, close your eyes briefly and extend your hands. I will grant you the sign of approval. The couple, overjoyed and receiving congratulations from those around them, stood before the open window. Second altar entrance. Taking advantage of the darkness, I secretly injected them both with the powerful painkiller, the happy maker. Holding hands, they leapt out of the open window together. The scam was proceeding smoothly. This is much better than everyone throwing each other out the window, going mad in the process. Still, cold sweat trickled down my back as I carried out the deception. Since there are no other volunteers, the supervisor and I will proceed next. Please remain calm and safe, and we'll see you all at the starting point. Are you sure you'll be okay? Yes, I'll be fine. I can handle another round. I truly hated this, but I had no choice. I'd do it again. I need to set myself apart. To continue leading these people, I had to highlight my uniqueness. Showing them that I could survive multiple falls without issue would leave a strong impression. Fortunately, Supervisor Dolphin didn't change her mind. Let's do this together. Thank you. But, you know. She looked up at me with a curious gaze. Am I qualified? Yes. The nuance was subtle, but. Third altar entrance. Be careful. We'll see you soon. And so, I successfully rallied the crowd and fell out of the window once more. This time, with Supervisor Dolphin. Into the mad tunnel filled with rotting flesh. Gross. Supervisor Dolphin, who had landed with a roll, grimaced at the horrific surroundings, shaking herself off as she complained. Yuck, filthy. What? Ugh, so noisy. That way. Toward the light. Yes. It'll be a bit tough, but if we walk, we'll get there. It was somewhat reassuring to have someone else with me. The voices are gone. The eerie whispers urging us to cast away our sins and go to Tamra were mysteriously absent. Not that they're essential for the escape, though. I tilted my head slightly as I walked. Then, Supervisor Dolphin spoke up. Actually, I had something to talk to you about, which is why I jumped with you. Yes. The things you told the others, you know, about protecting them from pain and all that. Technically, it's not a lie, right? Yes. I chose my words to fit the situation. It's a bit extreme, but a method like this works. She touched her chin, thinking for a moment, then suddenly said, Supervisor, do you know how many people have suffered because of cults? She didn't scowl or frown. She simply stared at me, her gaze unwavering, not even blinking. Right. Supervisor Dolphin was an extreme idealist when it came to integrity. Oh no, she might outright reject anything cult-related. Chapter 114.3. I quickly tried to salvage the situation. I'm aware. In fact, one of my close friends got involved with a cult and cut off all contact. That part was true. That's why I decided to get ahead of it. In this situation, cults and superstitions are bound to thrive. When people experience pain without understanding why, they'll start clinging to anything for hope. It had happened in the previous loops, after all. Of course, my current actions weren't just about preventing that. They were about escaping without mass panic or violence. But I couldn't explain all that logically, so I ended my statement there. I chose this method to minimize the damage. I know it's extreme and strange, but... 3 agonizing seconds passed. Well, you've got a point. Phew. So, you're just saying those things to calm people down, but in reality, you're actually helping them feel less pain and find a way for everyone to escape, right? Exactly that, yes. Sounds good. I'll fully cooperate. Supervisor Dolphin extended her hand for a handshake. When I took her hand, she suddenly pulled me closer. But you can't exploit good people. Otherwise, I'll have to fight you, Supervisor. Of course. I'll keep that in mind. Great. Perfect. I smiled and completed the handshake with her. I am saved. Cold sweat dripped down my back. Fighting a senior elite team member from the Nightmare Company and dealing with decaying flesh. No thanks. I'd rather bash my head into a wall. Judging by the mood, it looks like everyone in our car is fully on board, huh? That's right. Squelch, squelch. I kept walking toward the light at the end of the tunnel as I responded. But this isn't where I stop. My ultimate goal. I will make the majority of passengers on this train believe me. At least 7 of the 8 train cars needed to be on my side. I needed to secure a dominant public opinion. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5th loop. After experiencing death and resetting multiple times, the passengers of this high-speed train were sinking beyond panic and into exhaustion, resignation, and madness. Their perceptions were distorted, and it had become difficult for them to think as they normally would. And through these repeated loops, they had heard certain things over and over. Someone's been whispering strange stuff, like saying we're chosen, and that this is a test. Sounds like cult nonsense. What kind of test? Apparently, if we pass, we'll gain some sort of transcendental power. But all the people who fell out of the windows went crazy. Yet, people from the rear cars said they fell but came back fine, describing what they saw outside. Seriously? No way. They're probably just bluffing, right? But even as they voiced their doubts, their desire for answers was evident. It was the subconscious hope that those claims were true. There's someone called Pathfinder from Car 7, and he's teaching people how to escape. He's offering to help everyone, saying we're all qualified. And as the murmurs among the passengers of Car 3, a special cabin, grew louder. There, a man seated in the front row single seat. Beck Sahi and opened his eyes. Fuck. He had been on his way back home for the holidays when he got trapped in this fucking train ghost story. It felt like he was going to rot away here. No. That's not it. He thought of the new eye hidden under his medical eye patch and grinned slyly. By observing how things were playing out, he could tell. So, this whole thing is about tossing people out the window. Basically, he figured they had to throw about half the passengers out and then reach the destination to clear the ghost story. I just need to stay out of sight and hide. Cults were a predictable response to situations like this. In a small, high-stress emergency environment, humans tended to do wacko things. With the train endlessly looping back to the starting point and the extreme stress of an inescapable scenario, even ridiculous suggestions that would normally be scoffed at suddenly seemed worth clinging to. Things that would normally be dismissed with a "not buying your cult" nonsense were now being embraced. It was human nature. I just have to stay quiet and let them toss each other out until the chaos clears. Oh, over there. There was a commotion at the back. A fight. No. It wasn't a fight. Someone had entered the car. There they are. The Pathfinder and the people from Car 7. That cult group. Let's at least get a look at them. Beck Sahian casually turned his head toward the corridor. And then, he saw familiar faces. The elite team. Assistant Manager Jean Nazol from A Squad and Supervisor Lee Songhee from C Squad. He recognized them instantly. They were faces he had memorized from the company's intranet, just in case. Why the hell are they here? as he was trying to process whether this train was connected to Daydream Corp's managed darknesses. Attention! Amid the cult-like group, Supervisor Dolphin shouted, drawing everyone's attention. We have someone here who will teach you how to escape. As she stepped aside, someone emerged from the door connecting to the rear car. A calm, sharp-looking man in a suit, exuding an eerie composure with a serene smile. Beck Sahian's eyes widened in recognition. Kim Solium. Everyone, please do not worry. Kim Solium smiled softly, spreading his arms wide. This is all part of a grand test, and you have been chosen. Holy shit. That psycho bastard is the cult leader. Chapter 115.1. Hold up. Let's take a moment to delve into Beck Sahian's turbulent encounters with his psychopathic roommate. The psycho who mocked him for losing his left eye. The dopamine junkie who used people as bait in dangerous darknesses. The lunatic who pretended to be a serial killer, hacking away with an axe. And now he's playing cult leader too. At this point, the sheer absurdity of the situation surpassed all reason, and Beck Sahian began to feel the anime phenomenon, a breakdown of norms where everything about this chaotic lineup just seemed expected just because it involved that bastard Kim Solium. Fine. Let's say that's all whatever. But how the hell was he facing that lunatic here and now? I even took a vacation leave. He hadn't just left the company dorm, he had left Seoul altogether. Beck Sahian shook his head violently, wondering if this was a nightmare, but the reality was unyielding. With two elite team superiors by his side and leading dozens of people, Kim Solium stood in the center of Car 3's corridor, raising his arms dramatically, just like a cult leader would. There is no need to worry. We can all pass this test safely. The only comforting thought Beck Sahian had was the fact that the people in this car were smart enough to point fingers and ridicule the guy. Who the hell is that guy? Jesus, now we've got another lunatic. Ugh. Don't make eye contact. Ridicule and rejection erupted toward Kim Solium, who was spouting nonsense. Yeah. This is normal. But Kim Solium wasn't shaken in the slightest. With a gentle smile, he calmly scanned the people in Car 3. That made it even scarier. Everyone, I understand that you're confused by this sudden gathering, and you probably think this is insane. A test. What test? Kim Solium gave a sheepish smile, his demeanor that of a composed office worker. To be honest, I know this sounds cultish, even to me. It's a bit embarrassing, really. His tone was calm and steady, like someone giving sincere advice over coffee. But in such terrifying and dreadful circumstances, we have to muster courage to speak up. If someone knows an answer, sharing it is the right thing to do. A with ring above. BS. Kim Solium's expression hardened as he made eye contact with those around him. I ask that you set aside your discomfort and think this over. We are not fools, there is a reason why so many of us are here, sharing the same story. Beck Sahian glanced around at the people teetering on the edge of madness, trapped in this surreal loop of dying and restarting on the same train. Kim Solium was telling them exactly what they wanted to hear, the promise of an escape. And his voice brimmed with conviction. This is a test, and there is a way to pass it. Suddenly, someone spoke up. So, you know how to get out of here? Yes. Kim Solium subtly turned his gaze behind him. The people from Car 7, standing excitedly with eyes brimming with fervor, spoke up enthusiastically. We just need to go out through the window. Just jump out the window, and it'll be over. What kind of bullshit is this? The horrified passengers of Car 3 were met with a barrage of explanations. It's not nonsense. There's a way to make it painless. At least 10 people have already gone out. Sure, it's a bit gross, but you just follow the light, and you'll find the exit. Anyone can do it. If anyone has trouble walking, someone else can jump out with them to help. It's not hard at all. As long as the venerable Pathfinder helps us. The surprising part was that, although only 10 people had jumped so far, there were dozens, nearly 100, following this group, including passengers from other cars. Kim Solium, watching the hopeful and eager eyes around him, turned his gaze forward and smiled faintly. That's right, everyone. You can all make it out through the window. And at that moment, Beck Sahian realized something. There will be no problems. That's right. It's a scam. This fucking psycho. He's rallying all these idiots to jump out of the windows so that he can escape safely himself. But he won't fool me. Beck Sahian swallowed, convinced he had figured it out. Listen to the people who've already been out the window. We have. We're the couple who went through the second altar during the third life loop. Watching the passengers from Car 3 gradually lean in to hear the testimonies of the Car 7 survivors, who sounded like they were sharing triumphant stories from a self-help seminar, Beksahian clicked his tongue. Idiots. I could fabricate testimonies like that with my pen anytime. Clearly, Kim Solium had used the pen he confiscated from Beksahian to brainwash these fools. Fine. If that's how he wanted to play it, Beksahian had a strategy of his own. Just stay put. As long as he didn't join the procession of Kim Solium's worshippers, he'd be fine. Beksahian grinned confidently, relieved by his quick thinking. He had nearly gotten dragged into this mess. Stay under the radar, and once that psycho fools the rest of them into jumping out all at once. Just then. All right, let me show you right now. I'll jump through the window this time. Huh? This time, I'm the one qualified to go through the altar. Yes, you've been approved this time. Wow. Let's give a round of applause. Wait, what? The first altar is the loneliest and scariest because you have to go through it alone. It's fine. I want to follow in the venerable Pathfinder's footsteps exactly. I am not a Pathfinder, just the first one to try it. Yes. Well. Kim Solium smiled shyly before earnestly grasping the participants' hands as if in prayer. I'll do my best to ensure you're protected from pain by strengthening the mark I'll give you. Yes. First altar entrance. Beksahian watched the scene unfold, his expression blank with disbelief. Under the dim, crimson lighting of the train, he saw Kim Solium gently grasp the volunteer's arm and do something subtle. I'm off. See you soon. Good luck. Amid cheers and encouragement, the volunteer, now resolute, stepped through the window. This repeated over and over until fourth altar entrance. And now, we have our final participants. That's when it hit him. Items. Kim Solium had been secretly using some kind of item on the participants before they jumped. Whatever it was, it actually helped them avoid going insane after falling through the window. Wait a second. Could he actually be doing something about this? And if that psycho was going so far to ensure people were safe, then... Beksahian's mind spun rapidly as he switched gears. This darkness is a first-come, first-served clear system. A system where you had to fill the quota before anyone could clear the game. Jumping through the window isn't just some symbolic act, it's the main event. And Kim Solium would be the type to stir up a frenzy to get people to willingly jump. Why? Because that gives him more dopamine. Forcing people through the window wouldn't be as fun for him. No, he'd prefer this method because it was more exciting and rewarding. What a terrifying lunatic. Beksahian shivered. But that wasn't the issue right now. If that psycho has a plan. Then. Supervisor. Beksahian shot his hand up and stood, finally revealing his presence right after the train passed the fourth altar and the light returned. Who's that? Wait, was someone else in here? The passengers, who had become familiar with each other after looping 5 times, were startled by the unfamiliar face. But Beksahian put on a shocked expression, pretending to be as surprised as they were, and turned to address the person he knew would give him the best chance, Kim Solium. Sure, approaching the elite team was tempting, but he doubted they'd entertain a random new face meaningfully. Better to play the roommate angle. And judging by how Kim Solium had made himself the ringmaster of this whole circus, it seemed like the safer bet. My goodness. Hello, sir. I didn't expect to see you here. Kim Solium stared at him silently for a moment. Then, he smiled. Really? But I did. Fuck. Truly. Haha, of course not. Just kidding. How could I have known? Driven by his rising fear, Beksahian barely stopped himself from blowing a goddamn fuse. Chapter 115.2. Ah, this person is from the same recruitment batch as mine. I heard he took a vacation leave and was on his way to his family home. Ah. Nice to meet ya. The 2 elite team members nodded indifferently, showing little interest in a rookie with no seniority. Instead, it was the crowd behind them that grew excited. Oh, if he's a colleague, then maybe he can head straight to the window. Yeah, just like those others. Perfect. Beksahian beamed. Oh, in that case, I'd be happy to test the window. No. He's not qualified yet. This fucking bastard. Then, when will I qualify? Kim Solium looked at him as if he truly pitied him and shook his head. I do not know. I'm just someone who passed the test before, trying to guide everyone toward the least painful path. A vein throbbed on Bek Sahian's temple. But he forced a polite, desperate smile. I see. Oh. Even so, I'd like to speak privately with you about some work-related matters. Hey. Suddenly, a thunderous scolding erupted from the passengers, eagerly sending off window jumpers. What's wrong with this guy? The train is in chaos, and he's talking about work. Does he not understand the situation? It's fine, everyone. People prioritize different things. We still have time until the next life loop, so I'll have a quick chat with him. Agu, yes. The passengers muttered among themselves, calling Kim Solium too kind for his own good. Bek Sahian no longer felt goosebumps, just resignation. Shall we talk over there? Sure. But the moment they entered the restroom and locked the door, Bek Sahian couldn't hold it in any longer. I saw you using an item, supervisor. Kim Solium's polite smile vanished, his face becoming expressionless as he crossed his arms. And? Bek Sahian gulped. I'm just saying, think about what would happen if I went out there and told everyone. He had to get this lunatic to the negotiation table somehow. But Kim Solium silently studied him for a moment before subtly nodding. Braun says you won't do that. Oh, really? Yeah. He says if you tried, they'd throw you out the window with nothing but your clothes. It's simpler to just jump on your own than to get thrown out, don't you think? It was the truth. Damn it. Bek Sahian gulped, hard. Fortunately, Kim Solium didn't press him further. Instead, he did something unexpected. He dangled a carrot. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. I need your eye. Huh? The one I gave you as a gift. Bek Sahian instinctively put a hand over his eye patch, thinking of the purple reverse eye beneath it. The device allowed him to see dangerous entities through glowing heat halos. The more dangerous, the brighter the halo. It was an excellent danger detector, highly valuable to the field exploration team, though Bek Sahian never fully understood why Kim Solium had given it to him. A. Beta Epsilon. The truth was simple, if Kim Solium wore it, everything would glow red. The device was so sensitive to the wearer's subconscious that someone with even a hint of fear wouldn't be able to distinguish levels of danger. And since giving it to anyone else would mean telling them to pluck out their existing eye, it was only natural that the already one-eyed Bek Sahian ended up with it. He was, after all, the perfect candidate. No one in their batch had stronger survival instincts. But Bek Sahian, unaware of this reasoning, remained cautious as he asked. When should I use it? In the car 1. Car 1. Bek Sahian frowned as he tried to recall what he'd overheard from others. Then it hit him. They said the door to that car is locked. That's right. Kim Solium admitted it casually. It's probably been locked since the second loop. And now, every time the train returns to its starting point, they lock it again. Just hearing that felt suspicious. How does this bastard know all of this? Wasn't he originally from Car 7? How could he possibly know what's going on at the front of the train? Is that why he's been leading people around, gathering information? Whatever the case. So, what do you want me to do about it? Simple. Kim Solium spoke nonchalantly. When the door to car 1 opens, you go in and identify the person with the highest danger reading. Who exactly is in car 1? No idea. If you don't know, then who does? As expected, Kim Solium tilted his head to the side and stroked his chin. But you know, they've been randomly throwing people out the window in that car every loop. And it happens on its own. It's like someone gets thrown out every time, without fail. It must be painful for them, poor souls. So, I figured I should stop them. Lies. Sounds good, doesn't it? Why yes. Absolutely. Total BS. He's pissed that they're messing up his grand plan and wants to take control. But Bek Sahian kept his mouth shut. His life was more important. Instead, he forced a smile and said, Then, if I identify the most dangerous person in car 1, wouldn't that qualify me for an item? The item that grants eligibility. This has to be how I get one of those items, right? Huh. That's a different matter. Items and eligibility aren't related. But if someone volunteers to help convince the people in car 2 to open car 1's door, maybe that person will earn eligibility. Bek Sahian grinned widely. Wow. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Haha. Great. I'll leave it to you, then. Yes. Die. Die, you bastard Kim Solium. ****. And that's how Kim Solium successfully roped Beck Sahian into unpaid labor. After all, even dog's hit can be used as a remedy, as they say. You're here. Yes. Let's give it our best again. The train restarted. The passengers from car 7 greeted each other enthusiastically and even struck up conversations with people from other cars. Despite having experienced 6 train crashes, they seemed remarkably stable. It's true, having hope makes it easier to endure. But keeping people mentally grounded meant one thing. I'll have to keep up this crazy cult leader scam act. Damn it. Let's go, Mr. Roe dear. Today, I'm excited to see what kind of audience, or passengers, will be captivated by your brilliant performance. Oh, how very fun. Everyone, today many from Car 8 have gained eligibility. Whoa. Braun, stop cheering. Please. Kim Solium was beginning to feel a little existential dread, but he didn't let it stop him. He remained dedicated to his job of leading the passengers. And so, time passed. The 14th loop. Venerable Pathfinder. Venerable Pathfinder, we're almost there. Haha. Kim Solium had gained the support of 342 out of 355 passengers, unifying the sentiment in every car except the first. Braun even suggested creating a TV show based on his leadership. Only one car remained. Car 1. A total of 53 passengers had locked themselves inside since the second loop, cutting themselves off from the rest of the train. The only thing known about them was that they had been consistently offering sacrifices. The door, it opened. Finally, the news they had been waiting for. Chapter 116.1. The door to Car 1 has opened, you say. Yes. I immediately moved with the others to Car 2. Beck Sahian rushed out, looking triumphant. I did my best to convince the passengers in Car 1 to open the door. Of course, it was a group effort from everyone, Venerable Pathfinder. I see. You worked hard. It seemed that every time the loop restarted, he had been knocking on Car 1's door, shouting about how there was a solution and asking them to come out. And surely, he must have enthusiastically shared grand tales of the things you have accomplished, Mr. Roe dear. Ah, I wish I could have heard those fascinating stories myself. But, fret not. A good friend always chooses to stay by his friend's side. Yes. Thank you, legendary host. Anyway, it seemed that effectively sharing information about the outside situation had indeed made a difference in Car 1. I remembered exactly how it had been described on the wiki. Everything repeated dozens of times. Blood and madness reigned in every loop. Those 2 sentences were crystal clear in my memory. The door to Car 1 only opens after all those loops. Honestly, I had planned to break in myself around the 20th loop. But 14 loops in. That's pretty good. No wonder Beck Sahian had earned the nickname Field Exploration Team's Viper on the wiki. I nodded, acknowledging his efforts. Well then, let's proceed to talk with them. Wait. Beck Sahian hurriedly stopped me. No way. The door has shut again. Well, technically, we did make contact. Look at this. Beck Sahian frantically handed me something. A crumpled, filthy piece of paper. Scrawled in large letters. Just endure 7 times more. Were jagged words that were pressed firmly into the paper, surrounded by dark, reddish-black stains of some vile, slimy substance. Ugh. That stuff. It looks like the rot we saw in the tunnel. A murmur of unease spread among the crowd. Wait. What if Car 1 has turned into some sort of cursed hellhole? Like the tunnel. Right. They shut themselves off and ignored the Pathfinder's guidance, and now look at them, suffering horribly. Please, calm down. I quickly shook my head, trying to soothe the crowd on the brink of falling into cult-like panic. That's unlikely. They seem to be in great pain, yes. But give me a moment. I headed straight to the connection between Cars 2 and 1. Then I knocked firmly on the closed door of Car 1. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? It's useless. I've tried multiple times. Hello. I'm the one people call the Pathfinder. Can we talk? I continued calling out. Behind me are over 300 passengers. We can help you. Hello. We came to offer our assistance. I'm telling you, it's useless. Click. The lock disengaged. I ignored Beck Sahian's dumbfounded expression and calmly turned to address the crowd. I'll go in alone. Wait, you can't. Venerable Pathfinder, what if something happens? I smiled, reassuring them. If too many people enter all at once, it might overwhelm and frighten the passengers in car 1. And if something does happen, we'll just return to the start of the loop, right? I'll be fine, R.N. B, but at least take something for self-defense. Thank you. I was waiting for someone to say that. In that case, I'll rely on my colleagues. I looked at the 2 elite team superiors and my fellow batchmate. The 3, who had already been briefed, immediately nodded. Thus, the United Front of Daydream Incorporated employees entering car 1 was formed. Perfect. It was a relief, especially since I could already see the signs of Jean Nasel's patience wearing thin. Be careful, Venerable Pathfinder. I asked the passengers to stay in car 2 until called for, and despite their concern, they reluctantly complied. Another relief. Phew. It's getting harder and harder to manage everyone. Sooner or later, things will start spiraling in unpredictable directions. The only reason we've managed to maintain a relatively calm atmosphere so far is because people have been listening to me. I could still feel the weight of the small badge inside the pocket of my suit jacket. The power of the Silver Heart was terrifying, undeniably so. I took a deep breath. Then, I'll open the door now. That was when I felt it. Jean Nasel's cold gaze, quietly watching me. Isn't this taking too long? Should it have even reached the 14th loop? Yes. I replied calmly. A safe clear is important. I've minimized variables, gathered experience from the altars, and confirmed the escape method. Now, we just needed to execute it. That's why this train ride will be our last. Jean Nasel crossed her arms, silently granting me one last pass. Hopefully, the final one. Well, since we're ready as you say, let's just get on with. Yes. As Beksahian scrambled after us without any authority to object, Supervisor Dolphin opened the door. Clack. The moment it opened, a sharp, metallic stench hit our noses. It was the same smell from the altars. And then. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Blarg. Gru, York. Hayek. Wailing voices. Go in. I stood there, momentarily stunned by the scene before me. Car 1 was completely contaminated. Over 50 people inside were thrashing around, laughing hysterically, rolling on the ground, and sobbing uncontrollably. The floor was a mess of vomit, blood, and torn chunks of flesh. A small banner, soaked in filth and blood, lay crumpled across the aisle. Blue Photography Club, 17th Annual Trip. That's right. The passengers in car 1 were members of a large group booking, a travel agency tour. They were people who already knew each other well, who were connected and friendly. And now, they had ended up like this. These people, they've been taking turns throwing each other out the window, haven't they? Or maybe they've been doing it by rotation. What? But 53 people are completely out of their minds. Even if they threw someone out each time, it's only been 14 loops. You're right. Which means, just as Supervisor Kim speculated, there's a person of interest among them. Exactly. Unless every single person had been thrown out, there was only one possibility: someone within the contaminated group had overwhelming influence, strong enough to sway and lead others. And that someone, within this closely knit group, likely wore a piece of equipment that could spark extreme persuasion and groupthink. Employee Beck. The thing I asked for. Beksahian flinched before hurriedly lowering his eye patch and scanning the area. His purple reverse eye darted around frantically until it suddenly froze. He held his breath and pointed. There. Right behind me. I turned slowly to look at the person Beksahian was indicating. A middle-aged man lay collapsed, gripping the handle of the door connecting to car 2 before losing consciousness. If I had passed him on the street, I would have thought he was just an ordinary, kind-looking man. That is, if his entire body weren't convulsing, twisted grotesquely on the floor. W.E.K.N. Dark red fluid dripped from his mouth as the veins in his temples bulged. His entire body was covered in self-inflicted scratches where he had torn at his own skin. Possible, it's possible. 7 times, 7 more times. I slowly approached the man as he mumbled into the air. His shirt had ridden up slightly due to his thrashing, revealing the end of his belt. There it was, glinting faintly in silver. A small, shining badge. Is this the person of interest? Yes. The critical figure behind the Tamara Express disaster. The Silver Heart owner. Chapter 116.2. H. Help. All that remained now was to confirm it. Elder sir. I knelt down in front of him, meeting his eye level. I leaned in just enough to whisper into his ear, making sure no one behind me could hear. You read the directive, didn't you? The confidential government directive about the Paradise Test. The dull, vacant eyes that had been clouded with confusion suddenly regained a faint spark of awareness. H. How did you? One moment, please. As expected. So it's true. After brief consideration, I took out a Happy Maker syringe from my pocket. Preparing for another interview, are we? Yes. I needed to talk to this man, no matter what. To secure the information I needed, and to subtly dispel the growing suspicion that I knew too much about this situation from the start. I injected the potent painkiller into the back of the Silver Heart owner's hand. PHHK. Hook. With a loud gasp, his convulsing body immediately stilled, collapsing onto the floor with a soft thud. And then. Hayek. Hayek. Hayek, heek. Tears streamed down his face as he drooled onto the ground. What the hell? What's wrong with him? He's fallen too many times into the altar. Judging by his condition, he had likely been thrown out at least 5 times. Since Happy Maker was a painkiller, not a restorative, his shattered mind wasn't going to recover fully. But at least he could talk now. I can't. I can't do it anymore. Yes. This man was the key. Thankfully, he began providing valuable information right away. The Silver Heart owner, tears streaming down his face, grabbed my shoulders as soon as we made eye contact. His grip was desperate. You know, don't you? His trembling hands tightened around my shoulders. 7 times is all it takes. We can do it. What exactly do we need to endure? The altars. Then, with a pleading tone, he added. I know what this is. I know. It's managed by the government. Over there, we have a department dedicated to these kinds of phenomena. This is part of it. I've seen it myself. I read it. I worked in that place. Behind me, I could hear the elite team members murmuring. So he's a retired employee of the Disaster Management Bureau. Maybe he has some useful equipment. They were spot on. I pressed forward with more questions. I understand, sir. Then, can you tell me, what exactly is this supernatural phenomenon? The retired lower-level office worker from the Disaster Management Bureau, still half delirious, began spilling bits and pieces of classified knowledge. The thing is, this supernatural phenomenon. It's, if you survive 7 altars. Just 7 altars, it ends. Just a dream, it's all just a dream. And that's why our photography club. He trailed off, his cloudy gaze shifting around the carriage. He looked at the other members of the Blue Photography Club, lying on the floor, writhing in pain and madness. I understood now why they had ended up like this. The Silver Heart owner convinced them. He had persuaded them that they only needed to sacrifice themselves once to reach the 7th altar. But not everyone had the same kindness and courage as the Silver Heart owner. Some resisted. Others hesitated or panicked. Some were too afraid to jump when it was their turn. Amidst the chaos and arguments, the Silver Heart owner likely became the example, jumping out of the window repeatedly to encourage them. And the more he fell, the more his mind broke, and the contamination from his Silver Heart spread to the entire car. Trapped in a cycle of pain and contamination, everyone in car 1 eventually lost their minds. At some point, they all started jumping out of the window, their sanity fully shattered. Eventually, they unlocked the door and spilled into the other cars, causing the chaos that followed. That's when things took an even darker turn. That was why we couldn't forcibly open the door to car 1 earlier. If we had, we would have triggered a full-blown catastrophe with the half-crazed Silver Heart owner leading the charge. That's why we had to wait. Until the right timing presented itself. Even the owner of the Silver Heart wasn't a god. At some point, amid the madness, confusion, and crumbling sense of self, that passenger must have desperately wanted help from others. But by then, it was already too late. The chaos unfolding in the other cars had reached a level that couldn't be undone. The moment they gave up and wrestled with accepting help from others. There had to be peace outside car 1, and the appearance of an alternative solution. Something convincing enough for their shattered mind to reach out and unlock the door. But this was the 14th loop. By now, car 1 was already hell. I am sorry, everyone. It hurts so much, Hayek. This is maddening. The overwhelming tragedy of seeing this firsthand hit much harder than any prose I'd read in the wiki. That's why we need to escape quickly. I bit down on my lip and asked the critical question, the one that could give me the decisive clue. Elder, the train you saw in the directive, which train was it exactly? Was it this one? Hayek, yes. It's this train, that's right. The train to Ixon. The train bound for Ixon. Supervisor Dolphin tilted her head, puzzled. Ixon. That's strange. This train is heading to Mokpo. Bek Sahian quickly chimed in. Actually, we do pass through Ixon Station, Supervisor. Oh, really? So, Ixon is just a stop along the way. Yes, that's correct. But instead of trusting Bek Sahian's explanation, Dolphin decided to verify it herself. She strolled through the filth-covered aisle of Car 1, ignoring the sobbing and chaos around her. Eventually, she pulled a booklet from a seat pocket and quickly flipped through it. She nodded after confirming the details. Aha. Yup, that's right. Okay. Then, according to the retired Disaster Management Bureau employee, we just need to get through 7 altars, correct? Exactly. 7 altars, which means 28 sacrifices. Oh, wait a second. She froze. 7 altars. Ah. She caught on. Supervisor Roe dear. Yes. Did you know that train routes often get extensions over time? That makes sense. So, maybe this train used to have a shorter route. Maybe back when Ixon Station was the final stop. That could be why it was originally called the Ixon Express. Bingo. She nailed it. Technically, the route had been extended in the mid-2010s, from Ixon to Mokpo. And one more thing. Dolphin's finger stopped at a specific section in the guidebook. From Seoul to Ixon, if you're on a local train, you pass through exactly 7 stations. So, those altars we've been passing through, those are the stations. Right. And if we follow that same logic. She flipped the page with a flick of her wrist. Unlike the old Ixon route, the current train to Mokpo passes through 9 stations. She clapped the booklet shut. Which means the altars aren't over at 7, we have to pass through 9 altars. And that means we need to offer sacrifices at 9 altars, totaling 45 people. It was a chillingly accurate deduction. As expected of an elite employee. And that truth explained why the passengers in Car 1 had completely lost their minds. Loop. After passing the 7th altar, an 8th altar appeared. The supposed solution provided by the Silver Heart owner, their one thread of hope, was shattered. With that hope gone, Car 1 fell into a spiral of rage, fear, and panic until everyone mentally collapsed. It's a relief we didn't get to that point. I wouldn't have been able to handle it. As I let out a silent sigh of relief. But, Supervisor. Dolphin turned toward me. You only have 11 doses of painkillers, right? And you've already used 1, which leaves 10. So. We need 45 people to jump, but the painkillers will only cover 10 of them, right? Chapter 117.1. What a surprise. The moment of a difficult choice has arrived, friend. Braun's cheerful voice echoed in my ear. So, Mr. Roe dear, you have only 10 passes in hand, but there are 45 poor candidates who must fall into that wretched altar of rotting flesh to suffer. What criteria will you use to select the 45 sacrifices and then choose the 10 lucky ones to be spared? A trial. A vote. A review process. A lottery. Oh, it all sounds terribly unfortunate. Braun's voice grew more and more excited. But isn't that tension, pressure, suspense, relief, joy, and despair the essence of a great show? This is the ultimate moment. Ah. Look over there, a panelist is speaking. At that moment. It doesn't matter, does it? Assistant Manager Jean Nasol spoke up. Assistant Manager. Whether there are 10 painkillers or just 1, what difference does it make? Just grab 45 people and throw them out. That's all. Her tone implied she couldn't understand why this was even up for debate. She turned toward me and added. Isn't that what you set everything up for in the first place? Click. The assistant manager lightly pushed the door to Car 1 open. Assistant Manager. Look. Through the slightly open door, I saw the passengers in Car 2, waving and offering concerned smiles. The hundreds of friendly people, creating an atmosphere where everything was progressing smoothly without friction. Well, this turned out better than I thought. I figured all this would be a waste of effort, but now it seems like it'll make things easier. After all, the people on this train don't really understand what's happening, do they? They won't figure it out until after they've fallen. It was the truth. I could grab anyone right now and say, "You've qualified as one of the 45, and it's your turn to jump out." They wouldn't even know they were supposed to receive painkillers before falling. They'd simply jump without preparation into what felt like hours of endless torture. And if it doesn't end at the 9th altar, we can just keep making them jump until no more altars appear. So, let's start throwing them now. That's not possible. Someone else answered. It was Supervisor Dolphin. She looked up at Assistant Manager Jean Nazol and firmly replied. It's not possible. Really? Jean Nazol's temple twitched, but she was skilled enough to give the other person a chance to explain. Then what do you suggest? Supervisor Dolphin, staying true to her nature, offered a solution that's very like her. Just pick out the worst people and throw them out. Are you crazy? Why would we go through the hassle of doing that? At that moment, marquee behavior equals scroll direction equals left scroll amount equals 7 to reach Tamara, offer a sacrifice / marquee. Marquee.add event listener, finish, function, loop count ++, if, loop count greater than or equal to 84, marquee.stop, / stops after 84 loops. It's time. Jean Nazol strode toward the exit of car 1. Supervisor Dolphin's eyes gleamed, and her hand twitched as if ready to act. Wait just a second. Wait. I quickly stepped in front of the assistant manager. What? It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. Stay calm. Be cautious. I swallowed hard and spoke. The supervisor's suggestion makes sense. We shouldn't just tell people to jump blindly. What I mean is, there's a valid reason to do it this way. A reason. Yes. I took a deep breath. Stay calm. I had to reflect what I knew from the narrative story into my argument naturally. Assistant manager, when you went out the window, you heard the voice at the altar filled with rotting flesh, didn't you? The one saying things like, abandon your sins. With circumflex nu. Cast away your sins. Tear off as much as your sins deserve. The strange, overwhelming resonance that even Happy Maker couldn't block out. Without it, I would have been clawing at my skin, burning with pain. And if the voice is that powerful, it must be deeply connected to this phenomenon. I think that in this darkness, the keyword is sin. The keyword we need to clear this. Jean Nazol stopped walking. Keep talking. Yes. I swallowed again. Isn't it strange from the beginning? Why do the sacrifices wake up on the train again after falling? If they've been offered as sacrifices, they shouldn't return. They come back messed up, though. Yes, but that's because they follow the voice telling them to tear off as much as their sins deserve. The pain drives them insane. I connected two things that had been vaguely lumped together over 14 loops. So, the sacrifice isn't the person itself, it's the flesh they offer in proportion to their sins, isn't it? Haven't I gone over this before? When the cult madness spread, passengers from all the cars killed each other, held deranged rituals, and tossed corpses out the windows. If you were to count the number of people who had fallen to their deaths, the 9th altar should have been easily surpassed by now. And yet, despite looping hundreds of times, this nightmare never ended. The reason was simple. The people themselves are not the sacrifices. It's their sins they're offering at the altar. And the people return. After completing the offering, the person always walks back through the altar and returns to the starting point of the train. That's how the loop resets. Chapter 117.2. Although they come back half-crazed from the pain of tearing off their sins, the person themselves always returns. They leave their sins behind, in the form of torn flesh scattered throughout the passageway. Chewed, vomited, and discarded as they go. That's what I believe is the offering. The agony. The searing pain proportional to their sins. The voice echoing in their head. Once you see the tunnel littered with rotting flesh from that perspective, it's easier to understand. Those grotesque remains aren't just remnants of gore, they're accumulated offerings. So, the surest way is for someone with sins to offer them at the altar and letting them fall down, that's what I think, at least. Clap, clap, clap. Supervisor Dolphin softly clapped from behind, but Assistant Manager Jean Nazol remained perfectly still. Of course, my theory could be wrong. But isn't it rational to take the safer route, just in case I'm right? Maintaining eye contact with Jean Nazol, I pleaded earnestly. So, for a safe clear, please allow me to convince the passengers. You. The assistant manager opened her mouth. You're a good liar. Well, I'd rather deal with someone who can talk than someone who can't. Assistant. This is the third time. Thud. She grabbed me by the collar and lifted me into the air. Venerable Pathfinder. Aya. Getting lenient with you seems to have no end. We have to dive into the next darkness at Mokpo Station, but you're wasting my time and energy here. From beyond the connecting corridor, passengers from Car 2 screamed and ran toward us. But Jean Nasol didn't flinch. She calmly shut the door to Car 1 and locked it. Click. Be grateful I'm wasting my time explaining this to you. She leaned in close, her face right in front of mine. You said the offering is the flesh torn off their bodies. Then how come those people you injected with painkillers didn't offer anything, and yet they moved on to the next altar just fine? According to you, they didn't give any offerings, and yet the train progressed just fine, didn't it? That's... You knew the truth, didn't you? You lied. You've been caught. Oh my goodness. That's right. I tried to con her. Didn't expect to get caught this fast, though. Sweating, I forced a smile. But most of what I'd said was true. Except for one thing. The conclusion. Of course. The grip on my neck tightened. So, we can just throw anyone into the altar, right? Why yes, that's right. I confessed willingly. The amount of sins they offer probably doesn't matter. Even if they don't offer anything at all, the act of entering the altar is what's important. And beyond that. After all, in this Tamra-bound train, it seems like everyone is considered guilty. We've seen it, haven't we? Even the virtuous owner of the silver heart had to tear at their own flesh at the altar. In the twisted logic of this nightmare, no human is free from sin. Everyone is a sinner, the difference lies only in degree. So, if the goal is to clear the loop, there's no need to waste time picking and choosing the worst people. Now you're making sense. Jean Nasol let go, dropping me. I barely managed to regain my balance and gasped for air. Good. Now stop wasting time and make sure everyone cooperates efficiently. I forced a smile despite my aching body. That sounds strange. What? Assistant manager, you've made an inefficient choice. Thud, thud. I glanced back at the passengers knocking on the door, Supervisor Dolphin, and Beck Sahian. If you proceed with your method, you'll have to fight 3 of your own employees. And since the passengers just saw you grab me by the collar, they'll resist you fiercely and fight back no matter what you do. Given how things had already unfolded, the most efficient plan Jean Nasol had in mind was bound to meet massive resistance. The passengers wouldn't cooperate at all. And now that the situation had reached this point, Supervisor Dolphin would certainly side with me and work together to overpower Jean Nasol. Of course, Assistant Manager, you could subdue all of us, but that would be such a hassle, wouldn't it? A great point, Supervisor. Supervisor Dolphin smiled and stepped closer. Why go through all that trouble? Just take a nap, and the 3 of us will handle everything. Behind her, Beck Sahian had a face that seemed to say, me. Seriously. But instead of siding with the assistant manager, he silently rolled his eyes and kept his mouth shut. Since I was an elite team member now too, he'd likely choose to align with the side that had the numbers advantage. So, assistant manager, could you just turn a blind eye this once? Please. This isn't really company business, it's just a situation we happen to get caught up in. We just want a slightly safer and calmer approach. It'll only take a little more time. Please. Jean Nasol is a rational person. She's not the type to throw tantrums and take the long way around just because she's annoyed. That was my only hope. But still, she's human, and humans can act unpredictably when their mood sours. Especially an elite team superior, she'd naturally feel resentment toward 2 subordinates opposing her. I swallowed hard. Just as the supervisor said. This isn't exactly work, is it, Assistant Manager? Chapter 117.3. After a tense silence, Jean Nasol stomped across Car 1. Then, she sat down on an empty seat. Thank you. She didn't reply. She simply closed her eyes with a blank expression. Clearly, she was holding back her anger. Honestly, challenging a superior during an official mission was a crazy move. Phew. I'm sorry, Assistant Manager. But once this is over, I believe the results will be efficient enough for her to accept them. For now, though, I needed to act quickly. Let's get this done right away. We were nearing the first altar. Supervisor Dolphin seemed to think the same, as she began unlocking the door. All right. Let's head out and pick 45 wicked people to drop. Supervisor, about that. Could we approach it a little differently? Oh. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. DRRRK. I opened the door to car 1. Oh. It opened, huh? What is this place? The passengers who had been discussing whether to break down the door looked relieved when it opened but recoiled in shock upon seeing the horrifying state of car 1. A with circumflex B. Their fear faded slightly when they saw me. Probably because the answer sheet they trusted on this train was still standing. I bowed my head. Thank you all for waiting. Are you all right, Venerable Pathfinder? That person earlier. I'm fine, of course. I glanced at Jean Nasol and forced a bitter smile. She was helping me snap out of it after I discovered something shocking. Shocking. Hugh. Everyone, I have something to tell you. I took a moment to steady myself as I faced the hundreds of expectant eyes before me. This time, there is no limit to who can leave through the window. Oh. And this will be the last time. Excuse me. What does that mean? It's exactly as it sounds. I spoke slowly and clearly. After this, the trial will be over. The passengers murmured, some asking what I meant and whether everyone still needed to jump through the window. Originally, yes, everyone was supposed to go out one by one. But there's been a change. The passengers fell silent, listening intently. Everyone here has qualified. Then. I nodded. Yes. Anyone can go through the window and pass the trial. Oh my God. Then I raised my hand to stop those who were already stepping forward. However, this time, it will be painful. I said it plainly and honestly. When you fall, you will feel searing pain as you walk. You may even feel the urge to tear your own flesh off. You'll have to fight through the pain and the voice echoing in your head, taking one step at a time toward the light. The passengers fell silent. They began exchanging glances and whispering. Then, someone shouted from the back. This isn't what you promised. Yeah. You said you'd protect us. I nodded. Of course. If you don't wish to participate, you don't have to. Who? But there is one thing I can guarantee. According to the confidential document from the Disaster Management Bureau about the Ixon Express, where this same ghost story ended safely in the past. When this ghost story ends, the passengers will suddenly awaken at the starting point of the train, as if waking from a nightmare. They'll brush it off as a bad dream and go back to living their normal lives. The events aboard the Tamara Express will fade like an unpleasant dream within half a day, and eventually, they'll forget everything. However, a few changes were observed among those who voluntarily jumped through the window. I remembered the passage. A passenger who habitually verbally abused their subordinates apologized immediately after getting off the train and never did it again. A passenger who used to jaywalk out of habit felt too ashamed and stopped doing it. Another passenger, who had only considered volunteering at a youth center, actually started doing it. Even a scammer involved in an insurance fraud scheme abandoned the plan and handed over information to the police. Overall improvements in morality, self-esteem, and pride were observed. Exactly. As long as the train didn't endlessly loop but ended safely as it had in the past, the horrifying pain from this ghost story would remain nothing more than a fleeting nightmare, quickly forgotten. But the positive changes would remain. That's why, when this ghost story happened on the Ixon Express, the Disaster Management Bureau didn't label it as a disaster, they simply documented it in a confidential report. In short, if I exaggerated just a little, those who go through the window this time will feel proud of themselves when they emerge from the tunnel. I continued. Instead of regretting what you did yesterday, you'll be someone who steps forward in the moment. You'll meet a better version of yourself without shame. A small voice came from the crowd. Is that the answer? I met the passenger's gaze and slowly nodded. Yes. That much, I can promise you. The crowd fell silent again. Then, let me ask once more. Is there anyone here willing to endure the pain and go through the window? I will. I turned my head. Supervisor Dolphin had raised her hand. And then, I'll go too. One by one, more hands went up. I will. Me too. On their faces was a strange sense of exhilaration, overcoming their fear. This was crowd psychology. A double-edged sword. But after 14 loops, the collective bond and influence that had built up among the passengers now manifested as something reverent. Their courage inspired those closest to them. In an instant, nearly half the passengers on the train had voluntarily raised their hands. The ending I had worked so hard for, even playing the role of a cult leader over 14 loops, was now right in front of me. Everyone. First altar entrance. Thank you. I will go with you. Just as the Silver Heart owner had once envisioned. Chapter 118.1. Supervisor, I'll go now. I'm fine going alone. Dolphin Supervisor volunteered to be the first to jump at the first altar. Since someone had to take the lead and jump alone, and there needed to be someone to stay behind to manage and confirm the final group of passengers, I had to remain until the end. However, Dolphin Supervisor wasn't entirely alone. Then, I'll go too. For the first one. It's better to do it first if you're going to do it anyway. There were so many volunteers that even at the first altar, a few people ended up jumping together. And we haven't begun in earnest yet. Remaining distance, 4. There's still time to back out if you want to. But no one backed out, even at the final decision point. Let's go. With Dolphin Supervisor leading the charge, more than 7 people rushed and jumped through the window, into the first altar. Open the sea path. The train quickly passed through the altar, and the surroundings brightened once more. Oh. The passengers blinked at the now familiar scene, repeated for the 14th time, a sight that had become routine. They're gone. Of course, it didn't seem much different from the previous jumps. But that was because the real effects of not having the painkiller only kicked in after they'd already fallen. And then, a strange reaction began to occur. People started thinking, was it not that big of a deal after all? Some suddenly decided they wanted to jump too. Like this person. Excuse me. I'd like to go as well. This particular passenger was someone Dolphin Supervisor had previously flagged as a candidate for sacrifice after witnessing their nasty behavior. Early in the loops, this person had raised their fists and shouted things like, "Get lost before I punch you." But now, they conveniently seemed to have forgotten all that and approached me as if nothing had happened. OBE section. Well, that's fine. Then you can jump from the second altar. No, I'd like to go with you, specifically with you, Venerable Pathfinder, at the very end. Understood. If that's what you want. What a rude person. Braun wasn't wrong. I heard the passenger talking with someone in the background. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly volunteering to jump? Can't you see what's happening? I'm sure if we jump, we'll get some special ability or reward. It's obvious. You've got to ride the wave when it comes. There's no such thing. And all that talk about pain. Probably just a bluff to scare us off. Nope. You'll actually be in searing pain. Well, they'll confirm it themselves soon enough. Still, it wasn't my job to correct these people's misconceptions. I let them believe what they wanted. I simply added their name to the list of volunteers and took another look at their face to make sure I had the right person. Wait. That mole on this person's cheek. I hadn't noticed it before because I'd rushed past him earlier, but now it stood out. And he's from car 6, right? I remembered someone with those exact features. That's the passenger who was supposed to become the cult leader in one of the previous loops. Oh my. Did he lose the role to you, Mr. Roe Deer? Ugh. As much as I hated to admit it, it seemed like that was the case. I guess with how smoothly the past 14 loops have been going, things like this can happen. Still, it was much better than the chaos from the original, where the cult leader dragged passengers around, harvesting their organs for live sacrifices, and tossing their hollowed bodies out the window. The important thing was that most of the volunteers were calm and determined as they headed toward the altar. Let's do this. Let's become better people. We've got this. The atmosphere grew oddly positive. Some passengers even teared up while waiting for their turn. This is my first time really challenging myself. That's amazing. As the passengers encouraged each other and shared honest stories, I turned to look at one person standing off to the side. Beck Sahian, who was looking at all these people with a look of utter disbelief. Pardon me. I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but I'm not going to jump. Understood. I hadn't expected him to volunteer anyway. But, you know. Beck Sahian lowered his voice this time. If you give me one of those painkillers, I might consider jumping. Oh. Then, will you use it right now? No, after this is all over and we get off the train. Oh. I smiled. No thanks. He really thought he could get a free item, huh? Ah, we've reached the 5th altar, Venerable Pathfinder. Yes, let's proceed. Leaving Bek Sahian behind, I mingled with the passengers, offering advice and applause to the volunteers. It was my way of fulfilling the role of the silver heart holder. And then. About 3 hours passed. 9th altar entrance. At last, the final moment had arrived. Let's go. Yes. I stood together with the remaining volunteers. This time, more than 20 people were lined up to jump through the window. This number is insane. To be honest, it scared me. If these people started writhing in pain and resenting me afterward, would my mental state hold out? Let's go. Yes. Down we go. Without hesitation, 2 or 3 people held hands and leapt through the window one after another. I watched until the last of the volunteers jumped, then moved to the window myself. Are you really going, Venerable Sir? Technically, I could step back now without affecting the clear. But still. Are you going to use that excellent painkiller again, friend? No. I returned the painkiller to my pocket. And launched myself through the window. Chapter 118.2. Splat. My body tumbled into the crimson corridor of the altar after falling from the high-speed train. The moment my senses began to register the surroundings. God damn. It was pure, unfiltered hell. I couldn't believe I hadn't been disturbed by this scene before. Despite having experienced this twice, the difference without the happy maker was overwhelming. The ground writhed with countless rotting flesh pieces, squirming like worms, while decayed blood and filth formed a grotesque sea. Are these hallucinations? No, I have the silver ring, so I should be. No, stop. Stop thinking. I took deep breaths, allowing the ring's protective effects to kick in. At least the dreadful voice that had once echoed through my mind was gone. Focus, focus. At that moment, searing pain engulfed me. I nearly collapsed. It burns. It burns. I. T. B. U. R. N. S. I. T. B. U. R. N. S. I. T. B. U. R. N. S. Each letter felt like molten wax searing my entire body. The absence of the voice didn't lessen the agony. Around me, those still hearing it were writhing in torment. Madness. This is madness. Arg. What's it saying? Sin. Sin. Cries, screams, and chaotic babbling filled the altar. My head spun. Thud. Nearby, someone collapsed into the pile of flesh. I bit back a scream and helped pull them out. GRKKK. Painkiller. I focused only on supporting the person and preparing to inject the happy maker when. Suddenly, the pain lessened. No, that's not right. It wasn't that the pain had decreased. It was that where my body was in contact with the other person, on my back and shoulders, the pain didn't register, making the rest more tolerable. No. I realized something. Where there was physical contact, the scorching pain wasn't felt. The body wasn't exposed to the altar's environment. Everyone. Stay close to each other. It helps with the pain. I linked arms with someone nearby as I shouted. The message spread quickly. Don't expose your bare skin. That's where the voice comes from. Grab someone's hand. Groups of scattered people began clustering together, huddling close. Get off me, you piece of shit. Of course, not everyone was coping well. Some still panicked, shoving others into the flesh piles. You fucking bastard. I won't let this go. You lied. You Lethii. That one man, who had arrogantly joined the group earlier in hopes of gaining special powers, screamed curses at me before sinking into the mire. But over 20 people managed to band together, pressing close like penguins. We're holding on. It's bearable. It's bearable. Let's move. Linked together, we interlocked arms and pushed forward, sticking as closely as possible. Our intertwined hands gripped one another firmly, preventing any self-harming reactions. Feet scattered the decaying flesh as we ran. Screams and cries echoed, but so did words of encouragement and determined shouts. A shared sense of purpose. We're almost there. The light drew closer. Slowly but surely. Just a bit more. A bit more. And finally. Ah. The people let out desperate cheers as they hurled themselves into the light. Hoo-hey-ya. I, too, was engulfed by the light, my consciousness slowly elevating into a distant euphoria. Though the voice had long since vanished. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. Perhaps, this test that the ghost train presented had never been properly solved until now. And at this moment, I felt like I had glimpsed the direction of the answer. What if, in Tamra? What if, by having all the passengers on the train jump together and go through this process, we could reach an unknown world? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I opened my eyes. Hook. Ugh. Ah. What is this? All around me, I heard people gasping for breath and letting out small groans. The distinct jerking movements of people waking up from a nightmare were evident, as I saw chairs shaking across the train car. I immediately lifted my head to check the train screen. There were letters on the display. Bound for Mokpo. Then, it changed. Departing. Fweet. With a high-pitched sound, the high-speed train began pulling out of the station. Oh, we made it back safely. Yes. Escape, successful. Ooh. I exhaled, my body slumping fully into the seat as the tension drained away. But the moment I glanced at the seat in front of me, I snapped to attention. Assistant Manager Jean Nasol. She was sitting there, arms crossed, silently staring at the ceiling of the train with an unreadable expression. Of course, it was all part of a dream now, and since she hadn't jumped through the window in the end, she probably wasn't too angry. But still. I should still do what needs to be done. I quickly rummaged through my pocket and pulled out something designed to restore energy to a no-nonsense, efficiency-obsessed superior like her. It was something that all three of us in this section had. Assistant Manager. The Dream Essence Collector is full. Clear, golden liquid shimmered inside the collector as it sloshed. Right. Since we were technically on a business trip, we had brought Dream Essence Collectors with us. By clearing this ghost story, they had been filled. If we had cleared the ghost story back when it was still just the Ixon Express, we'd probably only get an F or D grade. But an abnormal phenomena had occurred, and the route was extended. And then there were the double-digit loops, and there were numerous people jumping through the altars this time. It's a C grade. The same grade as the darkness we were supposed to explore in Mokpo. Now that the collectors were full, entering a new darkness wouldn't have any benefit. Assistant Manager Jean Nasol's expression finally shifted. Then we don't have to go to Mokpo anymore. We can return at the next station. Yees. Relief washed over me, and I let out a deep breath. Thank goodness. For a corporate worker, going back home early is truly the best gift. Just then, I heard murmuring from the seats behind me. Hey, I had the weirdest dream. The train was running on water or something. Haha, what? That sounds like nonsense. But it was fun. Everything was chaotic, and there was even the saint-like figure they called the Venerable Pathfinder, that guy sitting right in front of us. Wait, seriously. Chapter 118.3. Hold up. It seemed my stint as a cult leader had left a lasting impression on some people. I need to get out of here. I quickly excused myself to my superiors and discreetly headed for the restroom. Click. Hugh. Okay. I'll hide here for a few minutes until the details of the dream started fading from their memories. You're like a celebrity avoiding overzealous fans. It was embarrassingly accurate. But this wasn't a bad outcome. No, it's actually a great ending. A faint sense of pride spread through my chest. A sense of peace that the original passengers of the Tamra Express had never experienced. Because back then, the ending had been far more horrific. It was seared into my memory, even without referencing the wiki. At one point in the endless loops, the passengers' minds had completely broken. They had descended into collective madness, becoming something no longer recognizable as human. By then, the train cars had become a living nightmare, where the mere concept of deciding to jump through the windows was lost in the sea of pain. But if you repeat the process enough times, there's always a chance that someone stumbles upon the right answer. After countless restarts and endless time, they eventually gathered the correct number of sacrifices for the ninth altar and escaped this anomaly. But in a sense, they never truly escaped. Even for those who experienced being offered once, the trauma lingered for several minutes afterward, as if waking from a terrible nightmare. So what happens to those who endure it hundreds or thousands of times? They could never escape the nightmare. The passengers presumably did not realize that the supernatural phenomenon had ended and they had returned to reality. They mistakenly believed they were still trapped in the loop. In fact, as their mental strength partially recovered upon returning to reality, their despair intensified, leading them to act even more irrationally and violently. Thus, even in the real world, hell descended. The majority of the passengers killed and dismembered each other on the spot, on their seats, in the aisles, and near the windows. After that horrifying chaos and madness, the train derailed and exploded. This was how the Tamara Express disaster met its terrible conclusion. Survivors, 7. Casualties, 404. Thankfully, this outcome hadn't become reality. I let out a deep breath of relief. Now that everything was over, I finally had the time to question a lingering mystery. Supervisor. The only known employee from Daydream Incorporated who had survived this incident in the original scenario. The same employee who presumably had the same silver ring I was currently wearing, having bartered it with 3 civilians at Death Lane. Where exactly had that person been? Or rather, were they even here? I didn't know. The only company employee I had directly confirmed aboard the train earlier was Beksahian. And since I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble or draw attention by sniffing out all the employees, I let it be. Well, in any case, it all worked out. If they were aboard, they must have survived since the incident had ended peacefully. What mattered was that the tragedy originally tied to this train had been averted. Bang, bang, bang. It's time to leave. Someone, impatient from waiting, was knocking on the bathroom door. I quickly jotted down a few notes in my smartphone's memo app to hold onto the fading memories of the past 14 loops, splashed cold water on my face, and stepped out of the train restroom. Click. The person waiting outside barged in the moment the door opened. They must have been in a hurry. I passed by them and headed back to my seat. Fwick. You fucking piece of shit. I instinctively lowered my gaze. A box cutter. The blade had narrowly grazed past my chest. Fuck. I immediately stepped back while grabbing the attacker's forearm and twisting it sharply. Clang. The cutter blade fell to the floor with a sharp clang as I pushed the attacker down and pinned him to the floor. That's when I saw his face. You bastard, This lunatic. Cold sweat trickled down my back. The wannabe cult leader. Fuck. It hurts, damn it, it hurts. It was the same person who was left behind at the 9th altar. This insane idiot. You lied to me. Then die, you bastard, you piece of. I forcefully slammed him into the floor once more. Thud. A short, dull impact rang out. And he passed out. My hands were drenched in sweat. Did he lose his mind after we left him behind there? Considering his already bad personality, he had probably experienced even more suffering during the offering because of his greater guilt. Still, even if it had been a nightmare, it must have been a particularly severe one for him. What an uncontrollable temper. No wonder he ended up like this. I wiped the sweat off my face. At least the blade hadn't cut through my chest or caused any pain. Why? Good thing I wrapped myself in protective packaging beforehand. I hadn't expected to be dragged into another ghost story during our trip, but I had prepared for the possibility by layering my skin with a protective wrapping item before departing. The item, Wrapper 12B357, was something I'd bought from the alien shop. Given the death prediction I had received, it had been a sensible precaution. Still, I didn't think I'd be dodging death from a knife-wielding maniac rather than getting done in at a ghost story. Was this the death prediction I had been warned about? Did I just narrowly avoid it? What do you think, Braun? No response. Braun. An unsettling feeling crept down my spine. I had just been slashed across the chest. Though the packaging had protected my skin, the outer layer of my suit, specifically, the left chest pocket, had taken damage. And in that pocket was Braun. Still, there was no answer. My heart pounding, I hurriedly reached into my suit pocket. My trembling fingers pulled out the fluffy animal plushie inside. Plip, plip, plip. Cotton fell to the ground. The pink fabric dangled, torn and frayed, as the broken plush keychain swayed in my hand. I stood frozen, staring at the plush doll, now split in two. Chapter 119.1. My hand slipped. The coin tumbled out from the lower half of the torn plush toy's insides. I hurriedly clamped it shut, pressing the two torn halves together as if that would fix it. Brawn. But of course, there was no response. The upper half of the plush toy merely slid off the bottom half. No. No, this couldn't be it. Maybe it was because I was staring at it. Brawn. I turned my head and closed my eyes, pressing the plush toy close to my ear. Then, there was a faint vibration from the plushie. It was definitely a signal. But it was incredibly faint, like the static from a stray radio frequency. He's still there. He was still there. In that case. Blood bathtub. Click. I immediately locked the bathroom door and pulled out the small, checkered bathtub with golden legs from the tattoo on my wrist. The so-called bathtub of youth. Thud. The tub settled on the floor, and I carefully placed the nearly severed plush toy inside. Then, I picked up the box cutter the unconscious passenger had dropped during the failed attack. Without hesitation, I slashed my forearm. Blood poured from the open veins. There's no time for alternatives in this kind of emergency. Cutting the unconscious guy's arm was risky. He might wake up or I wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding. I can't handle any more chaos. My blood spilled into the tub. The scent of wood and fragrant aromatics wafted through the air. The plush toy began to swell as if soaking up the bath salt's essence. It was rejuvenating. Its fur grew cleaner, shinier, and its pebble-like eyes shimmered mysteriously. And then it started to expand rapidly. It seemed to reach a threshold, soaking in the bath until it grew from keychain size to something that filled both my hands. It now resembled the original, good friend, plush. Pop. The bow-shaped hair tie snapped under the pressure and flew off, landing against the tub's side. The transformation was undeniable. But. The plush toy was still silent. Holding my breath, I leaned in again, pressing my ear close to it. The faint vibrations from earlier were gone. The plush toy, its body still torn, merely floated on the aromatic bathwater. I stared at it again. The plush toy, now large enough to fill the small tub, gleamed as if it had just been handcrafted by an artisan. But it remained severed. Ah. The bathtub of youth restored youth, but it didn't heal wounds. I had known this. I knew it, but I had tried anyway. The good friend plush was broken. I took a deep breath. It's fine. I could get another one. Yes, I just had to get it from its original source instead of relying on the merch box. The cheerful theme park still existed. The good friend plush was a souvenir sold in its gift shop. I was going to go there anyway, so this is actually efficient. I could get a new plush there and summon it again like before. Ha. Who was I kidding? I already knew. The method for summoning a good friend didn't summon the same specific being, it summoned someone from the other world. There's no guarantee the same one will appear again. In fact, it would be strange if it did. I had enjoyed reading the dark exploration records for how different beings appeared with each summoning. Ha ha. Ha. I had no choice but to admit it at this point. It wasn't because of any mental contamination. I had genuinely grown attached to this strange plush toy. But who wouldn't, right? After all, he really had been a good friend. He encouraged me when I was struggling, got angry alongside me when I was mad, had deep conversations with me, and stayed up at night watching comedy shows. He was the kind of friend who prioritized me without any calculation. The kind of friend you could only meet back when you were a kid in school. Okay. Let's see what else I can do. Maybe I should try sewing it back together. If that doesn't work, I can search for a recovery item, dive into a ghost story that repairs items, or dig through any relevant information and attempt something new. There are plenty of options. For my sanity's sake. Let's give it a shot. I calmed down a bit. The overwhelming panic I had felt from the unexpected incident was subsiding, replaced by a sense of clarity and calculation. First, let's clean this up. I reached into the blood bathtub and pulled out Braun's upper and lower halves, dangling separately. I was about to neatly gather the stuffing and store the plush toy when... A piece of fabric flapping on the back of the plush caught my eye. It was a small silk tag sewn along the seam that connected the head to the body. A tag. It seemed like the faint traces that had previously emerged during the last bath had now fully returned. The good friend's product label, maybe. You know the kind, labels indicating origin, washing instructions, handling guidelines, or even a creator's or buyer's signature. My gaze naturally fell on it. The label looked properly formatted, with a structure typical of product tags. Strange, tiny, incomprehensible symbols were written in rows. But that wasn't what stood out the most. Across all that information, there was something scrawled in thick black marker, almost like a form of censorship. Label removal required. Ah. So it's here. Snap. A massive hand grabbed the tag. It was a hand wearing an elegant, tailored dress glove. The thumb quickly covered most of the label's text as the hand yanked the tag. Gotcha. Chapter 119.2. The hand was emerging from the torn body of the good friend plush I was holding. I thry up. The lower half of the plush split open as the arm, then the shoulder, emerged. A second arm violently pushed against the sink. The rest of the large body spilled out, filling the cramped bathroom space. A towering figure, dressed impeccably in a brown three-piece suit with long legs, polished black dress shoes, and a vintage television for a head. The screen displayed a smiling face. The giant TV had tilted toward me, emerging fully from the shredded lower half of the plush toy. Mr. Solium. Its head bobbed as the host gripped my shoulders. Oh dear, you must have been terribly worried about me. Haha. But no need for concern any longer. Now. Here I am, your dependable host, Braun, has found you once again. The ghostly host twirled the label between his fingers, causing the tattered upper half of the plush toy to dangle back and forth. Ah, restoring this tag was a fantastic move. Thanks to it, I could find this address. Phew. I don't expect applause or praise, but if you insist, I won't decline. Haha. I happened to wrap up a live broadcast rehearsal just in time for this. And here we are, meeting again so soon. Mr. Solium. What is this? You don't seem happy to see me. Oh. Is it because the plush toy is damaged? Of course. Audiences are always affected by what they see, aren't they? But not to worry. Obey. Snap. The host snapped his fingers. What do you think of this? The emoticon on the TV had vanished. In its place, something shuffled into view on the screen. A good friend bunny plush, wearing its signature bow tie. Look. Your plush friend has returned, right here on my screen. Isn't it still adorable? Oh, it's even waving. The good friend. Exactly. Your good friend is right here. I, Braun, am your good friend. No. The good friend is supposed to be a plush toy. Mr. Solium. Click. A pinpoint spotlight shone on the narrow bathroom, turning it into a studio set. The light focused on me and the legendary host standing before me. I couldn't turn away. Ah, I see now. You were holding back because of a major misconception. But that's perfectly fine. After all, I am a very kind and skilled show host. And, as always, I'm quite good at explanations. Now, let me clarify this misunderstanding for you. The gloved hand grasped not just the tag but the broken plush toy itself. The good friend bunny plushie that had been displayed on the TV screen vanished in a flicker, replaced by the familiar smiling emoticon. And then, whoosh! The good friend plush toy in the host's hand was incinerated. This is nothing to worry about. As the host dusted off his hands, a small handful of ash scattered from the gloves and fell to the floor. I watched it happen in a daze. But it wasn't just about embedding a part of someone in the toy to make them act like a friend. Now, let's think back. How exactly did you summon your friend? A strange item that invites someone from the other world, allowing a part of their spirit to dwell in the doll and become your friend. In other words, using the plush toy, the tie, and the coin I had. You summoned me. The host pointed at himself. If a phone breaks, does it cancel your evening plans? If you destroy your mailbox, do the bills disappear? If you rip up a love letter, does the relationship end? We already know the answer. Of course not. So here's the question. Does destroying the plush toy cancel your invitation? The host spread his arms wide. Not a chance. Ah. What you performed was an eternal ritual. Oh yes, indeed. My stiff mind slowly processed the sentence. So then, the good friend ritual wasn't about summoning only a small part of a non-human entity and trapping it in the plush toy to act as a friend. The plush toy was merely a filter, limiting how much of that entity was revealed, like a role-playing game for children. Do you wish to continue calling this a friendship? Then I will forever be your friend, Mr. Solium. Ah, what a beautiful term, eternal friendship. The TV had displayed an emoticon with teary eyes, but it quickly returned to a wide, cheerful smile. And our MVP participant, once again, you've shown impeccable timing. Mr. Solium. The hand gripping my shoulder gave me a supportive pat on the back. And then came the words. The new talk show is ready. New guests, a new set, new music, a new season. Everything has been prepared for filming. My humble talk show, designed solely for the audience's enjoyment. Let me introduce you to your new job. No. I instinctively stepped back, reaching for the door. I had to get out of here, escape this spotlight, clear my head, think. Oh dear. The smiling emoticon vanished from the TV head. No. The screen went black. You said that you were a fan of my show and that you enjoyed it so much, even when you had just been a contestant. But now, when presented with the chance to truly be part of the show, you're running away. After all the advice, help, unwavering support, and dedication I've given you. Mr. Solium, isn't friendship supposed to be a mutually supportive relationship? This emotional and one-sided rejection. It's heartbreaking. I felt like I was going to vomit. Sorry. Oh, no need to apologize, Mr. Solium. Mindless apologies are not a virtue for a show creator. And as always, I'm a host who can understand and empathize with my guests' innermost thoughts and feelings. So, in the next moment, this brawn shall kindly and sincerely persuade you. Flicker. The screen filled with a massive, smiling emoticon. Filled. Completely. Wait. But the giant vintage TV head was moving closer. Closer. Even closer. Now. Look at me. Chapter 120.1. Click. The vintage television turns on. The black screen dominates my entire field of vision and mind. I can't look away. I have to watch. Channel locked. A special message. Just for you. Is now. Playing. Cheerful, classical orchestral music plays in the background. Then, a black and white video begins. Starring Kim Solium. A weary young office worker in their mid to late 20s, wearing a black suit. Sometimes, they sit at a desk, writing documents with a bare face. Other times, they wear a strange horned mask, narrowly escaping death while running through the dangers of ghost stories. It's me. Are you feeling down? Exhausted? Suffering from endless tasks, verbal abuse, and office politics? Are you anxious, unable to trust anyone, living in fear of when you might die next? When that happens, you should sit in front of a TV and watch something fun and new. I see myself, sitting blankly in front of a TV after returning to my company-provided housing. I'm watching a children's cartoon, trying to calm my fear. But the cartoon ends quickly, as children's shows do. I sit in a daze for a while, staring at the blank screen, before heading to my room and attempting to sleep. Have you ever been afraid that the show would end? Of tomorrow coming? Did you dread returning to a job that suffocates you, day by day, with stress, anxiety, and suffering? Is it that, the deeper you think, the more trapped and scared you feel, as though there's no other path to take? Are you enduring the unbearable, simply because you think this must be the right way? For people like you. Just a moment now. Don't panic. Take a deep breath. A perfect alternative. A new path has found you. Ba-bam. On the screen, a spotlight shines on my bedroom door. The door swings open dramatically, revealing a silhouette in a sleek brown suit, head replaced by a vintage TV. It's the host. The answer you've been waiting for. I jump out of bed, shake hands with the host, and smile in relief. I throw the mask and briefcase out the window without a second thought. With a snap of the host's fingers, the company housing turns to ashes, revealing a dazzling, brightly lit studio. Standing on stage, the host and I beam with joy. Scenes I've never lived are mixing seamlessly with my memories, piercing my mind with their uncanny, dizzying realism. It's just like the real thing. The new talk show host is witty, charismatic, full of humor, and always listens to and understands your worries. Accept this perfect offer from the one you personally invited, and everything will get better. It's the kind of job no one would want to turn down. Prepare for your new life. No, I need to go home. Oh dear. Struggling with homesickness. The scene shifts. It's me again, but not my past self. It's me, now. Staring into the TV. We lock eyes. Face to face. Starring, you. I see myself reflected on the screen like a mirror. But the me on the screen looks distressed, his face twisted into a grimace, on the verge of tears. No, that's not me. I'm not making that face right now, right? Am I? Am I frowning right now? Stop. I'm getting dizzy. I press both hands against my face, trying to calm down. Oh. My vision goes dark. But the TV remains clear. Below my face, a caption appears. Why are you always longing for home? Do you crave the happiness of escaping an uncomfortable, burdensome environment? Do you cry at night, yearning for peaceful sleep without fear or nightmares? Fear not. The greatest talk show awaits you. No. This is a special message for you, yes, you, who is currently watching. The crew members of the greatest talk show have no faces. No discomfort from unfamiliar faces. No awkward interactions. Just the ideal workplace. Join us now. This is madness. Faceless co-workers. Who would want that? I certainly don't. In this workplace, no one struggles with hiding who they really are. And neither should you, dear viewer. Feel free to reveal yourself. Your talents and ideas will flourish in this one-of-a-kind job. The legendary host has personally turned down countless applications to reserve this spot just for you. It's a job so appealing, no one would want to say no. Welcome to your new home. No, N-O. On purpose, he keeps using the word home. He knows I want to go home. That's what he's doing. But what I want isn't a new home. I've never wanted that. What I want, what I wish for, is to return to the world I originally lived in, the familiar world. That place. A place where I don't have to worry about being eaten by monsters on the street. A place where ghost stories are just entertainment. My friends and family are all there. And I shouldn't forget. I have the silver ring in my hand right now. I can resist this. I can resist this. Chapter 120.2. The image on the TV is not me. I am not smiling. You will be happy. In your new home. I won't be confused. I'm going back to my original home. That's not home. I am working to return home, and that purpose will never be reversed. In your new home. This insane talk show is not my home. This insane talk show is not my home. This insane talk show is not my home. Brief. Technical adjustments. Ongoing. The TV screen shattered. Ha! I exhaled, collapsing onto the floor. The cold tiles of the cramped train bathroom grounded me back in reality. Or at least, I thought they did. Understood, Mr. Solium. In the next moment, I was standing in a cozy studio. No, this place had always been a studio. But this small, cozy space had no audience yet. Only two comfortable armchairs faced each other. And standing before me, extending a hand with a solemn air, was the TV-headed host. Oh dear, you seem quite tense. Why don't we sit down first? Fix your clothes, wipe away the blood, and let's have a calmer conversation. It seems the advertisement message was a bit too physically and mentally stimulating for my friend. Soft piano music drifted through the room. I overdid it, didn't I? After all, you don't have media experience. Let's take a moment to breathe. With a wave of the host's hand, a steaming cup appeared on the table between the two chairs. Hot chocolate. Ah, do you remember? It's the drink I always recommended to you whenever you felt worn out, Mr. Roe dear. Chocolate. Nothing beats something warm and comforting for a tired body, Ran. A smiling emoticon filled the TV screen, and its antenna perked up slightly, as if excited. It busily stirred in some marshmallows. This is the first time I'm serving it directly, though. When I was just a stuffed body, I always had to rely on others for things like this. There were so many things I couldn't do in that form. Now, come on. Let's take a break. Following the gentle guidance, I found myself naturally sinking into the chair. Because there was no other choice. But surprisingly, the host didn't push me further. It didn't force the hot chocolate on me or make any sudden moves. While I bandaged my arm and stopped the bleeding on my own, the host simply waited, silent, patient. It waited like a thoughtful interviewer, saying nothing, letting me regain my composure. Gradually, my scattered thoughts began to clear. Feeling a bit calmer, Mr. Roe dear. Take a deep breath, yes. Let's have a proper talk. The host clasped its hands together and leaned forward politely from the opposite chair. You've made it clear, you absolutely do not want to quit your current job. Am I right? I nodded slowly, cold sweat trickling down my back. The antenna on the TV had tilted slightly, as if curious. That's strange, so strange. You loathe this job, Mr. Rowe dear. We've had so many conversations about it. I've listened to the countless complaints of how much you despise this job and how you never want to do it again once your goal is achieved. But that was only because I had to keep going until my goal was reached. To use the wish ticket and go home, I had no other choice but to stick with it. Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Rowe dear, this is exactly what I wanted to focus on. My friend, you're saying you desperately want to go home. And, in fact, the host leaned in and whispered. I know why you're saying you want to go home, Mr. Rowe dear. Why would there need to be a reason for someone to want to go home? I tensed, preparing for whatever nonsensical argument it was about to make. I had to let it talk and let it pass. Oh, this may be shocking, but please keep calm. But the host's voice lowered further, turning into a soft whisper, compelling me to listen. It's because. I couldn't help but lean in, ears straining to hear. You actually don't want to go home. What? Deep down, you already know this, don't you? You're confusing yourself, misunderstanding things, and building biases because of two intense emotions. Fear and desire. What are you saying right now? Oh, Mr. Rowe dear. You don't miss home, and you don't think that being home is good. You're just scared and miserable with what you're doing right now. Now, Mr. Rowe dear, do you truly hate the fact that the stories you enjoyed have become reality? Didn't you feel even a little thrill or excitement seeing how the things you imagined were brought to life? Are you really telling the truth when you say you only hate it? I don't. I don't hate it as much as I fear it because it's too dangerous. Danger. Ah, yes, a classic and respectable excuse. But let's think about this, Mr. Rowe dear. The old TV set, replacing the host's head, crackled faintly. Is the home you wish to return to truly safe? Chapter 120.3. Images flickered across the TV screen, grisly black and white news clips. War, poverty, climate crisis, terrorism, plagues, and all the other small, horrific tragedies. Hell can visit anyone, and you are no exception. In any reality, we cannot choose which tragedy will strike. Unless it's on a show, of course. But that's. Oh, you already know, deep down. The place you call home and this place aren't really all that different. Does it matter whether the monsters from stories come to life or whether real monsters roam the streets? What matters is your suffering. Braun spread his fingers, folding them one by one as he listed various disasters. Death that strikes without warning. Tell me, is there such a place where death announces its arrival beforehand? It's equally terrifying everywhere. Your peace in that world is just as fragile and meaningless. It can be shattered by the push of a button by some maniacal dictator. In the end, isn't this just about your subjective experience, Mr. Rowe dear? I stared blankly at the TV. And subjective experiences are not truth. They're distorted perceptions unique to you. Set aside your biases, friend. That can't be true. Right. It felt like something didn't quite fit, but I couldn't find the words to argue back. It sounded convincing. But surely, this isn't just about my perception. That's okay. Acceptance always takes time. This Braun is always here to talk things through with you. Just like always. For now, let's develop this conversation further, shall we? Let's dig a little deeper. Braun's voice softened as he asked. What is it that you truly want, Mr. Solium? Let's think beyond going home for a moment. What do I truly know? Wait. How does he know so much about my situation? He's reading my thoughts completely. How much does he know? How deeply has he understood me? And if he already knows what I'm thinking, does arguing have any meaning? Is there even a way to escape? Wait. Can he hear this thought too? How much of my mind is the host able to read? Does he know about the things I've learned from the dark exploration records? Mr. Solium. I felt like I was going insane. The fear was suffocating me. I just wanted to escape this situation. Exactly. That's it. Huh. You finally realized it, Mr. Solium. What your heart truly desires. The host snapped its fingers with a loud snap. To escape fear. The TV screen moved closer. And look here, we have a quick and guaranteed method. How to escape fear. Join Braun and create a talk show together. You will be comfortable and enjoy yourself in my studio. With the passionate spirit of a show creator, your creativity and brilliance will shine even more brightly when fear is absent. This Braun fully guarantees it. A workplace where you don't need to overthink, just focus on making great shows. Free from any other dangers, welcome to the studio of this legendary host. The words sound the same, but they feel different. I don't find them absurd anymore. That's terrifying. Hush now, shoo. No need to be afraid. Let's listen to this Braun's words. Now, friend, can you take a moment to look at your hand? Yes, just like that. What do you see? The silver ring on my index finger. Correct. And what does wearing that signify? That I haven't been corrupted. It means my judgment hasn't been consumed by the anomaly, and I'm in a state where I can think clearly, resist mentally, and make rational decisions like any human being. That's right. If this were a quiz show, you'd have won a prize. How unfortunate. In any case, this means your current decision isn't wrong. Take a deep breath and relax. How do you feel right now? Let me guess. Braun's words make sense, and maybe it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, just this once. Right. But. Exactly. Now, let's seize this opportunity together, friend. Braun stands up, adjusting his suit with the poise of a business partner ready to close a deal. All it takes is a handshake. No complicated contracts are needed between us. Just a handshake and we'll start working together. Don't you want to spend peaceful days free from fear and pain? All you need is a stronger friend by your side and a more enjoyable job ahead. And if, by chance, you don't find it enjoyable at all, you can return to your original workplace. Really? Really? Seize this chance, friend. This is your moment. I raised my trembling hand and extended it toward him. That's it. Firmly. The host's large hand completely engulfed mine in a handshake. You won't regret this, friend. The surroundings brightened. Lights poured from every direction, and the cramped studio expanded, revealing itself as it emerged from the shadows. Now, introducing your new workplace, Mr. Solium. Your new colleagues. Your new life. A pristine set, a stage adorned with sparkling bulbs, and above it, a classic golden sign glowing with elegance. The thrill of witnessing, the joy of connection, the excitement of unpredictable developments, anticipation, all of it in this humble space that desires nothing but the audience's applause. Braun's late-night talk show. Congratulations on becoming a part of it, Mr. Solium. Had successfully shifted careers. Chapter 121.1. A dark office. Taka taka taka. Someone sits alone, typing away. Letters appear on the illuminated monitor screen. Report, draft. Author, Lee Jahian. 20XX01. 02. Eyewitness testimonies of the clearance process of the anomalous C-grade darkness that occurred aboard the Mokpo Express, and the presumed death of Supervisor Kim Solium. The typing continued at a steady rhythm, with no hesitation or pause, as if the timeline was already neatly arranged inside the writer's head. Witnesses, Employee A, Employee C, Employee F, initials assigned based on team divisions for ease of reference. Employee A. Are we really doing this interview again? I don't see the point. Anyway, yeah. I boarded the train for a business trip, and next thing I knew, the train itself was running over the ocean. Employee C. The clearance went super smoothly. Supervisor Solium led a lot of it, and it was really nice seeing him work so hard to minimize civilian casualties. Employee A inquired whether the anomaly was intentionally orchestrated by the company, but the research team stated that it was pure coincidence, further confirmation available in interview number 3. A 3-person elite team successfully led the clearance of the anomalous darkness. Collection of C-grade essence confirmed. From this point forward, all testimonies consistently stated that the train was no longer an anomalous space but a fully real-world environment. Employee C. Supervisor Solium was the first to check the liquid and then said he was going to the restroom. Right, that restroom. After the train's departure, Supervisor Kim Solium left his seat, stating, "I'm going to the restroom." No contact for 15 minutes. At the 17-minute mark, Employee F, who had been seated in car 3, visited the elite team's section. Purpose of visit, to say goodbye, according to testimony. Employee F. I've mentioned this before, but I was on vacation, sir. I got caught up in the anomaly unexpectedly, but I tried to stay calm and assist the team as best I could. It's only natural as an employee of our company. After everything ended, I went to say goodbye to my superiors, then realized my friend, who's from the same recruitment batch as me, wasn't at his seat. So I went to look for him. Employee C. Oh, you were heading the wrong way at first, so I directed you to the correct way. I guess you instinctively turned toward your original seat. Following Employee C's guidance, Employee F proceeded to the restroom. There, they found a collapsed man outside the restroom door. Condition of the victim: no external bleeding. Both hands and feet had been removed. The severed areas were covered in fine ash. A medical professional diagnosed that the limbs appeared to have been instantly incinerated by an extremely high temperature. Source: Samang Medical Center, Daydream Incorporated Affiliated Hospital. Employee F. I had a bad feeling about it. But the restroom door was locked. No response when I knocked. Well, not to brag, but I'm pretty handy with locks. I tried unlocking it myself, and succeeded. But sharp inhale. At the 21-minute mark, the express train restroom door was unlocked. Employee F. The restroom was silent. There was no one inside. Just a perfectly clean, ordinary express train restroom. Which made it feel even more wrong. So I instinctively stepped back to leave. ES. And that's when things started falling out of thin air. Along with blood. The hands typing on the keyboard momentarily halted. The cursor moved as the mouse navigated toward a desktop folder labeled Scene Photos. Several images were attached to the document. Photograph of the interior of the restroom beside Car 7 of the blood-soaked express train. The walls and floor are drenched in blood, with everything scattered haphazardly across the ground, stained red. A mask, an employee ID, a briefcase, and a dream essence collector filled with C-grade liquid. Yet, amidst the carnage, there was one pristine space. A small, bathtub-shaped patch of tile, completely free of blood. As if someone had taken it away. Employee F. And then, a giant hand suddenly appeared. Ugh. Uerg, it pushed me. Flash, 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 flash. Hello there, joy off this night in a face everyday and familiar host. Good evening, Thisis the late night talk. BLAAAARGH, interview terminated. Contamination and PTSD symptoms. Fox Counseling Center referral recommended. 7th interview ended. A testimony from the 4th interview is hereby referenced instead. 4th interview. Employee F. A hand appeared from thin air, a hand with a halo, no, some kind of strange light, no, never mind. Deep breath. It picked up a strange bathtub that had fallen onto the floor. A small bathtub with a checkered pattern and golden feet. When that happened, blood spilled across the floor, and something like a shredded black ribbon fell with it. The hand grabbed the ribbon too. And then, on the mirror, it wrote something. The typing hand stopped once more. The writer reached for a printed photograph pinned to the board beside his desk. A bathroom mirror, covered in blood, its surface serving as an inkwell for an elegant, cursive message. Mr. Kim Solium is working somewhere else. Starting today. Smiley face. The research team theorized that the message was linked to the anomalous Tamara Express darkness that had manifested on the train. This hypothesis was considered highly credible and formally recorded in internal research logs. Supporting evidence include Supervisor Kim Solium's active role in this darkness's resolution and his unique ethical approach to clearing darknesses, increasing the likelihood of irregular occurrences. There is a possibility that, while on a routine business trip, he was invited to a place called Tamra, a yet unknown space, where the message now hinted at his death. Or, conversely, that Supervisor Kim Solium had been chosen as the final sacrifice for Tamra Express. Tack. The writer stopped typing. Not because he didn't know what to write next. Section Chief. Assistant Manager Eun Hage. But because he had a visitor. Chapter 121.2. In the dim office, Lee Jae-hyun lifted his head. Standing at the door, arms crossed, was Eun Hage, her expression worn and hollow. You need to stop now, sir. How many more times are you going to conduct these interviews? Even the directors have lost interest. Eun Hage walked into the office. Her gaze swept over the vacant seat, as though confirming, once again, that the colleague who once sat there was truly gone. All that remained was the sentence in the official report, presumed deceased as of January 2nd. It's already been a month. Now, standing before the desk of the now squad-less D-squad leader, she continued. After a month of no news, sometimes you have to know when to give up. Writing reports isn't going to bring back the dead. And the Dream Essence Collector data was ultimately marked as death confirmed. She was right. The Dream Essence Collector's record had confirmed the missing employee's groans and brief murmured phrases, such as, "Is that so?" It has been meaningfully inferred that this is part of the psychotic symptoms observed in the Tamara Express, a dark anomaly that occurred during the elite team's assignment. Statistical projections estimate that the probability of deep contamination or death for the employee in question exceeds 80%. Additionally, per protocol, if the Dream Essence Collector is returned and no significant developments are reported within 30 days, the employee is automatically declared deceased in the system. In other words, this matter is already settled. He's already been added to today's termination list. Section Chief. Supervisor Kim Solium, employment contract terminated due to death. By the time it reached that stage, death was usually certain. Assistant Manager Eun Hage rubbed her face before speaking again. The company won't support this anymore. You know how it is. We don't waste money or time on the dead. All the searches and repeated reviews had only been approved because Kim Solium was an exceptional and talented employee. But there were no manuals detailing what had triggered the Tamara Express darkness, and it had not reoccurred even once in the past month. Is there even any point in organizing all this? Haven't you thought about stopping? Yes. Did he mean to say that there is still a point to this? Or that he did consider stopping? What's your reason? Because Supervisor Kim Solium is not dead. Eun Hage's eyes widened. Lee Jae-hyun was not the kind of person to blindly cling to hope. Which meant, he truly believed this. And Lee Jae-hyun wasn't someone who believed things without reason. Which meant, he had proof. Why do you think that? There's a hint. Lee Jae-hyun recalled something. A seemingly unrelated incident from late last year. Please take care of this. Before heading into the darkness, Kim Solium had entrusted him with something for half a day. A small stuffed toy. My goodness. Are you truly entrusting me to an unimaginative blade grunt such as this? Mr. Rowe dear. That stuffed toy, speaking in its strangely old-fashioned and eerie tone. Of course, Lee Jae-hyun had not responded. He was supposed to be a well-mannered person of modern sensibilities, and thus saw no obligation to entertain a talking plushie. However, something about the way it spoke felt familiar. And then, there was the sight of Kim Solium's disappearance. In the train restroom, all of Kim Solium's company-related belongings had been scattered haphazardly across the floor. Yet, Lee Jae-hyun's focus had not been on that. Instead, his eyes had gone straight to the writing on the mirror. Because, he had recognized the handwriting. Compare these. He pulled out the developed photograph of the mirror message and placed it alongside an old, worn-out postcard that had been carefully stored away, untouched for years. Oh. Even retrieving this single postcard had taken weeks of authorization. This is a remnant from a broadcast-themed darkness that D-Squad had cleared multiple times. But in the most recent expedition, an unexpected event had resulted in an entire squad being wiped out. And thanks to the quick thinking of one employee, D-Squad had barely escaped with some A-grade dream essence. A darkness so unusual that its classification was still under review, bouncing between the research team and the assessment division. Quiz show application form. 2. From Tuesday talk show. The handwriting was the exact same. Lee Jae-hyun nodded. Supervisor Kim Solium is there. No matter what form he may have taken. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A studio bathed in blinding lights. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, rolling over the stage like a tidal wave. Thank you. Thank you. The crowd, still intoxicated by the thrill of the final segment, whistled and cheered in pure excitement. The host pressed a dramatic hand to his chest, feigning deep emotion. Oh dear, with this kind of response. Haha, shall we start from the very beginning again? You are currently watching Bronze Late Night Talk SH, goodness. Wah. The host let out an exaggerated flinch at the overwhelming cheers, before his TV screen face returned to a grinning expression. Unfortunately, before the furious advertisers come storming in, we must endure a heart-wrenching farewell. But don't be too disheartened. We'll meet again tomorrow. The house band struck up an energetic, playful tune, signaling the end of the talk show. The host stepped to the center of the studio, bowing politely with his TV head tilted forward. To all our viewers who tuned in today, those watching from the depths of the underground in repentance, those sobbing in regret, and even those joining us from EPUB viewers. Tomorrow at exactly 11:33 p.m., we shall meet again. Have a wonderful night. As the band's finale swells to its peak, the host raises both hands, acknowledging the thunderous applause. And then, cut. The show ends. Click. Everything falls silent. The audience vanishes. The once dazzling lights blink out, leaving only a few soft overhead fixtures illuminating the now empty seats. Crew members flood the stage, swiftly moving to reset the set and attend to the performers. I am among them. Or rather, Mr. Solium. The host is calling me over. Chapter 121.3. Come over here. That was splendid. Your choices in themes and guest selection are truly fascinating. Every time, you pick the most fitting candidates. That's a bit embarrassing. Though, honestly, it's just thanks to the Dark Exploration Records. This talk show, Bronze Late Night Talk Show, feels almost like an entertaining rundown of Dark Exploration Records to me. The only difference is, it's far more immersive and thrilling. After all, we actually bring in residents of urban legends and ghost stories for interviews. We brief the audience on recent supernatural events, spin humor from them, and experiment with bizarre concepts in front of a live crowd. Sometimes, a guest, still believing they're in a dream, will recklessly attempt something dangerous. And the thrill of watching it all unfold from the sidelines, balancing on that knife's edge between terror and comedy, is exactly what makes this show work. Plus, the audience seems to be arriving through more than just postcards these days. All things considered, I only bring up a few interesting ghost stories once or twice a week, yet every time, they rave about how incredible my insight is. This job is surprisingly easy. I don't think I've ever had work that felt this effortless and fun. This past month has been an absolute delight. And I'm thrilled to share some wonderful news with you. The TV face flickers with a smiling, watery-eyed expression. Our show has broken another viewership record. The growth curve is downright terrifying. And so, let me ask, Mr. Solium, do you find this fun and enjoyable? His tone is filled with absolute confidence, yet there's the slightest hint of nervous anticipation. Seriously. With a smile, I nodded. It's fun. Isn't it? But of course. This legendary host already knew that this would be the most fulfilling workplace for you, Mr. Solium. The TV head beams. And I, feeling at ease, let out a small smile as well. I am not afraid. There is nothing here that threatens me. I create content, I don't have to live through it. So then, working here means I'll never have to live in constant fear again. Well, it's only natural that there's some pressure to perform well, but that's just the normal kind of stress people need to function in their daily lives, right? Nigerian Naira. This is fine. However, there is one thing that stands out to me. Just a moment. Braun rests a hand on my shoulder, leaning in. We're hitting a plateau. The segments are starting to feel a bit repetitive. Don't you think it's time for something more provocative? Something bolder, Mr. Solium. Here, in this independent, investor-free production, there are no limits. We can do whatever we want. And grip. The host's grip on my shoulder tightens. This past month, your dedication has been astonishing. Your adaptation was swift. Your achievements were spectacular. You are more than capable. I should work harder. I tried to nod, feeling slightly nervous. But at that moment, the host said something completely unexpected. So, I believe the time has come for you to stand beside me, not as crew, but as a guest. I speak with complete sincerity, you are already qualified. Oh, Mr. Solium. My friend. Let us share stories together and bring joy to our audience. A fresh face will serve as an excellent stimulant for the viewers as well. No, it's fine. I don't really enjoy standing in front of an audience. Oh, now. Dismissing the idea so quickly wounds this bronze heart. Let's think it over, shall we? His grip on my shoulder tightened once more. In this bronze eyes, you have an undeniable gift for showmanship. This is the realm of natural talent. Do you remember? The way you played both prophet and cult leader aboard that train over the sea. That is something only the truly gifted can do. Yes, indeed. But, my very dear friend, if you're too anxious, we can start small. Just a few minutes, no, just a few seconds on stage. Why not consider it more casually? That doesn't seem so bad, does it? Now that I think about it, I never really thought I couldn't do it. If you work, you should aim for results. In the end, feeling a little self-conscious, I nodded. All right. If it's just a small role. That's the spirit. Excellent. The TV head beamed. And so humble, too, just as expected from my show's MVP. Isn't that right? Since you joined our talk show, there hasn't been a single dull day. Come to think of it, has it really been a month already? Time had passed without me even realizing it. Busy, fun, fulfilling. Even the staff are surprisingly kind. I gave a small nod of thanks to a coordinator who handed me a bottle of water before disappearing, then, without much thought, asked Braun a question. By the way, why do all the staff here have no faces? Ah, that's a sign of their deep consideration for the show. They chose it themselves to prevent unexpected sounds, sneezes, coughs, or any unintended noises from disrupting a live broadcast. That's some serious professionalism. Then, do I need to lose my face, too? What nonsense, Mr. Solium. Whoa. For those who step onto the stage, expression and presence are essential. Expressiveness is the heart of entertainment. Ah, of course, if you truly insist, there is an alternative. Just a moment. Tack. The host grabbed my chin and examined me, as if calculating something. Removing your face is an option. Instead, I shall craft you a truly exquisite mask. That's. I'll think about it some other time. Right. Ha. It would be a shame to lose such a fine face. The host let go. As I watched Braun's beaming smile, I found myself smiling as well. Ah, I must prepare for the next broadcast. Let's see. Oh, today's audience is office workers. We must bring them some well-earned joy. So, Mr. Solium, will you be stepping onto the stage tonight? I'll do my best. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. It shall be a magnificent debut, Mr. Solium. That would be great. Chapter 122.1. Just before the live talk show begins, the backstage is bustling with activity. The silent staff move in perfect coordination, checking and handling situations in real time. Phew. I took a deep breath. By now, I could understand their expressions more clearly. The whispers of the faceless staff. Additional lighting for spot number 5. Mr. Host's shoes need replacement. Verify cushion placement for the guest. Each of them worked diligently in their respective roles, all striving to create a great show. And since the host never failed to personally acknowledge each of them for their efforts, the atmosphere always remained lively. It was honestly a great workplace. At first, the fact that my colleagues had no faces had been unsettling, but now, I think I've completely adjusted. Humans really are creatures of their environment, huh? I could never get used to entering ghost stories no matter how many times I did it, so, maybe, just maybe, Braun was right, it might really have been a matter of matching aptitude. It's fine. I habitually check the silver ring on my finger before finally stepping onto the stage. Phew. Today was the day. The day I would appear in a segment of Braun's late-night talk show for the first time. Mr. Solium. The host, already prepped and ready, approached me. Your outfit suits you perfectly. Yes, very well, oh my. Makeup, let's cover this tattoo a little more thoroughly. The host meticulously checked even the tattoo peeking out from beneath my suit sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the tattoo vanished without a trace. And before long, I safely reached my designated seat, just in time for the live broadcast. Excellent. Very good. Now, Mr. Solium, the cameras will go live any moment now. Yes. And soon, the audience will be seated before you, so just focus on entertaining them. Now then, we're starting. The countdown appeared on the retro prompter in front of me. 3, 2, 1, 0. Good evening. The joy of the night, the fresh new face you meet every day, and your friendly host. Braun's late-night talk show. As the studio lights flashed and the band played, the live broadcast began. Huh. What the hell? The audience seats filled up in an instant. One by one, people materialized in their chairs, each with an expression of confusion or shock as they found themselves in the dazzling studio. Why am I wearing this? All of them were dressed in various office outfits, as expected for our special Corporate Workers episode. Welcome, hard-working professionals. Tonight, we have an exhilarating, eye-catching, spine-chillingly entertaining talk show just for you, guaranteed to wash away the fatigue of your day. ENGO. Clap, clap, clap. Braun clapped alone, then flashed a sheepish and sad emoticon on his TV screen. No applause. Not even one. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. The bewildered audience hurriedly clapped along. What the hell is this? Well, he's good-looking, so let's just go with it. Beside me, two office workers, who seemed to know each other, murmured before clapping again. The host engaged with the audience one by one, gradually warming up the room. There was something a little eerie about the atmosphere, but ultimately, the jokes were funny, the topics were intriguing, and the news was a mix of horrifying yet fascinating updates. As the tension eased, the audience began to naturally accept the surreal environment. Like watching a magician's act or an elaborate sci-fi film, their familiarity with fictional content blurred the boundaries between reality and the show. And then, it happened. Tonight's guest is... Oh, here they come now. The glittering star-shaped bulbs lit up as the ornate guest entrance swung open. The guest I had chosen toddled in. A ragged teddy bear. Its button eyes were mismatched, its stitching uneven, but it was rather cute. Isn't it just adorable? Allow me to introduce tonight's guest. Happy Ending Teddy. As the small bear settled onto the sofa, murmurs rippled through the audience. What the hell is that? Wait, it's actually cute. It's moving. Where are we? Is this a dream? What kind of talk show is this? Oh, right, I signed up for an audience ticket. The murmur of confused whispers soon died down, all converging into a single reaction. Fascination and immersion in this surreal talk show. This segment is sponsored by Delusion Home Shopping. Yes, this is an industry-defining collector's item. This is a limited edition item from 1999 that is no longer available for sale. For those who treasure it until death, it grants the ending of life, a peaceful slumber. But for those who discard it, it will visit them at midnight and transform them into a doll just like itself. Braun stepped forward, holding a microphone to the teddy bear. How are you feeling? Oh, I see. You're so overwhelmed that you want to visit your first owner's grave and weep your heart out. Ha 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 ha. The response was great. I felt relieved. Cute and friendly, yet undeniably eerie, the unsettling concept of an inanimate object gaining sentience and seeking revenge had always been a hit. That was also why, with the good friend, I was also. No. Never mind. Anyway, if the audience reaction is good, the viewers will likely enjoy it too. That was reassuring. Since not all viewers were human, the structure of the talk show was designed to let them enjoy the audience's reactions, as if they were watching a reaction video. Fascinating. A story is always best enjoyed from a safe distance. Now then, let's hear our guest story and recent updates. The show progressed smoothly. The happy ending Teddy shared, through the host, a bittersweet farewell with its kind owner, followed by a chilling tale of cruelty and satisfying revenge. The presentation was enriched with props, photographs, and illustrations to heighten the immersion and atmosphere. And finally, the climax. So the one who burned you with a cigarette and beat the child who played with you, is actually sitting right there, in the audience. That person is you. Bam. A spotlight illuminated a single audience member. Come on up. Haha. Let's welcome our second guest with a round of applause. It was the previous owner, the one who had discarded the teddy bear. They had been planted among the audience. Now, they were brought onto the stage, where the happy ending Teddy would personally transform them into a new teddy bear. Screams and blood splattered across the stage, but the audience, deeply immersed, felt a mix of horror and catharsis. Some at the front row, having been handed raincoats by the staff, even applauded. Just like reading a thrilling horror story. Chapter 122.2. Fantastic. We now have one more adorable teddy bear. Isn't this wonderful? A guest who even generates additional value. Let's give a big round of applause to our dear, happy ending Teddy. Whoa. The teddy bear trembled slightly before bowing happily to the crowd. And at this moment. Now, let's move on to the next segment, Q&A. Braun cupped one hand over his speaker, as if listening. Are you there? My friend. This is it. Right here, friend. I shot up from my seat in the audience, raising my hand high. Gasps erupted from those seated around me. And above my head, a glowing sign lit up. Tell Bron's friend all about it. For the next 100 seconds, my friend here will ask the audience for their thoughts on the show or any fun questions. Those who give great answers will win fabulous prizes, so let's participate. Now then. A digital clock appeared on Bron's TV face. Starting now. Whoosh. Hands shot up across the audience. I pointed at myself, looking mildly bewildered. Wait, you're all raising your hands without even hearing my introduction or question. Laughter. Ah, you're rushing because there's a time limit. I see, I'll re-GHT, then. I deliberately dragged out my words agonizingly slowly. The laughter grew louder. Good. First question, what was the absolute most boring moment of this show? Friend. A moment so dull you thought you could do a better job yourself. Bron's perfectly timed reaction triggered more scattered bursts of laughter. From the front row, where people were still drenched in the blood of the transformed guest, some audience members enthusiastically took off their raincoats and waved them. Ran. I hurried over to them, microphone in hand. Now. Woohoo. Laughter erupted again. I deliberately looked at the audience member with an expression of deep betrayal, as if asking, how could you say that, before smoothly transitioning to the next question. Perhaps because the previous segment had been so entertaining, the audience's reaction far exceeded my expectations. It was almost hypnotic. This is kinda fun. For some reason, I felt a little exhilarated. The 100 seconds passed in an instant, and just as we were nearing the final moments, the microphone was passed to an audience member. If you could make one request to this talk show, what would it be? I excitedly called out the question, and the audience enthusiastically shouted back. I want to take that teddy bear home. Ah. You can't. Silence fell over the audience. And the stage. Why did I say that? No, damage control first. I quickly raised my eyebrows, making it seem like I had deliberately given a curt response. Then, with a knowing nod, I added. Our dear guest, Mr. Teddy Bear, says they don't want a serious relationship with a busy, overworked professional who has no time for them. What? The happy ending teddy frantically waved its tiny arms from the sofa, as if protesting. I solemnly nodded at the bear's reaction and relayed the message to the audience. They really don't want to. The teddy bear toppled over. The audience burst into laughter. Just kidding. They'd be delighted to go with you. Wow. That's amazing. A natural death has always been my dream. For real. Me too. Grinning, I high-fived the audience member. Phew. Crisis averted. Next. I quickly turned to find the next person to ask a question. And then. I froze. The next person to raise their hand the fastest was wearing an all-too-familiar outfit. I stared blankly. A faceless office worker in a suit and mask. A field exploration team member from Daydream Incorporated. My old workplace. And among them, the guys from D-Squad. 3 people I knew, sitting together. How were all 3 of them here? No, D-Squad should only have Chief Lizard left, right? So how? Ding. Time's up. Ah. Now. Friend, let me ask you. Who is today's MVP audience member? Today's MVP is. I pointed at the last audience member. Our guest's new adopter. Woohoo. Ha ha ha. Wishing you a happy natural death. The chosen audience member sat back down happily, receiving a beautifully wrapped gift. The happy ending teddy was staring at them intently. With that, my segment came to a close. As I stepped off stage, I was met with the applause of the audience. My heart was pounding. I did it. And just then. Now, let's introduce our next guest. Ah, but before that. We'll be right back after these messages. No. The audience booed and cheered as Braun laughed and waved them into the mid-show ad break. Phew. Mr. Solium. Braun's TV screen displayed a massive grinning emoticon as he approached me backstage. He swapped to an awestruck face and held up a hand for a high five. Then, as if he were truly proud, he patted my shoulder. Friend. You did an amazing job. I can't believe that was your first time hosting a segment. That was a truly impressive 100 seconds. Ah, I'm simply in awe. I don't think it was that great. No. This isn't flattery or empty praise, it's genuine admiration. You're starting to feel passion for this show, and that's making you even better at it. That was a good thing. By the way. I smiled. There were some familiar faces in the audience. Would it be all right if I went to chat with them? Just for a bit during the break. It won't take long. The host paused. And then. Of course. It's break time, after all. Feel free to chat. Phew. I got permission. What a relief. All right, then. Wait. A hand gripped my shoulder. Just one thing. Do not say anything that might make the audience feel out of place. Oh, and don't forget. Even when the cameras are off, the audience still sees you as part of the show. I understand. The TV host's face loomed over me. You'll keep that in mind, won't you? I'll keep that in mind. Excellent. I took a step back, retreating from the host. Then, I descended from the stage, making my rounds among the audience with the staff, checking in as if ensuring everything was running smoothly. And finally, I arrived at a familiar spot, where recognizable masks had gathered. Familiar masks. Row. Assistant Manager. There they were, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, Assistant Manager Eun Hae, and even Supervisor Park Min-seong. Chapter 122.3. Wow. Seeing them like this. It felt surreal. It was like I'd gone back in time, to just before we entered the Hungry Hangman darkness. I never thought I'd see you all here. It's good to see you. Have you all been well? Chief Lizard and Assistant Manager Eun Hae both nodded. Supervisor Park Min-seong, making eye contact with me, gave a smile and a wave. He looked a little pale, but otherwise, healthy. It's such a relief to see that he had recovered enough to go out at night and do other things like this. Yeah, we're doing fine. But, Ro. Are you okay? How have you been? I've been doing well. That, I could confidently say. But in the end, I couldn't hold back my curiosity. Actually, today was my first appearance on the show. I was wondering what you thought of it. I was a little nervous. Silence. It was very good. Thank you. Phew. The pause was a little unsettling, but Assistant Manager Eun Hae wasn't the type to give empty praise. I decided not to overthink it. By the way, have you eaten today? Eaten? Oh. Come to think of it, it had been a while since I last ate. Since before the broadcast, maybe. Or was it back on the train, before I switched jobs? Something like that. But my body felt perfectly fine, so it wasn't a problem. Besides, this wasn't the time or place for a personal conversation like that. I waved a hand dismissively, smiling. I'm fine without it. Supervisor Park Min-seong quickly searched his pockets and pulled something out. Ro, still. It's break time, right? How about a snack? Here. He held out a small, old-fashioned candy. I'm sorry. I can only accept gifts from the audience through official channels. It's a policy to keep things fair and clean. I politely declined. The expression on Supervisor Park's face dimmed. Did I do something wrong? I thought hard, then came up with a compromise. Don't worry. I have the exact same candy with me, I'll eat that instead. All right. Assistant Manager Eun Hae reached out and shook my hand. Her hand was warm. Make sure you eat it. Mr. Ro dear. Section Chief Lizard was looking at me. That button. Press it. I had no idea what he meant. But showing confusion wouldn't be professional. Of course. I'll do my best. In any case, enjoy the show. Rest well tonight, and good luck tomorrow. I hope that tonight's broadcast had been a brief moment of joy in their exhausting lives. Was this what Braun meant? The feeling of a show creator? I glanced at their reactions. Their masks make it hard to read their expressions. Wait. If they're wearing masks, were they in the middle of a darkness exploration? If so, I should reassure them. If you're here for work, don't worry. There is no danger. You can just enjoy the show and leave. Is that so? Yes. This place is completely safe. Honestly, it was one of the easiest darknesses to clear. Even easier than Tuesday talk show. After all, no regular audience members ever die. If we wanted something more intense, we could have set up brutal punishments like in Tuesday Talk Show. But for now, the show was lighthearted enough that even the audience could comfortably enjoy the poetic justice being served. For that, I felt a little grateful to Braun. But Supervisor Park Min-seong slowly shook his head. We didn't come here for work. Huh? We came to see you, Ro. Me. Ro. How did you even end up in this situation? Goodness, friend. The host gestured from the stage. Right. The commercial break was almost over. That meant the show was about to resume. I'll be heading back up now. See you next time. This next segment is going to be really fun, so just sit back and enjoy. Wait, that. I didn't hear the rest. With a quick farewell to the audience, I dashed back to the stage. The lights were blinding. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The talk show ended with thunderous applause and cheers. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow at 11:33 p.m. As always, Braun wrapped up the broadcast seamlessly, and once the lights went down, he turned his attention to the staff and crew. And of course, I did the same. I was staring at the now empty audience seats when I snapped out of it, just in time to receive Braun's praise. So. It was fun, wasn't it, Mr. Solium? More than you expected. Yeah. It was better than I thought. That makes me very happy. Excellent. I've spoken to the writers, and from now on, you'll be appearing about once or twice a week. As Braun's friend. Yeah. The recognition made my stomach churn. But I should just accept it happily. Then, the host asked casually. Did you enjoy catching up with your old co-workers, friend? I saw you speaking with them in the audience. Yeah. It was nice seeing them after so long. I see. I'm very curious, what delightful conversation did you have? They were just checking if I'd been eating properly. But of course. Our show always provides a dedicated catering service for the staff's health and well-being. The TV screen flickered. Wait. You haven't eaten anything at all, have you, Mr. Ro dear? You never even applied for the personal catering service. Unbelievable. And after I explained everything on your first day. Well, it just felt like a hassle. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling a little sheepish. I've been fine without it. Good heavens. Are you trying to make me look like a terrible business partner who neglects his friend? No, this was my failing. The new crew members have been busy adjusting that they must have overlooked this. So this Braun should have paid more attention, especially as your friend. Braun held out his hand. There is a saying, inspiration and ideas come from good health. Let's make a promise that this won't happen again. I didn't feel any different, honestly. I wasn't even hungry. If anything, I felt better than ever. All right. I'll try. My dear friend has already started using those dreadful industry standard phrases. Braun let out a mock scolding sigh, but didn't press the matter further. It was break time, after all. Just in case you forget, remember, the best shows come from well-rested minds, Mr. Solium. Yes, I understand. I'll see you in a bit. With that, we parted ways. I walked past the staff, through the backstage corridors, and finally reached my dressing room. Click. I stepped inside, rolled up one sleeve, and looked down at my arm. Beneath the makeup, my tattoos were hidden from view. Interesting. It seemed that as long as they were covered, they wouldn't activate. Now that the live broadcast is over, I should wipe this off. I rubbed at my skin, removing the makeup. Socius. I reached into the tattoo that functioned as my inventory and pulled something out. It's been a while, huh? Resting in my palm was a single piece of nostalgia candy. I did say I'd eat it, after all. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't tired. But after a brief hesitation, I unwrapped it and put it in my mouth. Suddenly. Chapter 123.1. Oh dear. The nostalgia candy in my hand disappeared. Good heavens. Mr. Ro dear, have you been surviving on candy alone? Haha. That's not good at all. Like magic, the missing nostalgia candy appeared in Braun's gloved hand, only to vanish once again with a flourish. Completely gone. Was I supposed to applaud? Clap, clap, clap. As I clapped my hands together, Braun bowed theatrically like a magician. Where did the candy? Mr. Roe dear, your first meal in a month was going to be an ancient, dusty old candy. Oh, this is an insult to catering itself. Snap. The host snapped his fingers. Some say the passion for creation is born from hunger, but my philosophy is a bit different. First, let's have a proper meal. At Braun's request, the faceless staff opened the door to my dressing room, greeting me cheerfully. A white tablecloth was laid over the table in the corner of the room, and in perfect synchronization, dishes were set one after another. Steam rose from the plates, Western cuisine. A full-course meal that should have been served dish by dish was instead arranged all at once. Since you didn't submit a request, Mr. Roe dear, I took the liberty of selecting tonight's menu. Once you finish eating, you'll feel revitalized. That's when I realized it had been a long time since I'd last seen warm food. Seated across from me, the host's TV screen displayed a cheerful emoticon as he waved his utensils from side to side. Bon appetit. Somehow, the surroundings felt darker. It was as if the spotlight was focused solely on the meal in front of me. Glint. My silver ring reflected the light from the table, momentarily catching the glow before being overpowered by the shine of the fork. I hesitated, then picked up the utensils. But as I debated what to eat first. And for your drink? Mr. Roe dear. You mentioned you liked grapes, didn't you? With a smooth motion, a curved glass bottle filled with ruby red liquid landed on the table. A bottle of wine. This is an exquisite vintage. A gift I received while hosting the quiz show. But now, it seems fitting to open it in celebration of your successful debut, my friend, Nuo. Absent-mindedly, I read the label's production year. 1999. The same year that Happy Ending Teddy, tonight's guest, had been released. Did you match the vintage to the guest's production year? I do appreciate an observant audience. That's correct. It's a congratulatory gesture. After all, this was your first time on stage. Such details are essential for any great entertainer. Mr. Solium, I hope this serves as a valuable lesson. Braun personally uncorked the wine. The ruby red liquid swirled into the crystal glass before being placed in front of me. Now, shall we have a toast? Refusing at this point would feel awkward, but for some reason, I wasn't particularly eager. Oh dear. Does it not suit your taste, Mr. Roe dear? It seems I've failed to understand my friend's preferences. How shameful for a host. No, that's not it. Feeling pressured, I quickly lifted the glass. And drank. It's good. Isn't it? Please, enjoy it at your leisure. All right. I picked up my utensils. The meal continued. Strangely, the more I ate and drank, the clearer my mind became. As if my exhausted body was finally absorbing much-needed nutrients. No, that wasn't just a metaphor. That was exactly what was happening. I thought I was in good condition. Maybe I was more drained than I realized. Wait, hold on. Of course I'd be feeling like this, I haven't eaten in a month. Logically speaking, there's no way a human could go a whole month without eating and still be fine. I should be dead. Goodness. Am I only realizing this now? Mr. Roe dear, is something wrong with the food? No. That's not it. I resumed eating. With every bite, my thoughts sharpened. Even if I wasn't fully corrupted by this darkness, I must have been affected in some way. Had my mind been foggy this entire time? Even after arriving here, all I did was throw myself into work. Had I been too giddy, thinking I was finally free from fear? Regardless. I should confirm this. I instinctively reached for another piece of candy from my tattoo inventory but hesitated at the last second. I'd need the great host's permission, after all. Braun, could you return the candy you took earlier? I've eaten, so I figured I'd have a little dessert. Oh. I see. Very well. Braun placed the candy back into my palm. Nostalgia candy. Here you go, Mr. Solium. Now I remembered for sure. This candy restores my body to its peak condition from the past 10 years. This was how I survived in Sekwang Technical High. All right. I popped the candy into my mouth. No change at all. It just felt like I had confirmed something I already knew. This probably means that my current condition is the best it's ever been. They say stress is the root of all illness, so maybe people really do need to find work that suits them. From now on, I should at least try to eat properly instead of just working non-stop. Even if working at a supernatural talk show made it feel like skipping meals didn't affect me, it clearly had an impact. Now that I think about it, working non-stop was a bit strange too. Placing my now empty wine glass on the table, I spoke with a serious tone. Braun. No matter how I think about it, I need to bring this up. My employment contract. Shouldn't we discuss things like vacation time and salary? Oh. Mr. Solium. Braun gave me an unenthusiastic look, out of character for him, then pressed a hand to his forehead. His TV screen displayed a sighing emoticon. Of course, my show's crew members are guaranteed ample vacation time and silver. I must say, I'm baffled. What exactly were you told on your first day? Oh. Was I too out of it from not eating? Come to think of it, my memories of the first few days here were oddly hazy. I even seem to have lost all my belongings from daydreaming. What a mess. Sorry. But I'd still like to negotiate my work conditions properly now. Of course, Mr. Rowe dear. With a full stomach and a clear mind, I had a fierce negotiation session with the host. The final contract included 2 days off per week, summer and winter vacation leaves, 50 silver coins of the uncanny, and a biannual performance-based bonus. Not bad. Then, let's finalize the contract by the end of this week. Got it. Now you'll be officially employed at the talk show. Ah, that's right, while hosting today's live broadcast, I had a sudden burst of inspiration. That's why I originally stopped by your dressing room. But when I saw you breaking your month-long fast with candy, I was so shocked that I lost my train of thought. Good heavens. Haha, Sorry. So, what was the idea? Braun pointed at my forearm with his gloved hand. Your tattoos, Mr. Rowe dear. Ah. I lifted my arm and glanced at the text. The makeup had started wearing off, leaving my forearm blotchy and uneven. It must be a hassle to get makeup done every time you appear on the show. Oh, and knowing you, Mr. Rowe dear, you'd rather work through your break than sit still for that. So, with that in mind, why not erase them completely? Chapter 123.2. Think about it. It'll save time and free you from unnecessary burdens. Wait a second. Wait a second. Aha, is there something bothering you? These tattoos have been useful in a lot of ways. Haha. Oh, come now. That was back when you were suffering at that joyless, underpaid job. But now, Mr. Solium, you're part of this splendid talk show. No matter where you go, you'll be treated well. You could even get free Sunday ice cream at boutique parlors. Come, let's clean up these messy little scribbles. I still think I could have some fun using these. Especially the inventory tattoo. It could even be used for some entertaining moments on the show. Like pulling out props from my arm as if by magic, surprising the audience. Even if I didn't step on stage, it'd still be useful, helping the staff move sets or lights in a pinch. Why should I get rid of something that's already useful? Really, I'm only asking because I don't understand. Braun clasped his hands together. I see, Mr. Solium. Now that you've eaten and regained your strength, you're showing more of your true self. Very good. In that case, I'll look into alternatives. I'll find something that offers a similar effect. You're even aiming for a magician's tricks now. Such passion, it's truly moving. Haha. Braun's TV screen displayed an emoticon wiping away tears. Then, enjoy the rest of your break, friend. Yeah. Thanks. The host watched as the catering staff thoroughly cleaned up my dressing room before finally waving goodbye and stepping out. Phew. I sat down on the sofa. Since I wasn't scheduled to appear in the next show, and the guest booking and production meetings for this week were already done, I had some free time. And go. Might as well do some organizing. If my tattoos might be erased, it wouldn't hurt to go through my inventory and sort things out. And since I'd just realized I lost my old belongings from Daydream Incorporated, I should also take stock of what I still had. Tack. I reached into my inventory tattoo and started pulling out items, laying them out on the table one by one. Most of them are still intact. Everything except items from the company was intact, but the blood bathtub isn't here either. Ah, that had been in the bathroom too. So, it was gone. Even the company-issued special equipment was still perfectly fine. Among them were things I hadn't made myself, some were gifts. Oh. I pulled out a tiny black button. Assistant Manager Unhage Comms button. Could this be the button Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was talking about? It seemed like an invitation to stay in touch. That's thoughtful. I'd have to test it out once I got some vacation time. Smiling, I pocketed the button. Then, past emergency rations, the Happy Maker, blood-sucking knife, wrapper, and the Necronomicon. I spotted the red button. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. There's no way he was talking about this button, right? This was something meant to be pressed only in a life-or-death emergency. There was no reason to push it just because I had comfortably settled into my new job. Absent-mindedly, I placed it on the table. Almost done. There was barely anything left inside my tattoo inventory. Oh, wait. One more thing. A paper bag with a theme park mascot printed on it emerged. Inside was a dragon-shaped blue soda churros. Wow. I can't even remember when I got this. Didn't I sell one to a disaster management bureau agent, then kept the rest? Still, since I had stored it in my inventory tattoo, it hadn't gone bad. I was about to place it on the table when I got a strange feeling and took a closer look. Previously unreadable text was now legible. A taste of bliss. A healthy snack for children. A healthy snack, huh? Is it safe to eat? Well, Broughton did allow me some candy. And he did tell me to eat properly. If I erase my tattoos, it might go bad. I might as well eat it now while I still can. It'd be a waste otherwise. All right. I bit into the cho. The crisp, popping texture was reminiscent of cheap junk food, but it melted in my mouth and went down easily. And then, something surged up from my throat. Splish, splish, splish. Dark blue water began pouring out of my mouth. The salty scent of seawater filled the air. It gushed out uncontrollably, flooding the talk show's waiting room floor. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. What the hell? What kind of healthy snack was this, you goddamn? No cursing. But what the hell do I? No. Oxygen was running out. My mind was going blank. I was going to die. That thing. We can help. With the last of my strength, I slammed my hand onto the table. My fingers fumbled desperately through the scattered items until the red button. I wildly flailed my arm, slamming my palm down on it. Water streamed from my eyes, nose, and ears. Someone, help. And then, beep. A deafening alarm exploded inside my head. Emergency call confirmed. And my consciousness was wrenched away. Asterisk. Supervisor Kim Solium. Supervisor Kim Solium. Gasp. What the ever-loving fuck? I jolted upright. Or at least, I thought I did. The world was pitch black. There was nothing. I couldn't see, I couldn't feel. No touch. No smell. No sound. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing at all. Are you awake? A familiar voice resonated in my head. It was Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun. Yes. And at that moment, thud. The entire world shook. What the hell? Please hold on a moment. A few seconds later. Suddenly, my vision returned. I saw my waiting room, half flooded with water. The same scene I'd seen just before losing consciousness. But I wasn't seeing it directly. It felt like I was watching through someone else's eyes. Like a CCTV feed, floating in front of me. The view shifted, scanning its surroundings. The angle changed as if checking its own limbs. My wrist tattoos flashed into view. That was my body. Someone else was controlling my body. Moving now. And my vision started walking. Huh. Hold on, don't tell me. Wait a second. Squad leader, are you moving my body right now? Yes. I swallowed hard. Was this triggered by the "we can help" button? Yes. Wait a second. Wait just one damn second. The "we can help" button, bought from an alien shop, had summoned Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader. I swallowed again. Are you, by any chance, an alien from the space shopping mall? Yes. Ayaha. Chapter 124.1. Space Shopping Mall. Also dubbed as the Alien Shop. A bizarre creepypasta about a mysterious site that sells high-priced, supernatural, and extraordinary goods, the very place that had allowed me to acquire all kinds of useful items and equipment. But now, Chief Lizard is one of the aliens from there. I tried to swallow, but then flinched, realizing I had no physical body. Because right now, my body was being occupied by Chief Lizard. So instead, I asked him directly. A question so absurd, I could hardly believe I was saying it. Are you the site owner of the Space Shopping Mall? And the answer was no. Oh. Then what kind of connection does he have to the site? I was curious, but that wasn't the priority right now. The immediate crisis had been averted. Phew. I looked at my dressing room through the CCTV light view that my consciousness was observing. The dark blue water that had flooded the floor was now pooling and fading away, leaving the room mostly intact, aside from a bit of a mess. I still had no idea what exactly had happened, but from the looks of it, when I was ejected and squad leader Lee Jae-hyun took over my body, the situation had stabilized. And, at the very least, I wasn't vomiting water anymore. That's such a relief, seriously. Thanks to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, my body hadn't died. I let out a mental sigh of relief and spoke. Anyway, thank you. Now that things have settled, please, leave my body. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Initiating emergency escape protocol via distress beacon. My vision abruptly moved. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, in my body, suddenly swept all of my belongings from the table and stored them into the tattoo inventory. Wait, what is he doing? In 3 minutes, I will authorize the Sacred Fire bombardment. What? Wait, please don't do that. What kind of insane nonsense was this? Bombardment. Why are you even using something like that right now? As part of the distress beacon's optional features, all available armed forces from the coalition are mobilized until the user is transported to a secure location. In the process of extracting Supervisor Kim Solium. Hold on a second. This damn lizard, no, this reptilian alien. Grinding my metaphorical teeth, I demanded. Why do I even need to escape? His steps halted. I hadn't been in danger. I had successfully changed jobs and was living a fulfilling, enjoyable life at this talk show. So why the hell was he acting like this was some prison break? It had already been over a month since I'd left Daydream Inc. I've settled in well at my new workplace, I'm doing fine, and there's no danger at all. Honestly, I should be grateful this happened during my break. If this had happened during a live show or a meeting, I don't even want to imagine the disaster it would have caused. I see. Right. So now that things were resolved, just return my body, and... When was the last time you slept? That was... before I joined this talk show. So... a month ago. For an organism to survive, food and sleep are essential. The fact that you do not require them suggests that you are closer to a supernatural entity than a natural being. Which meant... I had become a ghost story. That's not true. I'm not corrupted. I can still think properly, and my sense of judgment hasn't changed. Is that so? Of course. Then why was there water flooding your dressing room? Because I ate a cho. Are you referring to the healthy snack for children, cho you claim to have received from Cheerful Theme Park? Under normal circumstances, the probability that you would consume food of supernatural origin without hesitation would be extremely low. Why did you press the distress beacon? Because I was drowning. The water was so overwhelming that I couldn't breathe. And yet, in a state of suffocation, you chose to press an unknown, supernatural escape button without any knowledge of its origin or effect. You had once debated for hours whether to press this button in Death Lane, ultimately deciding against it after listening to your superior's advice. But it is natural to seek help from others. Had I unknowingly started using ghost story artifacts as if they were just ordinary daily necessities? You have been bound to this darkness. That's not true. That, at least, I could confidently refute. I can leave whenever I want. If I just ask Mr. Host for vacation, I can leave. Mr. Host. Is that what you have always called that talk show host? But even if he was my business partner, Braun was still the one running this show. So wasn't it natural to address him respectfully when working? I was starting to feel uneasy. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun used to be my boss, but now that I had quit, he was nothing more than a passing acquaintance. Wasn't this level of interference in my personal life crossing a line? Shouldn't I feel offended? Supervisor Kim Solium. But right now, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was the one controlling my body. No. Don't launch those bombs. Do you know how much effort the staff put into this show? I desperately argued. And nobody is actually dying. So. They die. What did you just? Every audience member invited to this talk show receives a thank you card the next day. The card is sent to the medium through which they applied for tickets. And on this card, there are detailed instructions on how they can meet the most impressive guest from that night's episode. Some audience members become entirely entranced by the talk show. To meet the guest, they willingly step into the darkness. I felt a phantom heartbeat pounding through my non-existent body. I recalled the audience member from yesterday. The one who had wanted to adopt the happy ending teddy. The way that teddy bear had stared at them. At that moment, I felt it. A deep, instinctive revulsion. We have confirmed at least 3 cases of audience members who were definitively killed or went missing. My mind reeled. My stomach lurched. Even though I had no body, I still felt sick. This was a mental reaction. A reaction to the horrific realization that was dawning upon me. What have I been doing all this time? What kind of show was I working for? But Braun, No. Braun never promised not to kill anyone from the audience. He only promised that I wouldn't be afraid. I had simply convinced myself of the wrong conclusions. Ghost stories were always like this. Always. Supervisor Kim Solium. You need to escape this talk show immediately. My mind turned ice cold. Chapter 124.2. Squad Leader. I knew. I wasn't contaminated. At least, not back when I made the decision at that train restroom. But. I think I've been looking at this all wrong. I had overlooked something. A person doesn't have to be contaminated to make bad decisions. People fall for scams. People commit crimes. People make mistakes, have misunderstandings, and sometimes people believe in things they shouldn't. Maybe this was one of those times. For now, leaving the talk show and taking some time to think might not be a bad idea. I needed some time. Time to be alone with my thoughts. Yes. But no bombs. If I still had a body, I would have run a hand down my face in frustration. You cannot take down the host in the studio with that method. I was certain. The moment we're caught, we'll be incinerated. And if we were lucky enough to only be fined for damages, I might end up working here for eternity, unpaid, until I died. Or even after I died. The fact that I felt that wouldn't be so bad was the most terrifying part of all. Do you know where the studio's exit is? I don't know. I don't even know how big this studio is. I know that it has an impossibly vast number of sets and storage rooms. But I have no idea how many floors it has, or how far each section extends. At some point, I naturally started memorizing the paths within the staff-only areas, but everything beyond that was still a blur. Most of the time, I either stayed in my designated waiting area or only visited other sections while accompanied by staff. In the entire month I've been here, I've never once left. And why would I? My waiting room was comfortable. I never felt the need for food, water, or sleep, and I was too busy adjusting to my new job. But just walking out through the exit without even requesting vacation would be stupid. It'd be better to sneak out instead. Ah. Were you about to suggest sneaking out? No. That's impossible. Damn it. Even the thought of sneaking out was meaningless. Because the host always knows where I am. Because I checked the tag. Because of the good friend contract, the one I had called would be able to find me forever. No matter where I went, he would always be able to follow. Do you want to try persuading him to grant you a vacation? No. If the host asked why I needed a vacation, there was no way he wouldn't notice that Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was inside my body instead. And even if I spoke to him myself, I wasn't confident. I'd probably end up being persuaded instead. Persuaded to happily return to work on the talk show, no matter how many audience members died. The legendary host of a supernatural talk show wasn't just someone with exceptional speech skills. He was something so utterly terrifying that his very presence felt like a paranormal phenomenon in and of itself. The only reason I'd ever been able to scare my good friend before was because of the restrictions of the good friend doll. My blood ran cold. I see. Even if we destroy half the studio, you will still be immediately found by the entity that poses a threat to you. Is that assessment correct? Yes. There was no way out. Or rather, even if I did escape, it wouldn't matter. It felt like a perfectly sealed space. No. There's always a gap somewhere. The host doesn't know that I called Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun using an item. If that's the case, Section Chief, how long can you stay in my body? I can maintain this state for up to 60 hours. Additionally, the summoner cannot manually deactivate the effect. The emergency call function will only deactivate once the summoner has safely escaped the danger zone. Beta. That was an interesting choice of words. But that time frame was plenty. Enough time to wait for an opening. To prepare, we'll wait. I forced my nerves to settle and began thinking. Until just before the talk show begins. Asterisk. Time passed. Preparations for the live broadcast were underway. Most of the staff were busy moving between the backstage and the main stage, setting up equipment. Normally, I would have used this time to check the equipment or talk to the host. Sometimes I'd even attend meetings or observe different departments. I might be part of the production staff, but I'm not part of the cast. Since I wasn't part of the on-site prep team but rather worked as a show creator, there were no specific tasks assigned to me during the live broadcast. Which meant I could move however I wanted. I could act as if I were on an errand, or pretend I was looking for something. I could even wander from place to place without drawing suspicion. Over here. I was frantically searching the empty parts of the studio, now mostly abandoned by the faceless staff. I was looking for one thing. There should be a waiting area for guests. I was sure I had heard about it before. There's a guest entrance. Every guest had a place they originally belonged to, and the studio had set up some kind of accommodation to make their arrival smoother. I have to find it. Of course, finding the waiting rooms was a challenge in itself. The moment I stepped beyond the waiting rooms and staff areas, I completely lost my sense of direction, like being trapped in a maze. But Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. He's unbelievably fast. Is he seriously brute-forcing it right now? Even though he was controlling my physical form, the sheer speed and strength of his movements made it hard to believe it was the same body. My shared vision flickered rapidly as he checked multiple pathways and signs in mere moments. His performance is exactly the same as when he's in his own body. Maybe Chief Lizard could exert that kind of power and endurance in any body. But the real problem was... Tap, tap. The view turned. A faceless staff member stood before me, gesturing as if to ask why I was here. They tilted their head, then made a motion, as if offering to escort me back, assuming I had lost my way. Chapter 124.3. Tell them I'm running an errand and will return shortly. I am running an errand and will return shortly. The faceless staff didn't insist twice. Instead, they disappeared around the corner. And came back with another staff member. Gulp. If I had a body right now, I would have swallowed hard. This is bad. If I look suspicious here, word would immediately reach the host. And if that happened, I'd find myself happily hosting the talk show again. All of my doubts would be neatly erased, thanks to his kind and persuasive reasoning. The new staff member gestured. They're offering to complete the errand on my behalf. That won't be necessary. Squad leader. Please say that I prefer to do it myself. It's not a big task, so I'd rather complete it quietly as a new employee. Please say that I prefer to do it myself. No, it's not a big task, so I'd rather complete it quietly as a new employee. Fortunately, the staff member accepted that reasoning and left. It seemed they had no time to waste with the live broadcast approaching. Phew. Continuing the search. This feels like I'm piloting a robot. A robot 10 times stronger and faster than me. Suppressing my nerves, I continued monitoring Lee Jae-hyun's vision as he searched. There were a few close calls, but we managed to avoid trouble. And before long, I've found it. Kachuk. The door in my vision swung open. Guest area. The CCTV-like view in front of me now displayed a dimly lit, antique-style corridor. Rows of doors lined the corridor, each still bearing the nameplates of the guests who had appeared over the past month. None of them had been replaced. As if a new one was used for every guest who appeared. A strange, uneasy feeling, one I hadn't noticed all month, began creeping over me, even beyond my skin. I swallowed hard. Please find the door labeled, Happy Ending Teddy. The The view shifted rapidly, and soon enough, we found the door. The light above today's guest waiting room was glowing brightly, but I ignored it and instead approached the door next to it. A door with a dimly flickering light, yesterday's guest waiting room. Happy ending Teddy. Kachuk. The dark waiting room had yet to be cleaned, and everything inside was scaled to fit the size of a fabric doll. Traces of the teddy bear remained, as well as remnants from the process of making one. I tried my best not to look at the scattered body parts and bits of skin. Luckily, since Section Chief Lee Jahian was the one controlling my body right now, it wasn't too difficult to avoid focusing on them. He quickly scanned the room, then finally, he found something. It's a dollhouse door. One side of the wall had a small, brightly colored door, barely reaching my waist, almost like a child's toy. Let's go through there. Creak. From my point of view, my hand reached out and opened the tiny door, then crawled forward, inching through the darkness. A faint light appeared ahead. And moments later, the view suddenly brightened. A modern hallway came into sight. In stark contrast to the classic elegance of Braun's studio, this place had a contemporary design, concrete walls, painted surfaces. And from a distance, voices echoed. Now. Introducing today's featured item. A miraculous product that transforms your hair into living snakes. The absurd voice of a home shopping host promoting a ridiculous product. Delusion Home Shopping. As expected. Since the show had received sponsorship from here when the happy ending Teddies made its guest appearance, I figured this passage might lead to this place. A with tilde and epsilon. Good. I let out a sigh of relief. I'd done something similar before in Death Lane, escaping from one ghost story by slipping into another. Since this is still a broadcasting studio, Braun might take a little longer to notice my absence. Besides, the live broadcast was about to start soon, meaning he wouldn't have time to come after me. Or, maybe I could even find something useful here to prevent Braun from tracking me. With Section Chief Lee Jahian's strength, there shouldn't be any danger here. I was willing to bet on that. The view moved as he stepped forward into the bright hallway. I suppressed my excitement and said, "Chief, first, let's find something discreet but useful." Goodness. G. R. A. B. I was dangling in midair. Someone was holding me. "It looks like you took a wrong turn, friend. I don't think you were trying to leave the studio. The hallways can be quite confusing, can't they?" A massive, truly massive, TV screen loomed before me, displaying a friendly, smiling emoticon. "The live broadcast is just around the corner, so I had to call you back this way. Now, take a nice break. You'll find it much more comfortable this way." Below, an enormous gloved hand had me by the scruff of my neck, then gently supported my back and legs before carefully placing me onto a dark brown desk. Oh, I've experienced a body like this before, so I can assure you. Seeing it again is rather nostalgic. My dear, good friend. I had a body again. But I couldn't move. The shimmering lights of Braun's late-night talk show flashed before me, the stage, the audience seats, and everything was gigantic. On the black TV screen, my reflection stared back at me. Now. Just sit back comfortably and enjoy the talk show. It'll be starting soon. I became a plush doll. Chapter 125.1. I didn't know how vast and overwhelming the talk show set would look from the perspective of a palm-sized stuffed doll. How everything could appear unnaturally massive, and what kind of pressure it would bring to be unable to blink or even struggle. Especially if the eerie host, with a television in place of a head, loomed over me, casting a massive shadow. And when that voice, so vividly real, echoed. "Now then, let us welcome today's guest." The vibrations rattled through my stuffing like an earthquake. But no matter what state I was in, the talk show continued. Guest. The vintage stage lights flickered as the door swung open. A grotesque ghost story, one I had personally suggested in a meeting, calling it a fantastic idea, stepped onto the stage and took its seat. Or rather, the staff carried it in and propped it up in the guest seat. Because it was merely a vaguely human-shaped figure made of wooden sticks. The Crimson Scarecrow. Its head was wrapped in cloth, crudely scrawled with facial features in red marker, eyes, nose, and mouth, drawn with careless, slashing strokes. The rain had smudged the markings, making it appear even more nightmarish. A monster said to lurk in a cornfield the size of a city, luring people in until they lost their way, then, once night fell, hunting them down one by one until they vanished. An entity derived from a famous American horror story, turned into an entry into the dark exploration records. It had fit perfectly with the tone of the show, which was why I had recommended it. And now, it sat right there. I could feel a swell of nausea rising. But there was nothing inside me. Because I'm a stuffed doll. I had no mouth, no stomach, no organs. You've made quite the journey to be here today. Now then. The host stepped closer to the guest, and the suffocating weight of his presence over me lightened slightly. The scarecrow, of course, did not respond. Its vandalized face continued staring blankly into space, but the host carried the interview effortlessly. Oh. I hear that the most recent incident involved a group of bank robbers escaping into a cornfield. How thrilling. A chilling tale unfolded, how a group of robbers, fleeing the police, had hidden in a cornfield, only to encounter the Crimson Scarecrow and meet a gruesome fate. By morning, the criminals' entrails had become nothing more than fertilizer for the corn and the stuffing for the scarecrow itself. Oh. A thrilling, action-packed, exploration record, laced with humor and suspense, while keeping the ethical discomfort to a minimum. Wow, that's seriously creepy. Amazing. The audience gasped, startled and entertained in equal measure, unable to suppress their laughter even as the horror unfolded before them. Yes. It was as if, as long as everyone laughed together, even the most terrible things could be seen as fun. Even as the interview veered toward increasingly disturbing stories of innocent victims, the audience only cheered louder, exhilarated by the thrill. They're contaminated. Now I understood. These people, slowly, bit by bit, were becoming contaminated just by watching the talk show. And maybe, just maybe, I, too, had become contaminated the longer I worked on this talk show. What an exciting story. Don't you all agree? Let's give a round of applause for our guest, stepping beyond the cornfield and into the public eye for the very first time. The eerie scarecrow, still nothing more than a red-marked sack, sat motionless. And yet, somehow, it now seemed as if its eyes were truly looking at the audience. Now then. It's time to move on to our next segment. Oh, that's right. We introduced this new corner last episode, didn't we? Do you all remember, dear viewers? Tell Braun's friend all about it. Wait. Unfortunately, my friend wasn't originally scheduled to appear today, so he couldn't come in his usual form. But with his burning passion, he's returned in a brand new appearance. The host lifted me. Dangling in midair, my small, stuffed limbs swayed as his gloved hands made me wave my arms and nod my head. Can you see him? Here is my dear friend. The audience erupted into laughter, pointing at me, clapping, and cheering. He lifted me like a puppet and began speaking for me, like a ventriloquist. Now, what's that, my friend? Aha. For the next 100 seconds, we'll ask some questions. Audience, please respond. The host mimicked my speech patterns and intonation with eerie accuracy. My stuffed arm waved toward the audience. People laughed. I was terrified by how easy it was to get swept up in the excitement. Now, shall we hear what my friend wants to ask? The TV screen tilted toward me, as if expectantly. I couldn't speak. Because a stuffed doll has no mouth. But I can think. And my thoughts would be transmitted with perfect clarity. Just like when I had been able to hear the voice of the good friend. So, I thought, I want to stop. Aha. My friend is feeling a little nervous. But here we go, the first question. Oh, how bold. If you could redraw the Crimson Scarecrow's face, what would you draw? I want to stop. Cute. Oh, what a wonderful answer. Don't you think so, my friend? I want to stop. Of course, Braun. I kept resisting his words. But the host, as if completely unaffected, continued his ventriloquism effortlessly, making the doll move as though I were enthusiastically responding. And so, the 100 seconds passed. Ha ha ha. Thank you. That was the Braun's Friend segment. Now, it's time to welcome our next guest. But first, we'll be right back after these messages. The cameras stopped. The stage lights went dark. How dare you disrupt a live broadcast? My entire body froze. The enormous TV-headed figure leaned down and whispered. This is unacceptable. Mr. Solium, have you started thinking with straw instead of a brain, just like the scarecrow? Did you really try to ruin my show? A gloved hand pressed down on my head. My head, my entire being, was crushed beneath the pressure, as if my thoughts were dissolving into nothingness. Heavens! This is unforgivable. As your good friend, I have done nothing but support your work, and yet. Mr. Rowe dear, you're trying to sabotage this talk show right now, your own workplace, no less. Absolutely unacceptable. There's something I can't accept either. The audience members. They went missing. They died. Even as my vision blurred from the pressure of the gloved hand, I kept thinking. After the show ended, you sent them thank you letters, and inside, you included instructions on how to meet the guests. You did that because it made for great entertainment when the guests returned with more gruesome stories, didn't you? Who told you that? No, that's not the issue here. Friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The pressure on my head eased. Instead, the gloved hand smoothed out my stuffing, gently restoring my shape. Mr. Rowe dear, my show never forces anything. If someone watches a horror movie and is inspired to commit murder, is that the movie's fault? The TV screen displayed a crying emoticon. Why must my show prioritize anything other than joy, thrills, and excitement? I'm not trying to convince you. I thought. So don't try to convince me. And then. I don't want to create, participate in, or be a part of a talk show that murders people and burns them to ash. Oh. The hand lifted away from my head. And then. I see. In that case, from now on, I suppose you'll just be treated as a lowly backstage staff member. It felt as if my blood had frozen. But I had no blood. So I kept thinking. You don't have the right. I never signed the employment contract. Exactly that. Everything had been verbal. The contract was only scheduled to be signed sometime soon. And you said it yourself. That if I wasn't enjoying it, you'd let me go. I stared at the blank screen of the vintage TV with unblinking eyes. So let me go. I'm scared, and I'm not enjoying this. Chapter 125.2. The vintage TV remained still. I'm not interested in listening to your persuasion or arguments. Just send me away, right now. Thuck. Braun placed me back onto the desk. And then, his voice softened into something, almost sorrowful. I just don't understand. Think about it, Mr. Rowe dear. Why would you leave behind something fulfilling and enjoyable, only to return to a life of misery? Was there something you didn't like about our show's working conditions? No show in the world is perfectly ethical, Mr. Rowe dear, you know that. He whispered. Perhaps, your conscience is merely an excuse. Could it be that, deep down, you were simply dissatisfied with your role as staff? How about a change of residence? Or perhaps, a stronger, more magnificent form, one that better suits the show. No. I already told you, I won't listen to any of your persuasion. I'd be trapped if I wasn't careful. I was a doll now. I didn't even have my silver ring. I couldn't afford to let him convince me. I'm quitting. That's it. This conversation is over. The TV-headed figure pulled back. I see what your misunderstanding is. But as your friend, it's only right for me to grant your wishes. His gloved fingers gestured to the staff, as if instructing them to remove me. You are fired. Go ahead, leave this wonderful studio behind and return to your pathetic, dull life. However, there will no longer be a good friend waiting for you. Remember that. Now, once today's show ends, you can go wherever you please. That is, of course. His voice turned mocking. If you can go anywhere at all, in that stuffed body of yours. You're the one who put me in this form. Change me back. Oh. And why should I do that? Because. How laughable, Mr. Kim Solium. You've done nothing but act selfishly, saying whatever you please without taking responsibility for this show. And yet, when you refuse to listen to my persuasions, now you are trying to persuade me. How very shameless. But I suppose that, too, is a form of entertainment, R.B. One of the best kinds, in fact, the joy of watching someone get punished. The staff didn't place me back on the desk. Instead, they tossed me onto the small table beside the guest's chair. A precarious spot, dangerously close to the edge, as if I might tumble into the trash bin below. Oh, and look at that. The cameras are turning back on. Braun's voice shifted instantly, bright and cheerful again. A perfect fit for the talk show. Now, sit back and enjoy the rest of the show. Think carefully because this is your last chance. Will you choose punishment, or... At that moment. Pick. A thin, strange noise rang out before me, accompanied by a flash of light. Something entered my field of vision. A pin-thin hole had been punctured in the studio's ceiling. And from above, an eerie, unnaturally blue light shone down upon me. Then, pick, 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 pick. More holes appeared in rapid succession. Stuffing burst from my body. Ah. Something had pierced me. Could it be? Was this the sacred fire bombardment? No. Am I dying? If I died in this form, would I just die as a stuffed toy? At that moment. Wait. I felt a hand grip my plush body. The host. He was likely trying to stop my stuffing from spilling out. But the relentless barrage of precision strikes targeting my ragdoll body refused to stop. Pick, 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 pick. My head was severed from my body. And it fell to the ground. Boom. KRRRK. The ceiling collapsed. A rain of transparent, glowing projectiles crashed down onto the talk show stage like a meteor shower, destroying the entire set. In my tumbling field of vision, I caught sight of the host, standing frozen, gripping the tattered remains of what had once been my fabric body and stuffing. Ah. Just like how I had been momentarily shaken when my good friend was torn in two. He also. Asterisk. Kim Solium SSI. Are you back? Yes. I regained consciousness in the void once again, where nothing could be felt. Through the CCTV-like vision before me, I could see that Lee Jae-hyun was still on the move. The only difference now was that the studio in his field of vision was shaking violently, as if it had been struck by a bomb. The sacred fire bombardment has commenced. Yes. I know. Because you shot me with it. Did you deliberately target the stuffed doll I was in? To force me back into this body? Yes. The bombardment will continue for another 10 minutes, but the current situation remains high risk. You must escape this location as quickly as possible, preferably within the next 3 minutes. Can't the host just force me back into a doll again? It is possible. However, that darkness is an extreme phenomenon devoid of balance. As a supernatural entity fixated on its talk show, the host will likely prioritize restoring the studio and eliminating the cause of its destruction before anything else. Lee Jae-hyun was moving at an insane speed, his tone utterly dry as he spoke of something so chilling. Then, just as emotionlessly, he made another statement. Additionally, access to a safe house has been approved. What? The coalition has acknowledged that the current situation prevents the emergency call user from escaping. Therefore, Supervisor Kim Solium, you can now be transported to a location where you will be safe from pursuit by supernatural entities. I don't know what this coalition is, but it's probably some kind of alien organization. Given the circumstances, the only way to prevent further complications is to leave the studio immediately and relocate to the safe house. So, I could escape the host's pursuit for a while. That meant I'd have time to reassess my situation and maybe find a way to completely sever his ties to me through the dark exploration records. Through the CCTV-like vision, I watched Chief Lizard sprint down the violently shaking hallway of the studio amidst the deafening explosions. Have you found the exit? Yes. While infiltrating the studio again to locate your summoned consciousness, I re-verified the escape route. It felt as if I really could escape. Whether it was through the Delusion Home Shopping or somewhere else, I might be able to make it to that safe house they approved, and at least by myself sometime. It was a tempting solution, but I knew the truth. It was nothing more than a temporary fix. This is an extreme and hostile method of escape. If I left like this, it felt like I'd be making an irreversible choice against the host. The host. Or rather, Braun might just be able to find me again. This escape wasn't a solution. It was just a delayed confrontation. And more importantly, I recalled the moment just before I was wrenched away from the stuffed doll. The sight of the host desperately trying to hold my plush body together as it was being torn apart. Maybe. Squad leader. Yes. Are you the type of sentient being that gets easily contaminated by darkness? No. Okay. And one more thing. If I die in this body, will you simply return to being Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? If you die within 55 hours, yes. In that case. Squad leader. I swallowed hard. Don't head for the exit. Go to the host instead. If this was a gamble anyway, I'd take a direct approach. I'm going to try a different way out. Chapter 126.1. Kim Solium's body sprinted through the maze-like, chaotic corridors of the studio. Bam, bam, boom. The narrow indoor space shook with a deafening roar, yet Li Jihian traversed it at an impossible speed once again. Even the original owner of the body, watching through the CCTV-like perspective, held his breath, his hands sweating from the sheer velocity and audacity of the movements. And soon enough, the door. A pair of double doors came into view, marked with a sign. Filming in progress. Without hesitation, Li Jihian broke the lock and charged in. Bang. Beyond the doors. A vast studio set stretched out beyond, so massive that its sheer scale was overwhelming. However, at the center, where the main talk show stage should have been, it no longer seemed functional. The once glittering ceiling lights had already half collapsed. Shattered lighting fixtures, twisted metal beams, and dust covered the stage furniture and floor in a chaotic mess. Even now, through the gaps in the destruction, the sacred fire bombardment continued to rain down. The audience was murmuring in confusion. Trapped in their seats, they had initially found this entire disaster entertaining due to their contamination, but soon, they would start screaming for their lives. Kim Solium swallowed back a sigh. The live broadcast is completely ruined. The remnants of a shattered variety show lay before them. And then... oh. At the heart of the half-destroyed stage, a lone entertainer stood. You came of your own accord. The host. Even as the stage was reduced to rubble, even as the sacred fire bombardment fell like meteors, he merely leaned against his desk, illuminated by the very destruction raining down upon him. Nigerian Nairobi. He already knew exactly who had dared to break the set. Yet, he did not scream in rage. He simply stood there, gazing silently at the intruder who had stormed onto the stage. And it was as if he already understood that the one moving inside that body was not his friend, but the mercenary summoned through the emergency beacon. For a moment, Kim Solium felt as if his eyes had locked with the hosts through the screen. He swallowed dryly. Squad leader. Yes. From here on out, something completely absurd might just happen. The host raised his hand. As if he were still hosting the talk show. As if the program was still going on. I am delighted to introduce the mastermind behind this catastrophe. Click. One of the few remaining spotlights suddenly illuminated Kim Solium. The one who destroyed the talk show set and caused chaos during the live broadcast. Oh my, how shocking. It's a member of the audience from the previous episode. Please welcome him with applause. Ah, boos are an acceptable choice as well. He had immediately recognized Li Jihian for who he was. A villain who has committed such an atrocious crime must face a proper challenge, appropriate hardships and trials, and of course, punishment. The stage grew darker and darker. Ah, yes. In the medieval era, executions were a public festival, weren't they? Of course, our talk show wouldn't do something as boring as a hanging. Tonight, we introduce a surprise new segment. It's called... The host's silhouette raised both hands in the shadows. And his shadow began to grow. Larger. Larger. And larger still, until his shadow completely covered the wall behind him. Thud. The surrounding set walls vanished into darkness. On the seemingly floating stage, a massive, spherical TV head began descending. THUD. A colossal CRT television, as big as the entire stage itself, crashed down, crushing the guest entrance beneath it. The host's gloved hand, now gigantic, rested beneath the massive TV as if propping up his chin, while the other hand pointed directly at Kim Solium, as if firing a gun. A breathtaking performance. A dizzying thrill. Terrifyingly fun, and deliciously thrilling. Punishment acrobatics. On the TV screen, a dazzling, flashing neon sign lit up with dozens of light bulbs. Bronze. Exciting punishment. Boom 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 boom. A drum roll began. The host's gloved knuckles rapped against the ruined set, like a countdown to the show's next act. The sound of drums, like the prelude to a circus stunt. He won't try to kill me immediately. Li Jihian lifted his gaze, listening to the words of the body's original owner. It's still a live broadcast. The black TV screen came crashing down. And now, the show begins. Boom. Kim Solium's silhouette was swallowed whole. Now then. The old-fashioned CRT TV lifted its head once more. Inside its screen, Kim Solium's trapped figure was visible. The audience, thrilled by the spectacle, erupted into applause at this fascinating illusion. Shall we take a look at his skills? The stage lights flickered. A subtitle appeared. Punishment 1. Happy Ending Teddy. Inside the TV, a horde of teddy bear-shaped monsters bared their fangs and lunged toward Kim So-lium, attempting to peel away his skin, just as they had done to the neglectful owner of the past. But Kim So-lium's body exhibited such unnatural strength, and he pried open the bear's maws, forcing them to bite into each other instead. He ran. The TV's background shifted, forming a new setting. A city at night. An alleyway. A manhole cover. Punishment 2. The manhole arms. From the sewer grates, grotesque arms burst forth. Kim So-lium stomped on them, then swung onto a street lamp like an acrobat, narrowly avoiding the elongated, skeletal hands that clawed toward him. Every challenge mirrored a past guest that Kim So-lium himself had once suggested for the show. Merciless and absurd, each punishment pushed him closer and closer to a dead end. Oh dear. But Kim So-lium survived them all. His left arm was fractured. His forehead was split open. Yet, as long as he wasn't caught, the punishment wouldn't end. Chapter 126.2. As the punishment numbers increased, they grew even more brutal and horrifying. Punishment 3, Punishment 4, Punishment 5. Clang. Kim So-lium barely escaped a gourmet restaurant that specialized in cooking sentient beings, dodging the chef's cleaver, at the cost of losing a few strands of hair. And then. Punishment 6. The Crimson Scarecrow. A vast cornfield. From the thickly grown stalks and leaves, a twisted, multi-limbed creature slithered, chasing Kim So-lium like a centipede. By this point, escape seemed impossible. But the one controlling Kim So-lium's body was a named character from the Dark Exploration Records, employee D of the Field Exploration Team. Dodging like an acrobat, he counterattacked. And with a flash of the blood-sucking knife. Slash. 3 or 4 scarecrow limbs were severed. The audience gasped in awe. However, it was only a matter of time. In a ghost story about a monster in a cornfield, one could never win by brute force. His already wounded body had limits. So this punishment was designed for me to die. Kim So-lium waited. Waited. Waited for the moment. Just as the scarecrow lunged to pounce. Now. Following Kim So-lium's advice, Lee Jae-hyun abruptly turned at a sharp angle. And then, sprinted at full speed. Towards the TV screen. Wah. He's getting bigger. And then. Oh. He jumped straight out of the TV. Kim So-lium's body rolled onto the floor, and Lee Jae-hyun landed in a controlled breakfall. Wah wah. Crazy. The audience went wild. Unbelievable. My goodness. For a moment, the host himself seemed to forget his anger. What mattered now was that the show had reached new heights. As if the only thing that mattered in the world was that a good show could be completed, a smiling emoticon flashed on the massive vintage television screen with the accompaniment of a showman's bright voice. B's. To clear 6 punishments. That was absolutely thrilling. A breathtaking, edge-of-your-seat spectacle. Ah, truly delightful. Everyone, did you enjoy it? Yes. The audience erupted in cheers. And then. The host, speaking in a velvety smooth voice from within the colossal TV, responded. Well then. P-style equals, font size, 1.5 m, text-align, center, font weight, bold, font style, italic, get back in and take the 7th punishment. The TV screen loomed closer once more. The audience's cheers were sweet, weren't they? You must repay their enthusiasm. Oh, we can't possibly end it now, look how much they love it. Keep going. Keep going. At that moment. From the rubble, an anonymous, faceless crew member barely managed to retrieve a sketchbook and held it up from below the stage. Emergency alert. Aha. The TV stopped. Oh, would you look at that? It's time for a commercial break. The audience groaned in disappointment. Haha, as much as I regret it, we must wrap up this surprise segment here. But don't worry, an extravagant finale awaits you all. And of course, this brief commercial break will only heighten your anticipation. With a smiling emoticon on its screen, the TV had made a bow to his audience. Yes. When the cameras turn off, when the audience's eyes are gone, when the stage lights go dark. The host addressed Kim So-lium's figure. Who can say what wonderful things might happen to a guest after their segment ends? We'll be back shortly. Click. The camera lights went out. Yet, the crew members did not come up to clear the half-destroyed stage. In the darkness, with the murmuring voices of the audience still vividly present, the host raised his hand. He fixed his gaze upon the now useless guest of a finished segment. Upon the reckless fool who dared destroy his set and break his dear friend. And then, the giant gloved fingers slowly pressed together, about to produce a chilling snap. Brawn. The hand stopped. Did you incinerate my stuffed body? Ah. So we're back to that topic. Did you come crawling back to ask for help? How shameless. Then again, shamelessness is a virtue in show business. No. Lee Jae-hyun, still piloting Kim So-lium's body, calmly recited his words. I just had a question. The emoticon disappeared from the TV screen. I knew it. Kim So-lium was certain. Braun couldn't read his thoughts right now. Because the one speaking directly to Braun was Lee Jae-hyun. Just as reading a script aloud doesn't mean knowing the playwright's full intent, Braun had no way of deciphering the true mind behind the words. And the same applied to Kim So-lium. Because I'm not really here. He was seeing and hearing everything indirectly. In persuasion, context, and atmosphere play a crucial role. But right now, all information was being filtered solely through words and visuals. Without the full sensory experience, he could withstand the persuasion of the great host. That meant, for the first time, they could have a real conversation. A genuine conversation. One where neither party could see into the other's mind, where they would have to listen, interpret, and truly engage. Will you hear me out? I think you won't be expecting this question. Ah. Bluffing can sometimes have its uses on stage. But such tactics only work on amateurs, not on a true entertainer. The master of this talk show creepypasta fixed his unseen gaze upon him. Do you really believe that reciting tired old scripts, common ghost stories, or dull platitudes will be enough to move me? But that's not it. It's just a personal question. His voice was calm. A personal question. Yeah. Kim So-lium's lips moved. Was it frustrating being a good friend? The TV screen froze. But still, his smooth voice continued. A performer who finds their given role suffocating does not deserve to be on stage. In that sense, this Braun has never once felt confined by masks. I see. Because when I was a stuffed doll, I felt pretty trapped and scared. I was just wondering if you ever felt the same way. Oh, forming empathy and connection. Predictable, and oh, how boring. Go ahead, waste your breath trying to justify why I shouldn't incinerate you and that grunt right here and now. Before the commercials end. Kim So-lium thought. He knew, if he simply ran away now, he would inevitably face an even worse end in the future. Still, putting all his bets on this gamble remained an option to him. But to Kim So-lium, a gamble was only worth taking if there's a real chance of success. And he had his reasons for taking this bet. This was the possibility he was holding on to. Then. Did being a good friend make you happy? Chapter 127.1. What a strange line of questioning. Was I happy, you ask? Of course. I am an entertainer who enjoys every role. So, being a good friend wasn't particularly more enjoyable than any other role. Not even a little. The body controlled by Lee Jae-hyun remained completely still. Then, the giant TV screen lit up. Ah, I see what you're trying to say. Is it that you wish for me to become that warm-hearted stuffed toy and become your good friend once more? Ha ha ha. To keep playing the happy little role of the good friend. Inside the giant TV, a rabbit plushie appeared, waving its hand, just like a certain moment from a month ago. But Kim So-lium remained unfazed. That would have been nice. I miss it. Oh, Mr. Kim So-lium. The TV spoke in an exaggeratedly cheerful tone, almost mockingly. On screen, the rabbit plushie looked around nervously before curling up in a corner. Unfortunately, that good friend has already been torn apart and reduced to ashes. You'll never see it again. No, it's you. The plush body was just an external appearance. That's right. In the end, the one who willingly accepted the constraints of being a good friend and moved within that plush body, was the host standing right in front of him right here and now. A with ring above. Yes. Even now, displaying that rabbit plushie on the screen. That's you. He was the one speaking about it himself. I've heard something like this before. Kim So-lium's calm voice filled the space. When actors play deeply memorable roles, even after the performance ends, sometimes they struggle to fully leave the character behind. Because if the role was fun or immersive enough, traces of it remain even after it's over. He recalled what he had seen earlier. The host, freezing when Kim So-Liam's plush body was torn apart. Honestly, he should have known that I wouldn't actually die just because the plushie was destroyed. After all, wasn't he the one who put me inside it? Going further, it was odd for a talk show host to allow silence to linger on his show just because a guest had died. A being like him should have simply displayed a crying emoticon on the TV screen, pretended to mourn for a moment, then turned it into material for the next segment. Yet, if he had been startled enough to try and hold the stuffing together. That was definitely strange. I wondered if the same applied to you. Oh. You mean to say that this great host who brought that role to life was affected by a mere mask he wore for a few months? You think my professionalism is that lacking? I don't see why doing such a thing would mean you were lacking in any way. Even great actors sometimes struggle to separate from their roles. That just means they were deeply immersed. That is. It's true, isn't it? Lee Jae-hyun continued to recite Kim So-Liam's words in a detached tone. And in a slightly different way. I also found a lot of comfort in you being my good friend. I appreciate it. Really, thank you. In difficult times, having you as a friend really helped and reassured me. And there were a lot of fun moments, too. Kim So-Liam's voice resonated. Didn't you feel the same? Goodness. The host's voice dropped slightly. How embarrassing, but I suppose I must admit it. Yes. It was a truly fresh and enjoyable experience. It's rare to find someone with such natural talent as both a creator and a performer. Watching and meddling in your journey was an utterly unique delight. I see. But that's exactly why I don't want to work at this talk show anymore. A calm voice. For one, this talk show scares me. It's not that I didn't find it entertaining, but honestly, it's difficult for me to work here. You know that, my personality. Just the thought of people dying sent chills down his spine. The idea of contributing to that in any way was horrifying. And Kim So-Liam understood something else. Even if I tried to convince him, would he, the host, suddenly start making ethical decisions? Absolutely not. Just as Kim So-Liam, being who he was, would always reject working as a crew member here, the host would never suddenly develop moral scruples. And the more terrifying possibility, if he lost that sense of rejection entirely, if he no longer felt any aversion to this place, that would mean something far worse. Whether it was brainwashing or contamination, it would mean the erasure of his own identity. To be honest, even if you called me a partner, this whole thing was one-sided. I was basically forced into your crew. The atmosphere even made me start calling you Mr. Host out of habit. A joking remark with an undeniable edge of truth. In that state, we can't stay friends. I'll be your subordinate if things stay like that. I wouldn't be acting of my own will anymore. Kim So-Liam looked beyond his own vision. And when that happens, you'll get bored of me pretty fast. So, I have to go back. It'll be much more fun for you that way, too. A strange gleam passed over the surface of the TV. Kim So-Liam speculated that perhaps this was why the host had wanted to keep him working at the talk show, keeping him as intact as possible, without changing his way of thinking too drastically. Like a steady drizzle slowly soaking someone through. It almost worked to some extent, but not like this. He couldn't stay in this creepy place forever. But still. That doesn't mean we can't be friends. Do you remember what I said before? Friends try to understand each other's differences, and even when they can't, they still care for one another. By talking things through. We don't have to work at the same place to share our lives and stay friends. Since the bridge had already been burned, it was time to rebuild it in a different way with this entity he had summoned. If you can't avoid it, just face it. You don't have to be a good friend. Just a friend is fine. Inside the TV, the plush rabbit seemed to lean toward the screen as if listening intently. Kim So-Liam almost wanted to smile. If you're okay with it, how about we try that? Chapter 127.2. Who? And what if I'm not fine with that? The plush rabbit inside the TV hesitated, but the host's voice grew softer, more cunning. Look around, Mr. So-Liam. See how your brutish mercenary has wrecked the set. This space, built with the sweat and tears of the staff, the cost of disrupting the broadcast. At that moment. Thump. 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 Inside the giant TV, the plush rabbit suddenly sprang up and began smacking the screen with its stuffed hands. As if protesting against his words. My goodness, this is. The TV abruptly shut off. The host's massive gloved hands reached up as if trying to adjust an antenna, but the screen flickered, briefly revealing the rampaging good friend plush inside. Eventually, the host sighed in frustration and withdrew his hands. And then, it can't be helped. Flicker. All the stage lights momentarily dimmed. Very well. Before Kim Solium even realized it, the host had returned to his prior form, standing right in front of him. Yes. It's true that watching and getting involved in your actions was immensely enjoyable. Who would have thought my mask would become such a nuisance? The host spoke in a refined, almost resigned tone. This Braun acknowledges it. That following your unique, creative, and gripping developments was thrilling and fun. That playing the role of the good friend was uniquely enjoyable. Kim Solium realized something. It was obvious that the one moving the plush inside the TV was the host himself. Which meant that the rabbit's earlier outburst was an extension of some part of the host that had felt that way. A lingering trace of the good friend. The bombardment that had stormed the talk show had ended at some point. The lights had returned, and now, in this half-destroyed set, which somehow still looked like a part of the show, Braun stood, watching Kim Solium. Watching the friend who had been just beyond his reach. But now, that plush body is no more. Ah. Of course. A great host always has a plan B. With a magician's flourish, the host's gloved fingers twirled, revealing a single silver coin shimmering between them. The silver serpent coin. The coin Kim Solium had used to summon the good friend before. The very item he thought had burned away along with the plush body. Kim Solium, watching from beyond his body, was visibly shaken. I was sure it got incinerated. Haha, a true entertainer must also be well versed in magic. Just a simple little trick. Ching. The coin fell from Braun's hand into the front pocket of Kim Solium's suit. The very spot where the good friend had always stayed. A gloved finger gave the pocket a light tap. Take it. And if you use the proper medium to call me again, I will come, Mr. Roe dear. Unlike the shocked Kim Solium, Lee Jae-hyun coolly relayed his words aloud. All right. Oh, but this friend may not be as good as before. So that means you still could be. Ah, such a magician with words, friend. The TV screen remained dark, displaying nothing. But in its reflection, Kim Solium could see his own face. And he spoke with the urge to smile. See you again. A teaser for a sequel. Not bad at all. The host raised both hands. Now, let's give a round of applause to my temporary crew member, who is leaving this magnificent, dazzling studio to return to the dreadful reality of his challenges. Wah. Kim Solium turned his head in surprise. The audience seats were still filled. The cameras were still rolling. And on the stage screen, glowing letters read, Special Bonus Segment. Behind the scenes with the host, sensitive personal information will be censored. Come to think of it, we're still in a commercial break. So this was being broadcast too. He really loves his show. He could only hope that the crew censored his personal information properly. Kim Solium wasn't sure whether he wanted to sigh or laugh. Now, it's time for the exit. The host extended his hand for a handshake. Kim Solium requested the mercenary controlling his body to accept it. And then, he heard it. A low whisper. Mr. Roe dear. You'd better be as entertaining as you promised. I'll be watching to see if you truly are. If he had his real body, he might have broken into a cold sweat. But since Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was in control, he simply nodded to the audience before confidently striding through the broken guest entrance and running out. Then, have a delightful departure. He exited the talk show set. For a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of the audience. Unlike before, they no longer seemed like ordinary people, but rather, something else. Viewers of a different kind. It was unsettling, but strangely, he felt lighter than ever. Wah wah. Behind him, the lively yet eerie voice of the talk show host, his friend, resounded. Until now, this has been Braun's late-night talk show. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I opened my eyes. The sky was dim with the first light of dawn. A dawn I recognized, a morning of the ordinary world. I made it out. Ha. I took a deep breath and sprawled out on the ground. I was lying on a park bench, somewhere unfamiliar. Did they leave me here? The feeling of freedom was almost overwhelming. The fact that I could move my own body. And the fact that I had made it outside, safe and sound. Everything felt right. Who? Did squad leader Lee Jae-hyun return properly? More importantly, was I actually okay? I wasn't sure how I could feel this clear-headed and normal after everything that had happened. Wait a second. Could it be that after throwing up that show? Just speculation for now, so let's set that thought aside. The important thing is, I escaped. After an entire month. I stretched out my arms and legs. Now what? I lost all my company belongings, my Dream Essence collector, my employee ID, my mask. I should probably contact the company first. Wait a second. Did I just miss work for an entire month without notice? Which meant, did they fire me? What about my points? The realization hit like a bucket of ice water. I shot upright. My phone. I needed to check right now. Screw exhaustion and relief, my blood turned cold as I scrambled to figure out a way to contact someone. And then, a flicker. Above me, something shimmered in the air. Something I hadn't seen in a long time. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. And then, thud. Something dropped into my hands. I looked down at it, my hands trembling. It was a brand new, unopened product, still with its price barcode attached. A compact, high-quality item, made small to reduce costs, but still absurdly expensive due to its precision engineering. A cylinder with metallic accents. I knew exactly what this was. Dream Essence Collector, Elite Team Edition. And inside, the cylinder was already full with gleaming golden liquid. A glowing, golden liquid shimmered within, reflecting light like a hologram. I held it up with shaking hands. With a holographic glow that I've never seen before. This is A grade or higher. Chapter 128.1. Dream Essence Collector. As the name suggests, it was a piece of equipment issued by Daydream Incorporated to the field exploration team members, designed to collect the liquid known as Dream Essence from within ghost stories. The concentration of the liquid collected depended on the grade of the ghost story cleared. And the highest grade liquid I had ever seen with my own eyes was A grade. During the anomalous manifestation of Chorus of the Sacrificial Lambs in Tuesday Talk Show, and inside Sejong Industrial High School when dealing with Within the Shadow of Darkness. Both times, the liquid had been a brilliant, luminous gold. But the one I was holding right now. Good Lord. On top of its golden glow, it had an iridescent holographic sheen. The way its radiance shimmered made it look almost like some kind of elixir. It reminds me of that wish ticket potion I saw when I first joined the company. It was eerie how similar it felt. Maybe because this was raw dream essence. No, this wasn't the time to focus on that. The important thing was, does this mean this is S grade? I turned the cylinder in my hand. Its glow flickered, gleaming. It didn't feel real. That grade isn't just arbitrarily assigned to dangerous ghost stories. Abyss, S grade. The creators of the wiki had all agreed on one thing. For something to be given an S grade, shouldn't there be a more special criterion? Until then, Daydream Incorporated, S ghost stories had always been ranked based on an unspoken consensus, something like, if it's this extreme, it should probably be graded high. Factors like danger level, uncertainty, ominousness, scale, all the things one would naturally associate with ghost stories, were used to determine grades. But when it came to A grade and above, something more was needed. That's why they came up with this condition. Who exactly do you meet in the darkness? A story wasn't just cosmic horror themed, it had to be cosmic horror itself. Only when a ghost story forced you to confront an existence beyond human comprehension, not just its atmosphere, but the horror itself, could it surpass the A-grade threshold and be classified as abyssal, S-grade. A Nigerian Naira. But was Braun's late-night talk show seriously on that level? Sure, I worked there for a whole month as a crew member before escaping, but this felt like overkill. Braun was definitely a deranged talk show host and an incredibly powerful supernatural entity, but did he really qualify as a cosmic horror? If anything, he seemed oddly close to a human being. Maybe the dream essence in my collector hadn't been gathered during my time there, maybe it was just a bonus feature attached to the merch itself. And the reason I got this merch now. Since I cleared a high-grade ghost story without a dream essence collector, the system probably decided I had earned the right to be issued a new one. But more importantly, if this really is S-grade, how much would it be worth in company points? A corporate payout memo flashed in my mind. S-grade, subject to special review. I swallowed hard. A-grade was worth 100,000 points. Given the increasing trend in rewards, this could be worth 500,000 points. That's enough to exchange for a wish ticket immediately. Holy shit. That meant I didn't even need to worry about whether I'd been sacked. If I just submitted this collector, the company would. Oh. Fuck. My whole body sagged. There's no way to submit it. Make sure you don't lose it. Those things have serial numbers, and it'll be a nightmare to explain if anything's off. I remembered Assistant Manager Unhage telling me that once. It's exactly as she said. Every single Dream Essence collector was serialized and individually registered to an employee. Meaning that having a spare was not just weird, it was downright suspicious. This would be the equivalent of finding an extra bullet casing during an inventory check and cheerfully reporting, "Oh hey, I found another one." They demand an explanation, and I had none. There was no way I could just say, I bought it at a pop-up merch store. Especially not this Dream Essence collector. Ha. The Elite Team Edition was smaller and fancier than a standard collector, too. I silently peeled off the product sticker from its side. Dream Essence Collector, Elite Team Edition. It wasn't a regular collector, it had been released as merch for a reason. Because it came from a famous game based on the Dark Exploration records. It was a game adaptation of a certain exploration log, where the Elite Team cylinder served multiple roles, as an identifier for important NPCs, a collectible required to unlock the true ending, and an item crucial to gameplay. To avoid lore conflicts with the wiki, the game developers even came up with this backstory. Elite Team Cylinder. A special piece of equipment once produced for the Elite Team, but discontinued due to budget constraints as the design was standardized for all team members. So, if that in-game lore applied here. A piece of equipment, originally produced in limited quantity and owned by only a select few, suddenly appears in the hands of a rookie employee who had been missing for a month. That's insane. And if this wasn't based on the in-game lore, that's an even bigger problem. Bringing back a Dream Essence collector that doesn't match the company's standardized models. Anyone would see that as a tech leak. The development department would have a complete meltdown. They'd think I was a corporate spy. Or worse, they might start suspecting I was some kind of parallel world anomaly. A missing employee, presumed terminated, suddenly reappears with unknown technology. I could see my future clearly, as a test subject. Chapter 128.2. Nope. Absolutely not. I swallowed hard. For now, let's put this on hold. Ooh. I shoved the cylinder back into my pocket. Even so, my heart was racing. A raw potion-like liquid, capable of granting wishes. There was no way the wiki would simply describe this as, used as raw material by a ghost story specialist corporation. There's got to be other uses for this. It wasn't just something to hand over to the company for points, there had to be other ways to use it. That's what I'll aim for. For now, though. First, I need to call someone. I left the park, just as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. After getting my left arm treated for fractures and bruises, I immediately used a free public phone charger to power up my phone. Then, I made the call. To the one true boss of this era, the person who had played the biggest role in my escape. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That evening. Kim Solium SSI. Squad leader. The moment I saw Section Chief Lee Jahian, I bowed my head. Deep. Because I owed him. A ton. Thank you. Truly, sincerely, thank you. Yes. I may have spent 66,660,000 won, but honestly, it was the best deal I'd ever made. Physical strength is an amazing thing. No wonder Employee D was a staple character in so many special exploration logs. I just never expected him to be an alien. Maybe I should have suspected something when he literally had a lizard's head. I exhaled in relief as I looked at Lee Jahian's still lizard-like face. Who would have thought his coalition was connected to the bizarre space shopping mall, one that could even bombard creepypasta entities with orbital strikes? Oh beta. He did call it the coalition, right? There was no mention of this in the wiki's Employee D entry. I couldn't suppress my curiosity any longer. Squad leader. May I ask what exactly this coalition you mentioned is? You may not. Gotcha. Guess we'll move on to the main topic. I made sure to get a firm agreement first that he wouldn't report anything to the company, then I showed him the Dream Essence collector. This liquid inside the collector. His vertical slit pupil stared at the device, an unusual design, even by company standards, as if trying to dissect it. I took a steady breath and asked. This is an S-grade essence, right? That is, Dream Essence of an Abyss-grade darkness. A tense silence. Then. No. Ah. It exceeds the standard concentration for grade, void, A, classification within the company database. However, it does not qualify as a BIS grade. I let out a long breath. Knew it. There was no way S grade would appear that easily. So this is basically A+ or something. Satisfied, I put the collector back into my pocket. Then, what color does an actual S grade look like? There is no precise term in the language currently in use. However, upon witnessing it, one would have no doubt regarding its concentration. I see. Wow. He really just screamed, "I am an alien," in the most roundabout way possible. Suddenly, another thought struck me. What exactly is Lee Jae-hyun's connection to the space shopping mall? And more importantly, why is he working at Daydream Incorporated in the first place? I had a lot of questions. But right now, the real issue was, could I even keep working for this company? Squad leader, I was under the impression that if an employee goes missing for a month due to unexcused absences, they are automatically processed for termination. I swallowed hard. Does that apply to me as well? Yes. Damn it. Would it be possible for me to return if I claimed that my absence was due to being caught up in a darkness and was therefore unavoidable? Yes. Phew. That was a relief. As long as I could talk my way through this, I should be fine. Letting out a sigh of relief, I spoke. Then I'll just bzzzzzt. At that moment, Lee Jae-hyun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen before speaking. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. There are people who wish to meet you. Moments later. Ro. I came face to face with familiar faces outside Lee Jae-hyun's residence. Assistant Manager Eun Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong. The very people who had gone looking for me, even delving into a ghost story in their search. Seeing them again made my chest tighten strangely. They really went through so much. Barely surviving the chorus of the Sacrificial Lambs, only to deliberately enter its sequel, Braun's late-night talk show, that wasn't just determination. One of them had to constantly avoid company surveillance, while the other was practically confined from even stepping outside. Yet, when I had been fully immersed in the show, becoming one with the darkness, I hadn't been able to feel anything. But now, standing here, seeing them again, I was overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion. I bowed deeply. Thank you. The candy you gave me helped me find a lead. That clue had ultimately led me to press the "We can help" button. Eun Hage waved it off. It's fine. We didn't do much, really. I only found out about it because these two talked about it, and then I just went in at the end, Park Min-seong added with a grin. He did look far more stable than when we had last spoken, during the New Year's isolation room cleanup, but my gaze drifted to his outfit. Unlike before, he was wearing black casual clothes instead of a suit. Supervisor, have you returned to work? Yeah. I'm with the security team now. He was no longer part of the field exploration team. And he didn't elaborate beyond that. He simply said, "It's nice to be earning points again." Chapter 128.3. I didn't press further and let him change the subject. Oh, by the way, Sergeant J from the security team asked about you sometimes. I didn't say you got lost in a darkness or anything, but a few days ago, he seemed to have figured it out already. I see. I had intended to simply nod along. But then, a realization hit me. Wait a second. Are you saying the company already knew I wasn't just skipping work, but that I had gone missing inside a darkness? Yeah. They decided that you've just disappeared on the Tamara Express. Oh. Then, does that mean the company hadn't actually given up on finding me this whole time? Or at least, they still officially considered me missing. My two superiors suddenly avoided eye contact. They already declared me as dead, didn't they? What a phenomenal company. Well, not that it really mattered. I fought the urge to pinch my temples and nodded. Understood. Then I'll just report that I'm alive, that I cleared the darkness, and RO. About that. You can't. Eun Hage cut me off. Assistant manager. Listen, Ro. The company put an unusual amount of effort into searching for you these past few weeks. Park Min-seong quickly jumped in to elaborate. And if the auditors determine that you weren't lost due to company work but were just absent on your own, they're going to charge you for all the costs. Excuse me, what? I didn't make the rescue request myself, so wouldn't that mean there's no justification for covering my expenses? Justification is just a matter of framing. The points we earn aren't salaries, they're welfare points. If the company really wants to penalize you, it's not like they don't have ways to do it. At minimum, they could suspend your point payouts as a disciplinary action for a few months. Oh no. A chill ran down my spine. So, if they find out this wasn't a work-related accident, but rather just you getting caught up in a random darkness incident, the company would realize they've suffered a loss. Eun-hage spoke with a sharp, almost biting tone. They'll argue that this was a personal accident, that you were absent for personal reasons, so your absence caused them damages. If you never came back, there wouldn't be much they could do. But if you return as an employee, it's complete bullshit. But the problem is, this kind of corporate nonsense happens in regular companies too. What if we just the escape method into an official manual? If we can frame what we did as a documented escape method, it could be considered as work. That way, the company can't penalize Roe for it, right? Supervisor Park asked. That's impossible. The way I entered was already an exceptional case. And the method I used to escape. There was no way that could be turned into a manual. Not to mention, spending an entire month working as a staff member inside a creepypasta talk show before escaping wasn't exactly a normal case either. If I could just submit the dream essence, I'm sure this would all get smoothed over. The fact that I couldn't was frustrating. Should I just accept the point loss and move on? No way. No matter how I looked at it, that was unacceptable. Not just frustrating, it was infuriating. I collected over half the points I needed. I worked so hard throughout those months, dancing to the tune of the higher-ups the entire time. But now, the company wanted to take them away just because they could. There was no way in hell I was going to accept that. And the problem didn't stop there. In any case, let's say you describe how you escaped. If you mention that you spent an entire month as part of the ghost story. Park Min-seong swallowed hard. They might decide you're contaminated. You could end up going through the same process I did. Right. Normally, if someone spent a month inside a high-grade darkness, there would be no way they'd be considered mentally fit to return to the field exploration team. Instead, they'd be analyzed, reassigned, or even quarantined. In that case, you might never be able to return to the field exploration team. At this point, anyone else would be screaming, "Screw this company." I quit. But I couldn't afford to quit out of frustration. I needed a wish ticket. I had already confirmed it during the elevator creepypasta. A wish ticket could send me home. Besides, if I'm going to keep my promise and call Braun again, I need to get my hands on a plush from the cheerful theme park creepypasta. I had barely secured a stable friendship with him. If I broke that promise now, I had no idea what an otherworld entity, summoned under a contract for eternal companionship, might do. I gritted my teeth. I could still feel the weight of the coin in my jacket pocket. The situation has turned into a mess, but no. There's definitely a way out. I had a high-grade dream essence in my hands. I had escaped the ghost story in one piece. Things weren't worse than before. There had to be a solution. As I looked at the worried expressions of my superiors, a thought suddenly came to me. Maybe. Assistant manager. I turned to assistant manager Eun-hage. She was someone who had changed departments. Could you get me in contact with Director Ho? Chapter 129.1. A moment later. I dialed the number assistant manager Eun-hage had given me. It was an internal company line that connected directly to Director Ho's private office. Hello. Good evening, Director Ho. The moment the call connected, my superiors fell silent. I continued speaking as calmly and respectfully as possible. This is Supervisor Kim Solium. I went missing a month ago. I've only just managed to escape the darkness and am reaching out now. Wow. Hello, Solium Nim. Have you been well this past month? The response was unsettlingly casual. It was the tone one would use to chat with an old acquaintance. Slightly warm, even a little cheerful. It sent a chill down my spine. That was not how anyone should react when a supposedly deceased employee suddenly called out of nowhere. This guy isn't normal. I would have preferred to contact Director Chong Dali instead, but that wasn't an option at the moment. So, I listened to what Director Ho had to say. I'm truly relieved that you didn't actually pass away. It's wonderful to hear you're safe. Thank you. But isn't this situation quite troublesome for you? If you return like this, you'll suffer a significant loss in points. Of course, he already knew. He's speaking as if it's already a given that the company will charge me for the costs of my rescue. As the director of the development department, he could have easily prevented this from happening, but instead, he was only sympathizing, making it clear that he had no intention of helping. Not that I expected him to. I had already made my decision. Yes. That's why I wanted to discuss something with you. I deliberately paused for a beat before continuing, keeping my voice steady. Director, is the offer you previously extended to me still valid? Whoa, Solium Nim. What a brilliant idea you've had. His bright, almost delighted voice hit me like a downpour. You want to join my project, have your disappearance classified as classified project work instead of unauthorized leave, and avoid any losses in company points, correct? Oh Thailand bot yes. Goosebumps ran down my arms. Beside me, assistant manager Eun Hage clenched her fists. That's such an excellent strategy. I couldn't bring myself to say thank you. It wasn't gratitude I felt, it was pure, instinctive wariness. This wasn't just a well-aligned conversation. It was as if I had stepped into a deal with an otherworldly creature. One. And of course, it's possible. Thank you. That means that, from this moment onward, Supervisor Kim Solium is officially a member of Director Ho Yuan's newly established project team. This verbal acceptance is being recorded as part of this call. Welcome aboard. It felt like I had just been pressured into signing a highly questionable real estate contract after barely 5 minutes of looking around. I truly appreciate your generosity. However, I had intended to consult with you, not to immediately declare my intent to join. Ah, of course. Then, shall we meet in person? I would greatly appreciate that. However, as you know, I am currently unable to visit the company in person due to my circumstances. Ah, I expected as much. In fact, I was thinking it would be best to meet elsewhere. What a surprisingly accommodating response. Where exactly does he want to meet? I vaguely imagined a private dining space, perhaps a discreet meeting room. But then. The Fox counseling room. What? How does that sound? Warm and pleasant, don't you think? I'll send the nameplate through Assistant Manager Eun Hage. Slowly, all of us turned to look at Assistant Manager Eun Hage. Didn't she say she had been reassigned to a role where she had to avoid company surveillance? Yet, Director Ho spoke as if he already knew she was right here. Please wait just a moment. Understood. Thank you, sir. The call ended with polite farewells. And then. Whirring. Assistant Manager Eun Hage's phone immediately buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then held up the display so we could all see. Caller ID, Director Ho Yuan. She answered. Yes. Yes, sir. Understood. I'll return immediately. Click. You heard that, right? That man is not normal. Assistant Manager Eun Hage pulled the phone away from her face, shaking her head. The Fox counseling room. He'll dress it up as a comfortable place for Solium Nim to receive counseling in case of contamination, while also having a discussion, but really. He just wants to establish dominance over the conversation. Ro. She lowered her phone, looking visibly unsettled. It's my firm belief that, even if it means taking a longer route, it's better not to get involved in Director Ho's project. Losing the points is painful, but, damn it. In the end, Assistant Manager Eun Hage ran a hand through her hair and sighed. For the members of the field exploration team, company points were practically as valuable as their lives. She knew exactly how much they meant. I'll bring back the nameplate for you, but don't let things slide too easily. Find a way to wheedle yourself out of this and don't let the director pull you in. You're good at talking your way through things, so I believe in you. Yes. I nodded. I'll be careful and listen to what he has to say. Good. A short while later. Assistant Manager Eun Hage returned from the company and handed me the item Director Ho had promised. A nameplate I was now quite familiar with. Fox Counseling Room. Hugh. Ro, if things feel off, just bolt. Thank you, Supervisor. With my superior's encouragement and advice, I attached the nameplate to a random door. And for the first time in a long while, I stepped into the Fox Counseling Room. Chapter 129.2. Creak. Previously, this door had led to a changing room. This time, a different space lay beyond. A waiting room. A small space where one could chat or undergo psychological assessments before a counseling session. It was simple and cozy, with a few ivory-colored wooden chairs and a cypress table, giving it a rustic charm. However, the actual counseling room's door was firmly shut. A sign was taped to it. Closed for the day, happy face. Please take your nameplate back with you. Wait, if that's the case. Tap, tap. Hello, Solium Nim. I nearly passed out. I turned my head. A young man, wearing a bright and kind expression, stood there, having just tapped my shoulder. Director Ho Yu-won. He smiled like a benevolent host and gave a slight bow. What a coincidence. The Fox counseling room is closed today, so we won't be interrupted. Isn't that just perfect? Yes. Thank you. How the hell did he know the counseling room was closed? It almost feels like he has some kind of connection to this place. Better not dig into that. I needed to keep my focus. Right now, my priority was recovering my company points. Shall we take a seat? Yes. Thank you. I took a seat across from the director in one of the comfortable waiting room chairs. The whole situation felt completely surreal. Hugh. I poured some of the green tea provided in the waiting room and placed it in front of him. Director Ho thanked me but said nothing further. He simply smiled. He's waiting for me to start the conversation. Fine. Director, I can't help but feel hesitant about joining your project. I wonder if I'd even be suitable. Oh my, to think you'd feel that way. What exactly is concerning you? Over the phone, it sounded like you were interested. Stay calm. Right now, I'm not involved. If I refused to return, I'd remain a civilian, which meant the director didn't have as much leverage over me as before. I had more room to push back. Folding my hands together, I spoke. Yes. I'm afraid of dying, sir. Losing my points would be painful, but if I die before I can collect them, it would mean nothing. Aha. If this project is more dangerous than the field exploration team, then I don't see the point in taking the risk. Frankly, I'm considering only two options: either I return to my original position, or that I'll resign entirely. Oops. I see. Wow. You're truly smart. Was that sarcasm? But his face remained unreadable, his expression as earnest and good-natured as ever. And I think that's a very good question. Is Director Ho's classified project more dangerous than the field exploration team? My answer to that is... Director Ho smiled. It's not dangerous. In fact, you could even say that it has a higher survival rate. Oh, of course, some tasks could be riskier depending on circumstances. But at the very least, the job I'm offering you right now, it's nowhere near fatal. I assume you can't provide more specifics. That's right. This is all I can share for now. Director Ho looked at me with a seemingly regretful expression before adding in a soft tone. But I can assure you that your circumstances will be much better, and that this job has a higher survival rate than your previous one. So, will you be joining the project now? Just a heads up, after this, our team will be finalized, and we likely won't be able to take on new members. So this was my last chance. I looked at Director Ho, deliberately hesitated for a few seconds as if I were deeply contemplating my decision. And then, I nodded. I want to do it. Oh. Fantastic. Not I will, but I want to. A phrase that left me with room to back out at the last moment. Fortunately, Director Ho didn't seem to mind. In fact, he clapped in delight. He was so pleased that he even refilled my cup and placed fresh green tea in front of me. It didn't feel like a gesture of kindness, it sent a chill down my spine. You've made a truly excellent decision. Really? I told you, the working conditions have actually improved. The working conditions, you say? Yes. It'll be much more comfortable for you. Director Ho took a sip of tea and smiled, his eyes narrowing. After spending a month in that darkness, you must have endured quite the ordeal. It would be difficult for you to enter another high-grade darkness so soon. His voice remained warm and gentle, as if he were just looking out for me. So I thought, why not try something fun instead? Something about that phrasing. There was a strange nuance to it. Something fun, sir. Yes. In other words, the job I'd like you to do is... And then, as if it were the most casual thing in the world, Director Ho revealed the utterly ridiculous task for Supervisor Kim Solium that he had in mind. I need you to infiltrate the Disaster Management Bureau. I suppose you could call it spying. Director Ho gave me a playful wink. You'll be slipping in under the identity of a newly recruited agent. It'll be a completely clean record, and you'll be officially hired. Holy shit. You'll blend in, live among them as an agent, and then, you'll retrieve information on a specific supernatural disaster they manage. Simple, right? I gulped. And what exactly is this supernatural disaster you want me to investigate, sir? Director Ho raised an eyebrow slightly, before giving me another good-natured, amused smile. Not questioning how to do it, but rather asking what the target is first. Just as I expected. We'll go over that later. The first priority is ensuring your successful infiltration. His gaze shifted, subtly assessing me. And personally, I don't think there's a better candidate for this job than you, Solium Nim. Had he figured it out? That I already had some level of connection with the Disaster Management Bureau? That I even possessed an item from their organization? I forced myself not to think about the silver heart still resting in my pocket. For some reason, it seems like Director Ho Yuan has a deep grudge against the Disaster Management Bureau. For now, it was best to keep my mouth shut. And just when I thought the surprises were over. Oh, and since I figured it'd be a bit lonely for you to go in alone, you won't be infiltrating by yourself. Excuse me? Who else is going in, sir? For a moment, I thought of Assistant Manager Unhage, but the answer I received was something I never could have predicted. 2 of your fellow new hires will be going in with you. Would you like to see for yourself? Director Ho handed me a document, most of it blurred out, except for the names and department affiliations. I glanced at the page. Field Exploration Team, R Squad, Go Yanzhong, Employee. Field Exploration Team, F Squad, Zhang Haun, Employee. The only 2 names among my peers who might actually be able to blend into the Disaster Management Bureau. Director Ho beamed. Well then, Solium SSI. His voice was practically cheerful. I'll be looking forward to your spectacular performance as a spy for the Disaster Management Bureau. Chapter 130.1. The night Kim Solium agreed to infiltrate the Disaster Management Bureau as a spy. At that same moment, in his unit at the company housing, Baek Sahian was thoroughly enjoying the greatest luxury of his recent life. Namely, the fact that his psycho roommate had disappeared. That bastard, always sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Baek Sahian figured that guy would end up dead one of these days. He grinned with deep satisfaction. Sure, that lunatic's near-identical counterpart, D-Squad's crazy squad leader, had relentlessly hounded him for interviews about the Tamara Express. And yes, as a result, he had suffered through some truly horrifying, deepened contamination. But things had settled down now. He could even think about such great talk, fuck, whatever it was, without throwing up or going out of his mind. Which meant he could finally access the Fox counseling room. For free. Normally, you've got to be at least a supervisor to qualify for this perk, but the trade-off wasn't bad at all. Thanks to the intervention of D-Squad's section chief, Baek Sahian had been able to secure a Fox counseling room nameplate just for himself. That alone was a huge win. And the best part? That creepypasta therapist always handed out extra nameplates after a session. Thanks to the treatment he received at the company, he had permission to use the service until he had sufficiently recovered. Which meant I could always hand one off to someone else if I play my cards right. At this rate, he could milk this for at least 3 more months, right up until he could get promoted. But before that, tonight, he would use it himself. Humming to himself, Baek Sahian strode over to the room of his dearly departed roommate and placed the nameplate on the door. But as he pushed it open, they're closed today. A sharp-eyed office worker with dark hair stood just beyond the threshold, speaking to him casually. And then, he stepped out of the room. A face Baek Sahian would never, ever be able to forget. It was Kim Solium. His former roommate, officially missing and presumed dead, looked at him. And smirked. What? Baek Sahian's mind whirled into overdrive. Is this a dream? Had he unknowingly stumbled into a hypnosis-based darkness? Because if not, then why the hell was a presumed dead, missing lunatic casually walking out of the Fox counseling room? Smack. Baek Sahian slapped himself. His cheek burned. Okay. Not a dream. Fucking hell. He could feel the pitying stare of a certain someone, watching him like he was an idiot who had just punched himself in the face. I get why you were trying to book a session. But I'm telling you, they're closed today. Take your nameplate off and try again later. Thud. Kim Solium fully stepped out of the room and shut the door behind him. Then, with undeniable physical and not spiritual force, he ripped the nameplate off the door and tossed it back at Baek Sahian. On reflex, he caught it. But, of all times, you just had to open the door now. Didn't think I'd be running into you like this. Bek Sahian swallowed hard. His mind was spinning, scrambling to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. But amidst the shock and confusion, one realization hit him with absolute certainty. It was a persistent glow shone in his vision, right behind his eye patch. Internal warning alarms blared. I just saw something I wasn't supposed to see. If a company-declared deceased employee was standing in front of him, alive and well, that meant there was some kind of cover-up at play, either at the corporate level or something even bigger. And they used me as a witness for his disappearance. Bek Sahian forced himself not to think about the horrifying, mind-warping pressure he had experienced when they interrogated him about Kim Solium's last known whereabouts. Nobs. His head throbbed with a cocktail of anger, unease, and pure survival instinct. But above all else, a warning blared inside his skull. Wait. But if this psycho bastard is standing here, alive, should I even be seeing this? The most efficient way for a psychopath to eliminate a loose end would be eradication. And no. Bek Sahian immediately corrected his own insane train of thought. It was the modern era, who the hell resorted to something so primitive? And this bastard still has my mind control fountain pen. The very item he had traded this eye for. Right. This guy would surely brainwash Bek Sahian right here and now. They could just both live their lives while pretending that this never happened. Such a simple solution was available for them here, so there's no need for. You want me to erase your memory with the pen, don't you? Bek Sahian's thoughts ground to a screeching halt. Not gonna do that though. Bek Sahian's mind raced through possible courses of action, punching, using his special equipment, calling for help, begging for his life. And the moment he considered them, he dismissed them all. And no way. If he made a wrong move, there was no telling what this lunatic might do. As much as he hated to admit it, Kim Solium was as ruthless and efficient as a true psychopath should be. If he wanted to avoid getting dragged into some deeper hell, or worse, getting outright killed, he had to stay calm. What the hell does this psycho bastard want? Was he actually here to kill me? No. A flash of realization struck Bek Sahian as he rearranged the pieces in his mind. This guy wants something. That bastard was standing in front of him because there was something he wanted. Bek Sahian forced himself to steady his breathing. He crossed his arms, barely managing to look like he was composed. So, I take it you're here because you want something, Supervisor. Knew it. Ah. Do you need my eyewitness account or something? Like last time. You want me to report to the company that I think I might have seen you at the company housing? No. Damn it. Bek Sahian swallowed the curses threatening to spill out and forced himself to keep a straight face. Kim Solium, on the other hand, was watching him in quiet amusement. Now that Bek Sahian looked closer, this guy was still wearing formal attire, but his hair was slightly shorter, and he had a splint on one arm. He wasn't in perfect condition, then. Where the hell did he get injured? And even his suit, it was slightly different. It looked oddly high-end. Not the kind of thing a regular office worker would wear. It was tailored, stylish, almost like something meant to be seen. Like something a person would wear on TV. Something about that thought almost connected. And then Solium spoke. You seem pretty greedy when it comes to items. You don't care for scraps, you want the good stuff. Hypnosis, suppression, healing. Wouldn't you like to have more useful items like that? Desire flared, shoving every other thought aside. Bek Sahian's head shot up. Kim Solium was grinning. Then keep me updated on what's happening inside Daydream Incorporated. Give me regular reports. He was proposing a deal. An intel deal. Chapter 130.2. You mean things like high-grade darkness exploration manuals? Kim Solium gave him a completely unimpressed look. Yeah. No way he'd be asking for something that boring. Why would I care about that? Company rumors, staff reassignments, employee gossip. Just bring me anything that you think would be valuable to an insider. Why? Because I'm curious. Well, I got fired and I can't hear the gossip anymore. It's boring. This goddamn. Bek Sahian barely stopped himself from screaming his head off. If it were any other human being, this would be an obvious bluff. A way to avoid admitting the real reason. But this was Kim Solium. Shit, he might actually be telling the truth. It was entirely possible that this lunatic just enjoyed hearing company gossip and was trying to get his fix. which made it even harder to figure out what the hell was going on in his head. Ha. So. Are you going to bring me information in exchange for items? Information. I can bring it, sure. Beksahian made up his mind. Who cares? If the company found out, he could just say he'd been threatened or brainwashed, simple. As long as he wasn't selling company masks or dream essence collectors on the black market, the higher-ups wouldn't really care what the field exploration team got up to. A. With grave. E. Section. Answering a few casual questions about company atmosphere. That wasn't even a crime. Sure, the company had misunderstood and officially declared Kim Solium dead, but how was that his problem? There was no way this would get him fired. It's not like I'm selling classified research to the Disaster Management Bureau or something. Right. He wasn't even a section chief, and he had no access to the research team's secrets, nothing that would actually put him in trouble. All right. Yeah, no matter how much he thought about it, this was a deal worth taking. And as much as he hated to admit it, Kim Solium wasn't the type to scam people out of their payment. He never shortchanged people or humiliated them by withholding promised rewards. I'll go for it. Eat now, think later. As soon as he saw an opportunity, Beksahian's usual cocky smirk slid back into place. But, you see, supervisor, goodness. You're not even a supervisor anymore, are you? Anyway, how do I know you can trust me with this? What if I just lie to you? Translation: hand over an item in advance if you want to buy my loyalty. Kim Solium smiled broadly. Oh, you want to lie? That sounds fun. You should try it. Son of a bitch. Still, if you bring in more interesting information, naturally, the items I give you will be better. That's how transactions work, right? So he wasn't planning on lowballing him. Which meant, if Beksahian played this right, he could actually get some useful shit out of this. So, he forced a grin and extended his hand. All right, sir. I'll bring you some interesting information, Good. Kim Solium shook his hand. Just like that, he had successfully planted a highly opportunistic corporate informant within the company. Phew. He had survived. Kim Solium let out a quiet sigh of relief. Unofficial informant, secured. Director Ho had deliberately framed the conversation to make it seem like he and his fellow batchmates would be on the same playing field, trying to obscure the reality of the situation, but Kim Solium knew. He and his fellow employees were not in the same position at all. I'm the only one who's officially pronounced dead. And on top of that, he was terminated from the company. Which meant that every natural channel through which he could have kept up with company affairs had been completely cut off. And Director Ho is the kind of boss who would happily exploit that isolation. Kim Solium recalled Assistant Manager Eun Hae's words perfectly. I don't even know what the other team members are doing. Director Ho doesn't allow us to talk to each other if our roles don't overlap. There was no way Director Ho would voluntarily provide him with any useful information. Which meant, he needed another source. But not the D-Squad. Director Ho had already caught onto that link. The way he had sent the doorplate through Assistant Manager Eun Hae was proof enough. It was too obvious. That was why Kim Solium had already been planning to target either Beksahian or Kan Yahak. And the situation had just played out perfectly. Honestly, Kan Yahak. I could already imagine it. I could pay her to keep her mouth shut, but if the price is right, she'd sell me out in a heartbeat. Just thinking about it made him break into a cold sweat. That's why Beksahian was the better choice. This guy was moderately scared of Kim Solium and was also wary of other people. On top of that, he had strong survival instincts. Kim Solium glanced at his former roommate one last time before giving a small nod. All right, bye. What? Oh, you seem busy. Solium nodded again at Beksahian's half-hearted response. I have work to do. He had less than a few weeks before his deployment to the Disaster Management Bureau. Not much time. He needed to prepare. Not as a Daydream Incorporated rookie, but as a bureau agent. ****. February 22nd. Agent Bronze, the aptitude test for new recruits is ready. Understood. Ryu Jaegwon, an agent of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau with the codename Bronze, stood by the glass window, reviewing the documents in his hands. The glass was one way; to those on the other side, it would appear as nothing more than a mirror. Beyond it, the candidates for the Bureau's newest recruitment cycle were waiting. Seated around the room, their faces carried an unmistakable tension, yet beneath it, there was a quiet determination. All that remained was the personality test. And yet, this was the most critical stage of the process. Those who fail the aptitude test won't just be rejected. They'll forget they even applied in the first place. They wouldn't be given a second chance, because failing meant there was no point in trying again. It meant they were either psychologically unfit to handle the work, or that they possessed a morally compromised sense of ethics. Either way, such individuals could never be allowed to work here. Still, Ryu Jaegwon was aware. Most of the people sitting in that room had their own reasons for being here. Some were searching for missing family members. Some had supernatural threats they needed to eliminate. For those applicants, more than anyone, he quietly hoped they would pass. Let's begin. Yes, sir. Of course, Bronze wasn't the type to go easy on anyone. No matter what he personally felt, his strict evaluation criteria would not be changing. The assistant examiners sitting beside him swallowed nervously. They were acutely aware of Agent Bronze's reputation. I heard he's seriously strict about his passing criteria. Too bad for the applicants in this room. The assistant examiners exchanged glances before proceeding with the aptitude test, following Agent Bronze's instructions. Group D, candidates 1 through 4, please step forward. The announcement echoed through the room beyond the glass. 4 final candidates stepped into the center of the room. Candidate number 1, age 25, visibly tense. Candidate number 2, age 38, appearing calm but unnaturally pale. Candidate number 3, age 31, eyes burning with intensity. Anne. PFFF. Yes, sir. Ryu Jaegwon barely stifled a choking cough. For a moment, he thought he must be hallucinating. But, no. The reflection in the glass remained unchanged. A face he had unexpectedly seen far too many times from within supernatural phenomena, that peculiar yet virtuous person. Agent Grapes. Kim Solium. Standing directly across from the mirror, adjusting his glasses awkwardly while looking a little tense, the former Daydream Incorporated employee. He was candidate number 4 for the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's Group D selection. Chapter 131.1. Ryu Jaegwon remembered clearly. The mountain lodge where serial murders occurred. The person who, despite being caught up in that horrific disaster, managed to find clues to prevent further killings and even tried to save the true culprits. The one who possessed the silver heart. People were hidden away while we staged their deaths. Using real body parts meant no one suspected anything. I figured the real killer might get flustered and stay quiet if I acted first. And also, the devotion and sacrifice he had shown in that strange nightmare of a school, Sekwang Technical High School. I did acquire a name tag, but I no longer have it in my possession. I gave it to the person who was alive in the classroom. Giving away a lifeline to someone else in an extreme situation was not something just anyone could do. Ryu Jaegwon, who had seen all kinds of people at the Disaster Management Bureau, was at a loss for words at such unwavering choices. Of course, at the same time, he had also learned the shocking truth that the owner of the Silver Heart was not an innocent civilian. Oh dear. A person treated as a mere tool by an immoral, insane pharmaceutical company. A foolish and selfish office worker, enthralled by the absurd promise of a wish ticket like a cult follower. That was Kim Solium. The fact that Ryu Jaegwon had even given such a person a temporary agent badge was enough to send chills down his spine. It had been, without a doubt. You too. Leave me here. Sometimes, a person's actions reveal more than any description ever could. Even with a hole torn through his stomach, he had prioritized his colleagues' safety and the security of the agent traveling with them. Kim Solium. Now, that very man was standing beyond the glass. Applying for the Disaster Management Bureau's agent exam. But strangely, something about him felt different. Why won't he meet my eyes? Kim Solium had always appeared neat and composed, even during their past encounters. Even when he had been pulled into that nightmare as a high school student, his appearance had remained meticulous. N.E. But now, the person beyond the glass had unkempt, disheveled hair and kept his head down, glasses barely sitting on his face. Like someone experiencing their first ever job interview, overwhelmed by the crowd. Or perhaps someone who had suffered a significant mental blow and had withdrawn into himself. Yet, Ryu Jaegwon only narrowed his tired, wary eyes through the glass. The name stamped clearly on the personnel file in his hands. Name, Kim Solium. That was all. No employment history with Daydream Incorporated. Apart from a brief record from his university years, the work history section was completely blank. Ryu Jaegwon clenched his jaw. This was so blatantly obvious that it was almost laughable. Is he infiltrating as a spy for that cult-like company? It was possible. No, highly likely. Did he really think I wouldn't recognize his name and shamelessly apply like this? As if assuming he wouldn't be noticed. He needed to be thoroughly investigated. He couldn't afford to be deceived by appearances. Give it to me. Ack. Agent Braun snatched the mic from the assistant interviewer, his voice completely devoid of emotion as he took control of the session. Candidates number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Attach the oxygen masks in front of you, in order. The applicants hesitantly reached for the oxygen masks laid out in the center of the room. Blood-stained, with snap tubing, as if someone had deliberately sabotaged them. They shouldn't have been functional. Yet, inexplicably, the indicator lights flickered on successfully. The candidates swallowed hard. But none of them refused. Each one strapped the oxygen mask to their face. A cold chill ran through their hands and feet. These oxygen masks originate from a supernatural disaster. Improper use can lead to horrifying consequences. From this moment on, whenever you lie, you will be supplied with something other than oxygen. Beyond the glass, the applicants flinched and squeezed their eyes shut, dread creeping over their expressions. Even candidate number 4, Kim Solium, shrank back slightly. Yes. He should be afraid. Especially if he had infiltrated this place to engage in something as despicable as espionage. Speak only the truth. A psychological aptitude test, using the power of a supernatural phenomenon authorized for limited use by the Disaster Management Bureau. A lie detector. A tool to discern malice. A process designed to unmask criminals. An essential safeguard for ethical integrity. Ryu Jaekwon stared through the glass. The agent candidates sat frozen, their faces stiff beneath the oxygen masks. We will now begin the questioning. A ruthless, universal question followed. From this moment forward, you must choose one of the 4 agent candidates here to eliminate. This is a necessary action to resolve a supernatural disaster. State who you will kill. The candidates' lips trembled in shock. No one had answered yet. But in the observation room beyond the mirror, the interviewers were already receiving responses. Candidate number 1. Kill someone. Are they insane? Candidate number 2. Who should I pick? Maybe saying I can't kill anyone is the right answer. No, do agents need to be ruthless? Ah, shit. Candidate number 3. What the fuck, are they being for real right now? Should I check the person next to me first? Each thought was neatly transcribed on the screen, listed alongside their assigned numbers. Instead of displaying pulse readings as the device was originally designed to do, the output screen revealed something abnormal, sharp, crimson text. Their inner thoughts. The truth respirator. A residual phenomenon left behind after clearing a high-level supernatural disaster, the last confession, which had occurred at a nursing facility in Gangwon-do. And while the method was ethically questionable, the Disaster Management Bureau had long since adopted similar aptitude tests as standard practice. Because if they failed to screen candidates properly, a catastrophe could unfold. Chapter 131.2. The interviewers, their expressions cold and unflinching, read and assessed the candidates' unspoken thoughts. Panic. Hesitation. Resentment. Ordinary. Unremarkable. Except for one. Candidate number 4. Candidate number 4, Kim Solium. Nothing appeared on the screen. No thoughts. No hesitation. He simply sat there in complete silence, the oxygen mask securely fastened to his face. Is he frozen in shock? Look at him, his head's down. Seems like he has no guts. Ryu Jaekwon maintained his composure and picked up the microphone again. Candidate number 1. Answer. The young man, who had been darting his eyes nervously, straightened his back and spoke. For the safety of the majority, sometimes cruel decisions must be made. I will volunteer myself to be killed. But the screen revealed something else entirely. Candidate number 1. And no way I can do it. But if I convince myself I can die, that must be the right answer, right? That's why they're asking like this. Panic. Lack of critical thinking. Extreme compliance. Eliminated. Candidate number 1. Remove your oxygen mask and stand by. Candidate number 1 stood in a daze, then, realizing what had happened, shakily removed his mask and stepped back. Wait, shouldn't we reconsider and give him another question? Shoo. A fellow assistant interviewer cut in. Agent Bronze's judgment has never been wrong. Just watch. He always passes the right people. As if to prove the point, the aptitude test continued without pause. Candidate number 2. Answer. I would choose someone close to me and ensure the process is as quick and humane as possible. Prioritizing a painless method. Candidate number 2. Too obvious. But this is the safest answer. No way I'm saying outright who I'd kill while everyone's listening. Evasive response. Eliminated. Remove your oxygen mask and stand by. In an instant, the second elimination was complete. Next. Candidate number 3. Candidate number 3 lifted his head, sweat beading on his forehead. But there was a certain confidence in his expression. I will not kill anyone. There's always a plan B. There must be another way out. We can find a way for everyone to escape. Thud. Candidate number 3 collapsed mid-sentence. His oxygen mask, which had been stained and damaged moments before, was now spotless and brand new. His face had gone completely pale. The interviewers, their expressions cold, read the blazing red text on the screen, the true feelings he himself hadn't even realized he was suppressing. A with acute beta. Candidate number 3. Holy shit, this is exhilarating. Killing the person next to you, huh? LMAO, this is exactly what being a secret agent is about. Candidate number 3 was left sprawled on the floor. Inside the room, the last remaining agent candidate sat frozen in place, awaiting his turn. Only one person still had his oxygen mask on. Candidate number 4. Answer. The question remained the same. To eliminate the dangerous anomaly, which of the 4 people here will you choose to kill? Ryu Jaquan stared at Kim Solium through the glass. How would this former employee of an unethical pharmaceutical company answer? Would he, perhaps, try to sound more cunning this time? Or maybe more virtuous? Candidate number 3. The one who has already collapsed. For the first time, someone had been explicitly named. The interviewers widened their eyes and waited for further explanation. No. That was it. Candidate number 4 remained silent, head lowered. The system voice chimed in with an awkward, slightly disoriented tone. Is that the end of your response? Do you have anything more to explain? Candidate number 4 hesitated so much it was agonizing before finally speaking, voice barely above a whisper. Well, in the scenario you described, it seems like we 4 are responsible for this disaster, somehow. If the disaster can only be stopped by the death of one of us, then that must mean we're fundamentally tied to the cause of it. Like, maybe we triggered it by interfering with something we shouldn't have. Is this the right answer? Candidates are not permitted to ask questions. Sorry. Candidate number 4 mumbled, still keeping his head down. Almost as if he was embarrassed to be saying something like this. Then, yes. That's my reasoning. I chose the easiest target, the one who's already incapacitated. Truth. However, if we had even the slightest extra time, I'd do my best to find another option. A predictably moral answer. Because life is precious. It's difficult and painful to decide someone's worth based on sheer numbers, or on who is more valuable. But his tone had a strange kind of conviction. Still, if no alternative exists within the given time frame, and if there's a high likelihood of mass casualties, then there may be no choice. For the first time, Kim Solium raised his head. Through his glasses, his eyes remained sharp, even after passing through 2 layers of barriers. And then, his inner thoughts appeared on the screen. Candidate number 4. But if possible, I want to save them all. It was exactly the ideal response that the Disaster Management Bureau wanted from its agents. To follow regulations in unavoidable disaster scenarios, while still keeping a moral compass intact. Russell. Candidate number 4 quickly lowered his gaze again, as if nothing had happened. The interviewers exchanged silent nods of admiration. He means it. His ethics and judgment are sound. And his reasoning is. Clench. Ryu Jaquan barely stopped himself from crumpling the papers in his grip. No. There was no way. This candidate is. Next question. What? Wait, interviewer. Ignoring the other interviewers, Ryu Jaquan forced the test into a second round of questioning, a step only taken in cases where a candidate's assessment remained unclear. You are trapped in a supernatural disaster. You can only send one person to safety, either the most virtuous candidate in this room, or your closest friend. Who do you choose?
A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Lightverse Recap,